Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Episode 1, Synopsis and Prologue. The First Hunter. Genres: Action, Fantasy, Supernatural, Korean. Author: Art. Status in the language of origin: 163 episodes, complete. Translator: Khan. Editor: Red. Release rate: 14 episodes per week. Synopsis: The world changed, and so did the people. On December 31, 2016, the day before New Year's, Kim Tae-hoon was just casually out shopping for groceries at his local supermarket when monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air. With the skills gained from long years, he started to hunt the monsters down and managed to win, saving the other people who were also at the store. But there are more monsters, and they don't stop coming. Will he be able to survive until the end? Will he be able to beat the countless monsters that only seem to get stronger? And will it just be a monster that he has to worry about? The journey of Kim Tae-hoon, the first hunter, begins. Prologue. On December 31, 2016, monsters appeared simultaneously all over the world. On January 1, 2017, I am still alive. Underscore 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 underscore. The First Hunter is a Korean Munpia novel by Art, completed at 163 episodes, short by web standards. The intended release rate is 2 episodes per day until finished. The story follows a man with a murky background, but obviously an experienced combatant, in the wake of the events above, his continuous improvement over time, and the changes to the world and people around them as they are forced to adapt to new lives. The story starts out sparse on the prose, but improves with time. Khan, translator. Red, editor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Episode 2, At a Large Supermarket, Part 1. Chapter 1. At a Large Supermarket, Part 1. Translator: Khan. Editor: Red. 1. Kim Tae-hoon had experienced the death of many people in his profession. He had killed a lot, and at the same time was threatened with death by many. There were a couple of things he learned in such a terrible life: how to die easily, and how to not die easily. Of course, he never thought that he would use what he had learned in his daily life. He saw the green monster for the first time in his life in the car goods corner on the first floor of the local supermarket. It suddenly attacked him. He killed the monster that attacked him, using the methods he had learned in his profession. That's crazy. And that was how the story of the First Hunter began. 2. Kim Tae-hoon, this year, as of 2016, the 28-year-old man would be 29 years old in just one day, and he visited a large supermarket next to Bucheon City Hall on December 31 to buy washer fluid. Washer fluid. The reason to drop by was really nothing, like most people at a large supermarket. No one came to the mart to buy great things. Naturally, he was looking around in the auto section. But at some point, the horrible shrieks, key, the screaming arg arg arg, and the crash sounds, bump, bump, started to burst out in succession. And when he responded to the sound, he turned his head. Dwarf, he thought. It was a green-skinned monster with a height of 140 centimeters. The skinny limbs and the protruding belly reminded him of a third-world child suffering from malnutrition and hunger. But it did not bring out any sympathy. The monster had teeth that looked fiercer than a dog, and the red eyes seemed to have rotten blood. Key! It ran toward him, shrieking loudly. He did not show any sympathy for such a monster. He kicked the body of the monster that had charged toward him as he turned around. The green monster fell on the floor screaming, and he opened the lid of the washer fluid he held and inserted the nozzle into the monster's mouth. The washer fluid entered the monster's stomach and lungs, and he stepped on its chest to prevent it from struggling. Phew! That's crazy. And that was the beginning. By the time the light disappeared from the eyes of the monster under his feet, he looked around. Bam! 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 Like dominoes, there was a deafening roar as the racks fell. Arg! He heard the scream of a woman. Key! Key! He also heard the shriek, probably from another green monster. The scene was clearly visible to his eyes. Oh, my God! It was a scene where dozens of child-sized monsters suddenly appeared, hunting the visitors to the large supermarket. Arg, save me! Monster! Monster! Oh no, help me, please help me! In the face of this absurd sight, he was embarrassed. He had seen humans hunting humans, but he had never seen monsters hunting humans. Shit! What awakened his spirit was the sound of a young man wielding a bat at the three green monsters which had surrounded him, wearing a Yankees baseball cap and a baseball jumper in the sporting goods section. Get out! Get out of here, you bastards! His voice was rough, but on the contrary, it was a struggle that Kim was familiar with. It's not the time to be like this. Phew! Kim drew a short breath and immediately looked around. First of all, let's survive. Something came into his eyes, and he started to move immediately without hesitation. At 4:11 p.m. on December 31st, 2016, the last day of 2016 started like that. 3. God damn it. Swish. God damn it. Swish. Get out. Get out of here, you monsters. Swish. Bang Hyunwook had a height of 183 centimeters and a weight of 90 kilograms. He was a strong man, and he gave the loudest scream he could whenever he swung a baseball bat. Ah! Swish! His action was never wise. Making a sound while swinging a baseball bat with his mouth open was one of his bad habits, and he was well aware of the fact. Due to the habit, he was punished by his coach, a former professional baseball player, and then recorded 77 home runs in the Korean Baseball League. As a result, his bad habits were no longer punished by his coach. You fucking bastards, get out of here. Swish, dot. Now it was here again. Ah, shit. He was so embarrassed. Where the fuck did these monsters come from? No, what the fuck is this? What is it? In his rambling, words that should be swallowed inside popped out of his mouth. Huck, Huck. It was only his breathing that stopped more of the words from coming out. It was a natural result because he continuously shouted while swinging the bat with full power. If he found another reason, it would be to lie about running 10 laps of running training on the playground after 7 laps, and then smoking a cigarette that an athlete did not have any business with it. Shit, I should have not smoked and trained myself harder. Of course, at this moment, he started to feel regret for his lazy and insincere ways. And he felt faint, even though he was still a young man. The regret he had now is the one people often have before they die. Damn it, am I going to die here? I cannot survive against the monsters that are in sight alone. As I saw a while ago, I will be like that man in his early 30s who was screaming with his neck being bitten by a monster. Get a hold of yourself. It was not the weird cry of the monster that awakened him, but the clear voice. Yes? He was surprised by the voice and turned his head in its direction. The green dwarfs did the same. Key? 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 3 monsters turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Only 2 of them could see the owner of the voice. The reason for the third one was simple: the bottom of the frying pan, which had not even been torn out of its wrapping paper, was flying toward its face. Clank! The frying pan hit its face. Squeak! The monster lost his two front teeth without even saying anything and then fell back with a few more teeth flying. Thump! The sudden action of a man who appeared did not stop there. The man stretched his left arm out toward one of the two monsters. Shi-ayak! The paint spray in the man's left hand turned the monster's red eyes and face black at once. Ki! The monster waved its arms through the air, screaming at the mysterious attack, before falling on the floor. Two of the three monsters were on the floor, and naturally, the one left was nervous. Ki! The remaining one, which now had no numerical advantage, vented out at the man who had suddenly appeared on, as loudly as it could, crying out with a ferocious voice. This meant it was turning its back on Bang Hyun-wook, who it had been fighting. Attack! Bang immediately moved when the man shouted. Once again, the bat held in his hand divided the air. Crack! And this time, he hit the monster's temple precisely. The batted monster did not even scream, it just shook and hit the floor. After falling down, it only trembled a little. Deep green blood flowed from its nostrils. Ugh! An odd sound burst out of Bang's mouth. It was a mixture of joy when he killed the monster which had tried to kill him, relief for the fact that he was alive, and all kinds of resentment. I said I would kill you, you bastard. I said I would kill you. On the other hand, the man who had suddenly appeared, unlike Bang, calmly proceeded to his next action. Out of the two monsters that fell, he sprayed the black paint spray in his left hand into the face of the one which was waking up after the impact of the frying pan. Spray paint was so thick that it drizzled as tears ran down the face of the monster. The monster began to struggle, screaming at this unknown attack. But the bony arms of the monster, which could not see anything, only flailed in the air and did not pose any threat. The man stomped on the monster's neck. The sound of a vertebra cracking followed. He stomped on it hard several times. His feet stopped after the monster stopped screaming. There! After that, the man called Bang and pointed to one of the remaining monsters with his fingers. Yes? Bang was embarrassed for a moment. Literally, for a moment. Oh, yes. Bang realized the intention of the man and began to hit the last remaining monster with a bat. Crack! Being hammered so hard, the green monster screamed, twisted, and crouched in front of a ruthless attack. The three monsters could not even struggle. The conversation between the two began. What's your name? Bang Hyun-wook, my age is. I'm Kim Tae-hoon. If you want to follow me, obey me unconditionally. At this moment, Bang was worried for a while. Unconditionally? Obey? Literally, for a moment, his worries were never long. Thud. Arg. Help me. All kinds of noise, the sound of confusion that he had never experienced before, knocked on Bang's eardrums, and his worry disappeared like melting snow. I'll follow you. Get the baseball bats, gloves, and bags, and follow me. That was the end of their conversation. Ka! The appearance of the monster with the horrible shriek, far more ferocious than the cry of the dwarf monster that he had heard so far, did not allow them any more time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Episode 3, At a Large Supermarket, Part 2. Chapter 1. At a Large Supermarket, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. Ka-ah. It was a real monster. The 190-centimeter height, a muscular body with a narrow waist, and a neck that was thicker than the waist of an adult woman were entirely compatible with the word monster. The most monstrous part of all was its face. Its blackened fangs, longer than the fingers of an adult man, and protruding through the thick lips of a very ugly face, were shining with human blood and gore. Ugh! Of course, the monster was not something that a normal adult male, now in his 40s, who had only exercised playing golf online, would normally face and be willing to fight back. It was worth running from. Nevertheless, the reason why the middle-aged man, Park Jae-woon, blocked the monster with the hideous grayish-brown skin was simple. Honey, honey, dot. Ah, Dad. Dad. He was standing in front of two women. His wife and daughter were now shedding tears full of despair and fear behind him. So, he wouldn't run in front of them. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The moment he ran away, he would lose something more precious than his life. Well, don't worry. I'll stop it. I'll stop it. That was why he made a resolution to stand against this monster by using the tennis racket purchased today, as always, for the diet that he had decided to start on the first of the year. Everyone could understand why he could not back down. Ka-ah. Of course, the resolution had no meaning to the monster in front of him and his family. His resolution did not give any inspiration to the monster. At this moment, in the monster's eyes, they were just a bit of food to satisfy its hunger. Krrr. As soon as the imagination of the monster reached the point where it would fill its mouth with fresh meat, the monster no longer cared. Then, the monster took a step towards him. Poof. Poof. He wielded a tennis racket that he had never swung in his life at the monster. Ah! His cry as he swung the tennis racket was more like a scream than a cry. His frantic attempts did not do the slightest damage to the body of the monster. But it didn't mean anything. Thanks to his attempts to attract the attention of the monster, Bang Hyun-wook was able to approach the monster without being seen. Bam! He hit the monster's head with a bat. His attack was powerful. Arg! He shouted out at the vibration that fed back into his hands. His hit was strong enough that ordinary people would have fallen over, their skulls broken. Ka! However, the monster was not an ordinary person. Its thick neck did not shake, and its hard skull was not cracked. The strike just got it angry. So it turned around, opened its mouth wide to the attack, and screamed. Ka! Not just screaming, but the strongest threat it could pose. Ha! Fear, it was fear. The fear pinched his whole body at once. What? The feeling of an invisible chain tied all over him. He felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. The eerie feeling stopped him from moving, and the monster did not hurry as it saw him freeze. It studied at him with its red eyes, and it saw the characteristics of the animal that had attacked it. It was the look of a predator looking at its prey. The heck? He was scared and angry at the same time. You fucking monster. It was scary. But on the contrary, the fact that he would be eaten alive while being treated like a prey made him angry beyond his fear. The anger stimulated the power in his body. The wriggling that started in his body rose like a fountain at once. It passed through his chest, starting from his stomach, and shook off what was holding his heart and immediately rose up his throat and burst out of his mouth. Ah! Just like that, a scream came out of his mouth, a cry that sounded similar to what the monster had just done a moment ago. He could feel a weird power in his body, and a strange warmth, similar to that of coming out of the sauna. His eyes also changed. They were now tingling, with an odd haze around them. Ka! It was at that moment that the monster stopped moving. The expression of its eyes changed. They were not the eyes of a predator looking at its prey, but the eyes of a beast looking at a beast. As a beast was in front of the beast, the monster was wary now in front of Bang, and it focused all its attention on him. It was at that moment that Kim Tae-hoon moved. He came in behind the monster who was wary at the threat in front of it. His presence was so faint. Ha! Even Park, who was able to watch Kim approaching the monster, did not notice his appearance and existence until Kim wrapped its neck 3 times with the fishing line, using both hands behind the monster's back. In addition, Kim's skill at wrapping the monster's neck using fishing line was also very smooth. It was by no means a lucky trick. It was a level of skill that could only be demonstrated by those who had practiced hundreds or thousands of times, and who had experienced at least 100 real fights. The fishing line went taut when Kim, who was wearing baseball gloves, heaved back. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The monster began to scratch its neck reflexively, trying to cut away the binding on its neck. But the fishing line that was digging in was not easily scratched or cut off with its short nails. Above all, Kim did not even give a little chance to the monster. He pulled the line, and with his right foot hit the back of its right knee, and the back of the hamstring. The tree-like monster was forced to kneel down after the attack on the hamstring, and as soon as the monster put its knee on the floor, he pulled it back. Cuck! The ceiling came into the eyes of the monster, which made a gagging sound. Do it! Kim shouted, and the tingling with the haze around the eyes of Bang disappeared like snow. Yes! Bang carried out Kim's order. He took something out of the bag on his back. It was engine oil. He opened the lid quickly and immediately put the snout of the engine oil into the monster's mouth. At that moment, Kim loosened the fishing line that he was yanking back. The monster, which was struggling to suck in more air to live, inhaled at that moment. Cuck! A mouthful of engine oil. Cuck! 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 The engine oil was immediately sucked into its stomach and lungs. Cuck! At that moment it felt a burst of disgust, burning heart, and instinctive sense of crisis. Of course, its instincts screamed at it to pull it out. Kim's instincts also said, "I'll never let you go." He pulled the line tight again so that the monster could not spit anything out. He was naturally faithful to his instincts, and the line was tight again, and it began to tremble as if its power to rebel had disappeared. That's how time passed. 1 second piled up and became 10 seconds, and when the time reached a minute, the light vanished from the monster's eyes, and there was no sign of any further movement. I think it's dead now. Bang's hand, which was guarding the monster with a baseball bat, began to relax. But even in his words, the tightness of the fishing line that was holding its neck was not eased. Big brother? Big brother? I think it's dead now. Bang narrowed the distance with Kim as if he thought that Kim did not hear his words. Of course, the distance to the monster also narrowed. Bang sat with his butt on the floor, and the distance from the sagging monster was narrowed enough to touch one another when they reached out their arms. Ka! It reached out with its hand and grabbed his neck as it screamed out its last word. Ah! From his mouth, the sound similar to what the monster spit out a while ago came out. Fortunately, that was it. The power of its grip on Bang's neck quickly drained away, and at some point, it was no longer able to threaten anything. 30 seconds later, the tautness of the line that had been wrapped around its neck eased. Kim, who was now free, said to Bang as he removed the monster, "I judge whether it's dead or alive, not you." "Yes, yes." Bang reflexively replied, rubbing his neck where it had grabbed him. However, Kim's eyes were not directed toward Bang. He looked down at Park, who was shaking while sitting on the floor. "You're the cleaner now. From now on, your role is a cleaner, dealing with what falls on the floor. If there's anything on the floor, it's your job to kill it until it dies." Kim finished speaking and rose from his crouching. Then he found an escalator heading to the second floor of the large supermarket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Episode 4, At a Large Supermarket, Part 3. Chapter 1. At a Large Supermarket, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. The food corner on the second floor of the large supermarket. Arg. This place where visitors were greeted with various kinds of food, was now a battlefield filled with screams, monsters, and blood. Surround that goblin. Surround it. Clang clang. 4 men rushed toward the 3 goblins, dwarf monsters with green skin. The only common feature of the 4 men, who were all different in age, attire, and shape, was that they each had a crude spear made of a knife, curtain rod, and insulated tape. The 4 men used the long reach of the spears to stab the goblins' bellies and eyes. Key! The goblins screamed, and one of them slipped to the floor and fell. As soon as the goblins fell, a baseball bat suddenly hit its head like an axe. The baseball bat crushed the goblin's head like clay, and the goblin went limp on the floor, spilling blood from its eyes, nose, and mouth. Ah-cha! Bang Hyun-wook, the owner of the baseball bat, screamed out, rushing straight towards the goblin in front of him. The goblin's face was cracked in half. The bat had smashed it precisely between its nose and the brow, and of course, the 2 red eyes of the goblins near it were not safe either. The eyeballs had burst like eggs. But the pain and despair never made it scream. Instant death. All the goblin could do was to shiver like a dead body. I am full of energy. Bang was sure at this moment. If I'm in this condition, I could hit a home run in the major leagues. The strange power that started from his stomach and flowed to the ends of his arms was not an illusion. The conviction was charged with courage. Come on! Come on! He cried out loudly as if he hoped all the monsters in the food corner on the 2nd floor of the basement would find him and come to him. But there was no monster coming toward him. Hammer! The last monster on the 2nd basement floor, a monster called an orc, with gray-brown skin and nearly 2 meters tall, was just dead. The cause of its death was a traffic accident. The fork of a forklift was pierced through its chest and stuck in a wall, leaving it hanging there. Kim Tae-hoon, the perpetrator of the terrible accident, came down from the forklift, and at the same time he pulled out the smartphone he had in his pocket. At that moment, the lights that lit the 2nd floor turned off at the same time with a bizarre sound. What? What? I can't see anything. During the confusion that followed, the light emitted by the smartphone revealed Kim's face. His expression was not good. No communication. No communication at all. It was a factor that caused him to turn on another warning light in his head. 6. The end of a battle was always bleak. There was no cheering. The sense of relief of being alive took away the power of the whole body, the power to spit out gossip or even complaints. At the same time, the fatigue that has not been recognized in the extreme situation was doubled. Pain also came with fatigue. There was no difference between the 102 survivors who lived through the death fight against the monsters on the 2nd floor of the large supermarket. Everyone just sat down on the floor. Some of them sat back against the shelves, or simply fell asleep lying on the floor, stunned. The emergency lights that began to come on as the emergency generator started to operate prompted them to sleep even faster. If there was no light at all, they would not fall asleep in fear, but this gentle light gave them relief. There was one more element of relief here. Fire shutters. The sense of relief from the fire shutters that completely blocked all the entrances and exits on the 2nd basement floor was incredible. Only one person did not relax. The monsters suddenly appeared. Kim was not relieved, even the battle was over. On the contrary, now he was much more nervous than the moment he had first met the dwarf monster, which he called a goblin for his convenience. Once the battle began, he did not put any elements other than fighting in his mind. They could be considered after the battle. In other words, after the battle was over, he began to consider the elements outside the battle. Now he realized something. The monsters suddenly appeared. The appearance of monsters, obviously, was an event outside common sense. However, there were factors other than common sense that were important. If they had come through the 2nd floor or the 1st floor, at least I would have felt them first. The monsters appeared suddenly. There were 2 ways to enter this large supermarket where he was. One way was to come through the ground floor, and the other way was through the subway station connected to the 2nd basement floor. If the monsters came in from outside, those on the first basement floor in between should have noticed the emergence of the monsters before encountering them. But no one noticed them, and even he did not notice them. Even though I took a year off, I am on active duty. If his senses were so dull that he could not see the monsters coming to the first basement floor through the ground floor or from the second basement floor, he would have been retired from active duty. It's obvious I didn't see anything. These monsters didn't come from the road. They came out of nowhere. Monsters appeared without any restrictions on space. It is useless to build a wall, and it is useless to hide in a bunker. The worst situations that could be assumed in his mind began to pass by quickly. It could be worse than the worst. He felt chills run down his spine as his imagination took hold. Big Brother. Bang stopped Kim's imagination. The appearance of Bang, who had taken off his baseball jumper and baseball cap, was quite different from what Kim first saw. First of all, his hair was very short and was close to being shaved. His appearance was unexpectedly naive, and the big eyes reminded him of deer eyes. He was fairly big, as he unzipped his jumper. It was a feeling of well-grown rather than simply overgrown. I brought the coffee you had asked for. When Bang handed the canned coffee in his hands to Kim, Kim noticed that he did not take off his bloody batting gloves. He put down the coffee that he had received on the floor. He was going to take off his gloves and drink some coffee. Bang sat down in front of Kim and said, "Big Brother, do you know what's going on?" Looking at Bang asking the most curious question, Kim said while taking off his left-handed gloves, "If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been here today." "Ah, I see." Bang, who laughed awkwardly, gave a long sigh and said again, "A lot of people died." A lot of dash. There are 102 survivors. Considering the number of customers who visited this large supermarket at the end of the year, it was not a small number but a terrible number. Not everyone died, of course. Most of them ran away the moment the incident broke out, through the subway station on the second basement floor, or through countless exits on the ground floor. But even considering that, the number of dead people was high. Right now, the number of people who had been killed on the second floor was as high as that of the survivors, with more than 100 dead. It was a huge number. Even in a severe accident, it was unusual for more than 100 people to die. They died because they didn't fight. However, Kim did not have a big question about this terrible fact. Regardless of the number of monsters that appeared, only a handful of people fought back against monsters until he took part. Naturally, this was the result. It was like that. 100 adult men, armed with a knife or a baseball bat, might be able to kill a lion even if a few people died. But if they ran away, they would never kill a lion. Moreover, goblins and orcs were not simple beasts. They were gathering in groups. They formed packs and cooperate. They were like wolves, hyenas, and humans. In addition, the efficiency of herd hunting was great, and the history of none other than the humans who survived showed why. Kim was the main factor why 102 people survived. If it had not been for him, they wouldn't have been able to kill goblins or orcs on the second basement floor. Is that so? Bang did not understand Kim's words directly, only vaguely. It was clear that he survived because he fought without running away, and it was obvious that if Kim had not been there, the damage would have been even greater. Anyway, what will happen in the future? Or should we stay here? This is a food section, so if we're going to stay here, we can hold on. If the fire shutter had not kept us on the ground floor, it would have been terrible. At Bang's question, Kim took off the gloves in his right hand, instead of answering. At that moment, he could see a black mark engraved on the back of his right hand, a mark that reminded him of the sun, as if it were blazing. This? He found the mark of an awakener. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Episode 5, The Mark of an Awakener, Part 1. Chapter 2. The Mark of an Awakener, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The second floor of the large supermarket, where a storm of blood and fury had finally passed, was quiet. The moment the tension was released, the fatigue came, and in the end, sleep followed. Some people slept without even knowing it, and some were so tired that they could not sleep, so they drank themselves unconscious. By the time the large supermarket was filled with the sounds of sleeping people, Kim Tae-hoon was enjoying his coffee and the farthest from sleep. Savoring his coffee was really good. He breathed slowly through his nose after filling his mouth with lukewarm coffee, and he was different from those who simply drank coffee for the caffeine. It was his only hobby. He always drank coffee before and after a fight. He prepared for the battle or organized the battle drinking coffee. It was not different now. 8 people, including survivors and dead, had a mark similar to that on my hand. He immediately found those who had the same marks as himself after confirming the mark on his hand. He checked the back of their hands with a glance. Including him, there was a total of 9, 5 men and 4 women, not found on young children, or on the elderly. Of course, there were not many things that could be sure, as there were still few samples. Some of them, not all of them, and the marks of Bang Hyun-wook's and my own are similar, but not the same. This mark seemed to be as individual as fingerprints. If it's like a fingerprint, it's a mark that represents individual characteristics. But why does it happen to only some people, not all of them? Or is it an ominous sign? Is it an augmentation or a disease? It was Bang who solved the worries of Kim. Now, as if his body was cold, he wrapped up in his baseball jumper again, approached Kim cautiously, tapping his right hand with his left, and said, "Big brother, I've got a picture." "What?" "This is the stats, our stats." Bang showed Kim a picture taken with his smartphone camera. The photo, which was taken with a screen-filled close-up of his hand, was accompanied by translucent characters that he had not seen before. Basic abilities. Strength, 16. Health, 13. Special abilities. Energy, D rank. Defense, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. When Kim saw this, he did not say anything. Snap. He took a shot of his hand with the camera, and immediately checked the picture. Basic abilities. Strength, 19. Health, 21. Special abilities. Energy, F rank. Mana, F rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, F rank. Mana resistance, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. Bang, who confirmed Kim's ability, looked surprised. "Big brother, are you a psychic?" "The level of the rank is different. A rank is the best rank, right? However, Kim did not respond to such a reaction. He immediately started thinking with his coffee in his mouth while savoring the fragrance. It's like a game system. It was not hard to understand. It was a system of abilities that anyone could see in the game. The meaning of strength and health was not worth worrying about. What he had to worry about was energy and telekinesis, which were 2 kinds of abilities classified as special abilities. Is energy like the chi of martial arts novels? Given the circumstances, energy was likely to be the same as the chi in martial arts novels. Mana was not different. It would be the fuel needed to use magic, or something like that. Telekinesis was the easiest to understand. It was the most easily recognized psychic ability of novels, movies, and comics to the public. Do I have this telekinesis? The problem was that he now had such an ability showing on his hand. He was able to make something clear. It can't be all true. He had no ability to use telekinesis. I've never had telekinesis at a rank. I can't even guess what it is, or how powerful it is. Of course, it is a new ability. The world has changed, and I have also changed. At the same time as the world changed, monsters appeared, and humans sought to change to fight against them. To sum up, the mark on the back of his hand was a sign indicating those who succeeded in changing to adapt to the monster era. An awakener. It was a mark of an awakener. It was not wrong at this time to say such a thing would sound ridiculous, impossible. But as soon as the monsters appeared, existing reason and providence were instantly invalid. Therefore, he ruled out the old reality. He abandoned the values of being realistic. What mattered was whether the ability was real or not. And Bang Hyunwook, have you ever used energy? If it was real, how could it be used? I might have used it. And Bang already knew how to use this mysterious energy. Wait a minute. After answering, Bang disappeared somewhere and soon brought back 2 apples. One of them was thrown straight at Kim, and the other one was held in both his hands. Frack! Bang cut it in half. Not a bad grip, mused Kim. Bang, who showed off his wonderful grip, looked at Kim after dropping the split apple on the floor. Kim threw the apple he had just received. Bang grabbed the apple with his right hand in the air like a baseball player and grabbed the apple as it was. Smash! Bang's hand began to crush the apple like a paper ball. The glitter of Kim's eyes changed. I thought it was an illusion at first, but I had a clear hand mark on the handle of my baseball bat, and I felt it. It's not an illusion, it's like the ability of a real hero. What kind of power? I mean, I feel something wriggling in my stomach. Kim carefully focused on his stomach. There is something in my stomach. I'm sure. He felt something existed as Bang said. It feels like an eel. However, unlike Bang's explanation, the size of the power Kim felt in his stomach was more like a loach than an eel. I guess it's the difference in the rank of ability. Bang's energy rank was D, while Kim's energy rank was F. So, of course, there was a difference. At that moment, Kim's eyes turned to a piece of apple that Bang had split in half a little while ago. Telekinesis. Everyone might have had the experience during their young school days, the experience of spending a lot of time thinking about moving something while looking at it with the idea that he might have some kind of telekinesis. But now, Kim did something embarrassing even at a young age. He looked at the apple and thought about moving it. He tried to move the apple and wanted to crush it. Smash! The apple began to crumble like tissue paper. The apple was crushed to the size of a table tennis ball. His eyes grew wide. His expression was more surprised than anything that had happened in the last 10 years of his life. Ha! It was amazing. It was so surprising. His heart was pounding at this nonsense. Just thinking, just by thought, I grabbed the apple with the intent to crush it, and I mashed it down to the size of a ping-pong ball. This power, this is dangerous. He was not drunk. He has learned through his life that when he was drunk, he couldn't think straight. He was annoyed to find a more important thing while ignoring his excitement and soon found it. The important thing is, finding a way to raise the figures and rankings of my abilities. What was the most important point now? It's like a game. Here, he interpreted all of this situation as a game. What if this was a game? Many hypotheses came to his mind. He came up with a way to test the hypotheses right away. One of the biggest features of games is that when I fight a monster, I get experience value in items. In his eyes, the dead bodies of the monsters came in. He got up from his seat. Bang Hyunwook. Yes. Take the monster body and follow me. Yes? Bang blinked his big deer-like eyes at the unexpected command. You want me to follow you with the monster body? Why do I have to handle that hard, annoying, bloody thing? But his embarrassment was short. Since their first meeting, he did not have the will to ask why Kim ordered things. At least here, he did not have any doubts about Kim's orders. Well, isn't it heavy? How can I carry it? There was only one thing to think about, but he needed to know what the difficulties were when he tried to execute Kim's command. Put it in a shopping cart. Ah! Where do I need to carry it? Kim turned his head before answering and looked around. What he should do from now on was not something that could be done in front of everyone. But it was necessary to have specialized tools. Fortunately, there was something he needed on the second floor of the large-scale mart. His eyes stopped right there. The meat section. Yes? Bring it to the meat section. The monster body to the meat section. Huck! Bang realized Kim's intention, and his face turned pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Episode 6, The Mark of an Awakener, Part 2. Chapter 2. The Mark of an Awakener, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 2. The monsters appeared at 4 p.m. and a fierce battle for survival began. The battle was over at 5 p.m., and the survivors were sleeping due to the fatigue and pain they were suffering. At 10 p.m. Ugh! The survivors began to open their eyes, one by one. It was not, of course, that their eyes were open in a good or restful mood. For the first time in their life, they had fought a life-or-death battle. But the fatigue caused by the battle could not be released by only 3 or 4 hours of sleeping all curled up, consumed and struggling to survive in the gap between life and death. Nevertheless, they woke up because they reached their limits. Has the rescue team not arrived yet? Why the hell are our smartphones not working? Why are we like this? We pay the monthly fee for communication. How long should we stay here? What happened out there? The worries and concerns about their current situation interfered with sleeping anymore, and as always, their disturbances woke up those still trying to sleep. What are you doing there? What? Why are you raising the fire shutter? The starting point of the disturbance was in front of the fire shutter that blocked the escalator down to the first floor. There were 4 men in front of the fire shutter. Park Jae-woon was frightened and shouted at the men, at a similar age. The 4 people who seemed to be friends were alert to their surroundings and trying to lift the fire shutter. What are you doing, you idiots? What if there is a monster there? Park's reaction was intense. To him, the first floor was hell. It was mere hours ago that he had experienced a desperate thing that would be a trauma for the rest of his life. In fact, he was worried and concerned while looking at the fire shutters blocking off the first floor whenever he was awake. He was worried that monsters would appear through the fire shutters, threaten his wife and daughter again, and whether he should stop them again. Now, 4 of them were trying to lift the fire shutters. His cry to stop them was full of sincerity. Naturally, the cry caught the attention of the crowd. What is it? What's going on? Oh, is the rescue team here? I don't think it's a rescue team. 1 or 2, who were still tired, walked to a place where they could see the fire shutters. The disturbed atmosphere began to spread across the floor. Ah, fuck, one of the 4 men, who caught the mood, hurled a curse. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? The others showed a very nervous and sharp reaction towards the gaze of the crowd. It was not difficult to figure out why. Isn't that a MacBook? An iPad? There were a lot of unwrapped Apple products in plastic bags around the 4 of them. Theft. During all this chaos, the 4 of them were going to run away with the most expensive things here. They were caught stealing, and their reaction was not subtle. Shit, don't you turn your eyes. Hey! Eventually, one of them, the biggest and most bulky man, strode toward Park. Without any warning, he pushed both of his shoulders strongly. Ouch! Park could not withstand the brute force and fell back. "Honey!" His wife screamed at her husband falling down, and her daughter, who was sleeping in her arms, began to rub her eyes with her small hands at the disturbance. "What's wrong with Park, who fell, rose up straight to try conversation. But as soon as he got up, the big man pushed Park once again. Harder than before. Harder than a push, so hard that calling it a slap was more appropriate. Huck! Park fell back to the floor with a breathless sound. Ha! It's a fight. The cluttered atmosphere quickly became fragmented with uncertainty, different from the sense of silence before. What do we do? Should we stop them? If we get involved and get hurt? The silence was full of fear. The four men glared around in the harsh atmosphere. Their eyes glistened with murderous spirit. They were not bluffing. They had seen blood, and not once or twice. They had stabbed a living monster with a knife, chopped down a lump of flesh with an axe, and swung a baseball bat to break a monster's skull. It was enough for a person to learn the murderous spirit. Did you see it? Did you see it? It's really fucked. Don't you take off your eyes from us? Of course, none of the people in the crowd who were overwhelmed by that look could say stealing is wrong. To them. What the fuck are you talking about, man? In front of the calmed crowd, the four's murderous spirit and hostility naturally shot toward Park and his family. Dozens of people nearby became docile bystanders. I'm sorry. What are you sorry about? Ha? I'm sorry. What? Tell me loud what you did. As soon as the spectators became the audience, the four men began to burn like angry fires. It was a hunch. They were predators here, on the second floor, a closed space. What they saw around them was not something that could threaten them, but something they could trample on. Hey, man. Get up. Get up. There was no let up. Whack. When Park was about to get up, a man with a slim figure behind him kicked him like a soccer ball. Arg. Park tried to get up, but he fell back to the floor with a scream. Daddy! His daughter, who had finally opened her eyes, gave the biggest scream that she could from her young throat. Daddy! One of the men saw Park's daughter and wife, smiled and headed toward the woman, a knife flashing in his hand. Oh, no! No! Park, who fell on the floor, saw that and threw himself toward the man approaching his wife and daughter. He threw himself forward and clung to the man's left leg. Air! Air! Suddenly, the man who saw Park clinging to his leg was scared. Park's actions were the only desperate thing he could do, but the guy was different. Get off me! Get off me! Kill him! It was more than a threat to himself. He had seen a lot already, how easily a human died. Of course, the remaining three people, except the man who was holding the leg, set out to take off Park. Let go of me. Let go of me, if you don't want to die. Just kill him. The men kicked and trampled Park. Huck! Every time they did that, a harsh breath came out of Park's mouth. What do we do? Someone should come and stop them. The crowd just watched the process with the frightened, disgusting expression. Dad! In such a situation, Park's wife covered her crying daughter's face with her body, in order not to show something she did not want her daughter to see. Terrible things started to fill the second floor, and the horror was no different from when the monsters around. Stop it, you bastards! Finally, a woman came out. A woman wearing a thick jumper, with impressive freckles around her nose, shouted out with a loud voice. Oh, someone else? One of the men looked at the woman with a grim expression. The woman, without fear of him, shouted with malice in her eyes, if you're going to steal, be quiet and take off like a thief. Don't bother someone who isn't worth it. At the cry of the woman, one of the men, spitting on the floor, strode toward her. The woman put her right hand on a knife, a hand engraved with a mark. Ah! Ah! The man stopped walking. The other three also stopped. A knife, it's a knife. She is a crazy bitch, kill her. Kill her. There was a strong reaction, but no violent action was taken. They'd already experienced how threatening a knife was. There was plenty of evidence. The blood stains around them, the pools of blood, all were evidence of the danger of a blade. If there was a monster body, it would be more definite evidence. Unfortunately, however, there was nobody that could clearly convey that emotion at the moment. Stop all of them, a man spat this out. The four of you, if you move, I will kill you. The man who appeared in a bloody plastic apron took care of all the monsters. Kim Tae-hoon returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Episode 7, The Mark of an Awakener, Part 3. Chapter 2. The Mark of an Awakener, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. If you move, I'll kill you. After the warning, Kim Tae-hoon slowly took off his plastic apron. The green blood on the apron, dripping as it hit the floor, sounded creepier than ever. Big brother. Bang Hyun-wook showed up after Kim dropped the apron he had taken off on the floor. When Bang appeared, the surrounding area of people again grew silent. But this silence was different from the previous time. There was a sense of pressure incomparable to before. As if they had made a promise, the four men swallowed together. He is the monster. The four men were not free from this pressure. They froze as they saw Kim, and they remembered what he had done. What do we do? If it hadn't been for that damned bastard, we'd have fled. Kim had appeared when they had been struggling and shouting against an orc on the second floor, and he had killed the orc with the axe he was holding. Quickly he had sprinkled something on the orc's eyeballs after splitting its head with an axe, and then had poured lighter oil on the head of the orc, which was rubbing its dark eyes with a shrill cry, and then had lit it. The four were sure of one thing: things were going from bad to worse. What do we do? Should we just ask for forgiveness? Should we have just fled? Three of them were waffling, unsure of what to do. Kill me? Kill me. Kill me, you bastard. Unlike his colleagues, the big man revealed his hostility to Kim. It was proof that he was quite a strong man, with fighting spirit and courage. However, Kim did not hesitate. He used his telekinesis to grab the neck of the big man and then lifted the man up. A scene that could not be understood by normal reason unfolded. Huck! What? Go, ghost? The three remaining men, stunned, sat down on the floor in horror, knowing their friend had become a victim. Kim lifted the man up 3 meters high and then released his telekinesis. There was a gruesome sound, like a corpse falling to the floor. The silence spread again, and now beyond the harshness and the pressure was horror. Everyone looked at Kim with a deathbed face, and he looked at the remaining 3 people before the eyes of the crowd. From now on, the 4 of you have no right to speak in anything. If you have a complaint, spit it out, right here, right now. 3 of them shook their heads, their mouths tight. Kim did not give them any more attention. Kim confirmed that Park Jae-won was with his family, and Kim turned to the watch on his left wrist. After checking the time, he said quietly to everyone, "It's 22:33, but I'm going to start reporting on the current situation from now on." 4. Our current location is on the 2nd floor of a large mart. An emergency generator is operating normally, and communication using smartphones and radios is impossible. No attempted contact with rescue teams or external survivors has been successful. He took a sip of canned coffee. His tasting was not brief, but no one asked him or complained about it. He resumed speaking after savoring coffee to the end calmly. Based on the circumstances, we are in a bad situation, and this area is not as safe as we think, but some of them immediately doubted his judgment. Dangerous? Isn't it safe here? It had been about 7 hours since the monster raid. The heat of the battle was now sufficiently turned off, and instead, there were only the aftereffects of the battle. Naturally, the survivors did not want to do anything anymore. They just wanted to wait here until the rescue team or the army came to their safe place and rescued them. By the common sense of these people, the second floor of the large mart was safer than anywhere else. This was mainly because of the fire shutters, making it impossible for outsiders to come in without warning, and the food was very abundant, with enough food and drinking water to last the survivors half a year. The main problem was that there was limited space for washing their body or urinating, but it was not reasonable to seriously worry about that problem in a world where monsters were going crazy. However, Kim said that the space which everyone judged safe was dangerous. Once the incident occurred, not one outsider, including the rescue team, has come here, even though it had been more than 6 hours. The crowd still looked suspicious at this explanation. The first thing survivors do when social infrastructure collapses is to secure food. If the route to this place had been secured to some extent, someone would have come here, if not a rescue team, then for ramen, or to loot an iPad. At the end of his last words, 3 men who kept their mouths shut trembled. He once again enjoyed his coffee. Again, a short time of savoring passed, and the crowd began to get anxious during that time. He's right if it had been really safe. I'm sure someone would have come here. Yes, if it had been safe. I'd have come here already to get a drink. At the end of the thought, the moment everyone realized that his words were not wrong, everyone's face was white. The air grew tense. He confirmed the tension and swallowed his coffee. And the situation is quite different from what we have seen or have assumed. He showed the back of his right hand to everyone with his words. The crowd opened their eyes wide at seeing the mark of the burning sun. With the appearance of the monster, some of you have a similar mark on your right hand. People reflexively checked the back of their hands. The minority was surprised. One of them spoke up for the first time. What is this? The woman with freckles on her face asked about it. She was the woman who came out to save Park Jae-woon. She had a mark on the back of her hand. It's called the mark of an awakener. An awakener? I couldn't think of any other expressions, so I'm saying it, and I'm sure the people with these marks have a mysterious ability. He did not show what his mysterious ability was. He didn't have to. It didn't have to be. It was enough to explain, and he looked at the big man laying on the floor like a dead man. For reference, the mark of an awakener can be decoded by taking a picture. If you take a picture with your smartphone, the mark will be printed out, and it is similar to a game ability window, he continued on. There are 3 major types of abilities, and it's simple to raise your stats. You just cut out the heart of a monster, acquire a jewel in it, and then eat it as it is. With that word, he held out his palm. As if waiting, Bang also quickly pulled out a thumbnail-sized red jewel from his pocket and put it on Kim's palm. Kim put the jewel in his mouth and swallowed it. Everyone stared at him. Now my strength is up. The crowd looked blank at his explanation. It was not a realistic story. However, Kim continued his explanation without any concern. Note that the jewel obtained from a monster can also be valued by taking a smartphone photo. Kim pulled out his smartphone and showed the picture he had taken. The close-up of the red jewel he had eaten a while ago showed clear characters that were not seen before the jewel was taken a picture. Crystal of Orc. A small amount of strength increase when ingested. This is all the information I have now. The information Kim prepared after butchering the monster bodies in the meat department was not easy to get. This is all I have now, from dissecting of the monster's body after the battle with the monster. It was not easy to butcher dozens of monster bodies. The public would not be able to butcher a monster even if they were given a day. It was valuable information that only Kim and Bang knew about. Kim told everyone what he had learned. In fact, the crowd was grateful to him, but at the same time, some doubted his intention. "Why are you telling us this?" They gave him thanks, but Kim did not have the obligation to inform others about this. Was Kim armed with a spirit of sacrifice and service? There was not one person who had known Kim for more than a day, but everyone could assert that he was not a human being full of sacrifice and service spirit. He was never that kind of person. And it was true. He did not tell them to show off his kindness and generous spirit. The world has changed, and monsters have emerged. If Awakeners are to fight the monsters, it means it's not a one-time, single event. He had realized that before anyone else. If you want to survive this unspecified change, you must be selfish, and wisely selfish. From now on, mankind must fight the monsters. In such a situation, it was meaningless and worthless to monopolize this basic information. The more survivors, the more favorable it was for him. Most of the adult Korean men who survived had experienced military service. It would not be impressive giving them an axe or a knife, but if he could give them a gun, the story would be different. The price has already been paid because we ate all the monster stones. Most of all, he had already collected the information fee. He shared the monster stones from the hearts of the monsters with Bang. They ate them all, so there would be no fee for the information. It was a kind of give and take. Do you have any complaints? All of the giving and receiving was done under the unilateral leadership of Kim. I take it there is no complaint. The crowd could guess what it meant to be wisely selfish. The last thing I know is that this is an unproven hypothesis, but the monsters appeared without any space constraints as if they came out of nowhere. The reason for this hypothesis is... He stopped talking, and his eyes changed. While everyone was opening their eyes wide at the change in him, he threw back the coffee in his hand. He immediately shouted after injecting caffeine into his stomach, not even tasting it, "Get away from those doors, that..." Bang! As soon as he cried out, the fire shutters, which were blocking between the second and the first floors, exploded like bombs. Ka-ah! Beyond the fire shutters that had been blown away, a fierce cry that could not be compared with anything earlier burst out. Soon after, the owner of the fierce cry appeared. Oh, my God, it was an orc, over 2 meters tall and black skin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Episode 8, The First Hunter, Part 1. Chapter 3. The First Hunter, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Kim Tae-hoon obtained a lot of information from the monsters' bodies, and he gave the survivors the information he had obtained. But he didn't give them all the information. There was something he hadn't told the other survivors. It was that he had tested his own telekinetic ability against the monster bodies he had dissected. The power of telekinesis he wielded was not limited to the level of being able to lift a big man up by the neck. If he had really wanted to kill the man, he could have twisted his neck 180 degrees on the spot. Now he showed this as an act, not just words. Bang! The black orc, which was moving to slaughter the survivors mercilessly, was suddenly slammed back into the wall. The wall was cracked, and broken debris fell to the floor. Ah! It was a tremendous power, and those who heard the bang sound screamed out without thinking about it. Krrrrrrrr. But the black orc, which became a victim of its power, was not very alarmed. Rather, its orange eyes were staring at the one who had attacked it. The rest of the countless survivors, at this moment, were trying to escape to the first floor in a mob. Kim grit his teeth. The level is different. In front of the black orc, he pictured a clearer image of pushing it firmly at the wall with his palm, as if he were hitting a mosquito on the wall with his hand. As soon as the image, the imagination, the scene of painting, his focus was lost, his telekinesis would disappear. Ka-a-a-za. The black orc was screaming, even as it was struggling free of the wall. The shriek spread quickly, making everyone around it freeze. Ah! A small number of survivors who tried to escape fell down as their legs stiffened at the sound. Huck! Some of the elderly fell to the floor, clutching their chests. Even Kim was not safe in front of the fearsome warcry of the black orc. Shit! Kim's head, stomach, and heart were paralyzed. His focus stopped in front of the cold fear. And, of course, his mental image disappeared. Ka-ah-ah. The black orc did not miss the opportunity. It rushed to charge immediately, after confirming Kim's position again. There was no one to stop it. There was a crunch as the skull of a person who fell to the floor was crushed like a watermelon. The display stands piled up with items were smashed through. Its charge did not slow down but rather accelerated as it advanced. If it hit a person's body, it would be a terrible sight. However, Kim did not avoid its rush. Who? As the distance narrowed, he focused his mind on the situation he was in, frozen in front of the black orc approaching like a train on a railway. He drew it again in his mind. If I can't stop it, I'll catch it. He imagined 4 invisible chains made of telekinesis, pulling as hard as they could on the black orc's arms and legs. As soon as he pictured it, its rush began to slow down. In the end, it stopped. It wasn't just a stop. It was like it was straining against the force of the pulling, trying to prevent its body from being pulled apart. Krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr together savagely. From Kim's mouth, a grunt of the will to hold such a monster somehow came out, and the sound of gritting his teeth. It was Bang Hyunwook who moved in the situation. Bang, who was behind Kim, regained his freedom faster than anyone else in the face of the Black Orc's fear. Energy. It was due to the power wriggling in his stomach. Now he narrowed the distance with it by using this full force to shatter its head. Yai Aoop. Accompanied by his strong, loud shout, the baseball bat he held in his hand came down on the head of the Black Orc vertically. Crack. However, the bat was broken into pieces. Ha! The Black Orc was so strong. Its body was strong, and his power was also strong. The problem was that he did not realize it. His attack was powerful enough to get its anger and attention. Ka-ha-ah. At that moment, it threw up the fearsome war cry again with all its might, but not toward Bang. Oh, my God. It was aimed at Kim since it recognized that his power was interrupted by its shout before. Get out! As soon as his power weakened in front of its fear, Kim immediately warned Bang. Bam! However, by the time Kim's warning came to Bang's ear, its fist had already struck Bang's chest. Huck! Bang backed to Kim behind him, without even being able to breathe. The two of them were tangled together and fell to the floor. At that short moment, Kim thought regretfully, "It's my mistake." He thought a monster could appear at any time. It was a hypothesis he set up that a monster would appear without any restriction of space. He expected a stronger monster to emerge. The Awakener's stats and rank systems were evidence. If the ability of the Awakener who survived the monster would be stronger, the monster that threatened the Awakener might be stronger, too. Damn it! So he should have done it. Regardless of the others, he should have prepared for a situation where stronger monsters could suddenly appear without warning, without a sign. Koaa! The only good luck for him was that the Black Orc was now confident of its victory and seemed to be relaxing. It shouted with joy at the fact that it had finished off the man who had hurt it with its fists. If he had been in the position of the Black Orc, it would surely have killed him. He did not want to miss the chance. Also, he did not intend to repeat the same mistake. Huck. Shut up. First of all, he shut the mouth of the black orc. This time he drew a picture that he tied its neck with a huge chain, and he pulled it back. And its body lurched backward. It gasped, but it didn't fall back. It stopped itself from being dragged back by giving strength to its legs, belly, waist, and neck. It endured and stared at him with orange eyes. It tried to open its mouth. Its snout began to twitch unceasingly. At the same time, the sound of Kim gnashing his teeth began to grow. At this moment, he wanted to shout, "Anybody, bring a forklift and stick into that monster's body." Damn it! But he could not open his mouth. He knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, his power would be released, and the black orc would use the chance to finish him completely this time. So, he expected only one thing. Throbbing. It was Bang's heartbeat, which was still going strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Episode 9, The First Hunter, Part 2. Chapter 3. The First Hunter, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 2. When the black orc's fist hit Bang Hyunwook's chest, he did not feel pain, because his heart stopped. It was the energy from his belly that moved his stopped heart. It thought of its owner more than any other power, and without hesitation, it ran toward his stopped heart. And it knocked on the heart. The energy revived his stopped heart. Ku-huk! He was then able to feel the mysterious pain and fear. But the energy did not stop there. It knocked on his heart again and again to make his heart beat harder. Under the repeated beat of such energy, his heart began to pump blood like crazy. Ow! It was like someone forced a hand into his heart and squeezed out blood, or like someone had brought a hot stone into where his heart should be. The hot blood quickly circulated around his body. Her head was going to burst, the nails on his hands and feet were going to fly off like bullets, and his eyes were already red. Ow! The bloody battle between Kim Tae-hoon and the black orc that welcomed Bang Hyunwook back. It was a sight that would make him numb all over. The battle was quieter than any other bloody battle, and gentle. It was a battle of the lasting against the lasting. It should be expressed like that. Kim and the black orc were unable to move. The sounds they were making were also trivial. The sound of hot breath came out of the black orc's mouth instead of the scream, and only the sound of teeth cracking came out of Kim's tight lips. Both sounds were buried in all kinds of noises from those who ran away frantically. If someone who did not know the situation had seen it, he would have thought of it as a show. If a game addict had seen it, he would have thought the same thing: the screen stopped during gameplay, or it was lagging. But Bang, who experienced all of this situation more closely than anyone else, knew that this was not a show or a game screen lagging. I can't hold on long, Kim thought himself. Bang knew to some extent the ability of Kim's telekinesis. His telekinesis was powerful, but there were also weaknesses. The biggest weakness was that it could not affect the inside of a monster. Although he could exert telekinesis outside, he could not exert telekinesis inside of a monster. If he had been able to do it, he would have burst the heart or brain of the black orc without difficulty. Moreover, telekinesis was very difficult to handle. As soon as the image in his mind blurred, the telekinesis was released. He would then be defenseless. It was hard to maintain his telekinetic power with only marginal concentration. How long could Kim hold on to such a terrible black orc? Maybe 3 minutes? What do I do? And for Bang, the 3 minutes were all the time he could think how to live or die. Within 3 minutes, he had to get an answer. Do I have to run away? Do I have to fight for my life, or do I have to run away to save my life? His survival instinct urged him to choose the latter. It said that the living person should live. Mom, Dad, his survival instincts painted his parents' faces in his mind to convince him to run away, the faces of the parents who had suffered all kinds of hardships with the intention of making their child a baseball player. Damn it, but, of course, if it had been for Kim, he would not have been worried about it now. Bang did not make any choice or decision right away. No, he could not. Hold on. At that time, a beautiful woman, on Sunny, with freckles around her nose, appeared. We have to run away. Having regained her freedom from the fear of the Black Orc a while ago, she once again demonstrated the courage she had shown when Park Jae-won had been hit by 4 thieves. As everyone tried to escape from the Black Orc as soon as possible, she came to save Bang, and she started running after catching his left hand with her right hand engraved with the mark of an awakener. He was not able to resist and started running with her hand. No, wait. He rejected her hand in front of the fire shutter that the Black Orc had broken. It was a boundary line. If he moved onto the escalator beyond the fire shutter, he would be able to escape to the first level and then to the ground floor. And if he ran away, he would not come back. The moment he stepped on the first floor, he would not step on the second floor again. At the same time, he would not see Kim's face again. Bang looked back at the silent battle of the Black Orc and Kim. On Sunny, seeing his face, shouted, "We can't kill it. We have to run away." Fuck. Bang also shouted, not for her, but for himself. Fuck all this. I want to live. I want to live and see my parents' faces, and I want to protect my parents in a world where I do not know how to go back. Even if it was not, there were a lot of things he wanted to do alive. He played baseball, dreaming of becoming a professional baseball player throughout his school days, and now he would be going to college as a specialist. He wanted to go to a wonderful college campus, become a professional baseball player, and drive an expensive sports car. However, it was true that Kim had saved his life before. His father told him, at least, don't live cowardly. What do I do? At this moment, he remembered the scene that Kim had come up and saved himself, a paint spray to make the monster blind, the ability to kill it with fishing line, and the ability to use engine oil to poison it. Ah! Suddenly, Bang's mind flashed. Cooking oil, cooking oil. What? Cooking oil. There was no longer any thought of escape in his eyes. 3. We have to run away. When Sunny grabbed Bang's wrist and ran to the escalator to the first floor, Kim bit his teeth harder. He felt like the pillars that he could lean on in this desperate situation had disappeared like a mirage. But he didn't blame them. Run away, if you want to run away, and get it right. Humans live to live. Bang's decision was a choice to live on, and at least Kim did not have the right to blame him, because he has also made many terrible choices to live. If I only make an opportunity, if I can only make an opportunity for them to escape, above all, he knew better than anyone else that resentment at this moment was not helpful to himself. The opportunity to live is not going to come if I blame someone. But the situation was getting worse every moment. I have to find a way before I lose my power. He clearly felt his power weakening. Especially, his physical health, mental strength, and concentration were consumed more than anything else. Or maybe my body will burst. Telekinesis required much more physical health and concentration than he had thought. If the water stream was too strong, the waterspout would be destroyed. Like that, if he used the powerful telekinesis, his body would be destroyed since it was still only a human-level trained body. The fatigue that he felt now was terrible. Because he had been trained as a soldier, he could endure. He was a man who could struggle at the crossroads of life and death. I would drink a cup of coffee before I die. I can't ask the monster for that kind of consideration. In his mind, the image of the death was drawn. And the moment he was weak. Ki. A low but clear cry began to leak from the Black Orc's mouth. Thump. Its feet also began to move. It was as slow as walking on the moon, but it took a step at last. Shit. It started to overcome his telekinesis, and its orange eyes were shining. It spoke with its eyes. Man, I'm going to chew your head off alive. He felt it in his own eyes. These monsters are smart. The first goblins and orcs he had encountered were just fierce. They were overwhelmed by hunger because they were faithful to their instincts. That was why the small goblins showed their teeth without hesitation to people larger than them. But the black orc was different now. It was not ignorant, and it knew how to hunt. It did not just destroy and struggle instinctively. Of course, it wasn't the only one. Now this world would be full of these monsters. It is just the beginning. There will be some monsters like it, some monsters that are much more powerful than the black orc, with terrible abilities. He was sure of this. We need a proper hunter to kill these monsters, not one, but a group of hunters. In the era of monsters that start from now on, mankind does not need only weapons to survive. We need hunters with knowledge, ability, and experience to fight monsters. Of course, the worries about this part are the ones that must be done after surviving. He forced his thinking to turn. He looked at the present, not the future. If I pull it towards me instead of pulling it back, I might get a chance. He came up with a way to live. At that moment, an unsuitable sound broke out in the stillness of the blood. Clank, dot. That's. The source of the sound was a huge can that hit the black orc's head. Cooking oil? It was a big yellow can, an 18-liter can of cooking oil. Big brother. After the jaunty sound of such a can of cooking oil knocking on the black orc's head, Bang's voice was heard. Did you see the movie, Home Alone? Kim did not need any more explanation. He immediately changed the picture in front of his eyes. He turned the chain around the black orc's neck, which had been pulling it back 180 degrees in his own direction. At the same time, he tied his own body with a chain of telekinesis and pulled it to the right. Thump, thump, thump. In a sudden change, the body of the black orc rushed toward him at the explosive speed. His body, flying to the right as if hit by a car, was able to avoid the rush in a breathtaking move. Ka-ah! The black orc, which had finally opened its mouth, screamed during its unceasing sprint, and it stopped only after it had broken 5 shelves. Krrr. The black orc, who took an instant posture, immediately followed Kim with its eyes, and it was running toward Bang and on. There was no hesitation. Khang. It began to rush again, screaming. In the meantime, Kim shouted at On and Bang, "Go up! Watch out for the cooking oil!" Just as Kim was warned by Bang, he slipped on the floor, which had become a sea of cooking oil. At the same time, he reached out his hands for the ceiling. Just like a Spider-Man, the hero from Marvel Comics, who fired a web with his wrist, Kim used his telekinesis to create an invisible line between the ceiling and his arm. He stopped slipping using the line, and said to Bang and On, who looked at him in surprise, "Go." "That's awesome." Bang said admiringly. "Go." Kim shouted again to Bang. "What? What about you, big brother?" At the repeated question, Kim looked at the black orc, who had just run back near them. He looked at it again and reached out his hands, painting a picture. It was a picture connecting a big line to its 2 legs. He waited for the moment it put its huge foot down on the cooking oil. Thud. As it stepped on the cooking oil, he began to slip backwards, grabbed its leg and pulled it the other way. There were many bangs as it broke down the display stands, and it passed him out of sight. Key. 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 In this unexplained situation that it had not experienced in its life, it cried out in confusion instead of shrieking. Kim started to run on the escalator, leaving behind the embarrassed cries coming from the black orc. Bang and On followed him. They quickly headed to the first floor. When they started for the ground floor, Bang asked, "Big brother, are you going to run away?" It was more of a plea than a question. "Please, let's run away like this." Ka-ah. The cry of the black orc shook the escalator to the first floor. Bang shook his deer-like eyes more eagerly at the sound. However, Kim's eyes were not on Bang, but on Sunmi. "Do you have a driver's license, Dot?" "What?" It was a sudden question. "Yes, I do." She managed to answer, and Kim said, "We are going to steal a car outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Episode 10, The First Hunter, Part 3. Chapter 3. The First Hunter, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. December 31st, 2016, 23:53. The streets of the night in Bucheon City, just before 2017, were terribly quiet. The wide 10-lane road, which crossed in front of Bucheon City Hall, was filled with vehicles that had hit one another. It looked like dozens of centipedes made of cars were on the huge road. There were lots of dead bodies. The bodies in the deflated airbags were in better shape. The scene of a dead body that had been crushed on the ground as it came out through the glass of a car as it had collided was terrible. But even that was no match for the dead bodies bitten by monsters that could not be identified. It was hell. 13 degrees Celsius, thanks to the cold of the new year, was preventing the dead bodies from rotting. But one thing was clear: December 31st, 2016, would be recorded as the most horrible day in Korean history. KRRR. On that terrible day, the Black Orc came out of the large mart and onto the road that had become a mess, looking all around wildly. There was no light left on the street, and only the lights of the cars that were still on sparsely were able to follow the Black Orc with its dark skin in the night. Nevertheless, the Black Orc was so intense that even the blind could feel its presence. The fierce, murderous will and hostility in its orange eyes were not something anyone could ignore. The Black Orc gave off such a presence and stared at Kim Tae-hoon, who stood in a spacious area that luckily existed on the road. It only stared at him. It was evidence of intelligence. It had not forgotten that he was not alone. It knew there were other people around him. Of course, for the Black Orc, those factors were not real threats, although they were something to be wary of. The previous fight had already proved that. Kim was the only one who tried something against the Black Orc in the first place, and as a result, even he only caught the attention of the Black Orc but did not give it a fatal blow. In other words, if it finished him, everything would be over. Without him, the Black Orc could pick and choose to eat those who had not yet escaped from the second floor, and those who have fled, but were still hiding in the first floor, without any interruption. At this moment the Black Orc imagined filling its stomach with hot blood, there in the cold that made its strong flesh sting, and it was no longer hesitant after thinking all that. It stepped again toward him. Thump! There was another disturbance on the quiet road. Thump! He once again used his telekinesis against the Black Orc. He tried to lift its moving body. But... thump! The Black Orc blew away his attempt to crush its body with a flexing of muscle. There was no way to stop the Black Orc from increasing its power, as his telekinesis had weakened. His concentration, physical health, and mental strength had bottomed out. Most importantly, he could not draw an image, a picture of his own telekinesis completely overpowering the Black Orc. KRRR, KRRR. The fact made the Black Orc laugh, and it was not just a laugh, but ridicule. It was also a sound of conviction. It was confident that he could no longer stop itself, and that all he could do was slow itself for a few seconds at best. Therefore, the Black Orc once again enjoyed the experience when his telekinesis wrapped around it and stopped it from moving. Instead of trying to overcome the telekinesis, it looked at him with its ridiculing gaze. He also looked back at it. The clever are usually mean. He looked at it, and he knew that it would be careless, with its eyes of a triumphant air in front of a troublemaker who was weakened. KRRR? At that moment the Black Orc felt something strange in its eyes. On its left side, the sound of something shattering in the darkness on the road was heard. With that noise, a black car appeared. The long black car was the Benz S-Class, worth over $100,000, and it charged the Black Orc of similar size and color, with the force of 250 horses under the hood. The Black Orc could not avoid the sudden rush of the car, as he had caught itself for a few seconds. A gruesome crunch sounded as if two cars had slammed together. The horrible shriek of the Black Orc once more covered the dark road. The scream was not just a struggle for pain. It was the sound of the Black Orc, withstanding the power of a big sedan which had rushed at it, the power of the car with all that horsepower. Ka-ah! The Black Orc took a stand and began to lift the sedan up as if it was going to chew on the car. It was the power of a monster, literally. Two of the four wheels spinning smoke on the asphalt road began to turn in the air. His telekinesis no longer had any effect on the body of the Black Orc. However, he was not embarrassed. Quite the opposite. He was hunting. It was why he didn't run away when he could escape, and he waited for the Black Orc in the cold weather, in an open space. Hunters never prepare only one trap when they catch a huge animal. At that moment, the sound of another car engine was audible behind the Black Orc, who was still wrestling with the Benz. KRRR? The Black Orc turned its head in horror. Bang! A huge bus compressed the black lump, and they were tangled together. Phew! Only then did he breathe out a sigh for the first time. The white breath rose like a signal fire from his mouth. I got it. On January 1, 2017, he survived like that. 5. It's not as cold as I thought it would be, is it? On Sunni frowned at Bang Hyun-wook at his surprising remark. Are you kidding me? A thorny reply popped out of her mouth. She thought that Bang was playing a ridiculous pun against her, and it was natural to think so. At 0 a.m., the weather of the New Year in Korea in 2017 was unbelievably cold. The cold biting wind was relentless when walking down a vast dark road without a single streetlight, and above all, the fact that there was no sign of living people anywhere was making the harshness worse. It was the coldest day that Aun had felt during her life. If it were not for Kim Tae-hoon, who was hacking open the Black Orc's chest with an axe to take out the jewel in its heart, she would not have endured the cold wind with only a hot pack. Bang was sincere, of course. It's not cold, he was not really cold. It was thanks to the energy inside him, which was now taking away the cold that he felt. Aun briefly threw words at his appearance. It's the worst sign, not feeling cold in cold weather. What? When the body temperature goes down, the human body, first and foremost, concentrates blood there to maintain the functions of the heart and brain. On the contrary, arms and legs far away from the heart and brain are rapidly cooled as blood flow is cut off. Then, when the limbs are freezing to death, the blood flow is concentrated there to prevent the destruction of the biofunction, and the fever is so great that you can take off your underwear. Aun turned her head with the words and looked at the naked and disheveled bodies everywhere. The human body is stronger than most people think, but if the mind collapses, it becomes infinitely weak. It would be virtually like a death sentence to be overwhelmed by the fear of monsters in the cold weather where someone could die of hypothermia. The moment one takes off one's clothes, one's hypothermia gets worse, and then the countdown starts. Are you a doctor? Aun had a bitter smile at Bang's question. The doctor is a slave, just a slave. She thought. If she had been a really proper doctor, she would not have come to a large mart for cigarettes, sweets, and caffeine drinks to spend the night in the emergency room, rather than being on vacation at the end of the year. A slave who runs a cigarette errand at the end of the year when everyone else is resting. But now she was grateful. So I survived. If she was in the hospital, she would be dead now, or not much different. There were many knives in the hospital, but no weapons or hunters could have killed that terrifying Black Orc. However, the situation was too serious to make it a comfort. Can I survive in the future? Even before half a day, the city had been full of vitality ahead of the end of the year, but now it turned into hell. And this was just the beginning. In order to survive in the future, I will have to overcome the same crisis and hardships again. But I am curious, how much is a doctor's salary? Bang, who did not know her feeling, asked a question that lacked any sense. Fortunately, she did not have to answer the question. Kim's axe chopping had finally stopped. Of course, the conversation between Bang and On also stopped, and the two watched his actions. Kim pulled out the heart of the black orc, and then ripped out an orange jewel attached to the heart. Monster stone. Kim walked over to Bang and On, and ordered Bang, take a picture. Bang fumbled to find the smartphone in his breast pocket and hurriedly pulled it out. Ah! Bang, who took out his smartphone, sighed because the smartphone liquid crystal had cracked like a spider web. The black orc's fist had not been kind. I bought it just last month. Take a picture. Kim did not accept such a complaint from Bang. Oh, yes. Bang swallowed a bitter smile and then activated the camera function. He turned the camera to Kim's face and saw his face, a little angry over the broken LCD. On said to Bang on behalf of Kim, take a picture of the jewel. Aha! He quickly changed the direction of the camera to Kim's palm. Snap! The flash went off and the picture was taken. In the picture, described in translucent letters. The crystal of a black orc. Strength and health increase when ingested. The skill level of energy increases when ingested. The skill level of defense increases when ingested. The power of a black orc, black skin, can be acquired when ingested. Wow, it must be a rare item. Bang was surprised. However, as soon as Kim confirmed the contents, he immediately put the crystal of black orc in his mouth and swallowed it. Then, before Bang and On could even be surprised, he took the smartphone in Bang's hand, photographed his hand, and checked the contents. Basic abilities. Strength, 28. Health, 23. Special abilities. Energy, F+ rank. Mana, F rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, F+ rank. Mana resistance, F rank. Achieved abilities. Black skin, grade 6. The power of black orc consumes energy to increase defense. Kim, who confirmed his ability of an awakener, laughed bitterly. I have a rough idea of what I'm going to do. Damn it. It was the moment the first hunter was born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Episode 11, Relic, Part 1. Chapter 4. Relic, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Kim Tae-hoon was shopping at the large mart. Chocolate, salt, almonds, jam, jerky. Of course, it was not strange to buy such items at the food corner on the second floor of the large mart. It was getting closer to 2 a.m., and most of the shelves had fallen like dominoes, so he had to pick the goods up from the floor and put them in a bag, not a plastic shopping cart. But he had to add one more thing here: he wasn't going to pay for them at the counter. In other words, he was now doing the most bizarre shopping in the world. What's your future plan? On Sunmi was following him and started a proper conversation with him while he was pondering between the 5 kinds of coffee beans in front of him. Instead of answering her question, he grabbed coffee beans that had been torn apart and chewed them finely. After savoring the coffee beans, he replied, I'm going to leave here as soon as possible, and the remaining survivors should try to fend for themselves. I can see that, just by looking at what you are doing. Well, you just need to know what you see. No, I'm curious about what you're planning in the future, where you're going if you leave, how you're going to move, what's the purpose? He looked at her before she stopped talking. A cold eye dug into her gaze. Her words stopped by themselves. His eyes were just beyond the cold level, and there was something there that ordinary people could not have. There was something special, something so obvious that even On, who had a job as a doctor, that knew the boundaries between life and death better than anyone else, could not fight. You love to wonder, but I have no reason to tell you about my plan. After he replied, On kept her mouth shut. He continued, What I need is a person who will obey my orders, not a parasite that will cling to my body for safety. Offended, On's closed mouth opened reflexively. A parasite? If there is some give and take, it's like a crocodile bird, and of course there's no crocodile bird in reality. You? At that moment, Kim held out his right-hand palm before On spoke. On had a blank look on her face. He turned his hand over. His right-hand mark appeared. When he turned his hand over again and showed his palm, she pulled out her smartphone and unlocked it, showing him a picture. Basic abilities. Strength, 11. Health, 14. Special abilities. Mana, C+ rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Defense, F rank. Achieved abilities. None. Kim spoke after confirming her ability through the mark of an awakener on her right hand. Be a survivor or a subordinate to me. Choose one of them clearly. It was then that On thought of something. Kim was fighting a desperate battle with the Black Orc, but she ran away with his subordinate, Bang Hyunwook. That was the reason. His bias against On Sunmi was due to the actions she showed at that time. Her mana rank is C+, and she is in her 3rd year of residency as a doctor. Once she becomes a colleague, she will become a powerful member. He wasn't going to retaliate for what she had done. He could fully understand her behavior of at that time. She was not his colleague or subordinate then, but a survivor, and she showed the courage to escape at that moment. It was embarrassing to have run away with Bang, but it was also clear that it was a wake-up call for Bang. But to the extent of it, it was understandable that she was a survivor. If she did such a thing in the situation where she was his subordinate, he would never forgive her. Troops running away from the battlefield where the battle is real were more dangerous than the enemy. Anyway, Kim had now handed the choice to On. Now the decision was hers. She could become a survivor, and just break up with him and go her own way. Or, she could be his subordinate and obey him and move along with him. What are the conditions I need to be your man? Absolute obedience. On bit her lip slightly. Okay. If you order me to take off my clothes, I'll be happy to take them off. I don't want to see such a thing, but it's enough to understand that if you have my back, you have to risk your life. With her answer, Kim got up from his seat. Then he did not pick a coffee. Don't you need coffee? I can't eat this, even in a hurry. Big brother. Kim heard Bang's voice. Bang had 3 bags on his back, front, and left hand. In his right hand, he had a new baseball bat. He has collected the items ordered by Kim from the first basement floor. Kim moved to the escalator without hesitation. It was time to leave. On took a bag from Bang and followed after Kim with it. Big brother, can I ask you a question? Do it. What are you going to do with the survivors who are here? The question was due to the looks of the survivors below. At the order of Kim, Bang was taking things from the first basement floor, and the survivors who fled to the first floor of the basement just watched. They looked so pitiful and pathetic. The eyes of those desperate enough did not know how they should ask. Bang could not ignore their eyes. So, Bang wanted Kim to become a hero. They have to fend for themselves. Yes. If you want to protect the remaining survivors, do it, but don't ask for my help. Kim did not intend to become a hero. No, if he really wanted to be a hero, he should ignore the survivors here. A true hero would know how to renounce the small in order to secure the great. At the words of Kim, Bang was worried about them. On the other hand, however, he did not worry about it for long. If he left Kim, his eyes would look the same way as the survivors who were staring at him in a few days. I'll follow you. Kim gave him a brief compliment. It was wise to use the cooking oil. Yes? Ah. In a sense, Bang laughed at the praise he had heard for the first time since he had met Kim. Really? It was amazing I thought of it. If I had used this wisdom at the last Blue Dragon League baseball game, I would have been nominated for the pros. No, if I'd been nominated, I wouldn't have met you. On, who had guessed that Bang was about to ramble on, cut off Bang's words at once. What's the plan for the future? On could not bear to listen to such chatter as she had not heard what he wanted. Kim answered her question this time. The primary purpose is to leave here first. Why are you leaving? What do you want, a detailed or brief explanation? A little more detail. By the time the sun comes up, this place will be hell. Hell. On and Bang's face hardened at the word. You mean the monsters are coming again? Even without the monsters, it will be hell. What the hell does that mean? At that moment, a man approached them when they reached the ground floor. Well, It was not just anyone who appeared, but Park Jae-woon. Surviving in the turmoil, he approached Kim carefully and asked him, well, what do we do now? Behind Park was his wife, holding their daughter, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Kim gave quick advice to such a man. After securing about 5 days of high-calorie, easy-to-storage food like chocolate, secure them in the city hall right next to you. Also, be careful to keep your body warm. Don't move using vehicles, but it will be useful if you treat them like a tent. Finally, in case of an emergency, you'd better have the tools to carry the child on your backs. It was a surprisingly kind explanation. However, it was a harsh explanation from Park's point of view. After all, it meant that they would have to survive by themselves. Park's face turned pale. The fact that monsters he had never seen before were overflowing, the infrastructure of society had collapsed, and he had to survive with his wife and daughter, had made his face so. But Park bowed his head to Kim, even though his face was pale. Thank you. Thank you so much for your help. He never forgot the least courtesy and reason. If it had not been for that, he would have long abandoned his family and run away. That was why Kim gave minimal advice to him. As Kim saw it, Park was qualified to survive. Bang and On looked at Park, who was stepping back like that, with terrible expressions. Yeah, I guess the big brother is right. That's right. The day comes when the emergency room feels peaceful and hopeful. Who could have imagined this scene here a day ago? But what was even more frightening was that they couldn't even imagine what would happen tomorrow. On the other hand, Kim had a cold look, as he could imagine tomorrow right now and the future more easily. The population of Bucheon City is about 800,000, and the number of people who died immediately when the atomic bomb fell on Hiroshima, Japan, was about 70,000. In the face of such a devastating disaster, the number of deaths could not exceed 100,000. Of course, even if there is an unprecedented disaster, the number of survivors in Bucheon should exceed 700,000. Kim went on to explain after he had stopped for a while. In other words, at this hour, 700,000 people in Bucheon City are waiting for the sun to rise, scared by fear of monsters, without the help of any social system such as electricity, communication, gas, police, or firefighting. At that, there was a sound like a soul escaping from On's mouth. A scene was painted of what kind of sight would unfold in the city of Bucheon when the sun rose. Most of the monsters that caused this confusion will still be walking or hiding somewhere in the city, and at any moment a more powerful monster may appear. Obviously, the present sight was hell. First of all, it is unlikely that all this has happened only in Bucheon City. If it had been limited to Bucheon City, help would have come in some way from Seoul or Incheon. Maybe the whole world is like this. The important thing was that this hellish sight was not the end, but the beginning. Anyway, what we need right now to survive in this situation is at least 2 of my own criteria. Kim had experienced many such places. How do humans act when they think that they are at the end of an era, and in a place where there is no proper government? Common sense and violence to force that common sense. What is the most effective way to deal with them? I'll tell you what I'm planning now. There's a police station nearby. We'll get something to use as a weapon there. Then we'll move to Ojungdon. Why Ojungdon? At the military base there, we will secure the right weapons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Episode 12, Relic, Part 2. Chapter 4. Relic, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 2. No one stopped Kim Tae-hoon's party as they left the large mart. It was not that there were no people who wanted to stick to him. What do we do when you go? What do we do? Please save us. Take us with you. We won't let you go if you don't take us. Don't try to live alone, you fucking bastard. If you're a human, be a human. Some were desperately trying to become a parasite clinging to Kim's back, with some threatening them. It was a natural reaction because it was a matter of their life. However, he showed them no sympathy. I warn you, you'd better not follow me. I don't think it's going to make any difference if I add a few more bodies in a place full of monsters. Kim threatened them clearly, and there was no one who showed courage in the face of his threats. And he did not just end up threatening them. If there's anyone who is following us, get rid of them. Get rid of them? At least, attack them enough to feel the threat of death, even if they don't die. He made his will clearly known to Bang Hyunwook and On Sunmi. Is there a reason to do that? We shouldn't get caught up in the mess caused by a crazy survivor. The reason was clear. Earlier, Kim had caused a huge disturbance to kill the Black Orc, a huge disturbance that would have looked terrible if an insurance company employee saw it. He had touched the grass. If there was a snake in the grass, it would not be sleeping in this disturbance. The snakes that were now hiding in the city were not just snakes, but terrible monsters. If there's another Black Orc, then there's nothing to do but escape. Kim, who had already spent a lot of power killing the Black Orc, was in a situation where the fight would be even more burdensome. That's why he wanted to raid the police station. He needed a powerful weapon which was more useful than a hand axe or a knife. Of course, it took a long time to get to the police station. They had to move more quietly on the street of the night and slowly without drawing attention. It was a cold, frozen body that welcomed Kim and his party at the police station when they arrived. That's pathetic. Bang briefly murmured what everyone felt. Kim briefly clicked his tongue as soon as he heard Bang's words. It's as bad as I expected. The scene of the police station that he saw now was not much different from what he had predicted. There's no police officer. What Sunmi said was also what he had expected. It would be rather strange if people were screaming outside and a policeman stayed still. The fuss would be bigger without the police. Yes. It was never good. Kim's imagination meant the worst scenario he could imagine. If there was one survivor here at least. I'm sure I could use the network in some way. Kim did not hope the police station performed its duty. Instead, he wanted to have one of the police officers left, to speak to the survivor. There are contacts in the army, but there are no contacts on the police side. In a situation where the communication network collapsed, people have to talk to each other directly, and in order to contact the police network, the current police were needed more than ever. But this was a clear reality. There was nothing great about the armed forces of the Korean police. How good were the weapons of the police officers who had worked at the police station, not anywhere else? The armory of the police in Bucheon City would not be greater than that owned by 5 or 6 ordinary people with a hobby of shooting in the United States. There was no possibility of using them properly. How many police officers had practiced shooting in preparation for this kind of situation? If they'd known this day would come, all countries would have legalized carrying guns, like the United States. An unfunny idea passed through Kim's mind. The army is different, isn't it? Sunmi asked Kim carefully. The next destination would be the military. I don't know. But the situation of a military base was not likely better than here. Obviously, the level of the armed forces of the military was different from the police. The number of automatic rifles and ammunition was different, and it was impossible to compare the power of a sidearm with a heavy weapon. However, the Korean military had never trained to fight the sudden emergence of such monsters. No, in fact, most of the Korean army has little experience in combat, because most of them consider military life as slave life. It might be faster to beat and kill monsters with shovels than to shoot guns, if they are not at the forefront, and if they are stationed in the city. It depends on who the commander is. The key is the commander's capacity. The greatest advantage of the army is a clear command system that excludes mercy and powerful weapons. Therefore, if the commander is excellent, it can produce results more efficiently than any other group. The capacity of the commander? Oh, my God. Then it must have ended. At the explanation of Kim, Bang and On sighed with a look that seemed to have no hope. Kim frowned slightly at the appearance of the two. You have no military experience? Bang had not even been given a warrant for enlistment, and On was a person who could get drafted because she was a woman. It would not be normal for them to answer with confidence in the army. Big brother, will I know when I go there? That's where so much corruption goes on. He could not find a basis to refute these two explanations. One of the biggest symbols of the malformed corruption, unfairness, and irrationality of the Korean army was Kim Tae-hoon, in a sense. They were right. If the Korean army had been rational and operated normally, Kim would not have been here. Where did you learn all this, big brother? Did you learn this in the army? I am a soldier, but I didn't learn from the army. Kim found the location of the arsenal, and with a tangible answer, he gave a signal to On and Bang. It meant to shut up and execute the order given earlier. Bang nodded and stood near the broken glass door of the police station, holding the baseball bat tightly in his hands with his batting gloves, and concentrated all his senses outside the police station. On began to search the dead bodies in the police station, checking the pockets of the dead, and took out a smartphone, checked the presence of the lock screen and the battery residue. She took what she could use, and if not usable, she took only the batteries. When Kim started to move to rob the arsenal, On's actions suddenly stopped. What is it? Surely something. She was searching the dead body hard and felt something with her fingertips. It felt like a tiny spider web touched the back of her hand on the way. It also felt like nothing. Ordinary people would ignore the feeling, turning their heads sideways for a moment. But she was different. There's something, I'm sure. She was a doctor whose hands were her most important tools, and with such important tools, she worked the line between life and death for people. Doctors never let things go when they feel bad or strange. Sometimes the feeling can decide the life and death of a person. On was faithful to her feeling. She stopped what she was doing to find something that disturbed her and started to look around. One of the old-fashioned bags caught her eyes. Without hesitation, she opened the bag quickly. This is... There was a black plastic bag in the bag, and when she pulled it open, a bundle of newspapers appeared. When she took out one of the wrapped bundles and took off the newspaper, she found what was hidden inside. It was not a normal bowl, but an antique bowl. An antique? Not just a bowl, but a bowl that looked like an antique. Some were full of cracks, and some were split in half. She looked at the antique bowl with an incredulous expression. I'm crazy. I came because I felt strange, but it was not gold or money that showed up, but an antique bowl. She sighed briefly, and once more her fingertips felt strange. Ah! This time it was a little more intense. It felt like something was connected to her fingertips by a transparent thread. Her expression changed again. I'll explain how to use a gun before we move. Kim, who had been robbing the arsenal, appeared to teach On and Bang, who had never used a revolver in their entire lives. Wait a minute. On stopped him. This is weird. She showed him a bundle of newspapers in her hands. Kim looked at On inquiringly. Bang had a similar expression to Kim. On hurriedly apart the newspaper and pulled out a white bowl and a glass hidden within. It didn't seem particularly special either. It was literally an antique, nothing more than a thing. It didn't seem like a great antique, and more plainly, it seemed so small that no one would buy it if a merchant asked them to buy it in Insadong. On knew that well. This is weird, or I'm going to look very strange to say this, but... Kim took out a new smartphone from his pocket, instead of answering, and pointed the camera at her. Before On could react properly, he took a picture immediately. Snap. Wait a minute. Kim, who checked the photo, gave her a hard look and handed the smartphone to her. I guess it's not just humans that have changed in this world. The glass pictured on the smartphone had translucent letters. A glass of therapy. Relic grade, grade 7. Relic value, normal. Relic effect, water can be generated to heal wounds by consuming mana. The world had changed. Everything, not just people, had changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Episode 13, Relic, Part 3. Chapter 4. Relic, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Oh, it is filling up. It is filling up. Bang Hyunwook admired the magically clear liquid filling the old-fashioned glass that had nothing in it. On the other hand, the expression of On Sunmi holding the glass was not good. I can't move. Her body was just a conduit. Some unknown power was now pouring into the glass after undergoing a process similar to a water purifier inside her. The problem was that the moment she moved her body, the moment her concentration faltered, everything stopped. The concentration required by this process was beyond imagination. On was a doctor, and if necessary, a doctor needed to perform surgery in an operating room to keep a patient alive for 10 hours straight. Her concentration could not be lacking. If it had been lacking, she would not have gotten even close to perfect scores on the entrance exam for university and entered a medical school. But she felt her concentration being consumed so fast that she could not compare with surgery. Eventually, she gave up. She was panting hard. It was not a trick, as the sweat on her forehead was not from the cold weather. Are you alright, sister? It's alright, okay. Bang talked to the exhausted On. Kim Tae-hoon silently looked at her and arranged his thoughts. Magic. She is like a magician. The appearance of On reminded him of the existence of magicians in games, movies, and novels. Magicians had to memorize spells for some time to use magic, and they required a lot of concentration. When they moved or were interfered with while memorizing spells, the memorized spells became useless. It was high risk compared to the energy of Bang, and the telekinetic power of Kim. So Kim had to know if there was any merit to taking this risk. Did you say the effect was wound recovery? Kim rubbed the wound on the back of his hand after taking some transparent liquid onto his finger. It half filled the glass that On possessed, and it could only be considered water. Then the wound started to bubble and it began to heal. The sight took On's breath away. She looked at Kim's hand with incredulous eyes and shouted, "Oh my God, this is a miracle, a miracle." Lower your voice. Kim gave an order to On, not a warning. She shut her mouth promptly. The police station was quiet again. Kim, however, carefully moved his feet between the bodies without feeling relieved, and he extended his senses out to the gate of the police station. He examined the darkness around. There was no particular sign, but a sense of silence. After Kim made a gesture that seemed to open his mouth with his left hand, bang, and on exhaled softly. The long wind drifted through the police station. The conversation was a little bit later. That's great. It's kind of an item, isn't it? Bang was the first to open his mouth, and Kim gave an order instead of an answer. Take pictures of all of them. Yes? Take pictures of all the antiques and check how many relics are there. Ah. Only then did Bang wake up and take all the antiques out of the bag and start taking pictures. Meanwhile, Kim asked on several questions. How did you feel using mana? Mana? I decided to call it in that for the sake of convenience, but if you want to add something special, it's fine. Mana does work. So how do you feel? My body feels like a water purifier. It feels like energy goes through my heart and then into this glass. But it's really hard. It's like walking on a tightrope. Kim nodded. The risk is big, but the merit is great. The concept of relics and mana had been put together. A relic is an item that helps us use mana or any mysterious power. There exist relics among the historical objects like antiques. If we consider in the concept of games, things made by monsters can also be relics or items, but mana requires many restrictions and conditions to use differently than energy and telekinesis. If we get weapons, the next destination will be the museum. Of course, we must secure as many of these relics as possible. In this world, there was no Sotheby auction, and even if an auction was held, Kim would not be able to buy the goods at such an auction with just his lifetime savings. Big brother, there's nothing else, Bang reported, after finishing checking the relics, shaking his head. Instead of answering Bang, Kim handed over the revolver he had brought from the arsenal. He also handed one to On. The cylinder will open this way, put the bullet into it, and close it. He taught them how to fill the cylinder of the pistol and how to shoot. Check the target, aim, and shoot. Hold it with both hands when shooting. Pull the trigger only once. Bang and On began to fill the cylinders with bullets clumsily. Kim told them so. Never point a gun at our people. Don't point a gun at me even when filling the cylinder and practicing. At his words, Bang, who was about to point a gun in Kim's direction after filling the cylinder, instantly stopped. Kim smiled bitterly at his actions. He had anticipated what Bang would do. It wasn't hard to predict. It's one of the mistakes most people usually make when they first touch a gun. They aim at the person in front of them when they hear the word aim. These two are not bad either, but it would be better to have a career man if I wanted to move along. It was something Kim would have to endure to go around with Bang and On. The two had never been soldiers. Even if I wanted something like a soldier right away, it doesn't mean they can't do the job. I hope there's someone who will be helpful in the Ojungdong military base. It would be convenient to find an awakened soldier, and that was one of the reasons why Kim was heading for the military base. An awakened soldier was needed. Of course, there was no guarantee that an awakened soldier would become a subordinate to him even if there was one there. I hope there is a man of sense, that's what Kim worried about. We moving now. Take sugar with the chocolate we prepared, and arm yourself, then let's move on to the next point. With the first objective done, it was time to move toward the military base in Ojungdong. Cool! A loud cry rang through the city of Bucheon. 4. The most fearful thing to those who survive in a city which had been ruined by bombing is the sound of the fighter jets passing overhead. The sound not only paralyzes the reason of the listener but sometimes even the heart. This is the case. On the battlefield, the body is fine, but a dead man with his ears covered is seen from time to time. Even trained soldiers are not free from the fear. The moment a bomber bombs, death is on the way. That kind of fear cannot be overcome. They just get used to it. Kim's ability to go without losing his reason in front of the monstrous fear that rampaged through his mind was also due to his familiarity with this kind of fear. He could not overcome the fear. He was lying on the floor, just waiting for the fear to fade away. Soon after Kim Tae-hoon's fear of everything exploding disappeared, he rose from his seat. The first thing he did was look at the condition of Bang and On, who were similar to the dead bodies scattered on the floor. He checked their pulses immediately. Their pulses were running, but there was no focus in their eyes. Huck! Bang woke up first, but his eyes were full of fear. Kim forced the chocolate from his pocket into Bang's mouth after breaking it. Melt it down in your mouth, do not swallow, let it melt. Kim then approached On. Her condition was worse than Bang's. Her heart was beating, but her eyes were not focused. She was truly in a state of unconsciousness. Kim slapped her cheek. Get a hold of yourself, On Sunmi. Get a hold of yourself. The focus returned On's eyes after her cheeks were red. Kim put the pieces of chocolate in her mouth. Melt it down on your tongue. Kim then spoke to Bang, who was somewhat sober. Stand here. If anything happens, shout out to me. Bang, who had been melting chocolate hard in his mouth, was surprised and asked, after gulping down the chocolate. Yes? What about you? We need to figure out what monster passed over our heads. Boil water using the portable pot we brought. It's dangerous to move in this condition right away. Let's warm up and move. With those words, Kim went out the broken door of the police station. 5. Tap. With a short sound, the police car's door unlocked itself. Kim stared slowly at the car's window, and he opened the door right after blinking his eyes a couple of times. Soon after, he pushed himself into the wide-open door. The cold police car was filled with his white breath. Kim's hand extended through the cloud to the black box installed in the car. He opened the black box as it was, playing the video that the black box had recorded a short time ago. Under the night sky, the image of the dark world, without a streetlight, was of course dark. But it was not difficult to see its presence in the video. The video taken by the black box was more than enough. It was about 300 meters long and large enough to cover a gymnasium with the massive wings that could lift the giant body. It was a dragon. At least, among the countless human words, the dragon was the only word that could describe the monster. The huge dragon was flying past Bucheon towards Incheon, where the sea was visible. Kim grit his teeth tightly. Black orcs are at the level of wild dogs. There was already a crazy monster in the world. The chance of beating such a thing could not even be calculated without the help of a powerful weapon. The world has changed well beyond my imagination. Kim did not even dare to dream that such a monster would appear in the world. Instead, he was able to imagine what would happen when such a monster appeared. If this monster gets settled in Incheon City, I must be determined to return Incheon City to September of 1950 to kill it. How much firepower would be needed to simply kill this monster with human weapons? How much property and geographical damage would be taken, and how many lives would be lost? Some of the survivors were people who were willing to take the damage and still survive the ruthless violence. I need to hurry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Episode 14, Hunter, Part 1. Chapter 5. Hunter, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It was about 5 kilometers from the large mart to the Ojungdong military base. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon aimed to reach the military base of Ojungdong by at least 4 a.m. after leaving the large mart for the first time. In addition, he was planning to mobilize all means and methods to achieve the goal. He knew better than anyone else the importance of carrying out the goal and planning thoroughly in a war situation. But now he was in the police station even though the time was well past 3 a.m. He even had the time to drink coffee, using a coffee dripper in the boiled water from a portable pot. Big brother, is it okay to take time to relax? At that sight of Kim, Bang Hyun-wook was suspicious. Kim, who enjoyed his coffee, as usual, said to Bang in a low voice, "It's too dangerous for us to move with our minds and bodies clouded with fear, and the first thing we need to do is ease our bodies and minds." This coffee has a good taste. I've never drunk this product before. Of course, Kim was never able to take a break. However, right now, the three of them were not in normal physical condition. A huge monster that could not be explained by anything had scattered fear in Bucheon City, and the fear was now rooted in every corner of the minds and bodies of his party. Moving in a situation where it was not extracted properly was like moving in poison. Right now, the situation is different from when the dragon appeared. The condition has changed. More importantly, this fact did not apply only to Kim and his party. The unidentified dragon had scattered the fear of his presence in Bucheon like a shower. All the things that had settled in Bucheon were exposed to the fear. After the monster's attack, which had started around 4 p.m. on December 31st, the situation came to a lull temporarily and now was out of control. Like a ship, their boat, which had been drifting quietly, was swept over by huge waves. On Sunmi added her opinion to Kim Tae-hoon's. The shriek. Most people must have passed out or died because of the fear. Because of the temperature right now, falling into a state of unconsciousness when they can't expect the right help around is virtually the same as freezing to death. Of the three, the dragon fear hit her the hardest, and at the same time, her words as a doctor were certainly convincing. Kim Tae-hoon supplemented her opinion by pouring coffee into her empty cup. I wished all of them would be fine, but it's a bigger problem that all of them will not be. What do you mean? It's more likely that there will be something going crazy than fainting. Dragon fear was strong. But not everything had fainted to the dragon fear. Just now, Bang Hyun-wook and Kim Tae-hoon were stunned but did not faint. There must be awakeners among the survivors, and a high-rank energy user among them would surely survive. It would be people or monsters. The monsters aren't gone yet. All the monsters have not disappeared from Bucheon. As evidence, there were few bodies of the monsters, which made Bucheon City a ghost city. So where did the monsters go? Did they leave Bucheon and go to Seoul or Incheon? It was much more plausible that monsters who had already attacked humans and filled their stomach had hidden in the forests of buildings, taking shelter to avoid the cold winter weather late at night. Was it not a shelter that humans loved to use, in places like a subway station? And if I were a monster, I would rather come out and fill my stomach than stay still at this moment. In such a situation, a monster who felt a sense of crisis due to the emergence of an absolute upper predator would try to hide in a more secret place, deep, after filling its stomach before it went crazy or felt hungry again. In other words, for the time being, monsters would come out and work. The ones who are moving now are strong enough to carry out their purpose, not fainting in the face of the fear. At least the monsters that were active at this moment were stronger than goblins or orcs. He had to keep the black orc in mind, at the very least. Kim Tae-hoon was waiting for them to quickly fill their stomachs and then hide deep again. In front of such an explanation, Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi no longer asked additional questions. Kim Tae-hoon's boiled coffee thawed their cold bodies in the cold weather, and their frightened brains were thawed by chocolate. In the silence, Kim Tae-hoon looked at his right hand carefully. His right hand gradually began to turn black by the ability black skin acquired after killing the black orc. Currently, Kim Tae-hoon's force rank could only turn his skin black up to his wrist. The black skin gave him the feeling of wearing an iron glove. It was actually pretty tough. It was not cut by a crude knife, and even hitting the wall as hard as possible, it only stung a little. If I kill a monster, I get paid. This was clear evidence. Evidence that I can get something if I kill a monster. I wonder what it would be like to kill that monster. The evidence reminded Kim Tae-hoon of how he could kill the monster in his mind, while weighed down by the fear of the dragon. Kim Tae-hoon sipped coffee with a slight smile in his imagination. 2. There was a stretch of darkened road, along a row of one-story storehouses, full of stopped cars that had lost their owners, and frozen corpses. 2 goblins were eating there. Clinging to a frozen corpse, they were tearing and swallowing the flesh of the body, using their dog-like teeth. It was a pretty nasty thing to see. Goblins had the power and sharp teeth to bite the flesh out of a person, but that was based on the flesh of a living human being. Bodies of frozen people were different, and there was no shortage of cold. It didn't even taste good, and their cries complained about it. It was hard to swallow the flesh that had been ripped off, because there was nothing good about chewing, swallowing, or filling their stomach. It was a meal to live. The goblins, who had been struggling to survive, suddenly grabbed their necks. Kek, kek. The goblins who gasped began to struggle to live. Who? At that moment, a young man appeared, took a short breath and hit the head of the goblin with a baseball bat. Pack! A single eyeball shot out of the goblin's head halfway after the attack. The man used his momentum and hit the other one's head vertically. Kek! Its open mouth was slammed closed. It bit off its own tongue, and its teeth were shattered. The goblin dropped to the ground and spewed out blood like a fountain from its mouth. Bang Hyun-wook made a circle with his hand. On Sunmi appeared. She had a sharpened knife, turned the body of the fallen goblin over to face the sky, and put a sharp knife into the pit of the goblin's stomach. After that, she put her hand into the deep incision she had made. When she drew her arm out, gory to the elbow, a red jewel was caught at the end of her finger. She did the same thing with the other goblin, cutting into the softest part of the goblin's body and its gut, and plunged her arm in up to the heart, taking a jewel out. It was then that Kim Tae-hoon appeared. His right hand was holding a plastic lamp bottle, and he sprinkled kerosene on the goblin body. I'm still wondering why you're spraying kerosene? The only one who'll eat this body is a monster. I hope they eat them and get sick, Kim Tae-hoon explained briefly. In the meantime, Sunmi wiped the blood off her hand with a towel and held out her palm to Kim Tae-hoon. Here. Kim Tae-hoon handed one of them to Bang Hyun-wook after he picked them up. Eat it. The two swallowed the monster stones, still warm with the blood of goblins, without a word. They swallowed against the strong taste of blood that made them want to vomit. Soon Bang Hyun-wook stroked the area near the pit of the stomach and said, I'm nearly full now. When Kim Tae-hoon started moving, the scenery that was unfolded in front of his party was the same as he had predicted. The monsters were eating the frozen bodies as if they were possessed by something. Kim Tae-hoon did not pass up such monsters. He hunted. And he put Bang Hyun-wook and Sunmi on the front line. Bang Hyun-wook, watch out for the bat when you swing it. Never let go of the tension at the moment of attack. Yes. And Sunmi. Order me. Stab these two dead eyes with that knife. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Sunmi stabbed the red eye of the goblin with the end point of the knife without hesitation. With the eerie sound of the eye being destroyed, red liquid flowed out of Goblin's eyes. It was like the tears of unjustly dead souls. Bang Hyun-wook watched the scene and took a short breath. It was a sight that he could not easily get used to. That was why Kim Tae-hoon ordered it. I am glad they got used to it so quickly. Sunmi is a doctor, so she is adapting quickly. Unlike Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook and Sunmi were ordinary people until less than a day ago. The public basically has a rejection of killing, and many people are unable to arrange chicken that has already been slaughtered, and they cannot even defeat her a chicken. They could not boldly stab a monster who was seeking their life. The momentary hesitation that happened then eventually cost them their lives. Kim Tae-hoon wanted to give Bang Hyun-wook and Sunmi the experience of slaughter. It was an experience that human beings would normally never need to build up, but now they could not help it. From now on, they would have to kill something to live. And that's your destination, isn't it? In addition, there were not only monsters to worry about. We'll take a nap for a while and move on. What? We'll arrive at the military base if we move just a little bit more. No guard welcomes anyone who appears at night. If I had command of that army right now, and if any men approached at night, I would order them to fire if there was no answer 2 seconds after the warning. There was no guarantee that the soldiers of the military base, their destination, would welcome survivors. If the military base was operating normally now, it would set up on guard. The guards would be extremely nervous, because the price of a mistake was no longer running around the training ground with a military bag, nor cancelled out by a day's vacation or long vacation. Take a break. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon and his party were quite tired, and they needed a break. It took some energy to run away or fight. When the sun starts to rise, we approach the military base. Kim Tae-hoon found a place to take a nap for a while, but there was no suitable building to sleep. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon made an SUV vehicle into a lodging shelter. After opening the locked door with telekinesis, the three entered the vehicle. The car was cold, but it was warmer than any other place nearby, as they had been hunting a long distance through the bitterly cold wind. It was the first break that they had taken, but the rest was not long. Blam! By the time dawn was barely up, the gunfire that rang out instead of a rooster's cry woke them with the sun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Episode 15, Hunter, Part 2. Chapter 5. Hunter, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. 2222. The gunfire came down like a heavy rain under the blue sky, as the night had just begun to retreat. 222. The gunfire was so powerful that it affected those who were far away. Wow, that's not a joke. It's different from the movies. Damn it, it's totally different from the movies. As the distance to the gunfire narrowed, Bang Hyun-wook spoke more and more. Hu. On Sunni continuously took in deep breaths and exhaled. That was the power of real gunfire. It was not what someone saw in the movies. The first time hearing it, legs would stiffen up and minds would freeze. Even if On Sunni and Bang Hyun-wook lived in the land of Korea, they never heard real gunfire. It was evidence of their courage and the basis of obedience that they closed the distance to the gunfire at Kim Tae-hoon's order. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was not surprised by the gunfire. The gunfire doesn't stop. Rather, he found meaning in the continuous shooting, that seemed to have no meaning, and drew a mental image based on it. And it's definitely moving, too. The problem was that the picture that was drawn was not a good picture. I'm not going to see anything good this time. Guns are very powerful weapons. The power of handguns as well as rifles simply ignores the expectations of the public. Once someone is shot, they can tell how ridiculous it is to see an actor struggling even after being shot several times in a movie. Of course, it was not something good to learn. It was clear that the guns were powerful for monsters such as Orc and Goblin, which Kim Tae-hoon and his party had encountered earlier. There was no reason to have such indiscriminate fire against one monster. The fact that they've survived so far means that at least they have stood up against the monsters they've encountered. The soldiers in the military base were now aware of things. If they were not aware, this battle would be the first time, but that did not make any sense. But now the gunshots were ringing out again and again. There would be two main cases. The number of monsters the soldiers were now dealing with was at least 100 units, or there was a scary monster that couldn't be dealt with using 1 or 2 gunshots. There was nothing good about either circumstance. Of course, the worst scenario was if the two were one. There was a powerful monster like a black orc, and it was the leader of a horde. Maybe a gun doesn't work on it. maybe it was a type of monster that guns did not work on. It did not make sense, but conventional common sense did not apply to the world already. The presence of the dragon gave an important lesson to Kim Tae-hoon. Heard. They heard a scream. The first screaming sound came over the green soundproof wall that Kim Tae-hoon and his party were looking at. Kim Tae-hoon stopped in front of the wall. Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi also stopped walking. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head to confirm the attitudes of the two. Of course, their faces were not good. Bang Hyun-wook, let's calm down. You survived there, relax. You're with Big Brother and just stay calm. Energy, yes, you have energy. This bat will crush the shitty monster's skull. Don't think anything, On Sunmi, all you have to do is follow orders. Don't think about things that are messy. You have to survive. You come here to survive. As soon as they crossed the wall, they would see the monster's screams and gunfire with their own eyes, and the scene could not be compared with horror or gore movies. The faces of those in front of them should be wary. Kim told the two of them, "We need a car." Yes? At Kim Tae-hoon's sudden remark, Bang Hyun-wook and On Sunmi both posted a question mark on their face. Car. Oh, like a bus? On Sunmi recalled Kim Tae-hoon using the bus to kill the black orc. A bus is not bad, but I wish I had a truck, like a dump truck. Yes? If it were 15 tons. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes were filled with what he wanted. Good. 4. The landscape of a military base is always desolate. No matter how many trees are planted or if there is a lot of green grass, the desolation does not disappear. It is like a warning. A warning of the fact that a military base is not a beautiful, rich tableau, but a stage designed to kill something. 2-2. 2-2. 2-2-2-2. And now the warning had become a reality. A group of 24 soldiers, in a semicircular formation, were pulling the triggers of the rifles on their shoulders sequentially, as if the gears were interlocking. Kee. 150-centimeter screaming goblins with brown skin were attacking them. The number of brown goblins that was attacking was significant. Just the visible ones were easily over 50. Arg. Save Sergeant Park, save. There were a lot of people being eaten alive on the ground by goblins. The number of brown goblins eating them was close to 100. It was an enormous number. But it wasn't the number that bothered the soldiers now. Damn it! Die! Die! 2-2-2-2. However, the brown goblins did not stop running in front of the gunshots, which were starting to hurt the shoulders of the gunmen. Puck puck, puck puck. Whenever they were shot full of holes, the red eyes of brown goblins burned even redder. It was like a candle flaring before it went out. The brown goblins, which had been driven beyond their lives and were filled with madness, were faster than before, and their jumping power was greater. They were now even more frightening to the soldiers. Arg. Against all logic, a brown goblin, flying forward like a frog, struck a soldier. The moment he fell, it was over. Kee. The goblin who had attacked the soldier had lost its life, but the goblin's colleagues rushed over as if they had been waiting, and with their sharp teeth bit through both uniform and flesh. Weeawarg. Corporal Kong, damn it. Kong Il Hyun. The sight of someone being eaten alive was terrible for the victim and for the viewers. What was worse was that they couldn't point the gun at the brown goblins that were swarming their colleague. There was no companionship in a gun. The gunshot might end up in his colleague instead of a goblin. Even if it was to relieve their pain, it could never be done easily. No, it was more difficult. Pulling the trigger to free a dying colleague from pain was a tough task compared to pulling the trigger toward an enemy, a monster. Only those who had a cool judgment and a true sense of friendship toward the fallen could pull it. 2-2. Cock. Among the 24 survivors, now 23, the only one who knew how to do it was the commander, Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, who led the group. Everyone, stay with me. Don't panic. The number of enemies is decreasing. If we act calmly, we can clean up. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. The cool appearance of a beautiful woman, but bushy eyebrows, strong eyes, and a nimble nose, which was rarely seen on a woman, gave the impression that she was not just a beauty, but a fierce beast. She also had a strong physique. She was a tall woman, at least 6 feet tall, so easily found among the soldiers who had gathered, and her military uniform was better fitted than anyone else. 2-2. Above all, her gunshots were the only ones with temperance. Even as she retreated from the front line, the muzzle of her gun was almost unshaken even when she pulled the trigger. She was killing her targets with as few shots as possible. Retreat to the church. There was no shaking in her voice. Her order was the only light that illuminated this unrealistic nightmare. The soldiers grit their teeth tightly. 2-2. Then they pulled the triggers again. They pulled the triggers without stopping back towards the dozens of goblins which were attacking unceasingly. To the church. Yes, let's go to the church, let's just go to the church. The purpose became clear. It was to reach the church about 200 meters away. It seemed impossible to do that. The confidence that they could do it naturally began to sprout in their minds. Kaong. But this cry made the soldiers' minds darken, and their sprouting hopes shrivel. Ah! The bastard monster. In their darkest moment, the soldiers were forced to think. The monsters suddenly attacked the military base ahead of the new year, when it was a normal time for people to be discharged. Among them, there was a huge monster that took hold of a person's body in the midst of a hail of gunfire and then ripped off his head. It leisurely ate the heads after catching people, even while being shot. No matter how much the body was filled with holes by the bullets, the monster recovered like a white sandy beach where the waves had passed. Ka-a-aza. The monster that all the soldiers thought of became reality and appeared in front of them. It was a huge monster. The giant, 4 meters tall, was huge and unspeakable. It looked like a giant that was extremely obese. Its face was like a dough that had been crushed, the way its nose and cheeks were bulging out. Finally, its skin looked like mud. Its skin looked like it should be sloughing off it. Heck! Huck! The turbid cry of such a monster became an invisible shackle and tied the soldiers' feet. The soldiers, tied to their feet, looked at the monster with a bewildered expression. The ceaseless gunfire that had been raining incessantly stopped for the first time. Ki. The area of the ceased gunfire was occupied by brown goblins. Ki. The brown goblins began to move again. Retreat. In it, only Kim Soo-ji could shout. 2-2. 2-2. With that cry, she pointed the gun at the head of a brown goblin, not the giant monster that appeared, and pulled the trigger. Retreat at full speed. Her order followed the sound of the shot with a voice that was already hoarse. We will rebuild the line at the church. Retreat. At that moment, her rifle, which had been shooting out ceaselessly so far, sounded as if it had died. Tick, tick. Her expression hardened. Ah! It was the worst moment. The only light that shone in the darkness was disappearing. The focus was lost again in the eyes of the soldiers. Kim Soo-ji, who had been calm so far, was trembling at this moment. Honk! It was the honking of a huge dump truck coming toward them fast that woke them up. Honk! What? It's a truck. The sound of the honking horn repeatedly woke up the soldiers who were frozen. Honk! The dump truck that appeared did not stop. Without a moment's hesitation, the truck threw itself at the giant monster. When two giants collided, the enormous sound that reminded them of the thunder filled their ears. Honk! The eyes of the mad brown goblins changed in front of the unspeakable impact. Key? Key? For the first time, the brown goblin's eyes were filled with fear, as if they had come out of a trance. Stop shooting! We're here to help. A man's voice was heard in the stillness of the dump truck. Kim Soo-ji turned her head and looked at the speaker. She saw the road the dump truck created, a man walking down a bloody road of crushed and burst brown goblins, and a younger man following behind him. Kim Soo-ji asked him, "Who are you?" "Kim Tae-hoon," he answered briefly. Bang Hyun-wook, who was excited by the battle after Kim Tae-hoon, added, "Hunters. We are hunters hunting monsters." "Hunters?" Kim Soo-ji asked with a suspicious expression at the words of Bang Hyun-wook. Kim Tae-hoon frowned briefly and answered, "Yes, we are hunters." That was all they had time to say. Koa! The scream of the mud troll monster hit by a dump truck and its amazing recovery ability did not allow them any more time for gossip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Episode 16, Creation of a Clan, Part 1. Chapter 6. Creation of a Clan, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. We are hunters. The moment Kim Tae-hoon replied, the painful cry of the mud troll instantly shook the battlefield. Not only the soldiers but Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook who followed him turned their heads and looked at the body of the mud troll trampled by the dump truck. Obviously, it was a corpse. The dump truck turned the mud troll into a burst balloon, and not just that, but had crushed it with 6 giant wheels the height of a man. There was no other explanation than that it was just a crushed dead body. Now, however, the body that had to be a corpse was moving slowly, reforming its crushed head and snout, and spitting out a weak but clear cry through its overlong nose. It was a nightmare. Arg! Arg! We're going to die, and it will eat our heads. The survivors now were those who had experienced nightmares in front of them several times, not just once or twice. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji was the same. What do we do now? Everything was a nightmare from the beginning. At the end of the year, there was no manual for a military force to respond to the sudden monster raids in the military base located in the metropolitan area, not the border. The damage was severe from the very beginning of the attack. The brown goblins began to hunt unarmed soldiers in a group. The worst was that the mud troll appeared in the drinking party of the executive officers ahead of the new year. Most of the commanding officers who had to give orders were slain by the mud troll. If she had been a less flexible soldier, she would have entered the mud troll's stomach early in the drinking party. Anyway, after that, Kim Soo-ji had to pay the price of being a survivor. She fought to survive with the remaining soldiers. To survive, she had to experience nightmares again and again. This mud troll, in particular, gave her despair beyond the nightmare. Weapons don't work against the mud troll. She had used all kinds of weapons against it, but the mud troll had never even made a pain sound in front of the powerful firearms. The only one thing that could stop such a mud troll was a sense of satiety. Of course, at this moment, Kim Soo-ji could not think of a way to deal with the mud troll. The inside of her head turned blank. State your official rank and name. Kim Tae-hoon scolded her. Yes? Your name. I am Kim Soo-ji. Rank. Second Lieutenant. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, I'm leading the remaining survivors of the 1121st Unit. The glitter in Kim Soo-ji's eyes changed. She had a gut feeling. He is a soldier. The man in front of her, Kim Tae-hoon, was a soldier or a similar kind of military who had been through severe encounters several times. Furthermore, she felt something. He's a soldier, I'm sure. It felt like she had seen a man named Kim Tae-hoon somewhere. Anyway, Kim Tae-hoon's voice was like a lifeline to her, who was a soldier to the bone. I need information about that muddy monster now. Soldiers don't have to worry about orders. It has the power to rip a man's body apart with its bare hands. It's about 4 meters in height, and it has the ability to recover quickly, even if it is wounded by a bullet. What about the firearm you used against it? Claymores didn't work, and an 81mm trench gun worked a little bit, but it not much. While Kim Tae-hoon and Kim Soo-ji talked, the screaming mud troll began to regenerate its upper body after its head. The sound of its screams grew louder and clearer. Of course, the fear that it emitted grew bigger and clearer. The general soldiers trembled, and now they were so scared that they couldn't even scream. Wow, that's not a fucking joke. On the contrary, Bang Hyun-wook spit out his feelings in front of the screaming mud troll. Kim Tae-hoon shouted at Bang Hyun-wook. Bang Hyun-wook. Yes, big brother. Clean around. Yes. At that order, Bang Hyun-wook grabbed his bat without hesitation. His bat began to take in the energy that flowed through his body. Okay. Bang Hyun-wook knew now. To survive, he needed the power to deal with the monsters he faced more clearly. So he tried to survive and to find ways to use his power more efficiently and more powerfully. In the process, Bang Hyun-wook was able to realize some of the ways to wield his energy. I know now how to use the power in my gut. It was not only energy that strengthened his body, but with a little difficulty, it could also wrap around an object in hand. The power of that was enormous. Pack! His swing crushed a brown goblin's head like a rotten pumpkin. Bang Hyun-wook shouted between the scattered flesh, blood, and brain fluid, Buchin High School, number 5 batter, Bang Hyun-wook is here. Come on, you bastards. The aura of Bang Hyun-wook changed as he spoke. If Bang Hyun-wook's reason learned to deal with his energy, his instincts learned to take advantage of the fight. To deal with monsters, he had to be a monster. Second Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, stop shooting and get ready for the alert. Kim Tae-hoon ordered Kim Soo-ji, leaving Bang to do his thing. Stop shooting? Alert? It was a difficult order to understand. At this desperate moment, the mud troll is recovering and still has 20 brown goblins left. How can we stop shooting and get ready for an alert? Stop shooting. Set the line and turn to alert. Kim Soo-ji's orders were immediately followed like a soldier, excluding any doubts. Of course, there were not many soldiers who quickly fulfilled her orders. Still unable to overcome their fear of the mud troll, the soldiers in a state of fear were told not to shoot. Put the gun down. Put it down. Only the most important part, the warnings that had been received hundreds of times, had instinctively been implemented. The soldiers lowered their muzzles to the floor. But none of the survivors are mad. Kim Tae-hoon was forced to give up on the soldiers' help. There was nothing more dangerous than a mad soldier. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon was confident that he could handle the brown goblins even if he did not have the soldiers' help. Kim Tae-hoon's gaze left the soldiers and headed for the battlefield. The muddy monster is still recovering. It will take about 40 seconds to recover. He checked the mud troll's condition. The number of goblins with brown skin surviving was 21, but more than half of them were seriously injured. It was bigger and more aggressive than the green goblins he dealt with at the large mart, but the combat risk was actually lower than it was then. He measured the number, condition, and location of the brown goblins. He also confirmed the ability of Bang Hyun-wook, who was doling out ruthless violence toward a brown goblin. On Sunmi is coming. He noted the presence of an SUV approaching him. At the end of his assessments, Kim Tae-hoon pulled a revolver from his waistband. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the brown goblin nearby running at him. The brown goblin stiffened as their eyes met. Kim Tae-hoon used his chain of telekinesis and wrapped it around the neck of the brown goblin. Cock! As soon as the brown goblin grabbed its neck with both hands as it strangled, Kim Tae-hoon pointed the gun at it. Bang! A bullet mark was made in the brown goblin's brow. Precise fire. It was a shot that had to be accurate. Kim Tae-hoon could now put bullets into the head of a crazy, raving beast. It was boring, in a sense, to shoot a target whose movement was limited by his own telekinesis, and it was the reason for his confidence. Kim Tae-hoon's shots were so efficient that the brown goblins seemed rather pitiful. One shot, one kill. Kim Tae-hoon had consumed only one bullet against each brown goblin, which had been bleeding from dozens of bullets so far, and which had been burning away the murderous spirit rather than letting it build. 6 bullets used, 6 bodies fell down with blood spilling from their heads. Kim Tae-hoon immediately filled the ammunition after he dropped the spent shells from the cylinder of the revolver. In the meantime, Bang Hyun-wook, seemingly competing with Kim Tae-hoon, had smashed the heads of 2 brown goblins with a single swing. Oh, a 2-run home run. He was like a lawnmower, cutting down the grass mercilessly. Kim Tae-hoon, who had filled all the cylinders during Bang Hyun-wook's performance, started shooting again quickly. This time it was a little faster. He pulled the trigger without a break. The revolver's cylinder was emptied in a flash as if it were a fast draw game testing accuracy in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the 5 shots that had passed in a flash were not wasted. They penetrated exactly 5 brown goblins' foreheads. So Kim Tae-hoon put down 11 goblins. I got 7. Bang Hyun-wook yelled after killing the 7th goblin. 3 of them were left. I'll take 2. 2 of the goblins rushed toward Bang Hyun-wook, screaming, and the remaining 1 rushed toward Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon did not use a shot for the goblin. Even though there was still 1 bullet left, he holstered the revolver. Then he grabbed his empty right hand and injected his telekinesis into it. Kim Tae-hoon's fist turned black. He put his fist, which was covered with the black armor and which would be not hurt easily, into the forehead and above the nose of the brown goblin. Crock! 1 fist broke the brown goblin's nose, its eyeballs were crushed, and even its face crumpled. It was the result of a 33 strength stat and the black skin acquired from the black orc. Big brother, I'm done. The battle had taken 30 seconds, and the brown goblins were cleaned up. The soldiers, including Kim Soo-ji, saw the scene and regained their courage. What is this? What is this? Are we dreaming? It was not because of fear, but because it was so ridiculous. Well, that easy? It seemed like a dream to be able to so easily kill monsters that have been so deadly to them. Obviously, it was not a nightmare, nor a dream. Blood began to return to the faces of the soldiers. But what really mattered was still right there. The mud troll, calling out loudly and angrily. After the restoration of its upper body, the monster started to regenerate its lower body and look around with orange eyes, smacking its lips again. It was ready to show off its picky, disgusting habit of eating only the head. Kim Tae-hoon said to Sunmi, who was driving the SUV, Sunmi, open the trunk. I opened it. He tore open the back doors and pulled out a plastic container. He turned its blue lid, and the strong smell of gasoline came out. Kim Tae-hoon threw the gas jug toward the mud troll some distance away. It was crazy, it did not make common sense. It was not easy to lift the weight of a 5-gallon container. But throw it? It couldn't be done. The sight of it flying was hard to believe. However, the plastic jug that Kim Tae-hoon threw flew away lightly, spilling gasoline. Did it stop? What was more surprising was that the plastic container flying in a perfect parabola stopped directly on top of the head of the mud troll, and it began to vomit gasoline like a waterfall. The mud troll made a confused sounding, not knowing why the gasoline was running over its whole body. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon drew his revolver again and pulled the trigger. The last bullet the pistol fired went through the plastic container. Flames erupted, instantly covering the mud troll's head, washing down its body like clothes. At that moment, the mud troll began to cry for the first time, not to cause fear, but in pain. At the same time, its body began to harden like clay. The soldiers, including 2nd Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, looked at the scene silently and soullessly. And Kim Tae-hoon, snap, took a shot of the scene on his smartphone and checked the picture. Mud Troll's flesh. Mud Troll's flesh has excellent wound healing ability. Rubbing on a wound will treat the wound, and eating it will temporarily increase the ability to recover. It was the first time that the human race understood the value of a mud troll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Episode 17, Creation of a Clan, Part 2. Chapter 6. Creation of a Clan, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 2. The flames on the mud troll's body did not burn very long. Beneath the flames that had burned themselves out, there was only a hardened lump of mud. It was a sight beyond belief. No one knew that the weakness of the monster, which turned nearly 100 soldiers, including officers and other soldiers, into headless corpses, was the flames produced by the gasoline. It was also the fear of ignorance. If they did not know, they would die. The mud troll was one of the symbols that told them that such an era had come. On Sunmi, try to treat the wounded with the flesh of the mud troll. Kim Tae-hoon was an early adapter in this era. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was making strong attempts to get rid of his ignorance. If there's any gas left, there might be a problem with the toxicity of gasoline. Most of the gasoline will have been burned away with the flames. But if there's a problem, it's better to use the troll's flesh to test it than to let a man who's been bitten by a monster with excessive bleeding or infection die without proper treatment. The mud troll's flesh had information that had helped treat wounds and improve recovery. Now was the time to get a better grip on this information. As he said, ignorance is now death. It was time to learn things properly. His instruction was reasonable enough in that sense. Because it was so reasonable, On Sunmi could not even raise a question toward Kim Tae-hoon's order. I see. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Kim Tae-hoon called out to Kim Soo-ji, who was standing upright when On Sunmi replied. Yes. She walked forward as if waiting for an order. We're going to start treating the wounded. I want 3 soldiers to help On Sunmi. I understand. She immediately called over 3 healthy soldiers and gave them orders. 3 soldiers, of course, did not have any doubts about treating the wounded. What? I need that monster's body over there. Until On Sunmi asked them to bring the flesh of the crumpled mud troll, now solid like a piece of pottery. Is she crazy? Why do we have to bring over the flesh of that monster? Why? Isn't that alive? If we touched it, and it could come to life. Do as you are told. There must be something. As On Sunmi and 3 soldiers moved to treat the wounded, Kim Soo-ji spoke up. Can I ask you a question? I'll hear and answer you. Did you see me at the army headquarters 5 years ago? It was an unexpected question, but Kim Tae-hoon could come up with the answer. The granddaughter of Brigadier General Kim Jae-yeon? You must have been the one with Major General Chang Young-sung at that time. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's expression hardened, for 2 reasons. You have a good memory. One was because of the name of Major General Chang Young-sung. The other one was because of the history of Brigadier General Kim Jae-yeon. Brigadier General Kim Jae-yeon was the commander of the 60th Division, the head of the Capital Defense Command. The commander of the 60th Division under the Capital Defense Command was not a normal position. At least, it was a position of power that could dispatch troops to save the granddaughter in Bucheon, not far from Seoul. Of course, Brigadier General Kim Jae-yeon had retired 3 years ago, but the influence of those stars did not disappear easily after retirement. The granddaughter of a real power. Brigadier General Kim Jae-yeon was not in the wrong lineage. Command of the 60th Division was not a place where a man of the wrong lineage could sit. Now, however, Kim Soo-ji had survived by her own efforts without such a background. Seoul is also in trouble, but it meant that Seoul has not been properly defended under the existence of the Capital Defense Command. The worst imagination is a reality. He had expected it. When he saw the dragon flying from the direction of Seoul and heading for Incheon across Bucheon, he did not expect Seoul to play a further role as a capital. But it was a different story to make an expectation, and to meet the basis for making such an expectation a reality. Does the army know about this situation? Kim Soo-ji, who did not know the mind of Kim Tae-hoon, asked first. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here, and if the military had known, your grandfather would have called you home, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Kim Soo-ji closed her mouth tight. She had guessed that, too. Her grandfather's background was not something she could run away from. Then, the emergence of monsters has been made nationwide, and according to expectations, the cities of Bucheon, as well as Seoul and Incheon, have been virtually paralyzed. Perhaps all the cities in the country are in a similar state, and the military is probably non-functional. Oh, my God, Kim Soo-ji blurted out. For her, whose survival was the top priority, and who had barely completed the goal, the reality and truth facing her were terrible. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes. Actually, the army now is not what I know. But there was hope. Hope that the military might play a minimal role in this situation through its own lack of communication. But now that expectation is meaningless. In this situation, there would be virtually no help from the military. In order to survive, we have to survive by ourselves and by our own hands. While Kim Tae-hoon was thinking about it, he looked at his right hand and the mark of an awakener. And he remembered the dragon, the crazy monster. What we need now is not the army, but a monster that can hunt the monsters. We must become monsters before the monsters eat us. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's complicated thoughts cleared up. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Yes. Take the bodies around, collect them in one place, and bring all the survivors, including the wounded, together. 3. The crystal of a mud troll. Strength increases when ingested. Defense skill increases when ingested. You can acquire the power of mud troll at the time of ingestion, the vitality of troll. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the orange jewel on his smartphone, a picture of the monster stone of the mud troll, and he looked at the orange jewel on his palm. All gathered. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji said, keeping her posture straight as always. As she spoke, the 23 survivors of the 1121 unit gathered together. Looking at them, Kim Tae-hoon started talking with an orange jewel in his hand. He started talking about the incident at the supermarket, of the mark of an awakener, and of the monster stone, and the dragon. This is the reality we're in, he finished. Everyone who heard the story kept their mouths shut and remained silent. Is this really real? Is it possible? Am I dreaming? Will Mom and Dad be okay? Shit, I've got a month before I was discharged from the military. A month. Why would this ever happen to me? The present situation did not even give them room to be embarrassed, and Kim Tae-hoon did not give them time to think. I'm done with all the information, and I'll start with my personal story. I will take all the monster stones from the monsters that you hunted here. The one-sided notice gave everyone a blank look. What is he talking about? If it's a monster stone, it's an item that raises the stats of awakeners. Kim Tae-hoon clearly told them the importance of the monster stones. After dissecting one of the collected goblin bodies, he removed the monster stone from its heart and took a picture of it on his smartphone and showed it to them. He even said that monster stones would replace gunpowder in the future war. He also said he would monopolize all the monster stones, which could be obtained from the dead monsters. It was like telling them that a jewel was valuable, and he would take them all. Wait a minute. You just said that the monster stones were valuable. If it's a monopoly, you are going to eat all of them, aren't you? Clearly, the monster bodies in the military base were caught by us. Instinctive questions popped out all over. What is your life worth? Kim Tae-hoon stopped their questions with a short word. The soldiers went quiet. Kim Tae-hoon continued his speech, staring at them. This is the price of the information. If you raise your hand, I will give you the right to speak. No one raised their hand, of course. The value of their lives in this information was not cheap at all, and it was also clear that they owed Kim Tae-hoon their lives. It was not a time to be cheap. Do you need more time to raise your hands? But more importantly, it was the fact that the lives of those who remained now depended on Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon was an umbrella. If someone dropped out from under the umbrella because of antagonism, then they had to face the monsters on their own. If they faced a monster like a mud troll after leaving Kim Tae-hoon, it meant that the life he barely saved would become a wasteful lump of manure. I suppose there's no objection to my opinion. Above all, only 2 of the soldiers who had survived, one of whom was Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, had the mark of an awakener. For the remaining 21, monster stones were like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. A pearl necklace on a pig's neck means that a thief who coveted the necklace may catch and kill him at any time. Then there is no debt going forward. Kim Tae-hoon gave final notice to the silent ones, and at the same time, he swallowed the orange jewel from the mud troll that he held in his hand. Ah! Monster stone. It was a gesture that announced the deal was over. With this, Kim Tae-hoon was now the owner of hundreds of monster stones that had been killed all over the 1121 unit. Whether he ate the monster stones or sells them, it is now at his discretion. The survivors, in return, no longer need to owe Kim Tae-hoon a debt of life. What I am doing now is a new proposal. Of course, the fact that they needed an umbrella of Kim Tae-hoon had not changed. From now on, I will be creating a clan, and I will be taking applicants who will serve as my clan members, not as soldiers. Everyone was surprised at this proposal. What? Clan? The same was true of Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. What the hell? She thought that Kim Tae-hoon would act as their commander in the name of the army. But this way, did he want to start a private organization? At that moment, Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji could only recall. 5 years ago, she passed the entrance exam to the military academy, visited the army headquarters and talked with her grandfather. That is Major General Chung Young-sung, who greeted me a little while ago. If you graduate from the military academy and become a soldier, avoid meeting him personally and publicly. There is nothing good with being tied up with him in any way. It was the first warning that her grandfather, Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong, ever gave her. I ask you, what does the word clan mean? She spoke out. It will be a private organization that moves with my orders and instructions, not the military's instructions or orders. And you mean, you intend to use the military's weapons for your own benefit? If it's in your private interest to work hard to survive, you can judge it that way. At the word to survive, Kim Soo-ji had to keep her mouth shut. As soon as she was silent, no one else could speak. With their mouths shut, they fell into the agony of choice. Leave the army and join a private organization? A private organization using military weapons? What crime will be applied? Desertion? Rebellion? I can't die like this. If I want to live anyway, I'd better take out a gun or a grenade. But if I get caught? Accepting Kim Tae-hoon's proposal was actually a criminal act. It is a criminal act so great that they could not easily measure the sentence. They had no choice but to suffer over the choice. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not even give them the opportunity to agonize over their choices anymore. Those who do not like my offer will be survivors, and they survive on their own. At his words, no one was worried about the choice anymore. The first clan in Korea, consisting of 26 people, including Kim Tae-hoon, was created that way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Episode 18, Creation of a Clan, Part 3. Chapter 6. Creation of a Clan, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Kim put a red gem in his mouth and swallowed it. His breath, after he swallowed it and breathed out, smelled of blood. Through the bloody smell, Kim Tae-hoon put in another red gem. Phew, behind him, Bang Hyun-wook's long sigh came out. I can't eat anymore. I can't eat. Following the sigh came a short speech. He was not really talking to himself. They were words spoken to let Kim Tae-hoon know. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed another red jewel, instead of answering. He was like a machine. Bang Hyun-wook, watching him, stuck his tongue out. You're a great brother. I've hardly eaten 30, and you've almost finished with more than 80. Bang Hyun-wook recollected what had just happened. After finishing the mud troll hunting, Kim Tae-hoon declared the creation of the clan on the spot and received applicants. Of course, the applicants were forced. There was not a single person who wanted to be thrown into a world full of monsters. After that, Kim Tae-hoon took the nearby church as a base camp and started collecting monster stones. The monster corpses were everywhere. It was hard to collect all the monster corpses in a short time. Also, the number of monsters still surviving on the base was not small in number, so only the monster corpses were collected. Nevertheless, the number of monster stones collected exceeded 100. Kim Tae-hoon ate most of the monster stones collected. It was a monopoly. No matter who looked at it, Kim Tae-hoon's greed was beyond excessive, and they could not help but think that it was too much. Kim Tae-hoon knew that well. Gulp. A strong smell of blood rose from his gut. There was always some left on the stone after digging it out of the corpse of a goblin. They hadn't really bothered to clean them properly after collecting them. Kim Tae-hoon closed his mouth to endure his rising disgust. He looked around with his mouth clamped shut. Soldiers resting in the church. He felt the gaze of those who had become his subordinates now. When Kim Tae-hoon tried to meet their eyes, they hurriedly avoided his gaze. It was only a moment later when they exchanged glances. But it was not hard to read their gazes. They see Ni as a greedy monster. He was sure that his men did not see him as a great leader who they could trust, follow, and respect. That was why he could be confident. Their new leader, in their eyes, was skilled, but a greedy dictator. It was normal to see it that way. So far, Kim Tae-hoon's actions had been self-righteous, and right now Kim Tae-hoon was right to be greedy. This will be a risk someday, but the reason why Kim Tae-hoon was greedy, even though he knows it was disturbing, was because he was assessing the situation more realistically than anyone else. Gulp. I can't help it, for now. Kim Tae-hoon took the last jewel into his hand, and snapshot his hand with a smartphone camera. Basic abilities. Strength, 60. Health, 42. Special abilities. Energy, E rank. Mana, E rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, E rank. Mana resistance, E rank. Achieved abilities. Black skin, grade 6. The vitality of troll, grade 6. The power of the mud troll consumes energy to increase recovery speed. He saw his strength had exceeded 60 points and the ability, vitality of troll, he had newly acquired. Kim Tae-hoon clenched his fist after confirming the data. This is great. He knew, even without breaking anything, that his power was already beyond human. At least now, Kim Tae-hoon would be able to show enough power that he will not lose even if he fought the beasts with his body. This was the result of a monopoly. If Kim Tae-hoon had shared the monster stones according to a fair or very reasonable calculation like someone else, there would not have been such a result. Of course, it was not bad to distribute monster stones fairly and rationally. No one hates rationality. Most things must be treated reasonably, because what is not rational is eventually distorted, and one day it will collapse. The problem is that the situation in which he was in now was a state of insane reason. But it's still a long way short. Humanity now faced a new enemy called monsters, and awakeners had appeared to deal with such monsters. Simply put, it meant that when the awakeners hunted monsters, mankind could survive. Of course, the awakeners must get rid of them. The dragon. This much power to deal with. The dragon. A monster that scared all living creatures just by being present. If Kim Tae-hoon had not experienced the appearance of the dragon, he would have planned to build a balanced power rather than a monopoly. By collecting awakeners and then improving the overall power, he would have created an efficient monster hunter group. The monster stones that were secured immediately would have been distributed under the concept of the right man in the right place. But now, if he ran such an efficient group, it might take more than 10 years to build the power and capacity to kill the dragon. In the meanwhile, there is no guarantee that the dragon would remain silent. At this level, it is not just not enough, but far from enough. And there was no guarantee that there would be only one dragon, and there was no guarantee that there would not be a monster more terrible than the dragon. Therefore, what was needed in this situation was not an efficient solution. Something extreme was needed. Not hundreds or thousands of well-made arrows, but an extremely sharp spear was needed. It was necessary. The clan, founded by Kim Tae-hoon, was a tool for making such an extreme sharp spear. This amount is not enough. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon would take most of the monster stones the clan acquired. Naturally, if the army functioned properly, Kim Tae-hoon did not have to worry about this, nor would he have to do this. We can't expect the help of the nation right now. Kim Tae-hoon had completely abandoned any expectations from the military. If the Capital Defense Command has collapsed, most of the rear units will have collapsed, and only the front line will have survived the battle with the monsters, but it will be isolated. It will be hard to hold on for a month if they don't get supplies. We must abandon expectations and assume the worst. If the front line collapses in that situation, it is the worst of all. If the monsters that destroyed North Korea come down, and the moment the front line collapses, it will be actually on the edge of a cliff. Kim Tae-hoon, who had assumed the worst of all, once again looked at the mark on his right hand, the mark of an awakener. The only way to survive on that cliff is to climb the cliff. There was something Kim Tae-hoon had realized as he came and went on a myriad of battlefields. There was nothing as meaningless as praying for something to reach out and save you. If someone wanted a hero of legend to appear and save the world, it was just like expecting a lottery win when not buying a ticket. If I want to live, I have to make a way to live. So Kim Tae-hoon got up. Attention! At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, the attention of those who had avoided his eyes focused on him. We'll clean up the monsters in the base in 2 hours. Our first destination is an arsenal. After securing the arsenal, we'll finish supplying. The second is to sweep the rest of the monsters in the base. After eliminating the monsters, we will secure the monster stones from the monster corpses we have killed. Then we will take a rest. After completing the one-sided notice, Kim Tae-hoon looked at On Sunmi. On Sunmi, how are the conditions of the injured? On Sunmi, who was checking the wounds of the injured, replied with some disbelief, "There's no problem moving them." Even while speaking, On Sunmi could not believe what she had seen. The fact was that men who had their flesh torn off, been hurt with injuries they'd have for the rest of their lives, and those who would be out of action for months, had been treated neatly by the monster's flesh, making the medical art she had learned by dedicating most of her life a minor skill. Of course, her thoughts were not considered by Kim Tae-hoon. "Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, what about the key to the arsenal?" "I have it." "Are there any questions?" Kim Tae-hoon gave them the right to ask questions for the first time. No one raised their hand. They were soldiers. There are no questions for soldiers. There are only two things: orders and action. If someone raised his hand and asked questions in this situation, he was not a soldier. I have a question. What about our plans after we secure the arsenal, clean up the rest of the unit, and rest? There is nothing decided yet. Why don't we go to Bucheon Stadium? Why? There's a museum there, and if there's anything like the boss has said. I can call you boss, right? Anyway, isn't it very likely that the relics that the boss mentioned are there? For your information, there is also a Bao museum. Kim Tae-hoon studied the person who had asked the question. A small figure, a mouse-like appearance, the face of a man in his early or mid-20s with a look to be wary of, rather than a favorable impression. What's your name? I'm Jang Sung-hoon, and I'm 22 now that the new year has passed. His name was Jang Sung-hoon. What did you do in society? I did a little this and that, but I did not have only one exact job. Tell me 3 things you did in society. I have forged art, stolen goods, and smuggled them. His job was being a criminal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Episode 19, Item Making, Part 1. Chapter 7. Item Making, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. How about that? Is it worth it? Yes, this is enough for driving. Okay. At the words of the driver of the dump truck, a soldier in the passenger seat pulled his head over the window and shouted. No problem for driving. There was Kim Soo-ji, who the words were meant for. She immediately told the soldiers waiting. Clean the cargo bed of the dump truck. At her order, the soldiers climbed up the loading dock of the dump truck. In the meantime, in the other place, On Sunmi checked the condition of the wounded. The reaction of the pupil of your eye is normal. Do you feel dizziness or vomiting? I'm fine. What about the wound? It is itching a little. Itchy, is it hard to bear? No, not that much. He should have been crippled for life, even if he had the right surgery quickly. But his condition was treated in just 1 hour and the after effect is just itching. If this recovery effect is also effective in the internal organs. Wait a minute, if the effect of the mud troll and the treatment from a glass of therapy are overlapped, wouldn't it be possible to expect an even higher recovery? I'll have to study this, as soon as the conditions are met. The injured were in excellent condition. The flesh effect of the mud troll was so effective that it left her speechless. Bang Hyun-wook was shoveling against the body of the mud troll, which was only seen as a heap of mud. It was not an easy task. The mud troll's flesh was much heavier than ordinary soil, and it was thick enough to remind him of a mudflat. It was not easy to put the shovel in the mud without using great force, and it was also not easy to dig out. Already the average soldiers shoveling were injured from a slight twist of the wrist. So it became Bang Hyun-wook's job. After Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook was the one with the highest level of strength. Oh, God, look at that shoveling. It's amazing. If a quartermaster saw that shoveling, he would be startled. He could dig the whole mountain out. Such shovel work from Bang Hyun-wook was technically excellent, apart from his power. Even the soldiers who were veterans at shoveling looked at him with surprise. I didn't know I would be shoveling here to make the mound. However, Bang Hyun-wook's feeling at his shoveling was not so good. He was not unaware of the importance of shoveling. The mud troll's flesh was literally life in situations where there was no right medical service at the moment. But it was a completely different story when things were important and were worthwhile to do. So Bang Hyun-wook shoveled. Vitality began to bloom on the military base, where there was thought to be only death, despair, and nightmares. Kim Tae-hoon was savoring the coffee he had used with the coffee dripper. In front of him was Jang Sung-hoon, sipping coffee in a paper cup. "Oh, it smells good. Is it from Colombia?" At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon looked at him gently as he savored his coffee. "Or Ethiopia? You have a good talent for coffee. You look like a barista." Kim Tae-hoon still had coffee in his mouth. Jang Sung-hoon swallowed what he was about to say. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed the coffee that he had been drinking, before asking, "What do you want?" There was an awkward smile on Jang Sung-hoon's lips. "Ha, you're not a normal person either." At those words, Kim Tae-hoon drank coffee instead of answering again. It was a signal. As he savored the coffee, he would keep his mouth shut, signaling that the other should say what he wanted to say. A signal to imagine what will happen if he says something wrong. Jang Sung-hoon did not make any more ass-kissing noises about Kim Tae-hoon. First, the reason why I talked about my criminal record is that what I have to say is related to it. Jang Sung-hoon had told him that there was a museum in the nearby Bucheon Stadium. So far, there was no problem. Anyone could have told him that. The information that there was a museum there was not strictly confidential. However, after that, Jang Sung-hoon revealed that he was a criminal and had a criminal career. That was a problem. Even if society had broken down, it is not good to confess to a crime. Moreover, Jang Sung-hoon's was likely not to have confessed sins already punished. He was 22 years old. If he had done all the art forging, stolen goods, and smuggling, and been punished for it, he would have been in and out of prison once or twice. If he had spent a long time in prison, he wouldn't be in the army. His colleagues didn't know he was a criminal. When Jang Sung-hoon confessed, the reactions of his colleagues could be inferred easily. In other words, he had made his first confession. So why did he do it? Why did he reveal at this moment that he was a criminal had not been caught? I think a lot of people know the location of the museum. Frankly, that isn't very helpful. But you know what? I know a few rich people who know where and how to smuggle, donate counterfeit goods and keep their genuine works, or keep their art for investing in bribery. The reason was simple. If a criminal spits it out, he has information that is reliable. There are two things I want. One is life. If you think I'm useful, the boss will protect me before anyone else. For your protection, I have a lot of good information. Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon exhaled. The aroma of strong coffee came out. The second reason is that I want to take a share. While savoring the scent, he watched Jang Sung-hoon's eyes as the man continued to speak. A fierce beast's eyes, which did not match the appearance of the mouse, showed the glitter of the eyes of an eagle. I won't hide it. Now that society has become a mess, it will eventually create a new society. After the Korean War, the world improved in the end. Instead, a new order will be established. You said hunter? Perhaps the hunter will be the power of the new order. While speaking, Jang Sung-hoon tapped on his right hand with his left index finger. But unfortunately, I can't be a hunter. And I don't think I can be a great hunter like the boss, if possible. So I have to stick to you. I can be a fox, if I am stuck on the back of a tiger. He could hear Kim Tae-hoon swallowing. My first priority is survival. It is my first priority to eat monster stones and build up my strength and to increase the power of the army that cannot do the job I do. I do not intend to take my share right away. At his words, young Sung-hoon swallowed. Shit, is he really doing this to save the world? Is he going to be a warrior of justice? He thought that he had uselessly exposed his personal greed and touched the other person's wrath. Kim Tae-hoon was thinking about whether humans really wanted to become heroes of justice, who acted out of the desire to save the world. So if you want to get your share, take it yourself. Don't think I'll take care of it, Kim Tae-hoon answered shortly. Jang Sung-hoon gave a long sigh instead of an answer. Kim Soo-ji came in. We've completed the remodeling of the dump truck. We'll start the operation in half an hour. With that word, Kim Tae-hoon took something out of the bag next to him, which contained coffee, a portable pot, and coffee drawer. Before then, we'll take a rest. Divide and smoke. It was nothing other than a carton of cigarettes. 2. The 1121 unit was a monster den, and there were so many monsters that it was not an exaggeration to say that. Most of them were brown goblins. Those were so strong that they couldn't be compared with goblins with green skin. They had aggressiveness and the will to fight, and it was more difficult to deal with them than ordinary goblins. Unless the heart and head were destroyed, soldiers had to consume dozens of shots to kill the monsters which were rushing into their bullets. Kim Tae-hoon knew the fact well, so he brought it along. A dump truck, a giant monster. Of course, it was not simply to break the mud troll that he brought the dump truck. Making the dump truck's back end into a mobile shooting board was the decisive reason why Kim Tae-hoon brought a dump truck. The presence of the dump truck was really absolute. The brown goblin's aggressive behavior towards the running dump truck had not diminished at all, but the battle was totally different from when there were no dump trucks. The clinging brown goblins fell so helplessly that the madness of the past was erased. Also, there was a completely different sense of stability for a soldier who pulled the trigger from the back end made of steel on the dump truck. Take your time and shoot it right. Save your ammunition. Yes. The overwhelming tactical advantage made it possible. The psychological stability of that advantage had increased the accuracy of the soldiers to an unmatched level. The soldiers who pulled the trigger decisively, now Kim Tae-hoon's soldiers, were full of wrath to vent. I'll kill you, you bastards. Let's dry the seeds. The body of the brown goblins piled up on the roads the dump truck ran past, victims of righteous anger. However, there was no Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook in the scene. 3-2-2. Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook were moving far away from the place where the shooting sounded faintly. They were alert and careful. They could see the brown goblins running toward the dump truck and the commotion it was causing. They're not just moving randomly, as Big Brother said, Bang murmured to himself. It was clear that there was a purpose in the actions of those who moved toward the dump truck, exactly as if they were ordered. It was a completely different movement from the monsters that had focused on visible targets so far. It was why Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook moved separately. There's something behind them, as Big Brother said. It's great. How does he know this? Kim Tae-hoon immediately had a hunch when he saw a system in the fight with the brown goblins. That there is a leader. If there was a system in the fighting, it meant that there was something to give orders and command. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was looking for the leader, tracking back the brown goblins running towards the dump truck. Stop. He found the goblin pack outside the base. About 400 meters ahead. Yeah, I see it. The view was dim, but there was no shortage of weirdness at the sight. Karsia Shausnia. A tall, 6-foot-tall, horned brown goblin with orange eyes, was exhaling like a magic spell. Red breath flowed out of the goblin's mouth in serpentine streams, and it was sucked into the mouths of the goblins around it. The eyes of the brown goblin who had inhaled the red breath went wild, and they immediately began to run in the direction of the dump truck. Now I've seen all kinds of things, damn it. Bang Hyun-wook, who looked at the scene, swallowed without knowing it. Even Big Brother can't kill it. Strange as it was, it seemed impossible to say that even Kim Tae-hoon would be able to deal with such a large group with only the two of them. Even with a gun, it seemed impossible to hit an enemy more than 400 meters away with an automatic rifle, not a sniper rifle. Even if it were hit, it would just be a warning informing it of the location of the two of them. It seemed wise to come back with those who he was in charge of, after retreating safely. However, Kim Tae-hoon's choice was different. Bang! A sudden shot. Ah! Kim Tae-hoon said to Bang Hyun-wook, who was startled by the gunshot, let's go back. In the eyes of Bang Hyun-wook, there was no more sign of a goblin with horns doing strange things. He could only see a pack of goblins who seemed to be confused. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Episode 20, Item Making, Part 2. Chapter 7. Item Making, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. Kim Tae-hoon was looking at the pictures on his smartphone. Hobgoblin's Crystal. The skill of mana increases when ingested. The skill of mana resistance increases when ingested. The power of a hobgoblin sense, can be acquired when ingested. Kim Tae-hoon's fingers flicked through the picture. Hobgoblin's Horn. The horn of Hobgoblin has a mysterious power. Some of the effects of that power are exercised when ingested. He flipped the picture again. Basic abilities. Strength, 69. Health, 45. Special abilities. Energy, E rank. Mana, E+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, E rank. Mana resistance, E+ rank. Achieved abilities. Black Skin, Grade 6. The Vitality of Troll, Grade 6. Hobgoblin Sense, Grade 6. You can sense and understand the presence of a stronger enemy than yourself earlier and more accurately. Kim Tae-hoon took his eyes off his smartphone when he got to the picture with the mark of his right hand. Kim Tae-hoon looked up. He saw a fairly wide training ground, the bodies of the monsters all over the ground, soldiers atop the corpses and practicing the dissection of corpses to get the hearts out, and soldiers who had already come out of the area and smoking with bloody hands. He listened to them talking. I didn't know I'd dissect monsters in my life. My hands are still shaking. So are mine. Shit, but this damn hard work makes the cigarette taste excellent. The faces of the soldiers spitting out cigarette smoke were fatigued. It has been a really long damn day. Has it been a day? I think the clock is wrong. I can't believe it's January 1st. It seems that it's been about 10 years. It was a day of eternity. The traces were also on Kim Tae-hoon's face. A day has passed. Kim Tae-hoon could not easily believe that the year he looked up and was prepared to fall was the new year, 2017. A long sigh came from his mouth. White breath steamed in front of him. Memories of the past began to grow dim after hard work and proper rest for more than 24 hours. The faces of many people came to his mind. Now the faces could only be seen in memory. At the same time, his expression hardened. A woman approached Kim Tae-hoon. We've divided and loaded the weapons into the dump truck, 2 military trucks, and 4 SUVs. It was Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Well done. He was sitting on a crudely made wooden bench and gave a short answer to Kim Soo-ji's words. He did not turn his gaze to her. Kim Soo-ji looked down at him silently without turning around. Kim Tae-hoon finally spoke up. If you have something to say, say it. May I know what your rank is? It's Major. Ah. Kim Soo-ji nodded, unsurprised at his words. Major. She didn't know his age. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not look very old, around the early 30s, so she was surprised. The rank of Major in the Korean Army is that of a soldier who takes an elite course within the shortest period of time possible. Moreover, it is the best elite course ever, where he has been promoted without a single stop. If someone took such an elite course, his name would be known early in the military. She bet if Kim Tae-hoon did normal activities as an officer, he would never have become a major. In other words, all the activities Kim Tae-hoon had done so far are not normal. Excuse me, can you tell me who you served under? I served under Major General Chang Young-sung, and it's meaningless to ask further. What do you mean, it's meaningless? There will be no official documents to find and read. No matter what I say, there is no evidence to prove I exist. I don't care about the evidence. When Kim Soo-ji kept pressing, Kim Tae-hoon raised his head and looked at her. He could see her eyes were determined. I do not think that Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong would tell a good story about Major General Jang Young-sung. Her grandfather, Brigadier General Kim Jae-ryong, would know full well the role of Major General Chang Young-sung. That's why he must have warned his granddaughter, don't get involved with Major General Chang Young-sung in any way. Nevertheless, she asked the questions. It meant that she was fully prepared. Kim Soo-ji was a model of a woman soldier who thought it was a sin to ask questions to her boss. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon told her about his affiliation. A secret unit created to assassinate or destroy the factors or groups that threaten the nation. The unit that doesn't even have a name is my affiliation. And that brief explanation was enough to guess what Kim Tae-hoon has been doing as a soldier. At the same time, she could fully guess that Kim Tae-hoon was a member of such a secret special unit and had a rank that did not fit his age. It was evidence of his outstanding activities beyond active duty. In addition, Kim Soo-ji could understand the meaning of the warning that her grandfather gave. Thank you for telling me. He closed his eyes without answering. When he closed his eyes, he remembered the faces that had just come up with, the faces he could only remember now. They spoke to him. You must survive, at least you must survive, the boss should survive, and at least you will survive. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed a bitter smile at the words. I didn't become a soldier to survive, but from a certain moment surviving became my sole purpose. Kim Tae-hoon talked, swallowing a bitter smile. Is that the end of the questions? Kim Soo-ji seemed to think this was an opportunity, and immediately asked another question. Why did you organize a private organization called a clan? You could act in the name of the army. If I work in the name of the army, I cannot go hunting monsters without ignoring the people in the nation. Of course, if I look at what the ROK military has done in the meantime, it will not be a big flaw if I go kill monsters in the name of the military. Kim Tae-hoon did not add that as he violated the spirit of the military to live, he could call it a real desire to keep living. Even if he did not add that, the meaning would be enough. Boss. An uninvited guest appeared. Jang Sung-hoon appeared, and Kim Soo-ji looked at him with a sullen expression. The sudden appearance of an uninvited guest, and the title Jang Sung-hoon used for Kim Tae-hoon, seemed to be unsatisfactory to her. Can I make a suggestion? Jang Sung-hoon asked directly, without paying much attention to Kim Soo-ji. Can I use the monster skin to make a guard? Kim Tae-hoon managed to look surprised. I didn't think of it. I was just talking to the other soldiers. The world has changed like a game, and I have been told that we can make items from monsters. In the game, we make items with monsters, so we wondered if it would work in reality. We want to try making a protector with monster skin. It was a ridiculous idea. No, what is it? Kim Soo-ji tried to spit out a denial reflexively because it was so ridiculous. But Kim Tae-hoon's thoughts were different. The black orc's skin was very tough and strong. The strength of monsters was not the same as the strength of the beasts that humanity had already met. Their skin was strong enough to hold stop bullets. That was why it was meaningful. Even if we look at human history, it was a serious idea. Humanity was weak, and its weakness had been reinforced by the strong parts of other animals. With the poison of poisonous creatures, the skin of beasts with tough hides, and the ivory of fierce beasts with sharp teeth, they made tools and weapons, and they eventually survived. It was not strange that the source was changed to a monster, but it is natural that mankind must choose to survive. What tools do you need? To be honest, we can't make even a pair of clumsy shoes with the tools we have now. But there's an Ojungdong industrial complex right in front of the base, and if we have the materials, we could build a nuclear bomb. We can get there on foot in about 20 minutes from the base. The tools were enough. What about a craftsman? All that remained were the craftsmen. Is there anyone with gold spoons in the army who don't have oil on their hands and who only spend all their money? The army is for the people who come to work hard and have oil on their hands. It would be strange if there were no craftsmen from the factory, and if not, there would be survivors in the industrial complex, and they will be able to help us. Kim Tae-hoon stood up, nodding his head. I guess it's not yet time for bed. 5. Making clothes using animal skin was not something they could do overnight. The skinning process required highly skilled techniques and sophisticated tools, and a considerable amount of time, as well as the equivalent of technology in medicine, to dry the skin even after it was peeled off. Of course, it was impossible to make a protector with the monster skin in a short time. Kim Tae-hoon also did not intend to leave the base immediately. It was necessary to move together, and above all, the armor made with goblin skin was not proven to be urgently needed. They need to assess the utility value of goblin skin. Pook. How about that? Where there are about 3 layers, a knife doesn't get through. 3 overlapping sheets would be fairly thick, and I don't think that's going to get a goblin tooth on it. But if we overlap 3 sheets, we can't move because it's too heavy. Our main weapon is a gun, isn't it? Wouldn't it be alright if we could aim? Honestly, this is better than a bulletproof suit. Anyway, the monsters won't shoot. Kim Tae-hoon tested those things with his soldiers, how tough the crudely peeled goblin skin was, and how much unprocessed goblin skin was needed for armor. In the meantime, it was none other than Sunmi who made a valid item. It's a medicine pill that combines the horn of the hobgoblin, the flesh of the mud troll, and therapy water made by a glass of therapy. Sunmi showed off a pill of bottle cap size and took a picture of it with a smartphone camera. Effect: resistance to fear increases slightly. Recovery ability is slightly increased. Concentration is slightly improved during battle. Pain decreases slightly. Health is consumed quickly. Sunmi made an item using the materials from monsters Kim Tae-hoon's clan had acquired so far. What a useful item. It's better than I thought. When dealing with monsters, guns were a very powerful weapon. With a well-armed single platoon, they could handle 100 monsters, if they were trained and commanded well. The problem is that when monsters such as Black Orc and Mud Troll appeared, they caused fear when they screamed. Even awakeners stiffened up as soon as they were exposed to the fear. This fear was not something which could be mentally resisted. The energy rank was important. If the energy rank was high, the fear could be ignored, endured, or recovered from quickly. Therefore, no matter how large an army was organized, if the average person had a low energy rank, or did not have such a thing, they'd be taken out instantly. It was one of the biggest reasons why Kim Tae-hoon was wary of the monsters. In such a situation, the pills made by Sunmi were light in salt. What if this pill gave awakeners and the average person tolerance, resistance, and recovery against the fear? It depends on the effectiveness, but the tactics and firepower available would be greatly increased if the average soldiers or the low-ranking awakeners could resist the fear. Of course, for a more powerful medicinal effect, a more powerful monster had to be caught, and clinical trials required confirming the effect according to the dose, and whether there were any side effects. It is clear that Sunmi had done a great deal of work. You've made a new medicine, you name it. Yes. We'll have to make a lot of similar things in the future, and we'll need names to sort them out. I know, well, but I'm a doctor. The answer to such a proposal came from the mouth of another person. I'd call it Sunmi Dan after your name, and it's intuitive and good, isn't it? Do you want to die? Sunmi looked at Bang Hyunwook, who was talking bullshit. Bang Hyunwook turned his attention to Kim Tae-hoon to avoid her eerie gaze. Big brother, wouldn't it be better for us to name our clan than the name of this medicine now? Or do you have a name already? At the question, Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his chin. He didn't think about that part. What Kim Tae-hoon needed was not the name of the clan, but rather the clothes he should wear, instead of an army uniform. But as Bang Hyun-wook said, he could not just say clan without a name. A name was very important for any force. I have a good name because I learned some Chinese characters, and the light illuminates the road light, how about it? It's a bit weird. On Sunmi shot it down immediately. So, sister, do you have a good name? Just naming a cigarette would be better than that crap. Marlboro Clan? On Sunmi turned her head as if she did not even want to deal with Bang Hyun-wook anymore. The two were apparently quarreling brothers and sisters. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon also ignored Bang Hyun-wook's words. At least, it was clear that Bang Hyun-wook's suggestions would never help name the clan. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon asked for help from someone with the most literary and archaeological knowledge in the clan. Clan's name? I've forged someone else's name, but it's the first time I named a clan. Wouldn't it be bad luck for a human who has forged art to make a name for a clan? Jang Sung-hoon laughed at Kim Tae-hoon's request. So, what do you want? Which one is better? Normally, these battle groups are named after a mythical animal. Three-legged crow, hatch, mac, and even the four mythical animals are childish but surprisingly fine. I like the vermilion bird, the vermilion bird. What are its characteristics? When you're naming, it's best to remember and say it easily, because it's all about meaning. At his words, Kim Tae-hoon picked a word that didn't worry him. Mac. The word he chose was mac. What is the characteristics of mac, a mythical animal? It's different from country to country, but it's usually known as a mythical animal which eats nightmares. Mac clan, that's not bad. So where is the next destination of our Mac clan? Are we going to the industrial complex, or? We're going to Bucheon Stadium tomorrow morning. The next destination of the Mac clan was Bucheon Stadium, where the Bao Museum was located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Episode 21, The Second Relic, Part 1. Chapter 8. The Second Relic, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. A car that had been blocking the road fell into the ditch by the road with a crash of metal. Its nose crumpled loudly. If the owner had seen it, he would have been mortified. I can't believe that there are so many cars in the small country. Oh, God. The person doing this was angry rather than reflective. What was more surprising was that the cars he had not knocked down the side of the road were not one or two. Hundreds of cars were being sent into the ditches, some cars slamming into one another quite loudly. Bang Hyun-wook turned his head, looked at what he had done and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Jang Sung-hoon, who had just sent a car into the ditch, said to him, "You're very strong. It thanks to jewels of strength and energy. If I made my professional debut right now, I would hit 100 home runs. Yes, I really hope you make your professional debut. If the car owners here later see you in the black boxes and claim damages, you'll either file for bankruptcy or go to the major league and hit the jackpot. Please, I hope that a world like that will come back." I agree. Jang Sung-hoon once again looked at the crowd of cars on the road with his words. I've done all sorts of bad things to get one of these, and now they are like garbage, he mused to himself. Among them, there was one expensive enough to whistle at the moment Jang Sung-hoon saw it. Boss? Boss! Jang Sung-hoon shouted at Kim Tae-hoon, who was marking a car to push off onto the side of the road ahead of them. Boss, that's a Cayenne. A Porsche Cayenne. He saw Kim Tae-hoon trying to mark an X shape with a red oil pen on the back glass of Cayenne, an SUV made by Porsche. It's worth at least $100,000. For reference, the price of a new Porsche Cayenne was $100,000 without any option. Adding options, it could be worth up to twice that. At least it was a too much valuable car to put in the ditch, and at the same time, Porsche was a carmaker that could make the man's heart burn. Of course, that was Jang Sung-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon did not even look up at the cry, and immediately pushed the back of the car lightly. Confirming it was in neutral, he immediately looked at the back of the car. He painted it in his mind. A picture of a huge intangible wall pushing the car away. A picture of a car moving slowly toward the ditch. The image in his mind became a reality. The car moved on its own and started to go down the ditch. The expensive car went down into the ditch and slammed into the back of another car already there. Bang! Watching the car like he was losing a lover, Jang Sung-hoon spat out a sigh. If I could just drive that thing once. Tae-hoon brother is the one who beat an orc with a Mercedes when he caught it, so it's nothing. There's a difference between Mercedes and Porsche. Different? Aren't their prices similar? It's not the price, but the romance. The romance. Kim Tae-hoon shot a look at the two of them. Huck. Oh, my God, dot. Jang Sung-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook became dumb. The meaning was clear, shut up and get back to work. After seeing they had shut up, the gaze moved past them. He saw the road they had come up was like a graveyard of cars, the dump truck that was slowly moving up the road, and the cars that followed it were like ducklings chasing the mother duck. He could also see the soldiers filling the scene. Hey, watch out, watch out. I'm sorry. Move the dead body carefully, and even if you can't do a funeral, you have to use at least a little courtesy. I understand. It's a happy thing to deal with the dead, it's proof that you lived. Some of the soldiers were working on moving the dead bodies to the side of the road and covering their faces with jumpers. Monster stone collection is finished. 10 quotas is finished. Can I have a cigarette? Yes, I've filled 10. Let's smoke together. The other soldiers were working on finding the monster bodies and then grabbing the monster stones by cracking their chests open. There was a puff of smoke between the jobs. Kim Tae-hoon sighed briefly as he watched the scene. I'm glad there's less noise than I thought. January 2nd. At the end of the day, which was like an eternity, Kim Tae-hoon and his newly minted men of the Mac clan left the 1121 unit at the moment the sun rose and began marching toward the Bucheon Stadium. The march was not so long. The distance was about 5 kilometers, and even if you walked, it was only an hour to reach it. However, the Mac clan, who had left the unit at 7 a.m., arrived at the Bucheon Stadium station near Bucheon Stadium at 2 p.m., just past the middle of the day. They had to arrange the roads so that the vehicles carrying the weapons could move, including the dump trucks carrying the weapons. There were few monster raids. It was a task that took a lot of time. Getting rid of the cars which had lost their owners filling the streets by shoving them to the side also took a lot of time, and it was not an easy job to deal with cars that were tangled up by traffic accidents if they didn't have Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook. But it was a task that had to be done. Anyway, we have secured a road that links the stadium station with the military base. Now the dump truck wasn't just a truck, but an arsenal with a lot of weapons, and a powerful weapon that allowed them to gain the height advantage in the battle with monsters. Securing a road for such a dump truck to move was now the most important thing for the Mac clan. Moreover, the road was supposed to be used as a way out at an emergency moment, so organizing the road stupidly was just like dealing with their lives stupidly. Living in an apartment or a building is dangerous. If we decide where to live, we'd better go to a military base or Bucheon Stadium. It was also important to dispose of the bodies of the dead. The place where a body sleeps becomes a tomb, but the place where it is scattered becomes hell. The difference was huge. Organized bodies would be a sign of order still remaining in a world that seemed to be nearing the end. There. What is it? What happened? The smoke is thick over there. It looks like there's a fire? Isn't that a general fire, with that much smoke? It's an apartment complex over there, isn't it? Everyone's eyes turned to the smoke of the distant apartment complex. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes also turned. Now this is the beginning. That performance that everyone is looking at is why we need a trace of order. The cause of the smoke was obvious. Smoke would not be generated without fire in the chimney, so there is no smoke without fire, isn't there? It was a fire. The cause of the fire was obvious. What happened to the fire? Currently, the temperature was minus 10 degrees Celsius, but the wind was blowing, rather than the temperature is rising. In this cold winter, no electricity or gas was being supplied. In the end, we will have to use the old-fashioned methods that mankind used to endure in the cold. I'm sure they set a fire to melt themselves, and if there were no fire in this weather, they'd freeze to death. Of course, they would have set a fire. Naturally, if they had had common sense, they would have come out of the building and brought out something like a drum or a large-scale cooking oil, and put some firewood into the fire. But some of them, without common sense, would have been burning in their house using portable gas burners and portable butane heaters, and this was not a world that rewarded a lack of common sense. The problem is that there were no firefighters to dispatch even if they called 911. Maybe we just have to wait until the fire goes out unless it rains. But it won't rain in this weather. If it rains, it would be even more astonishing. What happens when the apartment complex is on fire and spreads around? Well, the world that people had built was as easy to burn as matchboxes. I don't know what will happen, but I'm sure there's no way to do anything. It's creepy. In fact, this applied not to just monster attacks, but also disasters such as earthquakes. Experts say that when a disaster like a major earthquake occurs, there would often be more deaths from secondary disasters such as fires in the infrastructure that had collapsed, than the deaths caused by the disaster. The real trouble is now beginning. It would be monsters, not people, who would be most excited in such confusion. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's head went back. To his eyes, this was a desolate road filled with vehicles. But his other senses said that the desolation was false. The sense of the hobgoblin told Kim Tae-hoon that there was a strong being near him. Prepare for battle. Kim Tae-hoon shouted. Oh wah! After Kim Tae-hoon's cry, an eerie howling that made their legs tremble echoed around them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Episode 22, The Second Relic, Part 2. Chapter 8. The Second Relic, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 2. A woo-woo. A werewolf, with gray hair, a huge physique over 2 meters tall, howled at the sky. It sounded like a typhoon. It was not a simple sound. At the same time, it was not the sound of a wolf being lonely. Howling was also an order, a wolf's cry for his pack. A-o-o-o. Of course, the howling of wolves followed the call of the werewolf. They saw them coming. They were wolves running on 4 feet, unlike the werewolf. Of course, it was nothing like a wild wolf. Excluding the tail, they were 2 meters long, gray-furred, but they had huge heads, red eyes, and a pair of massive fangs, like a saber-toothed tiger. A saber-toothed wolf. As soon as the werewolf's howl exploded out, about 20 saber-toothed wolves, who had been quietly approaching their prey, began to race down the road full of cars. At the end of the rush, there was a dump truck. Of course, the dump truck was not the target. The purpose of the rushing wolves was the soldiers of Clan, who lifted their heads with guns in the back of the dump truck. The soldiers' purpose was also the saber-toothed wolves. Start firing. The battle began with the order of Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji to start firing. The first attack was from the gunmen. They naturally had range. The shots rampaged through the bodies of the charging wolves. A painful cry came from the mouths of the wolves hit by the gunshots. But that was all. The shooting did not stop them at all. It was not a lack of gunpowder. God damn it, damn it, damn it. My hands, stop trembling, please stop. The reason was that the hands of the soldiers pulling the triggers were shaking like people with palsy. The reason for the tremor was, of course, the howling of the werewolf. The typhoon-like cry was strength and wings for the saber-toothed wolves, and a handcuff and shackle for enemies facing the fear. If it was not for the pills made by Sunmi, it would not have been easy to pull the trigger if they had not taken the pill in advance. Ting ting ting. Ting ting ting. The fucking cars, dot. What the fuck? The cars, which filled the road here, also earned curses from the soldiers. Even Kim Tae-hoon could not hit the moving wolves with his trembling hands as they ran between the cars. For saber-toothed wolves approached the dump truck and were not going to stop. They were going to jump on it and throw themselves into the back of it. Kim Soo-ji's order prevented their expectations. Explode. Explode. 2 short words. At her shout, the hundreds of beads from the installed claymore blew out. In front of the inhumane weapon, the saber-toothed wolves had no choice but to whimper. Even that was the last sound, for the saber-toothed wolves with holes all over them didn't even have time to breathe again before they died. Dot. The werewolf, who had seen the sight, once again started howling. The howling was stronger, more intense, and angrier than before. Aoo. At the howling, the saber-toothed wolves also lifted their muzzles and began to howl, too. A bizarre force began to swirl around the battlefield. It was not a vague feeling. It was like casting a spell. Just like a memorized spell becomes magic. That bizarre power was in the eyes of the saber-toothed wolves, and they began to inflate their power and fury. At that moment the werewolf's howling suddenly stopped. Oop. Oof. Oof. The werewolf tried to continue the howling, but its mouth did not open. It was just like someone had chained the werewolf's mouth shut. Oof. Oop. Dot. The situation had to be very confusing from the point of view of the werewolf. A water balloon flew toward the werewolf, a precise parabola, and hit the eyeballs of the werewolf exactly. It exploded without mercy and doused it with black liquid. Oop. After the liquid hit, the werewolf closed its eyes tightly and began to struggle painfully. It was a natural response. It would have been strange if it didn't try to escape or struggle from the pain. The liquid, which was mixed with poisons such as gasoline, pesticides, and agricultural chemicals, various kinds of perfumes to give a bad smell, and plenty of red pepper powder, had gotten into its eyes and nose. Yes. Bang Hyun-wook, who had thrown the water bomb so precisely, shouted with his fist clenched at the fact. That is the pitching of Bang Hyun-wook, the third starter of Bucheon High School. I'm a pitcher who won a complete game in the Phoenix League. The complete game in the Phoenix League. 11 strikeouts. Kershaw of Bucheon High School. At his cry, the werewolf turned toward him, rubbing its eyes. At that moment, the force pressing on the werewolf's mouth disappeared. Its mouth opened as if it were ripping apart. Through its mouth, all the anger it had seeped out. Koo-hung. Kim Tae-hoon appeared at that moment, while Bang Hyun-wook grabbed the iron stick in his hand like a baseball bat at the werewolf's cry. Kim Tae-hoon had moved behind the werewolf while it was looking at Bang Hyun-wook, and now shot calmly. Bullets drove into its backside. 100% accuracy. Of the 7 shots, not a single bullet missed its body. However, the werewolf did not fall. Even though it was shot in the head, it didn't fall to its knees or even make a noise. It's tough. It was evidence of tough skin, strong and thick bones, and crazy vitality. The werewolf's skin will be useful. Of course, it was not a special consideration for Kim Tae-hoon. The scary thing about the gun is that the countdown started as soon as it was hit. When the bleeding begins, and the joints and muscles are damaged, they do not move properly. Moreover, the senses of the werewolf were not normal now. The chemical weapons made by Kim Tae-hoon were more effective than the use of trivial materials. So Kim Tae-hoon was more relaxed and shot a bullet more accurately into the body of the werewolf. His telekinesis also interfered with its movements. In the eyes of Kim Tae-hoon, the werewolf, seen beyond the barber of a gun attached to the body, was no different from a scarecrow whose arms and legs were tied to a huge chain. Ah! At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's sense issued a warning. Feeling the tingle, Kim Tae-hoon turned his gaze to the left and saw a saber-toothed wolf flying at him like it had springs, with its huge jaws open and oversized fangs spread wide. It seemed impossible for Kim Tae-hoon to avoid the attack of the wolf, which had almost reached him. He did not avoid it. Rather, he thrust his right fist at the mouth of the wolf, the fist covered by iron-black skin. There was a crack as his fist broke the saber tooth of the wolf. After punching through the roof of its mouth, his fist drove into its brain in a messy spray. "Big brother, be careful." Bang Hyunwook's surprise warning reached him after Kim Tae-hoon's fist alone had killed a saber-toothed wolf. "You don't have to," Bang Hyunwook's surprised cry ended with a low murmur. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon did not listen to the cry. Kim Tae-hoon was alert while lifting his rifle again, and immediately after confirming that there was no sign of another saber-toothed wolf, he planted all the bullets left in the magazine into the werewolf's body. At the end of the last shot, Kim Tae-hoon exchanged magazine and shouted, "Start fighting! Exterminate the enemy." Kim Tae-hoon's energetic cry became a typhoon and shook the battlefield. 3. Werewolf's Crystal. Strength rank will increase when ingested. Health rank will increase when ingested. Defense rank skill will increase when ingested. Energy rank skill will increase when ingested. Werewolf's power, howling, can be acquired when ingested. Howling, are you going to shout howl before you fight? Bang Hyunwook, who was checking the contents of the spoils obtained by killing the werewolf through a smartphone photo, imagined Kim Tae-hoon howling out, and laughed. But it was only he who was laughing about it. The soldiers of the Mak clan, who were gathered around the campfire near the dump truck, could not afford to laugh at the trembling that had not yet stopped for everyone, even Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. The werewolf's fear was much more intense than they thought. When the cold weather was added to it, the effect was doubled. "Are you all right?" Bang Hyunwook threw a worried question to Jang Sung-hoon, who was sitting near him. He shook his trembling head. "No, are you all right?" "I'm hot. Hot. The energy is like chi, but once it's heated, it doesn't cool easily, and it still wriggles in my gut. I feel my guts wriggling, damn it." The two saw Kim Tae-hoon walking toward them. He had come back after searching for monsters around the Bao Museum. All those who were around the fire rose from their seats at the appearance of Kim Tae-hoon, Jang Sung-hoon and An Sun-mi. Kim Tae-hoon called out to two of them who had stood up. The two named nodded. There was no reason to question about it because it had already been agreed upon. Whether it was a relic or not, it could be seen by taking a picture with a smartphone, but he had no skill to find hidden relics. So it was natural to bring along Jang Sung-hoon, who had the ability, and An Sun-mi, who had already found the first relic. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji commands the clan. Bang Hyunwook, when I'm not here, you're the captain of the assault team. Instead of answering, Bang Hyunwook made a clumsy salute. Kim Tae-hoon looked at Bang Hyunwook shortly and then headed back to the museum with An Sun-mi and Jang Sung-hoon in tow. 4. Buchanbo Museum. Located next to Bucheon Stadium, there were various kinds of bows, arrows and quivers, and bow-related items displayed in full view. There was no light, so it was rather hard to see. Cameras flashed all over the museum, a scene that would normally only scare a museum official. There was something really frightening about it now. Okay. A man in the dark broke the glass that stored the goods with a hammer. The sound of glass breaking was pretty loud. Just like the thieves said, the sound is really great. It's addictive. With those words, a hand appeared suddenly through the broken glass. It picked up one of the arrows on display. What did you find? What is it? As one of them pulled out the goods, the two, a man and a woman, gathered beside the man. Jang Sung-hoon showed them a smartphone instead of answering them. Sun Sin's arrow. Relic grade, grade 4. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, the arrow has the power of a great admiral. The penetrating force of the arrow increases with energy rank. Grade 4, rare, they saw more amazing words than they expected. However, it was not about the grade, value, or effect of the relic that Kim Tae-hoon and On Sunmi saw. Sun Sin's arrow? Wait a minute, if it's Sun Sin. Sun Sin. There was only one great admiral with this name in the history of the Republic of Korea. Does it mean Admiral Lee Sun Sin? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer On Sunmi's question. He couldn't. At this point, the answer was beyond his capacity. Sun Sin. Is it possible that such a valuable relic is in this museum? The answer came, of course, from Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon looked at the arrow in his hand and said, "It's probably true. Only such an arrow that Admiral Lee Sun Sin shot would be in the museum." Jang Sung-hoon continued to look at the arrow and arrowhead in the light of the smartphone. It's just common sense, asking who would take the arrow shot by an admiral of the Joseon dynasty? As a great man like Admiral Lee Sun Sin would shoot, someone would pick it up and keep it as a family treasure or amulet, so that it will remain in shape after centuries. But no, I mean, such a treasure is in a little museum like this. Jang Sung-hoon gave a laugh at the word treasure. This arrow cannot be a treasure, and if it is not an arrow made symbolically, it will be a consumable. There must be more than 10,000 arrows shot by Admiral Lee Sun Sin during his lifetime. The arrows are recyclable. However, there's no name tag and it's not a treasure. The value of a treasure in this world depends on who pays for it. The truth doesn't matter, but the story is different now. Jang Sung-hoon laughed. Look at this, the arrowhead that is flashing like it was made just now. The arrowhead during the Japanese invasions of Incheon did not have any rust on it. This must be a clue that it turned into a relic. It's not just its ability that has changed, but its appearance. Otherwise, it's not going to be that good unless it was made of gold. At that moment, Jang Sung-hoon stopped talking. The smile on his lips was gone, too. Kim Tae-hoon and On Sunmi cocked their heads at his appearance. At the same time, they waited patiently for Jang Sung-hoon to start talking. Wait. It didn't take him long to recover. There is a place to go now. We have to go there. I want you to sort out what you want to say, exactly where we are going, and why we should go. There's a European pottery museum. Inside Bucheon Stadium, there's a European pottery museum, it is in there. What is there? On Sunmi urged him. A glass of champagne. A glass of champagne? On Sunmi repeated, and Kim Tae-hoon frowned. In response to such a reaction, Jang Sung-hoon swallowed, and spoke the words echoing in his mind, a golden glass of champagne used by Emperor Napoleon. He swallowed again in the silence following his words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Episode 23, The Second Relic, Part 3. Chapter 8. The Second Relic, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. The Bucheon European Pottery Museum. Uninvited guests were swinging cameras around at pricey European art on display and taking pictures without permission. Oh, it's Myson. At that moment, words of admiration came from Jang Sung-hoon, the most dangerous uninvited guest. As On Sunmi could not bear the boredom of silence, she immediately asked, Myson? What is that? It's the best of the European luxury potteries. Should I say Benz by car? Is it expensive? It's expensive, and I would have to pay $5,000 for that set right now. That little tea set costs over $5,000? It's cheap, I suppose. One of the Meissen vases is over 8,000 euros. At such a ridiculous price, Sunmi opened her mouth without saying anything for a moment. That's ridiculously expensive. Well, and so there's a thief. But I'm curious, can you tell where the product is from looking at that pottery? Jang Sung-hoon laughed lightly at her question. I can do it, so I could become a criminal at this age, but I'm not a criminal, because I haven't been caught yet. Jang Sung-hoon was young. He was not only a young man but also a young boy who had not yet received a diploma from a university. It is because he had a discerning eye and ability that did not fit his age, of course, that he was able to commit crimes such as forgery, stealing goods, and art smuggling. Was it possible for a blind person to forge artworks, a blind person to fake the authenticity of the goods in the stolen goods trade, or to smuggle? But is there really Napoleon's champagne glass in this place? Of course, I wouldn't have asked you to come here without confidence, and a guy I knew once gave me a quote to steal it. Jang Sung-hoon would not have remembered Napoleon's champagne glass if he was not a criminal. If you search the online, you can find a related article. The smartphones don't work now. Why would such a great thing be in this place? It's not that great, because people are not really interested in Napoleon's champagne glass. Jang Sung-hoon glanced at her after she went silent. He saw the expression of Sunmi, who had a serious look in her eyes. She must have felt something. This way. Jang Sung-hoon and Kim Tae-hoon moved along with her, and soon they saw it, a glass of champagne that gave off a delicate golden light in a glass case. Worth coming. The champagne glass, made of crystal and decorated with gold, seemed expensive in itself, but it did not look so special. But the letter N, a symbol of the person who was prominent in the history of mankind, made the value of the champagne glass special. Napoleon, there was a trace of a legendary existence that changed the flow of human history. It is a good thing we are here. It glowed on its own. Beyond simple traces, it was a relic that could not be valued. This is because of me, don't forget. At Jang Sung-hoon's words, Kim Tae-hoon turned on his smartphone instead of answering, activated the camera function, and immediately touched the liquid crystal. As soon as the sound of the photo faded, Kim Tae-hoon's gaze turned to the smartphone. Sunmi and Jang Sung-hoon stuck to his left and right, crowding in to look. The golden glass of Napoleon No. 3. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, special. Relic effect, one of the 6 golden glasses Napoleon used. When a crisis comes, it creates a champagne that makes you dream of a solution. A great tactician. The secret of Emperor Napoleon, who could read the right way in an unpredictable era of war. 6. Waruru. Mac Clan soldiers were gathering in front of the burning fire, warming themselves. It was because the fear of the werewolf in their body had not gone away. And even if not, the cold weather did not allow them to leave the fire easily. Of course, there was only one person who would leave such a fire. Bang Hyun-wook was swinging like taking batting practice with a steel stick cut like a baseball bat in his hand, was free from the fear and cold, knowing how to handle his energy properly. In addition, the sound of his swing, which was channeling energy, was eerie. That's great. Bang Hyun-wook was surprised by his own power. If I had had this bat speed before the draft, I could have gotten a blank check from the Major League Scouts. Of course, Bang Hyun-wook imagined all this. If he had had this power in high school, what kind of interest and attention would he have received? But the end of the dream was more bitter than anything else, rather than sweet. After he stopped daydreaming, a long misty breath poured out of his mouth. Fuck. The long sigh was a bitter sound that ended his happy thoughts. His worries and concerns were catching up with him. His parents' faces came to his mind first, then his friends' faces. He remembered the face of his classmate who he had been in love with all during high school, and the black smoke rose from a distance from a burning apartment. That's why Bang Hyun-wook practiced swinging in this cold weather. There were not many ways to spend time in a world where there was nothing to eat up time, like a TV or smartphone game. For him, a time of silence was a time of agony. So he moved and somehow tried to talk about another topic. Lieutenant. Can I ask you a question? Kim Soo-ji, who was on the other side of the fire from Bang Hyun-wook, was a prey to catch somehow. Now that she had stopped shaking, she nodded her head at Bang Hyun-wook's question. You are an acquaintance with Big Brother, aren't you? Kim Soo-ji nodded silently again. Bang Hyun-wook quickly said with a little finger swinging, so you two are. Kim Soo-ji looked at Bang Hyun-wook's little finger, seemingly not understanding the meaning straight away. For her, Bang Hyun-wook was willing to give a kind explanation. Are you and Big Brother lovers? What nonsense! Kim Soo-ji was frightened, her face paled, and she refuted it quickly. In the old days, I met him just once. In the old days, in the army? I saw him at the army headquarters for a moment. That's all I've ever had to do with him. He's a soldier, too, right? Good. I thought he was some kind of hitman. Killer's better, but a soldier is better than a killer. He is from the special forces, isn't he? Kim Soo-ji was silent at his questions, which came without a break. It's not something I can tell you. She did not have the right to answer Bang Hyun-wook's question. Kim Tae-hoon was the only person who could reveal that he belongs to a secret special unit that was not officially recorded in the history of the Republic of Korea. Of course, Bang Hyun-wook was not really curious about such things, and he did not say that to make Kim Soo-ji embarrassed. He just needed to spend time ignoring his own worries. Therefore, Bang Hyun-wook did not stop talking, and nobody seemed to be able to stop him. Where can you get a tank or a rocket gun or something? At some point, Bang Hyun-wook stopped talking. He looked at the road with a hard expression, the road that he and the Mac clan had worked hard on for a long time, and a group of people now walking down the road. Kim Soo-ji looked at them, too. Alert! She shouted as loud as she could. Alert! She yelled again. Alert! Alert! The soldiers leaped up at her cry and began to move in a flurry with the guns they had kept at hand. The driver got into the driver's seat quickly and started the engine. Get on! Come up quickly! The soldiers climbed into the dump truck and got ready, with only eyes and muzzles visible in the back. Kim Soo-ji also climbed up onto the back at once. Bang Hyun-wook was the only one who stayed on the ground and didn't get on the loading dock. After all, the captain of the assault squad could not just rush up there. Who? Don't hesitate, Bang Hyun-wook. You should not hesitate just because they are human. If it's dangerous, you have to deal with it. You have to do it. They were not a monster who he did not need to feel remorse about, even if he smashed its head at once. Who? Therefore, Bang Hyun-wook, who was preparing for the battle, was pouring out a white breath like a steam locomotive. It was evidence of tension. As time went by, the distance between them became closer, and soon they confirmed each other's identities. Civilians, I'm sure they are survivors. What the hell do we do? The soldiers bit their lips, confirming that they were survivors, not monsters. Soldiers, soldiers. Soldiers, They are soldiers. The moment they saw that the men in the dump truck were soldiers, the faces of the crowd approaching the dump truck seemed to bend enough to express joy. We are saved. We are saved. None. We're saved. A rescue team is here. The screams that could not control the joy, the crying that could not bear the joy. They made all kinds of noises and did not stop walking toward the dump truck, as if they were possessed by something, like zombies in movies. The soldiers were embarrassed. What? Why are they coming? Why are they coming? Do we have to shoot them? Damn it, do we have to shoot or not? If they were monsters, They would aim and fire at everyone approaching before the shooting order was issued. But they were human beings, civilians who were not armed. Just by imagining that they were aiming guns at humans, their hearts were starting to pound. No access. It was the same for Kim Soo-ji. She would easily give a firing order to a monster, but it was not easy to take action in a cool manner, even if she had assumed this situation to the civilians. No access. We will fire if you approach any closer. She shouted again, warning them. But the people who were converging on the dump truck did not think to stop. We are saved. We are saved. Help us. Seoul is now. There was no room for Kim Soo-ji's voice in the midst of the endless praise for saving them, desperation, and crying that burst out endlessly. Kim Soo-ji's expression hardened. What should I do? Her mind was hardened, too. They are defenseless civilians. There was only one thing that soldiers learned about civilians during military training: don't even sneeze against civilians. It was impossible for Kim Soo-ji and the soldiers to have any experience in dealing with this situation. Bang Hyun-wook, who was not a soldier, was also embarrassed. Oh, my God, Joo Hyun? There was a girl with a familiar face among the crowd, a girl's face he could not forget. Why is she here? While everyone was so embarrassed that they could not do anything, the distance between civilians and the dump truck narrowed. It was not a good picture. A picture that was not good even if something big happened. The painting was painted with a new color called howling, a dark color. It was not a simple sound. It had a clear power and hostility. Huck! The people who approached the dump truck stopped when they heard the howling. The shots that followed the howling made the civilians' stopped legs shake. I warned you. The shots were a warning. From now on, those who approach will be killed instantly without warning. I say again, whoever approaches the dump truck without permission, I will fire without warning. Everybody, sit down or lie down. So everyone stopped acting and looked at the issuer of the warning, Kim Tae-hoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Episode 24, The Golden Glass of Napoleon, Part 1. Chapter 9. The Golden Glass of Napoleon, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. They were survivors. I'm from Guro District. We're from Yangcheon District. Survivors from Seoul. Of course, Guro District and Yangcheon District were located far from the center of Seoul, but it was clear that they were closer to Seoul than Kim Tae-hoon's party. He was able to see the bigger picture more clearly now. Seoul is hell now, and the great monsters are going crazy, but a huge winged dragon, you can't believe it, but when the dragon spat out the fire, the building collapsed, the trees burned all over, and the people just melted down. I heard that the fighters fired missiles at Mapo Bridge and Manhwa Bridge, and they destroyed them. The capital city of the Republic of Korea was not the most populous place in Korea, but the place with the most damage and the largest casualties in Korea. Everyone who heard the story was white, their faces like plaster. Kim Tae-hoon's face was also stiff. The fact that the fighters were moving means that more than one of the air bases played a role. Considering the distance and situation, they made a sortie from Songnam AFB. But they destroyed the bridge to stop the monsters from going into Gyeonggi province? Or to prevent the monsters from entering Seoul? The analysis of new information and the establishment of hundreds of hypotheses based on the information did not give him any room to think about anything else. Kim Soo-ji came over to Kim Tae-hoon and said, "What are you going to do, Major?" As she asked the question, she thought that Kim Tae-hoon's answer would come after a longer period of thought. She also expected that the answer would be very reasonable. However, Kim Tae-hoon answered easily. Before we move to our next destination, we'll be briefed and ready to spend the day here. Then the survivors. I have no plan to work with the survivors. In addition, Kim Tae-hoon's answer was completely opposite to Kim Soo-ji's rational decision. Major Kim Tae-hoon? I say again, we don't move with the survivors. So are you going to leave them like this? I didn't pick them up, but if I had, I would have left them. Major. They are civilian survivors. Whether you are a soldier or not, if you have any compassion, you should help survivors. Isn't that a reasonable idea for anyone? Kim Tae-hoon did not respond to Kim Soo-ji's opposition. Instead, he approached the survivors sitting on the floor and warming themselves by the fire. 22. The survivors did not have anything in common, such as age, gender, or occupation. Their only commonality was that they had no life in their eyes. Kim Tae-hoon told them, "We can't afford to escort you to a safe place right now, as we don't know where it is safe in this situation either. You will have to move on your own." The words were blunt, but they came out gently. But there was not one person who felt favorable to the gentle words. In the case of On Sun-ni and Bang Hyun-wook, they froze upon hearing them. They knew Kim Tae-hoon well. At the large mart, Kim Tae-hoon spoke in front of the survivors in such a way, and then he abandoned them. For his own purposes, he did not do anything to interfere and was not swept away by compassion for what he could not do. So they knew that Kim Tae-hoon's words were not merely threats or warnings, but genuine. One of them, Bang Hyun-wook, came out immediately. "Big brother. We are on the move, and we can go with them, can't we? I thought we'd sleep here today. Why don't we go with them?" Kim Tae-hoon, who watched him talking, was able to roughly gauge his heart. There was nothing to think about. He saw Bang Hyun-wook talking to a young woman of his age among the survivors. So Kim Tae-hoon spat out his prepared words. "I don't want to stop you if you're going to be a hero, but you're the only one going to be." "What? What do you mean?" "If monsters appear in a situation where survivors follow us, I will pull the trigger, regardless of the survivors. At least, it will not be heroic." Wait a minute. And to be honest, it's dangerous for a survivor to be an obstacle in that way, and I'm not going to take any more risks here without any merit. Bang Hyun-wook stopped talking. It was meaningless to talk about who was right and wrong. Kim Tae-hoon was right in the matter of surviving. If you want to leave Mag Clan to be a hero, I can let you go, but don't think you'll come back free the moment you leave. Working with survivors was a burden in many ways. There were many things that needed to be done as the number of mouths increased. Movement slows down, and more food is consumed. But the biggest problem is that there were more to protect. It was hard to keep yourself alive right now in this world, and there was no room for someone else in this world. If there was, it was just a delusion or a bluff. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the survivors. None of the survivors could understand the meaning of the conversation. He is abandoning us? What is he talking about? A soldier should protect us. The eyes of the survivors, the dark dead eyes, began to shake. One of them jumped up. You're going to abandon us now? You're going to. Yes. Kim Tae-hoon answered immediately. No way. What the fuck is that? Survivors were scared, and everyone got up from their seats sequentially and started to look at Kim Tae-hoon. Their eyes were full of fear, and their faces were full of anger. They could not understand. How could they understand that the lifeline they had barely caught onto was clawing their palms and getting out? You're soldiers, aren't you? You must protect us. Shit, if you have received our tax money, you should protect us. You son of a bitch, are you a human being like that? Are you going to live alone? The angry survivors began to get angry. Kim Tae-hoon briefly told them, "Shut up." The short command was filled with a murderous spirit. The murderous spirit was not visible, but there was enough power to crush them. He was not a normal human being. Kim Tae-hoon had already eaten the power of several monsters, and the power that he ate became his own bones and flesh. Kim Tae-hoon was an awakener with a rank telekinesis and could physically exercise his thoughts. His murderous spirit was like a cold wind in the cold winter. There was no shortage of cutting flesh and making wounds. The anger that the survivors spat out before the murderous spirit cooled down instantly. I'm telling you clearly, we're not soldiers. Mac Clan, a group organized for monster hunting. Our purpose is to hunt monsters, not to save survivors. Kim Tae-hoon continued to speak in an atmosphere so cold that nobody could even swallow. In addition, we hunt monsters to survive. To interfere with us is a threat to our survival, and there is no reason for us to risk our lives to save you. There was no cross-questioning. I ask you the opposite: how many men did you save, how many men did you help, and how many monsters did you hunt when you came here? There was no breathing heard. You've survived and come all the way here because you've turned away a lot of survivors, but do you think we're the only ones who cannot turn away from survivors? There was only one-sided violence in this existence. I warn you, if you interfere with our activities, I'll do something about it in some way, and you can then call the police or hire a lawyer. After he stopped speaking, the sound of breathing and swallowing finally came. At the same time, everyone knew. It's real. He's a man who could shoot and kill us if we got in his way. Kim Tae-hoon was not just talking a bluff or nonsense, but really thinking about it. Therefore, none of the survivors showed any further signs of blaming Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon no longer paid attention to them. He ordered his men to look at him. Today, we will spend a day here at Bucheon Stadium. Obtain gas from nearby cars, charge smartphone batteries with car batteries, and get food from nearby marts and vending machines. That was all. Kim Tae-hoon did not warn the survivors that he would consider them hostile if they entered the area of Mac Clan. Even if he did not, the survivors already knew it very well. So the day ended, and night came again. 2. Kim Tae-hoon taught many things to his subordinates after he founded the Mac Clan. He taught survival knowledge, such as how to charge a smartphone battery using a car battery, and how to dismantle monsters. The education was done every day. The saber-toothed wolf has the thinnest skin between these ribs. The heart is caught when the hand is this deep, to the midpoint of the wrist and elbow after stabbing the hole with a knife. Even today, Kim Tae-hoon taught the soldiers how to take the monster stones out of the body of a saber-toothed wolf by demonstrating to them. Of course, this education was not to make an excellent soldier, but a competent hunter. Big brother, I need to talk to you. Bang Hyun-wook talked to Kim Tae-hoon after the body of a saber-toothed wolf was all broken down to bones and flesh. Kim Tae-hoon wiped his bloody hands with a towel and received a proposal from Bang Hyun-wook. What do you want to say? Can you accept even one of the survivors? No. Just one person, please. I'll keep her safe. I won't interrupt you. I'll give her my food. Bang Hyun-wook was serious and nervous. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon was as calm as he always was. Why should I give you that special favor? Well, because of the calm, Bang Hyun-wook lost his pace. In the end, he spat out what he was holding back, withholding nothing. I've helped you, and I've got the highest energy rank in our clan, and you will be in trouble without me. A strong statement. Honestly, you have eaten a lot of monster stones from the monsters which I have killed so far. Strong to the extent he surprised himself. I mean, not that you were wrong, that's not that I was dissatisfied, but that I've worked so hard for you. In the end, he failed to keep up his words. Kim Tae-hoon asked Bang Hyun-wook, I'll ask you one question, what's your relationship with her? I went to the same middle school. Friend? No, it's not. I had a secret crush on her. Even though he got the words out, Bang Hyun-wook was ashamed and blurred his words. It was foolish and ridiculous to see himself speaking so high up against Kim Tae-hoon, not just for the sake of a friend or lover, but for someone who he was in unrequited love with. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not look at Bang Hyun-wook as funny. "I understand, but I can't comply with your request. I'm sorry. It was not worth discussing who was right, humanly and morally." Kim Tae-hoon was right only in one thing, that his method was much more likely to survive. Bang Hyun-wook's face also crumpled because he knew it. Kim Tae-hoon could not be persuaded at all. The young Bang Hyun-wook couldn't readily accept the fact that he should give up something. It was Jang Sung-hoon who finished the conversation between the two. "Boss." Jang Sung-hoon, who appeared with a serious face, was carrying a bag. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes changed when he checked the bag. He knew what was in that bag. Jang Sung-hoon pulled out what Kim Tae-hoon knew was in the bag. "Look at this." The golden glass of Napoleon, which glowed with a gentle golden light, appeared. The cup was filled with red liquid. And Jang Sung-hoon turned the golden cup upside down. Of course, under common sense, if the laws of the world did not collapse, the liquid in the golden cup would fall to the floor. But the red liquid inside only splashed a bit, and not a single drop fell out. Like magic. What is this?" Bang Hyun-wook, who saw the golden cup itself for the first time, was shocked. Kim Tae-hoon's face was hardened by concern. "Does it mean that the champagne that makes me dream of a solution is this red liquid? What makes me qualifies as a crisis? Can I predict a solution through dreams? But why was the champagne created now? Is there a condition? Boss, this is getting smaller and smaller, and if you don't drink it, it'll disappear." But Kim Tae-hoon did not have time to worry. He reached out, grabbed the golden glass of Napoleon in his hand, and drank the red champagne in it at once. The unbearable alcohol instantly engulfed Kim Tae-hoon's whole body. The last thing Kim Tae-hoon heard was "Boss." "Big brother." And the two voices coming towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Episode 25, The Golden Glass of Napoleon, Part 2. Chapter 9. The Golden Glass of Napoleon, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Kim had several habits. One of them was to check his left wrist as soon as he opened his eyes. It was still true. Kim Tae-hoon first checked his left-hand wrist rather than the fact that he was in the passenger seat of a car when he opened his eyes. Of course, his eyes always came in with a watch on his wrist, and when he saw the watch, Kim Tae-hoon was surprised. Why? He saw a smartwatch. Why? Kim Tae-hoon did not use a smartwatch. The features of a smartwatch, with its GPS function, could not go 3 days without charging, had the poor waterproof function, had weak durability, and even had the possibility of being hacked, were cuffs for Kim Tae-hoon. But now the smartwatch was around Kim Tae-hoon's wrist. It was hard to understand. But what was really hard to understand was that Kim Tae-hoon's body did not listen to him. My body. He tried to move his arms and hands to touch the smartwatch, but his body did not listen to him. Rather, his body moved of its own. Instead of moving his arms, he was looking at the man approaching him through the car window that went down. Boss. The man who approached him handed a paper cup to him, and he got in the car. It's coffee. There was lukewarm coffee in the paper cup. The only thing left was mixed coffee, and of course, I took out the sugar. Instead of the bright black hue, the mixed coffee had a murky brown light. It was also a coffee that Kim Tae-hoon really hated. Coffee was his only hobby, so mixed coffee was an insult to his hobby. However, the mixed coffee did not come into Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. The face of the man who handed him the coffee did. He was a man with a wounded face. The 3 slits across his face, in particular, were obviously done by the claws of a terrible monster. It was fortunate that his face was not torn right off. On the contrary, Kim Tae-hoon was still able to recognize the owner of the face. Jang Sung-hoon? Jang Sung-hoon was the man in front of him. Jang Sung-hoon, who was older than Kim Tae-hoon, knew. Jang Sung-hoon. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon tried to call his name, but he was not allowed to either. Ah. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon had to look at everything he did as an observer. You've made your wish known to have a cup of coffee before you die. Isn't mixed coffee, coffee too? Jang Sung-hoon spit out and smiled lightly. At that moment, a huge wind, an intense force that shook the world, passed through Kim Tae-hoon's car and Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon turned his head around with a frightened look. Damn it, it's already here. What's come? At that moment, he talked. Jang Sung-hoon. You've had a hard time. Boss. You go alone to Gyeongju. Boss. I want you to meet with Commander-in-Chief Lim Hyun-jun there and deliver my message. The door of the car he was riding in opened up. In the meantime, Kim Tae-hoon, looking at himself as an observer, organized what he saw and heard carefully. Gyeongju? Alone? Commander-in-Chief Lim Hyun-jun? When the door opened, Jang Sung-hoon took a step back, and Kim Tae-hoon got out of the car. At the same time, the trunk was opened by itself. Various weapons came out of the open trunk like birds, and they began to hover around Kim Tae-hoon. Spear, knife, arrow, headstone. Kim Tae-hoon looked at each of the weapons and finally said to Jang Sung-hoon, "If I fail this hunt, abandon Korea." Shit, this is ridiculous. Boss, you don't have to die. You have no reason to die. You always told me. You fought to survive. Because of those damn bastards. Oh. At that moment, he heard an eerie cry that could not be compared to any animal in the world. Cock. The cry took the focus from Jang Sung-hoon's eyes at once. He fell down like a broken doll. Kim Tae-hoon brought him up and sat him in the driver's seat after supporting him. When the car door was closed, the car started to run on its own. At the same time, a huge shadow fell over Kim Tae-hoon's head. A wind strong enough to pull out the roots of a giant tree whipped around Kim Tae-hoon. Turning into the gale, he looked up at the owner of the shadow with his eyes widening. Kim Tae-hoon, who was watching himself, also looked at the monster. It was the dragon who had passed by that night. A huge dragon, with glowing blue eyes filled with anger. 4. Clatter. On Sunmi confirmed Kim Tae-hoon's pupil condition, and she got up from her seat by turning off the small flash she held in her hand. Behind her were Bang Hyun-wook, Jang Sung-hoon, and Kim Soo-ji, waiting anxiously for On Sunmi to talk. On Sunmi said with a firm expression, "He is sleeping, but..." The 3 of them cocked their heads, rather than be surprised by the answer that came out. Yes? As I said, Kim Tae-hoon is sleeping, and he is sleeping very deeply. So he is sleeping now? Bang Hyun-wook made a ridiculous expression even though he said the words himself. It was not a situation to spit out cute, sweet words. I'm glad, though, I thought he was going to die. However, at the word sleep, Bang Hyun-wook briefly sighed relief. It was not a strange reaction. Sleep was not a negative word for the public. On the other hand, On Sunmi's expression remained firm. It's not lucky to fall asleep suddenly, and we don't know when this sleep will end, she said to the other 2 after clicking her tongue briefly at Bang Hyun-wook's words. It looks like he's asleep, but I can't make any judgments more than this, because I can't take MRIs or CTs. He is not sleeping because of fatigue, but he ate something strange, so we don't know how long this sleep will last. It was a very serious situation to a doctor, someone eating an unidentified liquid and falling into a sudden sleep. Excuse me. Jang Sung-hoon changed the subject. I am suddenly curious, but when there is no boss, who's in charge? Is it Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji? Well, as soon as Kim Soo-ji tried to answer the question, she looked at Bang Hyun-wook. The general soldiers would follow Kim Soo-ji's words, but Bang Hyun-wook's case was a little different. Bang Hyun-wook was not a soldier, and he had no military experience. In addition, the absence of Kim Tae-hoon was a situation where all preconditions were different. Except for Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook was the only one who could fight properly against monsters that could use fear. So should Kim Soo-ji give such an order to Bang Hyun-wook, or should Bang Hyun-wook move independently? Of course, they had never agreed on this part. That's why Jang Sung-hoon brought up his words. If they had not agreed, it was time to make the agreement. If there is no big brother, then Bang Hyun-wook also fully understood the situation. Without Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook was now the most important player. In a sense, he was in the same position as Kim Tae-hoon. Am I replacing Big Brother? At that moment, Bang Hyun-wook turned his head slightly. At the end of his gaze, he saw a flame rising far away. It was the flame of the survivors who were outside of the Mak clan area. They were afraid of Kim Tae-hoon's warning, but it was impossible for them to completely abandon the lingering attachment. Even if Kim Tae-hoon was scary, it could not be denied that the Mak clan was the only lamp of hope in the present situation. How could they abandon their hope? When they turned their back on the lamp, only the darkness and despair would be left. I'm his substitute. In the mind of Bang Hyun-wook, even as he looked at the survivor group, the conversation that he shared with Kim Tae-hoon came up once again. In the conversation, he added the assumption that if he replaced Kim Tae-hoon. Wait a minute. On Sunmi caught the wrist of Bang Hyun-wook, who had started to worry about the survivors. I'll talk to him. Pulling his wrist, On Sunmi led Bang Hyun-wook away. On Sunmi stopped at a place where the other two would not hear their conversation. What are you going to tell me, sister? On Sunmi said to Bang Hyun-wook, with a stiff face full of freckles, recover your senses. What? I'm telling you because the situation is important. Bang Hyun-wook, wake up. Are you going to take the survivors? Of course. I'm the opposite. At the word of the opposite, Bang Hyun-wook closed his mouth. On the other hand, On Sunmi did not stop talking. I don't think you have understood the situation yet, but who do you think was most relieved when the boss told the survivors not to come? Things had changed. If Kim Tae-hoon did not wake up like this, the life and death of Mak clan will be in the hands of Bang Hyun-wook. Bang Hyun-wook was so strong. He consumed the most monster stones next to Kim Tae-hoon, and his energy rank, which could be said to be the most efficient in battle with monsters, was higher than Kim Tae-hoon. The only problem was that our soldiers were the most relieved. Bang Hyun-wook could only fight well, but he did not know how to control the people around him. Will you accept the survivors? Then who will be in the most danger? Who will be harder to protect? To be frank, you and the boss aren't going to get tough, because fighting is the same. It was the evidence that Bang Hyun-wook had lingering doubts about the survivors just now. After all, the soldiers will be in charge of the minutiae. The risk is the same. The boss and you, who always deal with strong monsters, are in great danger. But the risk won't be greater for the survivors, because you won't mind the survivors when you have to kill something like a black orc. Kim Tae-hoon had relentlessly rejected the survivors. Even using the threat of his murderous spirit, he did not give any sympathy to the survivors. But ordinary people are different. The soldiers will fight to protect survivors from a number of monsters. What if soldiers die? Will you regret it then? Or are you sure you won't even regret it? What Kim Tae-hoon did was not just for himself, but to increase the possibility of the entire Mak clan's survival, as well as himself. Therefore, the distinction between good and evil was not important in Kim Tae-hoon's actions. The important thing was that Kim Tae-hoon's actions were the best for Mak clan, and if he was a member of the Mak clan, he should follow the best course of action. If you do not like it, you can leave the Mak clan, as Kim Tae-hoon said. Bang Hyun-wook could not respond to any of these words from On Sunmi. Of course, it did not change his mind immediately or make him agree with On Sunmi's words. Damn it. However, Bang Hyun-wook was more a grown child than a young man. On Sunmi understood Bang Hyun-wook. He was not even 20 years old yet, a freshman in a society with not even a year of social experience. So On Sunmi gave him advice as a senior in life. We don't need survivors to just open their hands and take something from us. Remember, we don't need just survivors to protect. Just then, Jang Sung-hoon shouted out, "Boss!" At his cry, On Sunmi and Bang Hyun-wook turned their heads at the same time. Ah! Kim Tae-hoon was now standing. Big brother. The two hurriedly approached Kim Tae-hoon. "Major, are you all right?" "Boss, are you okay?" Kim Soo-ji and Jang Sung-hoon, who were nearby, asked his condition first. However, instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon gave a long sigh after checking his left-hand wrist, a G-Shock watch still there. It was a dream. The white mist from his mouth brushed through the darkened sky. But the breath was not long. No, it wasn't a dream. Crisis, it's a crisis I'll be in someday. He couldn't afford to breathe another sigh. That's what it meant to make me dream of a crisis, which meant that I was dreaming of the day I would die. Boss! Boss! Wake up, do I need to slap you? Jang Sung-hoon spoke to Kim Tae-hoon again. As soon as he saw Sung-hoon's face, Kim Tae-hoon's feelings began to get complicated. It was the sensation of feeling for someone else instead of himself filling his heart. But when he thought of the dragon, they disappeared like a mirage. All emotions disappeared, and only feeling of fear and despair began to take their place. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was more desperate than ever. "I'll ask you one thing, I'd like anyone to get me a cup of coffee, whatever it is." A cup of coffee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Episode 26, Power Enhancement, Part 1. Chapter 10. Power Enhancement, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Kim Tae-hoon drank his coffee and kept his mouth shut. The coffee was quite hot, so he wanted to spit it out or swallow it. But he put up with the heat until it melted his frozen mind. The smell of coffee released Kim Tae-hoon's frozen mind. Only then did Kim Tae-hoon start thinking. It is a type of foresight. What I dreamed of is a foresight of my death. He knew one thing clear at this moment. What he saw was not a mistake or fantasy, but a crisis that would come to a man named Kim Tae-hoon someday. After his mind cleared, Kim Tae-hoon began to analyze the things he saw in his dream. I looked at Jang Sung-hoon's face, and it is not in the very distant future. The most important thing was time. The only clue to gauge the timing was Jang Sung-hoon's age, which he could guess through his face. The Jang Sung-hoon in his dreams seemed to be in his mid-20s. Jang Sung-hoon was now in his early 20s, so this was not too far away. But it was not in the immediate future. 3 to 5 years. It would be as early as 3 years, or as late as 5 years. The next important clue was the name, Lim Hyun-jun. Commander-in-Chief Lim Hyun-jun. That means Colonel Lim Hyun-jun now. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Kim Tae-hoon knew that he was a tactician and an ambitious person. He was also a man on the elite course in the defense ministry. Not only did he produce good results as an officer, but he also had good political sense, and he was an influential person in the next generation of the military. He was an influential person of the next generation, but it was impossible for him to become the commander-in-chief, the peak of the army, a general, even if he was given 10 years to advance. He's the commander-in-chief. Of course, the world was already beyond the ordinary. Moreover, he had learned what the consequences would be. What he needed to do now is to guess the processes that ended up with the results he had seen. In the future, the military seems to be operating normally. 1. Having a commander-in-chief meant that the military system was operating. It meant that society was not in complete anarchy. The fact that Lim Hyun-jun became the top leader of the army, and it is so organized, means that he survived and made a remarkable contribution. 2. The fact that the commander-in-chief of such an army was Colonel Lim Hyun-jun meant that he had played a decisive role in reforming the military. It would not have been something simple. It would have been at the level of saving the country, in fact, a level of achievement that had created a new military. Right now he is in the 8th Division. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun's current affiliation was the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. It was called the Roly-Poly Unit, and it had powerful weapons, excellent means of transportation, and tanks, unlike the general infantry divisions. He considered the emergence of monsters as an opportunity, not a crisis. Colonel Lim had the ability to set up such remarkable achievements by commanding the firepower and troops under his influence. I think the 8th Division is the best place to be in the present situation. The 8th Division was located in Pocheon, Gyeonggi Province. The front line was close, but they were not facing the North Korean army directly. That was why it was advantageous. Even if the front line encountered monsters, they could not lead their troops to the rear immediately, because they did not know what the North Korean army would do. At the same time, it is not easy to get resupplied. Compared to them, the 8th Division could go up to the front line, or it can head down to the rear. I have to go to Pocheon, too. In other words, Pocheon, where the 8th Division was located, was not safe at present, but it was highly likely that the military was playing a role there, at the very minimum. He should go to Pocheon and contact Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Since he had learned the man would become such an important figure, he could not treat him as a chicken or a cow. His thinking on Colonel Lim Hyun-jun got to that point. But there was more important information. Weapons. In his dream, that Kim Tae-hoon had prepared various kinds of weapons ahead of the battle with the dragon. They couldn't possibly be normal weapons. They would be items made from monsters and high-grade relics. Of course, he had to reconstruct the appearance of those weapons, because their appearance would play a crucial role in guessing their identity. I also handled the weapons freely with my telekinesis. The sense of handling the weapon with the telekinesis was important. Right now, his skill at using his telekinesis was not so good. That's why he didn't do much with his A-rank telekinesis right now. Telekinesis was a force. Some are very easy, some are very difficult. It wasn't that everything was done just by imagining it. Even if you think of a picture in your mind, you need natural talent and skill to draw a picture from your mind on paper. The Kim Tae-hoon in his dream was very skilled at his telekinesis. He made various kinds of weapons hover around him like they were alive. If I had looked closely at my stats, I would have been clearer on what to do. Anyway, he had to achieve the skill of using weapons with telekinesis he had seen in his dreams. That was the minimum condition for survival until then. Nevertheless, that Kim Tae-hoon failed to survive. There are fucking bastards. The Jang Sung-hoon in his dreams said that there was no reason for Kim Tae-hoon to die. Nevertheless, because of the bastards, he faced death. There is a group, and they will try to get rid of me. He did not know its name, identity, or number, but it meant that he was up against an organization that wanted his death in the future. The reason they are trying to get rid of me is that I'm interfering with their interests. They wanted him dead because his actions interfered with their interests. What those interests were was simple. What Kim Tae-hoon wanted in the future is to survive. He would remain a hunter for survival. But someone did not want that. It meant that they either wanted the monsters to remain, or they did not want him to kill them. Kim Tae-hoon did not have much doubt about this part. Even if the world was about to end, there would be someone who would look for their own benefits in it. Those who were capable of such things would come out. No, rather, those who wanted to build a new order in a world where the order has collapsed due to the emergence of monsters would be overflowing in number. In addition, the new order they wanted to build would be entirely favorable to them. It would be rather strange not to have such people, so I will have to keep that in mind. More importantly, that Kim Tae-hoon was predicted to die, and he was surprised. He was willing to face death to save Jang Sung-hoon, and only Jang Sung-hoon remained with him. It was a fact that Kim Tae-hoon, who had no purpose other than to survive, died for others. When Kim Tae-hoon reached that point in his thinking, he finally swallowed his coffee. The sound changed the gaze of the crowd looking at Kim Tae-hoon. They waited for him to speak. As they expected, he did indeed speak. I don't know who got it, but that was the worst coffee ever. 2. Kim Tae-hoon told them what he had dreamed about, everything he remembered. He told them his opinion that Pocheon was now expected to be a safe area, and that he should find some way to contact it. He told them without hesitation that he would be killed by a dragon a few years from now. When the story was over, everyone's expression was harder than when Kim Tae-hoon fell asleep. With a firm expression, Bang Hyun-wook carefully asked the question, "So, am I also dead in the future?" It was a ridiculous question, but a serious one. How could it not be serious asking someone who had gained knowledge of the future about his destiny, since he had no promise he would see the morning? I can't say you died, because you didn't show up in my dream. Maybe you were working somewhere else, maybe you broke up with me for a reason, or you could have betrayed me. Betrayal, I don't think about it ever. Bang Hyun-wook shook his head, even as the words on Sunday gave passed through his mind at that moment. What would Kim Tae-hoon think of his thoughts, while he dreamed of his crisis? Would he consider it a childish idea, would he accept it as a young man's heroism, or would he think that it was the spirit of insubordination of a rebel who repeatedly disobeys? Big brother will not let me off just because it is me. Obviously, no matter what kind of thing Kim Tae-hoon looked at, he would not change his mind. As On Sunny said, Kim Tae-hoon did not need survivors who just wanted his help. He would not change his mind. To be changed, those who were not Kim Tae-hoon must change. You stopped talking, were you really going to betray me? No, I don't mean, it's not betrayal, but I thought something like that. If you didn't wake up like this, I'd have to take your place, and then the survivors. Bang Hyun-wook drew a long breath, to gather some strength to speak. Big brother, can we accept an application for the clan? At the words of Bang Hyun-wook, Kim Tae-hoon, who had just taken a sip, looked at him softly. Bang Hyun-wook just swallowed silently. Are you asking if we will accept applicants from the survivors? Kim Tae-hoon asked at last. Yes. Why does the Mac clan need to accept additional applicants? Then we can kill more monsters, can't we? We can get them more stable. And we don't just need combat agents. I need someone to cook, someone to move things. Can you give us a solid reason for our clan to recruit applicants? Bang Hyun-wook shut his mouth. He suggested it because he thought it was a compromise solution, but Kim Tae-hoon seemed to have no intention of doing so. However, Kim Tae-hoon was actually seriously considering Bang Hyun-wook's proposal. If it had not been really worth considering, he would not have asked Bang Hyun-wook the question itself. He would have given final notice either to leave the clan quietly, or said nothing, or to choose between them. He didn't think of it alone, and someone gave him a clue about what I want. He had already been thinking of something similar. It was not an option, but a necessity to increase the numbers of the Mac clan. In a world where social infrastructure had collapsed, human resources were the most valuable ones. Fighting alone was not enough to do anything. Just looking at what the Mac clan should do right now, there were a lot of things to do, such as monster slaughter, monster-based item production, etc., all starting with monster hunting. The same was true of battle. When battles are repeated, victims pile up. If you don't replace them, it will be fatal. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon had a chance, thanks to the golden glass of Napoleon. If I go this way unchanging, the end is my death. If I want to live, I had a very valuable opportunity to know that I need to change. We need gunmen, he said. Most of the surviving adult men will have military experience, and if they are from the artillery or tanker corps, that would be very helpful. We also need drivers, Lieutenant Kim spoke up, supporting Bang Hyun-wook's opinion. We cannot ignore the survivors like this. It was also why she agreed with Bang Hyun-wook's idea. We can't move with this force alone. At the same time, for the commander's sake, she felt that they were at their limit with the current troops. Kim Tae-hoon got up in the opinion of the two. Jang Sung-hoon, find 3 cars with the keys and bring them here. What kind of cars do you want? 2 SUVs and a truck. Jang Sung-hoon nodded and immediately moved out to search for the cars. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, gather 10 undissected saber-tooth wolves and a knife for slaughtering them, after collecting the monster stones. I understand. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji saluted and called for soldiers immediately. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes naturally turned to Bang. Bang Hyun-wook. Yes, big brother? You have to set your answers in your mind, including your priorities, ahead of time, he advised. There's no time for this conversation in a really desperate moment. Bang Hyun-wook nodded silently. Then, Bang Hyun-wook, go to your unrequited love and tell them that we will start testing for applicants who want to join the Mac clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Episode 27, Power Enhancement, Part 2. Chapter 10. Power Enhancement, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Major, we're all here. It was late, and the sun had already fallen and disappeared. Cold breath filled the place, and the group was gathered under the thick darkness where even their cold breath was not visible. There is no exception. The identity of the mess was the survivors. Bang Hyun-wook approached the survivors immediately as soon as Kim Tae-hoon's permission was given, approaching and talking to his unrequited love, Ju Hyun. The Mac clan was accepting applicants. If you passed the Mac clan tests, you could move with it. At his word, the 22 survivors announced their intention to join the Mac clan without a single exception. It was natural for survivors who thought that there might be a chance of life, even if it was the worst case. I'll tell you a few things. Kim Tae-hoon said to those who had gathered. 1. Our clan's name is Mac, the Mac clan, and 2. The monster stones that the clan has acquired from the monster hunt, and all the monster parts, are all mine. 3. You must obey orders unconditionally. Kim Tae-hoon paused there for a moment. He didn't add a warning, such as, don't say anything later. This was not a training room for new employees in a company, and if they said something else later, he would just deal with it without warning. Those who had such schemes were not worthy of consideration. Kim Tae-hoon stopped and looked over the crowd, the expressions in their eyes. Most of the survivors had dead eyes. They had seen many deaths, to be exact. Of course, not everyone looked that way. Even in this situation, there were those who looked at Kim Tae-hoon clearly. The woman, who made Bang Hyun-wook take action, was one of those who looked at Kim Tae-hoon clearly. Her eyes are not dead. The cute and pretty appearance, the hairstyle that was cut short with a cat-like face, was obviously popular from appearance alone. Bang Hyun-wook had said she was an aspiring entertainer. Although she had not made her debut yet, she was still a trainee at an entertainment agency of fair size. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon did not really think much of the fact. Then we'll start classification. His role was to pick out the good and bad from these applicants. Who had a career in a professional like manufacturing and agriculture? At his question, 4 people looked around and carefully raised their hands. 3 men, 1 woman. The woman looked to be in her 20s, the men in their 30s. What's your field? I worked at a factory, not very professional, but I did a lot of things. Well, I worked on the construction site. My career was pretty good. I'm good at tools, though I don't have a license. I'm a nurse, and I'm very good at it, though I've only got a few years of experience. Please. There was no power in the voices of those who answered sequentially. They lacked confidence. They were suspicious that they could be saved by saying these things. One of the four was different. I'm a lawyer. He introduced his job with a pretty confident expression as if he were waiting for the question. For reference, I'm with the Hae-sun law firm, but... He also had confidence that he had not showed before, adding his own affiliation. It was pretty good. The Hae-sun law firm was not the best in Korea, but it was in the top 10 of Korean law firms. The combined income of the three people who had introduced their professions earlier would not equal the income of the man who said he was a lawyer. Of course, he deserved to be confident. And the attitude would be worth if it was a week ago. But not now. The three, except for the lawyer, are accepted. No, wait. Are you saying I'm out? Those three are passing? Kim Tae-hoon answered the lawyer's question as if he was hard to understand. I don't know why you're so proud of yourself. No, I'm with Hae-sun law firm. Just tell me one reason why I need to hire a lawyer against the monsters. The lawyer was about to say something more, but then he stopped. His mouth closed, and the glitter in his eyes died quickly. Kim Tae-hoon ignored the lawyer and continued speaking. Who was an artilleryman or a tanker during his military service? I was in the artillery unit. I was also in the artillery unit. Two men raised their hands quickly. They looked to be in their mid-20s, and at this moment they seemed to have noticed who Kim Tae-hoon wanted. Who has the first-class license? I have it. I know how to handle forklifts and cranes. The number of people raising their hands began to decrease as the questions were repeated, and later on, there was no one left to raise their hand. Prepare for the test. Kim Tae-hoon gave a signal. The soldiers moved immediately. They lined up the dead bodies of the saber-toothed wolves. It was not just a dead body. The heart was pulled out to get to the monster stone, the body that was chopped all over for slaughter practice, and it was in a terrible state. Oh, my God. Of course, the survivors had pale faces as soon as they saw the body of the saber-toothed wolf. Some with weak stomachs began to vomit immediately. The test method is simple. Ignoring them, Kim Tae-hoon continued speaking. Cut off the legs of the saber-toothed wolf. It does not matter what the condition is. Whether it is front or rear, right or left, bring it to me after cutting it. The time limit is 1 hour. Tools. Kim Tae-hoon grabbed a knife and threw it at the body of the saber-toothed wolf next to him. Pook! The knife went deep into the wolf's belly, only the handle showing. One knife, then, and we'll start testing. 4. Oh, shit! A man working on the sawing off the saber-toothed wolf's skin and flesh with a knife shouted loudly. Damn it, arg! God damn it! Harsh words filled with emotions flowed out of his mouth. Those who were doing the same thing reacted to the man's feelings. Some chewed on their lips, some shed tears, and some cried out. They were all watched by the Mak clan soldiers. Some of them thought to themselves, does this test mean anything? What is he testing with this? It was a terrible, miserable sight. However, the test to cut off the legs of the wolves, compared to their desperation, did not seem to have much meaning. Kim Tae-hoon did not intend to deny the fact. It would be useful to practice stabbing the insides of meat and bones. Cutting off the dead monster's legs was not meaningful. But his reason for doing this was simple. There is no reason to accept them unless they are prepared to eat a monster's corpse. Can you do it, or not? It did not mean to see it. In the first place, Kim Tae-hoon did not expect much from the survivors. His expectations were just vague expectations. So, what Kim Tae-hoon wanted to see was their will to do it, or not. If they do not have enough fighting spirit to cut apart a dead monster body and the will to survive, they are just living dead men, eating and making poo. He didn't want to have such a survivor. Fortunately, the survivors had strong wills to live. Strong enough that they were able to meet Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac clan alive. The way the survivors came here was hell. The time limit is up. Eventually, all 22 survivors crossed the line proposed by Kim Tae-hoon. Passed. After the short words of Kim Tae-hoon, the faces of the survivors who had wrestled with the hide, muscles, flesh, and bones of the saber-toothed wolf for an hour, were filled with cheers and deep fatigue. Clean the body. Kim Tae-hoon did not give any congratulations or shake hands with them. The night was late enough, and the test was over. Now was the time to take the rest that had been originally planned. The Mac clan must move again tomorrow when the sun rose. They had to hunt monsters, get food, make roads, and secure relics. And they had to repeat it again and again. They had to be ready for tomorrow, which would be more hopeless than today. It's over now. Most of all, death was predicted for Kim Tae-hoon. Within 3 to 5 years, he would be dead. It was a time-limited life. He did not have time to celebrate something and to comfort. I have to find a way. Kim Tae-hoon did not intend to meet the fate of the dream Kim Tae-hoon. That was how the night began. 5. At 5 a.m., Jang Sung-hoon was not able to fall asleep easily. The cold weather was the reason, but the fact that his mind was full of the shining golden glass was the biggest reason he could not sleep. It lets us see our crisis in our dreams. The golden glass of Napoleon. It was a shock to Jang Sung-hoon in many ways. It's a tool that can change the future. Knowing a crisis meant avoiding it. It was like changing the future. It would change the world. It was a shock that such a relic existed in the world. Such relics are overflowing in the world. But there was something even more shocking. The world will be crazy. Those greedy people will not leave them be. Jang Sung-hoon was a chick in society at his age. He was still childish. His age was not much different from Bang Hyun-wook, who had a young personality, behavior, and attitude. However, Jang Sung-hoon's social experience was darker than other people. The world he belonged to was filled with the word greed. Jang Sung-hoon saw a lot in such a world. How much greed could human beings have for art which is essentially useless? How terrible is the greed of human beings who can do things that ignore human dignity to get that desired artwork? The greed of such people would seem rather crude compared to the 3 desires of human beings. In addition, the art that had an artistic value was now much more than that. I feel like they have a missile launch button in their hands. What was even eerier was that most of the art was already in the hands of greedy people. Even if I look at the situation right now, it is so, world-class artworks, historical relics, were not in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of those who knew the ability and methods of filling their greed. Would they make efforts for the good of the world with those relics, the indispensable weapons which had amazing value now, when dealing with monsters? Jang Sung-hoon, at least, did not want to leave his fate to such people. This fucking world. Jang finally gave up sleeping. If he slept, he'd have to get up sooner or later. Instead, he'd better get up early and organize his thoughts. Jang Sung-hoon opened the car door and climbed out. The cold dawn wind hit his body. Naturally, Jang Sung-hoon's gaze was on the blazing fire, and he headed for the man who was in front of the fire. Boss. Kim Tae-hoon was in front of the fire. He was flying an arrow around himself, a featherless arrow which had only an arrowhead and shaft, while sipping coffee from a mug in his right hand. Jang Sung-hoon walked toward Kim Tae-hoon. Boss. The conversation between the two of them began again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Episode 28, Power Enhancement, Part 3. Chapter 10. Power Enhancement, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. You got up early. While Jang Sung-hoon talked to Kim Tae-hoon, the arrow that hovered around his boss like a satellite stopped in front of his eyes. I couldn't sleep. Because of your dream? The arrow fell to the ground. His concentration was shaken. Oh, I'm sorry. I said useless words. Jang Sung-hoon apologized, understanding Kim Tae-hoon's feelings. Boss is also human, I suppose. He had learned of his death in his dream. He was actually sentenced to life on a deadline. He couldn't be calm. Kim Tae-hoon sipped coffee from his mug instead of answering Jang Sung-hoon's apology, and he looked at the fallen arrow. The arrow slowly began to rise again. It circled around Kim Tae-hoon like a satellite. The movement of the arrow was not smooth, and its orbit was slightly distorted every time it escaped his view. Don't worry too much, you know the future, and all you have to do is to avoid it, Jang Sung-hoon said to him. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed his coffee, and he grabbed the arrow that was circling around him. The problem is that I don't know what to avoid. Well? Kim Tae-hoon's voice was serious. Facing it, Jang Sung-hoon swallowed the joke he was going to use to change the atmosphere. He sat down near Kim Tae-hoon with a serious expression. Jang Sung-hoon watched the twisted branches burning, and he spoke carefully. Was there really only me? Was there no Hyunwook or Lieutenant Suji or Sister Sunmi by your side? I don't want to hide such things. Do you think I'm lying? No, I just didn't think I was going to be so loyal to the boss like that. Kim Tae-hoon also nodded. Jang Sung-hoon was not a man who could give loyalty to someone. He was quick to figure things out and faithful to his own interests. It was why he was attached to Kim Tae-hoon. It was not appropriate for him to stick to Kim Tae-hoon, trapped in a corner, when he was forced to die at the will of other people. Well, this is for sure. Of course, it was a future story, and there must have been a process. The future we both suffered so much hardship that we had to be so sticky. I am sure something extraordinary happened. If I were to become such a person, it wouldn't happen with a minor accident. Kim Tae-hoon laughed softly and took a sip of coffee. Oh, and this is really my personal imagination. When Kim Tae-hoon was enjoying coffee, he didn't speak. In my own terms, the future boss is a hunting dog. No, I don't mean you are a real dog, but your character is wild, like a dog, Jang Sung-hoon said as if he had been waiting. Why would they let you die, even if it was so? Sometimes they could kill a hunting dog. They can kill after the hunting is over. But you said that you fought the dragon at the end, right? It means there's still a monster left. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes turned to Jang Sung-hoon. If I tell you my story, there are a lot of real geniuses in this field. There are a lot of people who make counterfeit goods better than the original. But do you know why they're active in the shadows? They're either weird, or they're in trouble. No matter how smart they are, if they have no side, and if you have enemies, they will eventually be abandoned. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed and said quietly, to sum up your words, the most fundamental reason I died was that my personality was a frivolous one, wasn't it? Well, if the personality of the boss had been good at this, at least the death scene would have changed. With a bashful smile, Jang Sung-hoon rubbed both his hands in front of the fire. Kim Tae-hoon was able to make one thing clear at this moment. Now I know why he was around me until the last time. Why Jang Sung-hoon stayed with him, why he allowed him to be with him, and eventually he died to save him. It was worth it for Jang Sung-hoon. He had an extraordinary view, an ability to express his opinion properly, and a different perspective. He was smart and competent. Kim Tae-hoon was able to see one fact clearly. If I move according to my character, I will die in the end. With his personality, it was easy to make enemies, but it was not easy to make allies. This personality, of course, had been good so far. Kim Tae-hoon had been working in a place called the Army, where he did not need to make allies or a faction. But not now. He had already stepped out of the military. I almost didn't know that. What was even more frightening was that he was not aware of it. So Kim Tae-hoon asked a question here. Jang Sung-hoon, what would you do if you were me? If I had the combat power and charisma like boss, I would be a king in Bucheon right now, Jang Sung-hoon grinned and replied. Of course it's a joke, I didn't mean it. He laughed playfully. But honestly, if I had had the power to be like boss, I wouldn't have thought much about it. I'd bring some people together, make a group, get a gun, capture the monsters, and people will take you as their king. There's no reason to refuse it. Most of them will be happy to do so. But it wasn't just a playful laugh. I'm sure there are people like boss elsewhere, even if not like you. You said the level of the awakeners is different when they are awakened, right? Add if a relic is added. Human beings were the incarnation of greed. If they have power and supernatural ability, and if there is a stage to exert their power, not everyone would do what they normally do. I'm sure those who have obtained the power must have created a group, and they are controlling and operating a territory. Some wisely, some as a tyrant. Moreover, the situation was that the communication and traffic were paralyzed, and the Republic of Korea had already been divided. They risked their lives going to Sejong City from Seoul. At his words, Kim Tae-hoon recalled Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. Kim Tae-hoon's purpose now was to move to Pocheon, where Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was, to make contact with him. But could Colonel Lim Hyun-jun be just a soldier now? Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is an ambitious man. He was ambitious. He would not be a faithful soldier in this situation, and he would have been very ambitious if he had gained the position of commander-in-chief in a short time. If I met him now, he would use me as a hunting dog. Kim Tae-hoon put the mug on the ground. Do you like coffee? Is there anyone in Korea who hates coffee? Kim Tae-hoon started to make more coffee. 7. The start of the new morning of the Mak clan began with a battle with the monsters. A world where even pigs became monsters. It's a real crazy world, damn it. The monster appeared to be like a wild boar, but it was so large that it could not be compared with a wild boar. It had a horn that reminded them of a rhinoceros. A horned pig. 3 dreadful pigs were charging the Mak clan vehicles on the move. The moment the horned pigs appeared, the Mak clan moved with great speed. First, 2 SUVs became ramparts that blocked the advance of the horned pig. Get out of. Wait. The drivers who were driving the SUVs facing the horned pig got out of the slow-moving vehicle. The driver is here. Even the left driver came out. As soon as the fact was delivered to Kim Tae-hoon, who was riding in the back of a dump truck, he stared at 2 cars driving alone. 2 cars revved up and began to accelerate toward the horned pigs. The result was obvious. 3 horned pigs, unwilling to stop, collided with 2 SUVs on a narrow road, and after screaming a bit, were entangled and crushed. The sound of the horned pigs clearly told the gruesomeness of the situation. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji saw this and quickly ordered the soldiers in the back of the dump truck, aim at. The soldiers, distracted by the intense shock created by the traffic accident in front of them, came to their senses. In their gun sights, they saw 1 or 2 horned pigs stumbling around in shock. Start firing. There was a flurry of gunfire. During the rain of gunfire, Kim Tae-hoon threw an arrow high into the sky. The arrow without feathers rose up continuously. Kim Tae-hoon raised his arrow high enough that he couldn't see it anymore. When the arrow disappeared from Kim Tae-hoon's senses, it no longer received the help of his telekinesis. It began to fall. Shee. The sound of the falling arrow was eerie. It sounded like a hawk diving on prey, trying to cut off the target's life at once. The arrow, which fell like that, began to change its path at some point, and it hit precisely in the middle of the forehead of a horned pig struggling in front of the gunfire. Pock! the arrow disappeared into the body of the horned pig like magic, without a trace. Quick! The horned pig gave a short cry, fell to the ground and began to twitch. What the heck? It suddenly fell down, didn't it? The soldiers, who did not see the arrow, cocked their heads at the sudden fall of the horned pig that had stood up against their bullets. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon frowned. This is not enough. Kim Tae-hoon focused on pulling out the arrow embedded in the horned pig. But it did not come out. He could not draw the arrow in the body of the horned pig properly and clearly. This was a characteristic of telekinesis. It was not all done just by mere imagination. Just like a top artist who had the skill to visualize a perfect object with his eyes. Just like a doctor with experience, training, and ability, who could image the state of a body without opening up a patient's body. Telekinesis did not respond to vagueness. Only when he imagined a clear fact could it show true power. That's not enough. It meant that Kim Tae-hoon was still limited and lacking in ability with his telekinesis. Kim Tae-hoon clicked his tongue and looked over at Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Kim Soo-ji nodded. Stop shooting! At her shout, the rainy gunfire stopped at once. If they had been just dazed and pulling the trigger, they would not have stopped shooting. Soldiers not shooting was evidence that self-control and discipline now existed, and it was evident that they were now blooded. It was evident that they were no longer cowards who were too scared to judge how many empty cartridges they had thrown up, that they had become hunters who had repeatedly fought with monsters, not survivors struggling to live through being slaughtered by repeated monsters. Of course, they did not stop shooting just to confirm that. Kim Tae-hoon hopped down lightly from the back of the dump truck. Bang Hyun-wook came to his side, holding his steel pipe. Big brother, which one do you want? You pick first. Me first? I'll give you a chance to look good in front of your favorite girl. I think the right one is livelier, so I'll kill it, but. After finishing the words, Bang Hyun-wook pulled out the energy in his gut and sent it through his whole body. His whole being heated up in one breath. Acha! The sound of him circulating his energy caught the attention of the horned pig, which was still full of energy and the strength to fight, and a mite ornery after being shot all over. A horned pig stared at Bang Hyun-wook, while the other one was already rushing toward him. Looking at this, Kim Tae-hoon also boosted his telekinesis in his gut. At the same time, he held up his fist. His right hand went black. That was how the battle began, a battle of the Awakeners. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Episode 29, The Lawless City, Part 1. Chapter 11. The Lawless City, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. It was Jang Sung-hoon's idea. The new recruits know well what kind of personality the boss is. It's not possible not to know. It takes a long time to see if you're good, but it takes less than 10 seconds to figure out if your personality is dirty. He told Kim Tae-hoon needed to show his power to the new faces who had joined the Mac clan. But the new recruits don't know what kind of person the boss is, and even if you're an awakener, that's just vague, and the word the awakener was made by the boss, right? Now is time to fight against monsters, but survive. You need to show them what an awakener is, and what it means to fight a monster with your naked body. You have to show them how great you are. It was necessary to show them how terrible Kim Tae-hoon the awakener was now. If they see the image of the boss, they will calculate at that moment, and act as if they have a dirty monster as a boss. At least they're not going to put a blood pool around their neck. Kim Tae-hoon accepted the idea of Jang Sung-hoon, and he stood in front of the monster with only his bare body, holding only a knife. And he showed them what the fight between a monster and a monster is, how great a monster he was. 2. As soon as Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook approached the monsters, the early members of the Mac clan watched expectantly. A colleague, a comrade, and a leader who was willing to exercise monster-like violence against monsters. However, the eyes of the new recruits greeting their first day as members of the Mac clan were full of fear. What the hell is that? These monsters are still alive. Why? Kim Tae-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook seemed to be committing suicide to the new recruits who had seen countless humans eaten by the monsters. In the eyes of Bang Hyun-wook and Kim Tae-hoon, the horned pigs were only petty animals. I am going to show off all of a sudden. It had been riddled with dozens of bullets after colliding with the running vehicle. Because it was a monster, it still had a fighting spirit and was standing on its legs even with a fatal injury. The pigs were no different from corpses that were certain to die in time. Compared to monsters that were so fierce that they could even go crazy, they were just petty. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon's abilities were already overwhelming. Basic abilities: Strength, 76. Health, 51. Special abilities: Energy, E+ rank. Mana, E+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, E rank. Mana resistance, E+ rank. His strength had reached 76 through the monopoly of the monster stones. He was far beyond a human being. He had surpassed an Olympic medalist or even a level at which an Olympic medalist might reach through drugs. He was superhuman. In addition, Kim Tae-hoon already had 4 monster abilities, starting with black skin and howling. It was already decided who the predator was. Qeeek. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon did not take much time to deal with the horned pig that was squealing loudly. The moment it screamed and rushed ahead with its horns, he also rushed towards it. The distance between the horned pig and Kim Tae-hoon narrowed quickly, and he immediately caught the horn of the pig and climbed atop it as if riding a rodeo. At the same time, he stabbed the knife in his right hand into its neck. The knife went through the thick hide of the horned pig, which had resisted bullets, and all the fat beneath. The knife was not a great sword, and it was not a relic. The secret was, of course, energy. Kim Tae-hoon was also fully aware of how to use his energy, as Bang Hyun-wook had realized. Not only did he activate his body's potential with energy, but he also knew how to cover his weapon with energy. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon's knife, which did not have a high energy rank behind it, only went in as deep as his little finger. Quick, CUII. There was no doubt it hurt, but it was not enough to cause a fatal injury to it. So Kim Tae-hoon went on to his next move. He concentrated the power of the black orc in his right hand. Now his right hand turned black, and the area was growing. It used to be a little off his wrist, but now it was reaching up close to his elbows. Kim Tae-hoon hit the knife's handle with his black fist, like a hammer hitting a nail. Every time he hit it, the knife went in deeper. Cook! The cries of the horned pig grew more frantic. Naturally, its struggles had intensified. Its body was shaking like a rodeo bull, not a pig. However, its struggles didn't do much to Kim Tae-hoon, who already has his seat and even held its horns like a handle. Whenever it struggled, he smashed down with his fist. Pook! The knife went in deeper and deeper. Pook! The blade disappeared. Pook! Then the handle began to go in. Cuaiik. A mournful squeal came from the jaws of the horned pig, which seemed to feel death coming. But Kim Tae-hoon did not stop. Now the knife had entered the mass of flesh and was not visible, but he punched down into that bloody hole. Pook! The knife went deeper. Thump! The frantic horned pig fell to the ground like a broken doll. Huck! Wow! The sight caught the breath of those watching the scene. Acha! What's the taste of the iron bat of the Barry Bonds of Buchan High School? This is the iron bat which hit 2 home runs consecutively in the weekend league of high school. Bang Hyun-wook, who was just ignorant and fierce enough to hit the horned pig's body with a lump of iron, was not really noticed. Only Kim's figure was seen. As they watched, Kim Tae-hoon drew a knife from the neck of the horned pig, which was still convulsing. Hot blood sprang up like a fountain. White steam came up, too. Ignoring the gruesome sight, Kim brought his ears down to the body of the dying horned pig. As soon as he found the sound of the pig's heart, he stabbed into it. He cut away the skin and flesh at once, and he shoved his hand into the gash. Soon after, Kim Tae-hoon pulled out his hand, holding a coveted red jewel, and swallowed it immediately. Everyone else swallowed as they watched the scene. 3. Bucheon Municipal Wonmi Library. Move carefully, be careful. It's a grenade. I understand. Where do we move the drinking water? Second floor. Drinking water to the second floor. Located between Wonmi Mountain and Bucheon Stadium, the library, where quiet is life, was now experiencing its most tumultuous day since its establishment. Everything is moved. Let's go and smoke. Yes. There were as many as 50 people involved in the disturbance. They were constantly moving things into the library from the trucks and vehicles parked in front of the library. Under the circumstance, Kim Soo-ji asked Kim Tae-hoon, who was taking a coffee break. Major, do you really want to make this a base? At the question, Kim Soo-ji answered immediately. Is there a problem making this a base? No. Kim Soo-ji had no doubts about making the Bucheon Municipal Wonmi Library a base. No, the library was the best place to live in under the current circumstances. The area was surrounded by hills and was quite distant from where people lived. In many ways, the structure was advantageous to defense. Although not as common as the Ojungdong Industrial District, in nearby Wonmi-dong there were several factories where they could find useful tools. It would not be hard to get things for item making. The library itself had many advantages. The books and bookshelves filling the library could be great firewood during winter, and since the internet, the final edition of modern civilization knowledge, had become meaningless, the library was a collection of human wisdom for their situation. If human civilization was rebuilt from the bottom, knowledge was more important than a sword or a gun. On Sunmi and Jang Sung-hoon were already moving around the library collecting books that would help their activities and survival in the future. There was no reason for Kim Soo-ji to oppose such a place as a base. She was just suspicious. Why did he suddenly get a base? I'm sure he didn't intend to do that until yesterday, but until last night, Kim Tae-hoon had no intention of making a base. If he had thought about it, he would have made the library a base earlier, rather than waiting under Bucheon Stadium. We don't train in cold weather, and we didn't need to spend the night shivering in the cold outside using our cars as a tent. Naturally, Kim Soo-ji thought Kim Tae-hoon would move to another place after securing the relics he wanted in the Bao Museum as well. As Kim Tae-hoon suddenly said that he was going to build a base in such a situation, it was natural for her to ask questions. However, she had not raised any new questions. She was a soldier to her bones. Kim Tae-hoon gave her a new order. Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, bring people together when it's done. Place the awakeners in the front row. I understand. Kim Tae-hoon drank coffee while watching Kim Soo-ji, who was moving to carry out the order right away. The strong aroma of coffee filled his mouth. But Kim Tae-hoon was not able to savor his coffee at this moment. It was due to the conversation he'd had with Jang Sung-hoon in the early morning. Jang Sung-hoon gave his opinion to Kim Tae-hoon without any qualms. Boss, if you monopolize the monster stones, the boss becomes strong, but the Mac clan cannot be strong. I don't care if that's the goal. To play big, you have to ignore the small things. Kim Tae-hoon's actions might make him stronger, but it wouldn't make the Mac clan stronger. And it doesn't matter if the group is small, but if the group grows big, a rank is needed, right? You know that better because the boss is a soldier. Of course, we don't need to use military ranks. In this world, the mark on the back of the boss will be the rank. In order to make the group big, they needed a ranking system. To sum it up, Kim Tae-hoon needed to set up a framework early in order to have a bigger military force and a bigger military clique. In fact, Kim Tae-hoon knew that part better than anyone else. He served as a soldier in a secret society in a third world where a group of warlords prevailed, where civil war, rebellion, and war were constant. He knew better than any terrorist how warlords are organized and how they are run efficiently. Nevertheless, the reason why Kim had been active like that was simple. He didn't want to make a military faction. That's why he used the term clan. If he had intended to create a military faction, he would have used a phrase meaning bigger. The word clan is not used in the military, or to express forces of big scale. Not my way, but. In addition, it was never Kim's style to lead a force like a military faction. Until now, Kim's target had been such military leaders. The higher they went, the more they became a target. But things had changed now. Now I know the result of doing things my own way, and I have to throw it away. He found out that his style did not work. He found out that if he lived as a hunting dog, he would die. There is only one way left. When the situation is settled after constructing a base here. Being not a hunting dog, but a hunter. I need to go out into the city and gather the awakeners who will be my hunting dogs. Kim Tae-hoon saw Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji return. He swallowed the rest of his coffee and got up. The monster stones inside his pocket of Kim Tae-hoon touched his chest. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ji stood at attention before him and said, "Major, everyone is here." Kim Tae-hoon nodded in reply and double-checked the monster stones around his chest. It's best to train a hunting dog with game meat. There was no further worry or hesitation in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes after confirming this. There was only the glitter in the eye of a hunter who will do anything and everything for his new purpose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Episode 30, The Lawless City, Part 2. Chapter 11. The Lawless City, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. January 10, 2017. At 4 p.m., when the sun began to set in, the city of Bucheon used to still be crowded with people and vehicles. Since yesterday, the snow had been falling all the time, and any traces of the living on the white open snowfield was only here and there, and faint. There was no sense of life anywhere. A city of the dead. "Boss, it's too quiet," Jang Sung-hoon said, unable to stay quiet. "I hope not everyone in Bucheon is dead." Kim Tae-hoon put his gloved index finger on his mouth instead of replying to Jang Sung-hoon's repeated concerns. Jang Sung-hoon shut up. Looking at the world that was calm again, Kim Tae-hoon tooted quietly. What the hell happened here during this time? At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon recalled the events of the recent days. After setting up the library as a base, Kim Tae-hoon had to spend busy days in the radical reform of the Mac clan. He had to present carrots and whips to the awakeners who would be his hunting dogs, and he had to work to fortify the library that had become the base area. He could not afford to go out to Bucheon City and do something. It was the snow since yesterday that made him move. Monsters were more like animals. Animals don't move easily on snowy days. In other words, the snowy day was a good day to contact the survivors and avoid the threat of the monsters. When the snow came, Kim Tae-hoon prepared to come down to the city. Their purpose was to contact the survivors, look at the situation, and get the necessary supplies. Jang Sung-hoon accompanied him, saying he knew of the secret mansion of a damn rich man who played with art. It's so quiet, as Jang Sung-hoon says. He had enough concern about what would happen before he came to the city. This was not expected. But the situation was outside his expectations. If everything had been done by common sense, there must be a group of survivors here. Kim Tae-hoon thought that the downtown might be organized to some extent. The scary thing about human beings was that they quickly adapted to the world through trial and error. Even in a world full of monsters, even if the social infrastructure collapsed, he thought that someone would adapt. Moreover, there was no huge disturbance that surprised Kim Tae-hoon. For example, if a dragon had once again passed through the air, there would have been a great deal of confusion, but it did not happen. There was no sign of a monster that was so enormous that it could be heard even in the distance. Moreover, Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon were gradually narrowing the distance to the new Yeongdong station. The new Yeongdong station of Bucheon was a large commercial area, with department stores, large marts, and the Bucheon Wonmi police station, which was fairly large. By common sense, there were few more suitable environments in Bucheon than new Yeongdong station area for survivors seeking to survive. Kim Tae-hoon's footsteps stopped. At the same time, his hands went up. Jang Sung-hoon's footsteps also stopped at the signal. WHIING. In the cold wind blowing past them, Kim Tae-hoon's gaze turned to the snow piles that decorated the roads they wanted to travel. There was nothing special to look at. It was snowy, piled up with fertilizer bags. However, Kim Tae-hoon was sure that it was not a fertilizer bag under the snow. He looked at the snow pile, his eyes sharp. He painted a picture of a big hand shaking a snow pile. The things under the snow were revealed. It was a dead body that had been frozen blue. It was not just a body, but a decapitated body. Ugh! As soon as he checked the body, Jang Sung-hoon barely swallowed the vomit coming up in disgust. There must be a monster, damn it. At that moment, the image of a mud troll came up in the mind of Jang Sung-hoon. A monster, which could not be killed with bullets, that pulled off the heads of people and ate them. Jang Sung-hoon shivered in the trauma that he will carry for the rest of his life, and the snow piling up on the werewolf leather he wore fell to the snow softly. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon's expression was different. He did not recall the mud troll, who had only taken out the human head. It's not a monster, Kim Tae-hoon said clearly. That was killed by a man. That body was not one which a monster made. Yes. Ignoring the surprised Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon looked around with great caution. Murder can happen. It is ridiculous to hope that murders would not happen in this situation. Murder would happen as much as possible. But cutting off the head is another story. But cutting the head off a corpse was another story because accidental murder to live did not make a necklace body. Aorg. The screen was close by. Kim Tae-hoon rose from his crouch. Jang Sung-hoon. Yes. From now on, our enemy is human. At the words, Jang Sung-hoon made a determined expression, rather than a surprised one. In recent days, Kim Tae-hoon had taught Mak Clan's men that the most important thing is the determination to kill not a monster, but a man that threatened their own life. 5. Please save me. Just save me. The snowy field. A woman was naked and seeking forgiveness on the harsh snowfield, which seemed to shake the body just by looking. Please. Her appearance, rubbing her hands again and again, was so pathetic that even the viewer could get shivers. There were 3 men around her. They were wearing thick vests, holding curtain rods and a spear made from a kitchen knife, and wearing construction helmets. Despite their crude appearance, they were clearly armed. It meant that they were not ordinary people. The 3 of them gave a spear sword instead of mercy to the woman who sought mercy in the snow. Please save me. There are no others except for me. A man talked at the repeated sad tone of the woman. Shall we have some fun before we kill her? It was a phrase that made the woman's face turn black. The other 2 wet their lips with their tongues instead of answering the man's filthy words. Why don't we just take off our pants since she's taken it all off? Don't you think? The man repeated to his 2 colleagues. A nasty suggestion. However, the remaining 2 seemed to have no intention of easily agreeing with the filthiness. Shit, let's have some fun. Please save me. I'll do anything. Anything. Soon after, she spat out her words as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Look! She says she'll do anything. Anyway, she is the food for the monster. What's the wrong of doing this? Don't you think? The man spoke somewhat angrily now. The other two looked at one another. Pook! An arrow flew into the eyeball of one of the two men who looked at one another. All of a sudden, without sound and without a hint of warning, the arrowhead of an arrow flew through his eye and brain, and it came out through the back of his head. What? Everyone, and even the woman who begged for her life, rubbing her hands hard, looked surprised at the sight. Their thinking stopped at that moment. Something white began to come toward one of the remaining two men. Like a leopard leaping for its prey, a man's black fist, appearing with a speed that could not be considered human, shattered the skull of a man with a vacant look on his face. He broke into pieces with his helmet. Fragments of broken skulls were scattered all over. The only man left now was the man who vomited out his zest for rape at a woman seeking mercy. However, the man still had a vacant look on his face. The fist of the man who had suddenly appeared sped toward the man with such a foolish expression, and broke his helmet and face at the same time. The man who had been hit by the fist screamed and spit out his teeth. But he did not scream for long. Cuck, cuck. As he was about to scream, the fist that had crushed his nose was holding the man's neck tightly. The strangled man tried to wrench at the grip, but it was not a human arm. In the meantime, the arrow that had already eaten one person's life began to move on its own. The arrow, which made a snake-like sound, soon came near the eyes of the man who was caught by his throat, and it lit up hazily. The man shivered and pissed his pants with a choked gurgle. Kim Tae-hoon spoke calmly. If you play a trick, you will die. If you hesitate to answer, you will die. If you have a loud voice, you will die. Nod your head, if you understand. Even in a choking situation, the man nodded. Kim Tae-hoon released the power holding the man's neck. Cuck! There was a choked gasp. Hawk, hawk! Around that time, Jang Sung-hoon came up to the naked woman and covered her with the hide of the werewolf he was wearing. The leather jacket of werewolf was rugged and smelled bad, but it was incredibly warm. Hush! Be quiet. However, Jang Sung-hoon gave a cruel warning to the woman instead of being kind. This place was now the area of the enemy, in a sense. A disturbance would never be advantageous to Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon. The woman said, I know what he knows. I'll tell you everything if you let me live. I was with him. A sudden remark. At the words of the woman, the man who was gasping shouted in horror, that bitch betrays. Betrayal! As soon as Kim Tae-hoon heard the word, his arrow, which was in front of the man's eyes, drove in like a striking serpent. The man fell to the ground. Kim Tae-hoon pulled the arrow from the man's eye, and he said, aiming at the woman covered by the leather of the werewolf with the arrow in his hand, if you play a trick, you will die. If you hesitate to answer, you will die. Even if you have a loud voice, you will die. Nod your head, if you understand. The woman nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Episode 31, The Lawless City, Part 3. Chapter 11, The Lawless City, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. When the heavy snow fell, the terrible world began to turn white in earnest. Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon, who properly concealed the dead, went into a sushi restaurant with Baek Ji-yeon, the woman survivor. The fish that protruded from the water tanks broken by the monster raids were all frozen, and the inside of the restaurant remained a bit fishy smelling. I'll stand guard. Jang Sung-hoon took out the rifle he had brought there and stood guard. Kim Tae-hoon went into the kitchen with Baek Ji-yeon, who was shaking in the cold with her lips blue. She was wearing only the pants and jumper of a dead man. In the kitchen, Kim Tae-hoon threw 2 hot packs to Baek Ji-yeon. Baek Ji-yeon blinked, took the hot packs, and began to rub her whole body with them. Because she covered her body with only a jumper, when she rubbed her body with hot packs, her naked body was revealed. But could not afford to worry about her breasts being exposed. She was full of the desire to melt her whole body and to live. Kim Tae-hoon put her in front of him and said, "What happened on January 1st? Yes?" Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon glared at her with cold eyes. Then she remembered the 3 conditions that Kim Tae-hoon had demanded earlier. "I don't know about the first day of January, but when I woke up it was already late at night." She would die if she hesitated to answer. The warning alone kept her talking. Everyone was the same. Few of the survivors were sane on January 1st, awakeners. Yes, only a few of the awakeners were active on January 1st, but it was not exact. Of course, in this situation, she talked about everything at the same time. Cold and fear, these 2 were very effective factors paralyzing human reason. So, it was more meaningful for Kim. The words she spoke now were ones that had not been manipulated, without any processing in her mind. The dragon's influence was enormous. Once in Bucheon City, it became clear that January 1st was a lost day. The cause was obvious. The dragon. The horrifying monster passed by, killing monsters and humans from fear alone, or stunning them. Even if there were monsters or humans that could move, those who were exposed to the fear would not be able to act normally. The next important word was the word awakener. The expression of awakener itself was not a word that only Kim Tae-hoon could use after applying for a patent. However, if the expression of awakener was used in Bucheon City, there was a trace of Kim Tae-hoon. Who used the word awakener? The survivors of the large mart by the city hall spread out, and a rumor that eating monster stones would give awakeners superhuman strength began there, as well as a rumor that the first hunter had killed a black orc. As expected, it was the survivors who had survived in the large mart that spread the term awakener. So what happened on January 2nd? Tell me about the important parts. The survivors who survived in the large mart gathered at the city hall. They started making a group, saying, "If we gather around the awakeners, we will be able to fight monsters, and if we have a lot of monster stones, we can kill monsters." The survivors began to gather there one by one. When did you join them? Well, I didn't join them. I was working at a department store by the new Yeongdong station. I did not join, but they came. They? Messiah. Is Messiah the name of the group? Yes? Yes, it's the name of the organization. It's not, the group which was made in the city hall. No, it started there, but it was, so. At that moment she began to stammer. She was trying to throw out something in her head at once, but she was overloaded. Kim Tae-hoon looked at her grimly. Baek Ji-yeon met his eyes and shook herself. Well, I'll tell you soon, please, save me. Just answer my question. Who made the Messiah group? He's a guy named Lee Jin-sung. What are his external features? I've never seen him. I don't even know where he is. Kim Tae-hoon started glaring at Baek Ji-yeon at the words. Well, it's a rumor, I'm not sure. It said he's using a sword that's so special that it can cut a monster in half. It's a rumor. I've never seen it. What was the date the Messiah group came to your department store? It's the 6th day. I'm sure it was the 6th day. What did they come for? To get a sacrifice. A sacrifice? It's a sacrifice to calm down the yellow devil on the subway. The yellow demon on the subway? It's a giant snake, whose whole body is covered with black scales. The shining snake with yellow eyes, so it's called the yellow devil. What does a sacrifice mean? We need 10 people every day to fill the yellow devil's belly. We throw 10 people into the new Yeongdong station every day. 10 people every day, after cutting off the Achilles tendon to keep them from running. Her whole body began to shake after she said that, and the reason began to disappear from her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll answer you immediately, I'll answer. Kim Tae-hoon, who thought that further questions were meaningless, took out a chocolate bar and a can of pre-made coffee from his chest and threw them to her. A chocolate bar and a canned coffee were not a good combination, but she accepted it with wide eyes. Take a break, get things straight in your mind. Thank you, thank you. She began to unwrap the chocolate bar with her frozen hands and broken nails. After she managed to unwrap it, she began to eat the hard frozen chocolate bar. In the meantime, Kim Tae-hoon came out of the kitchen and approached Jang Sung-hoon, still standing guard. Boss, do you get anything good? If the sad news is good, then yes. The sad news? Is that a bad story? The awakeners of the survivors made a group, and now they are expanding the area of the city. The name of the force is Messiah. Messiah, that's a very attractive name. I think we should have chosen an English name for our clan. To be honest, now that I'm talking about Mac, foreigners will think of McDonald's or Apple, but will not think of a mythical animal which eats dreams. There was a McDonald's near the department store, and I want a hamburger now. The Messiah group is dealing with monsters in a way that gives a human offering to them, There is such a thing? Jang Sung-hoon's face hardened as he nodded. What? A human offering? Wait, I didn't hear you wrong, did I? Did they give someone to a monster? To a monster? There's a snake called the Yellow Devil in the subway station, and they are offering 10 adults every day to calm it down. 10 people every day? Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. Crazy bastards, offering a human being as a sacrifice? He looked confused even as he swore. Kim Tae-hoon, on the other hand, did not lose his coolness. It's more cruel than crazy. It is clear that he faced an unexpected reality, but Kim Tae-hoon could not deny that the behavior of the Messiah organization was reasonable and efficient enough. If they can't kill a monster anyway, it's reasonable for them to make as many sacrifices as the monster wants. But that's not right. If you were in a Messiah group, that would not have come out easily. Well, to sacrifice the few for the many might be democracy in this world. Jang Sung-hoon shut up. Kim Tae-hoon continued on. Moreover, the current group of survivors has a form in which general people are attached to the awakeners, and it would be hard for the common people who would be sacrificed to oppose it if the awakeners need sacrifices. In other words, the system of sacrifice is a way of survival for awakeners, and a means of maintaining power. Jang Sung-hoon looked at the snow falling down with a pale face. Kim Tae-hoon did not speak anymore. It was his turn to chew on his anguish. Messiah and Lee Jin-sung. For now, he had two clues. The Messiah group and the leader of the group, Lee Jin-sung. A human offering. Messiah, the meaning of the name didn't matter. The important thing was their behavior. Smart, cruel, and powerful in action. It is understandable that the awakeners would gather together, and it was natural for a force of survivors to be set up around them. But offering a living person to sacrifice was something that is not common. It was not easy to come up with such an idea. At this point, monsters were just things to run away from and avoid. When a powerful monster appeared, it would scare people into running away, and they wouldn't think to feed it and keep it calm. In that situation, who would think monsters had their own territories and wouldn't wander if they were full? Just because they watched National Geographic often does not mean they would think of it. Lee Jin-sung. Lee Jin-sung, who came up with such an idea and put it into practice, could not be an ordinary person. A person who uses a sword and is able to cut down monsters with a single stroke. It was only a story, but it was something even Kim Tae-hoon could not do. Energy rank is high, or he has a high mana rank and a relic that uses his mana effectively. The rank of natural ability would have to be high. The scary part is that he created Messiah on purpose. He didn't use his power recklessly. According to the story, the starting point for Messiah was the group of survivors from the city hall. In that group, Lee Jin-sung was active step by step. At first, he would have become a hero by fighting a monster without cost, and as soon as the organization gathered around him, he would have taken off his mask, after winning the awakeners to his side who would become his own limbs. The offering of human beings is not the purpose itself. Moreover, it was not likely that the Messiah was dedicated to religious rituals. Keeping the monsters quiet was the process. The purpose is to develop power, hunting the small fries. In terms of games, they are leveling up while killing the small fries, leaving the powerful monsters alone. At the same time, their scope of the activity would be expanded, and the evidence was that they attacked and brought the survivors of other areas under their control to secure sacrifices. In the process, they also created a sense of fear by cutting the heads off the bodies. If they expand this way and secure the material of the 17th Division beyond Songni Station, as soon as this organization gained firepower, he would become a powerful warlord. The foundation was already established. The foundation itself was much bigger than the Mac clan. So at this moment, Kim Tae-hoon had to choose whether to hold their hands or remove them. He could not leave Messiah like this. He had to decide now to hold their hands or remove them. He did not worry about this part long. I can't hold their hands. The choice of holding hands with Messiah was not right for Kim Tae-hoon. It was not because of the sense of disgust with the Messiah and Lee Jin-sung, or a sense of justice that he should stop their evil behavior. It's not a sword I can keep below me. His capacity was just insufficient. In fact, Kim Tae-hoon had never compromised with the men of power of the lawless world or used their way. He had only removed the men of power of the lawless world. Therefore, if his past was measured calmly, he would never be able to deal with the bloody all, like Lee Jin-sung. Moreover, Lee Jin-sung was a human being who cut the heads of bodies for symbolism. That sort of person never quits his ambition, he knew. A sharp sword that cannot be handled is only a weapon that hurts the body. That left only one answer. Kim Tae-hoon looked out the broken window of the sushi restaurant and saw the scenery. The snow was getting stronger. Good weather. Jang Sung-hoon, we're going back to headquarters. Okay, then what about her? Kim Tae-hoon turned his back before the words were out, and headed back to Baek Ji-yeon, who was holding a hot pack in the kitchen. Then he looked at her and said, the choice is either to be a survivor and go alone or to be a prisoner and follow orders. I'm telling you clearly that you're not worthy of being a hostage. Don't expect to be treated like one. Baek Ji-yeon's answer was obvious before he finished. I'll be a prisoner, and I'll do anything. 7. The library headquarters of Mac Clan did not look much different from the past, but there were booby traps and other preparations for intruders. If monsters or people came in there, they would have to pay a huge price. In a sense, it was the safest place in Bucheon City. Kim was preparing to leave there. I'm going alone without any companions, he told them directly. Major, can you do it alone? Lieutenant Kim had already heard the story in his plan, too. Kim Tae-hoon was planning to deal with the Messiah solo. Of course, nobody doubted that he would remove the Messiah, including Kim Soo-ji, An Sun-mi, Jang Sung-hoon, and Bang Hyun-wook. It was necessary to be punished in some way for buying their lives through human offerings. In addition, the Messiah was the closest obstacle to the Mac clan's expansion. It was natural to break down the Messiah group, both morally and computationally. If the Messiah doesn't have a firearm, it would be easy to take the soldiers along to finish them. The important thing was the method. Unless Messiah had guns, they could not be Mac clan's opponent. Never. If there were 3 or 4 people who were shot and killed, the rest would be scared and would surrender. Even an awakener would be not different because there was no awakener who could relax in front of bullets at this point. But Kim Tae-hoon excluded that method. Messiah is not dealing with monsters, but they are managed by sacrifice. Their realms are virtually monster dens, and moving there is too risky. If I fire a gun or something blindly, monsters would come in flocks. It weighed on his mind that the place where the Messiah was located was not a safe place, but a symbiotic area with monsters around. Even the monster called the Yellow Devil was like that. According to Baek Ji-yeon's words, only the sword of the leader of the Messiah, Lee Jin-sung, could hurt it. If such a creature was only a little bit hurt by a hunter's sword, which could cut a monster into two pieces with a single stroke, then bullets would not work properly. It meant that he needed firepower beyond guns, including claymores and grenades if he wanted to kill it. There is a possibility that it won't work, too. At that time, Mac Clan must be prepared to be wiped out. And there's nothing good about a war of attrition. Most of all, a war of attrition was a loss to Mac Clan, too. They always were. The price to pay when fighting a war in earnest was enormous, both to the attacking side and to the defending side. So, groups of really large size and firepower always run over less well-equipped groups. First of all, this is my specialty. That was why such an incredibly efficient existence, Kim Tae-hoon, was born. There are times when it was more certain for a specially trained monster to pull the trigger than running expensive fighters, battleships, and tanks, and spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars an hour on war costs and expending firepower. In addition, it is not an exaggeration to say that Kim Tae-hoon is the best in the world in removing a man of power from the lawless city. Currently, it is January 10, 1922. If I don't return by 5 o'clock on January 11th, you will be on full alert, and all command will be left to Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. At this moment, none of the gathered people, including Kim Soo-ji, worried about Kim Tae-hoon. I wish you the best of luck. Big brother, be safe. Boss, when you come back, bring some Melona ice cream. Oh, then I want Worldcon. I hope you come back alive because I don't want to leave my life to these two madmen. You're talking too much. Yes, Sister Sunmi, if you have such a bad mouth, you won't marry, but... They just sent some heartfelt words after him as he left to deal with Messiah. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Episode 32, Messiah, Part 1. Chapter 12. Messiah, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. A large-scale mall located in front of the new Yeongdong station. It was a quiet fortress now, crowded with people all the time. All the windows were covered with newspapers, and the entrance, which enthusiastically welcomed the guests, was now walled with tangled shopping carts. 3 men approached the entrance, with thick jumpers, safety helmets, and crudely made spears. They stood in front of the automatic door, which was covered with newspapers, and one of them carefully pulled out a business card from inside and swiped it through the door. Swish! The business card disappeared as if it were a snake's tongue, and soon the door opened. Beyond the door, 3 men stood tensely, aiming a spear at the door. They relaxed only after confirming the other party. What did you find? I can't see anything. The weather looks crazy. What about Group B? I couldn't find them. You didn't find them? There were no bodies. It was not a pleasant conversation. What about footprints? You could see footprints, couldn't you? Have you seen this weather? Our footprints are already gone. So, you just came back, . What the hell was I supposed to do? Get out of my way. I am cold enough to die. Eventually, the conversation became intense at some point, and those who were guarding the door stepped to the side. 3 men, their shoulders and heads covered with snow, strode into the mall. The 3 men who entered the mall immediately took off their helmets, and a man with a chubby face spoke up. He's not a damn awakener, but he handles us like slaves. Oh hole. He can't do anything in front of a monster. The words that were spoken out of anger were so low that they were close to speaking to himself, contrary to the fierce expression. The two remaining men turned away from the subject as if they did not want to continue the conversation with such a man. It will be colder tonight. I'd sleep with a girl in that case. How about that? Do you want to take one? But the younger man replied to the fat man's words with an awkward smile, it's okay. The only good thing we have in this damn world is that we can do it for free. What happened to Group B? Another man in his mid-20s wanted to turn the subject around. I'm sure there was an accident somewhere, trying to enjoy a girl named Baek Ji-eun. The fat man changed the subject of conversation to an unpleasant one. There was a guy named Ahn Tae-suk who was crazy about women, and there's no way he's not going to be excited there with a naked woman lying in front of him in the snow. The younger man gave up on continuing the conversation. You damn pig, is that the only thing that comes to your mind in this situation? Fortunately, the filthy stories of the fat man did not last long. Damn it, I'm going to take a shot today. Speak such stories alone. A woman walked out of the darkness, as skinny as a skeleton, as if she were about to fall apart right away. The appearance of the woman caused a gruesome, distorted expression on the fat man. But as soon as he saw the mark on the back of her right hand, his distorted face turned blue. I'm sorry. Get out of here, you are disgusting. I'm sorry, just spare my life, please spare my life. Get out of here. The three men nodded vigorously and disappeared as they ran into the escalator and fled to the second floor. The woman headed for what was originally a pharmacy, located in the corner of the first floor. There were two men in it. One stood up as straight, acting as a bodyguard, and the other sat on the couch, tapping his smooth hair, holding a sword with the sheath in his right hand, like something out of a historical drama. The woman said to the man on the sofa, there must be a disturbance. Disturbance? At the woman's words, the man stopped tapping his head. What's the matter? The group that went out to execute a woman as an example is missing. Missing? Yes. Did a monster eat them, or did they run away? The team tried to investigate, but it failed. Failed? Why? Because of the snow and wind. At those words, the man let out a suddenly uncontrollable laugh and tapped his head again with the handle of the sword. You should have given the organization by a different name, not Messiah. Everyone looks at us like an angel who was sent from heaven for some paradise. I'll have to send the men who went out as a search team to the new Yeongdong station in the morning when the sun rises, with their Achilles tendon nipped, and hope the yellow-eyed devil likes it. The swordsman smiled faintly. 3. The blizzard showed no sign of stopping, even in the dark night. Kim Tae-hoon was looking down at the large mall from a building located across the street. The blizzard blocked his vision, but there was no problem drawing pictures in his mind. The gates are strictly guarded, but their armed state is crude, and no one stands guard on the roof. Kim Tae-hoon scanned the area through the blowing blizzard and thick darkness. Baek Ji-eun said there were about 60 candidates for sacrifice inside, and there were about 30 people watching them and guarding the large mall. In addition, the sacrifices were kept on the second and third floor. Darkness and a blizzard. What all animals did in front of these two things was the same, they just crouched as much as they could in the dark where they could avoid the wind, and they waited for the cold and long night to pass. Humans have escaped such behavior by using tools, but the humans in the large mall were no different from animals. Kim Tae-hoon turned around. The hunt began. 4. Kwon. It only took a moment. A huge truck rushed toward the entrance of the large mall, and after smashing through the automatic glass doors, entered the entrance of the large mall. Aorg. The three people, who were guarding the door in this sudden situation, were hit by the car, and they were smashed away helplessly. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? People, who were forced to sleep in the cold all over the large mall, were scared and woke up. A truck crashed through the entrance. The disturbance reached the third floor after passing the second floor. The watchers, who had originally been in the hair salon and the laundry, now used as prisons for locking up the sacrifices, looked at each other as soon as they heard the disturbance. What the hell happened on the first floor? A monster? During the turmoil, the iron door of the emergency passage to the third and fourth floors of the parking garage was carefully opened. Someone moved swiftly through the open door, and the man who opened it so secretly closed the door so hard that it was obvious secrecy was not his goal. Bang! It was a really solid door. Their eardrums thundered. It was enough for everyone on the third floor to hear. Arg! What is this sound? Well, it sounds like a door closed. Door? Where is the door here? It's connected to the parking lot by a moving walk, isn't it? Emergency exit. There is an emergency exit, but the emergency exit was locked. People began to swallow hard, tense, and nervous about what was going to happen. Those who were waiting to be sacrificed with their hands and feet tied up also trembled. Go. What? Go, it could be a monster. Fuck. Eventually, one of them put his helmet on, grabbed his crude spear in his hand, and headed for the emergency exit. Damn it, why is this happening? His footsteps were full of regret and irritation, and his anxiety and fear made them heavy. What if it's a monster? What if something happens? Will I die here? Am I going to be food for a monster? In such a situation, the man investigating the emergency door approached it carefully. He glanced around, looking for signs. Nothing? There were no traces in his eyes. There was only a faint hint of the trail of a man, and the door closed, but not a very noticeable sign. No, the man was hoping that this was nothing, and so it seemed to the man that this was nothing. Phew! At that moment the man sighed with relief. With that sigh, the man who decided nothing was going to happen returned the way he had come with a lighter step. Then he said, "Nothing." Nothing. When the man returned to his original place, the first thing he saw was someone with a hole in his head, and a coworker on the floor with his neck turned 180 degrees. And that was the last thing that he saw, as the man approaching from behind broke his neck at once. Croc! When the man fell limply, one of the women slated for sacrifice screamed. Ignoring the scream, the man acted calmly. He didn't bother to stop her. Rather, he let her scream and took the jumper and helmet one of the fallen guys was wearing. Then, he shouted down at those who heard the scream coming up to the second floor via the escalator. "We have a problem on the third floor. Come on." Problem? Come on. Quickly. Oh, okay. The man, who replied immediately, headed for the escalator, and behind him came a featherless arrow. 5. God damn it, there's no one in the truck. A man shouted, checking the driver's seat of the truck that had broken through the entrance. The 10 men gathered around the entrance showed a similar look at his words. Their heads were cocked, and they knitted their brows. Did the truck move by itself? Does it make sense? What the hell is going on? This truck isn't a monster, is it? The disturbance added a new stir. Something happened on the third floor. A man came down through an escalator connecting the first and second floors. He was not any different from the others in jumper and helmets. No one stopped the men from running down the escalator to the first floor. Rather, those on the first floor looked at the person coming down in surprise. One of them asked, "The third floor? What happened? What? What's wrong with the first floor? Why is a truck stuck in the entrance?" "We don't know, damn it, suddenly the truck just ran into the entrance." "So? Is that why you're here? What about the guards? Are they watching the sacrifices?" "Shit, that's not the point. Tell the men up there to come down now. What can a sacrifice do? So you're almost all here, then. The voice of the man changed in a flash. Wait, who are you? The man acted very quickly. Pack. He punched the face of the person who noticed that he was not a colleague, smashing in his face as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. His skull crumpled like tofu. At the same time, the man pulled the safety pin from the grenade he took from his jumper's pocket and threw it at the crowd gathered around the truck. No one responded in time. Of course, everyone was caught in the killing blast of the grenade, without any resistance or preparation. It was not even the end. Aorg. The moment a scream burst out from the mouth of a lucky survivor, a short gunshot rang out. A confirmation shot. The confirmation shots finished off everyone gathered around the truck in the time it took to draw a long breath. No survivors. Kim Tae-hoon's gaze immediately turned towards the corner of the grocery on the first floor of the large mall, which was visible from the entryway. At that moment, his hobgoblin's sense warned him of danger. As soon as he turned his head to the left, 2 crackling baseball-sized fireballs flew towards him. The fireball touched Kim Tae-hoon's jumper, and moved over it like a living creature, setting it aflame. Kim Tae-hoon immediately threw off the jumper, pointed his gun in the direction it came from, pulled the trigger, and immediately dove between 2 counters. At that moment, he heard someone say, "I didn't know I am going to fight a real awakener so quickly, but this is fun." It was the first time he heard it, but Kim Tae-hoon was convinced at this moment. Lee Jin-sung. Who was the owner of the voice? The chief of the Messiah was here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Episode 33, Messiah, Part 2. Chapter 12. Messiah, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. The first thing Kim Tae-hoon did, after jumping into the narrow space between 2 counters, was to analyze the situation. He didn't think about the flame. He recalled the moment he pulled the trigger. I hit him. His shooting was accurate. 2 bullets hit the awakener with the mysterious power of flame. But he didn't fall. There was no indication the man had been hit or stopped. Is it a bulletproof vest? He couldn't stand up to a bullet unless he wore a bulletproof vest. No, he wouldn't wear a bulletproof vest in the present situation. Kim Tae-hoon excluded the idea of wearing a bulletproof vest. The bulletproof vest was like an extra life against a gun, but it was different against a monster. It would be better than not wearing it, but if you fought against monsters, you will use better armor that was comprehensive than a bulletproof vest specialized in stopping bullets. An armor made of tough monster's skin. It's the skin of the black orc. Only then did Kim Tae-hoon remember the monster he had killed. The horrifying monster with the black skin, the black orc, had he left behind. Kim Tae-hoon left its body as it was, taking only its heart. Tut! If Messiah and Lee Jin-sung were not fools, they would have used all their methods to use the body of the black orc. Moreover, 10 days had passed since Kim Tae-hoon killed the black orc. 10 days was more than enough time for the black orc to be changed into a protective coat. His prediction was right. If it is a gun, are you a survivor of the military? Are you from the 17th Division? I'm sorry, but the gun won't work against me. I have great protection here. Lee Jin-sung directly told him that his expectations were right. Of course, Lee Jin-sung did not really give him a friendly explanation. Even if there was defensive armor against a gun, the power of the gun itself was another story. Guns were a hard weapon to deal with, even if you wore a bulletproof vest. So when dealing with a man with a gun, you have to make the man who has the gun uncertain. To shoot at the bulletproof vest is powerful enough, but if you know that the other person is wearing a bulletproof vest, you usually aim for a part without protection, like the limbs. Why don't we have a talk? I won't refuse to talk with you. He was also trying to get Kim Tae-hoon's attention. While Lee Jin-sung was talking to Kim Tae-hoon like a madman, the man who was shot by Kim Tae-hoon was approaching carefully in the direction of the counter where Kim Tae-hoon was hiding. "Hey, guy!" The voice of Lee Jin-sung grew louder, trying to hide the footsteps in that loud voice and distract Kim Tae-hoon. Of course, these were children's tactics for Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon took something out of his pocket and threw it to where he could hear Lee Jin-sung's voice. "Get out of there!" Lee Jin-sung shouted urgently, and the man approaching Kim Tae-hoon fell down on the floor in horror. Kim Tae-hoon rose from his seat, facing the man approaching nearby. 2222. His gun went off immediately. That was all. There was no explosion. He had thrown a lump of metal, which looked similar to a grenade. A scream burst from the lips of the man who had been shot. "God damn it!" Lee Jin-sung swore. Kim Tae-hoon threw an arrow straight and fast at the voice. Yoop! The arrow deeply penetrated the chest of a woman who was nothing but skin and bones, blocking for the man like a shield. "He has telekinesis." Lee Jin-sung began to race into the darkness of the mall. It didn't take long for him to disappear, save for the sound of his footsteps. Kim Tae-hoon followed the footsteps of Lee Jin-sung with his ears and approached the man he had shot. He put his foot on the man's neck. "Spare me, spare me." He crushed down. Vertebrae snapped, and the man's body sagged to the ground. At that moment, white powder began filling the darkness inside of the large mall. Kim Tae-hoon reflected his steps back from the white powder. Fire extinguisher. The powder was a chemical used in fire extinguishers. It was impossible to see and breathe in the powder that clouded the surroundings. It was a trick to limit his telekinesis. "Let's retreat." Kim Tae-hoon prepared to retreat. He had already made plans in case there were other Messiah Awakeners besides Lee Jin-sung. According to his plan, the battle against Lee Jin-sung was dangerous. It's unlikely that he was alone, and if he was injured, the guard that was waiting somewhere else would move. At that time, the powder of the fire extinguisher split apart like the Red Sea, and Lee Jin-sung appeared in the cleared space. His move was surprisingly quick and sleek. When Kim Tae-hoon saw him, the sword that Lee Jin-sung was wielding was already touching the muzzle of his gun. Shiik! The muzzle was cut off straight through, and it wasn't the end. It wasn't the end there. Lee Jin-sung, whose cheeks were swelled up like a balloon, sprayed out something in his mouth. Foo hoo hoo hoo! A huge fire swept around Kim Tae-hoon at once. He was surrounded by flames, and he rolled on the floor without stopping. Lee Jin-sung followed Kim Tae-hoon, who was rolling like that, with his sword. Tang, tang! Kim Tae-hoon pulled his revolver from its holster at his waist, shooting twice. The bullets both hit the swordsman, and his body jerked as if he had been pushed by something. That was all. He did not collapse or bleed from the power of the bullets. Kim Tae-hoon, who had put out the fire on his body, stood up and looked at him, his gun pointing at Lee Jin-sung. With Kim Tae-hoon in front of him, Lee Jin-sung raised his arms and guarded his face with his sword, like a boxer. It was evident that he knew that the bullets wouldn't kill him right away, except if they hit his face. Kim Tae-hoon did not make any special moves in front of him. He just watched Lee Jin-sung. Lee Jin-sung did not move too quickly either. His opponent was, after all, also an awakener. First of all, his whole body was not covered with the black orc skin. His face was bare. No, even if his face was covered, if he got shot there, it was highly likely that he would suffer from fatal injuries, such as a concussion and/or eyeball rupture. There was nothing to be done if was injured like that. The car rushed into the entrance, and it was pretty late, so the men he had placed nearby must approach. What Lee Jin-sung expected was that his men would realize there was a disturbance and come to help him. He was not a fool, and he would not walk around with only 2 people. He arranged his men in several places. Of course, The reason for the split arrangement was to monitor the monsters and sacrifices. He'd had no choice but to deploy awakeners to instill fear among the watchmen who monitored and managed the sacrifices. That is, time was on the side of Lee Jin-sung. Are you the first hunter? Lee Jin-sung asked again, stalling for time. It seems the first hunter had powerful telekinesis. What was his name? Kim Tae-hoon. Yes, it was Kim Tae-hoon. But he had a colleague. Did you come here alone? Kim Tae-hoon did not reply to such a statement. He stood as if he were a mannequin. I've heard a lot about you. Thanks to you, Bucheon somehow became a city of men. By the way, there are few places in the world that are safe now. I fled from the Chongya district and thought I was the only one who survived until I came to Bucheon. Lee Jin-sung kept talking. I recently found out that Bucheon was very lucky geographically. It was between the realms of the dreadful monsters. Those words were tempting to the ear. It became an unarmed area. There are huge monsters in Incheon, Saihun, Gwangmyeon, and Gimpo. The owners of this land are not human. It was valuable information, all that was necessary for the Awakeners to survive in this world, regardless of the truth. It was Lee Jin-sung's objective. There was no reason to listen if he just talked about personal affairs. When he spit out valuable information, he would wait for a reply. A smile was on his lips. 1 minute. 1 minute, or less. After that time, at least 10 Awakeners would arrive. They were not ordinary people. They were elites. They had the power to make the inhumane acts of the organization Messiah natural. Rather, why are you attacking us all of a sudden? You don't like the way we do things, do you? From what I heard, you're far from a hero of justice. To use up the time, Lee Jin-sung kept talking. Why don't you join hands with us? It looks like you've got a gun from a nearby military base. Let's move together. First, we're building a monster hunting organization based in Bucheon. We're lucky. We have made the starting point Bucheon. Let's have a conversation, putting down our weapons. Ha! At his words, Kim Tae-hoon lifted his revolver away. Lee Jin-sung's eyes glowed. You idiot! Lee Jin-sung intended to cut Kim Tae-hoon in half after narrowing the distance between them. Cut him in two with one stroke of the sword. There was no doubt he could do it. The sword in his hand was a great weapon that could be called a miracle from God, and could cut monsters with orange or yellow eyes, too. I knew one day you'd be a big hindrance. There was no hesitation. He heard about Kim Tae-hoon, and of course, thought he would be the biggest obstacle. Lee Jin-sung didn't want to be under anyone. As soon as you get under someone, you are expendable. The world was like that now. To live, you must be a consumer, not a consumable. So Lee Jin-sung wanted to move without a moment's hesitation and steely determination. He was trying to move. But his body did not move. An invisible chain was pulling on his whole body. If he hid in the fire extinguisher powder, or if he was far away, or if he moved quickly in the dark mall, it would not be possible to catch him easily. However, he is in front of Kim Tae-hoon, why couldn't he finish him? Most importantly, Kim Tae-hoon's telekinesis rank was a rank. It was a power that held the Black Orc with the terrible physical strength. It was only a matter of seconds to tie up the limbs of Lee Jin-sung, although he did not know how much strength and energy he had. And Lee Jin-sung had given him the time. The bastard, Kim Tae-hoon, came up to cursing Lee Jin-sung, who was clearly stunned, and pulled the sword out of the hand of the paralyzed swordsman. Aorg, damn it! Then he held the sword and pointed it at Lee Jin-sung. Lee Jin-sung's face, spitting out angry curses, hardened. Wait, let's make a deal. I'll give you everything I have dash. That was all he was allowed to say. I don't need it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Episode 34, Messiah, Part 3. Chapter 12. Messiah, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Lee Jin-sung was a cruel man who had the innate ability to make cruelty more brutal and powerful. Something's happened to Master. We'll die if we're late. The power of Lee Jin-sung was something that could not be dealt by the awakeners who did not even know that they were awakened, or who were awakened but did not even have E rank of some special ability. At the same time, Lee Jin-sung was their hope. Damn it, we hope that there is no problem with the Master's safety. Without the Master, we'll be finished, too. Lee Jin-sung was their most powerful force against monsters. And now, he was the only possibility of killing the yellow-eyed devil, a scary monster that ruled the subway now and could only be quieted by a human offering. In a world that now belonged to monsters, including the yellow-eyed devil, Lee Jin-sung was an absolute necessity to survive. That was why Lee Jin-sung named the group Messiah, and his subordinates stepped into the large mall without any help and or hesitation. They headed for the threat, through the heavy snowstorm, to help someone who dominated them through fear. We're here. Light the flash. Flash. Soon after, 11 awakeners arrived and entered the large mall with flashlights in their hands. The first thing they saw with the flashlights inside the dark mall was a corpse. Ugh! What the hell is this? There was the body of a general member who was killed in the grenade blast. More bodies, which had a different kind of gruesomeness than those killed by the monsters, were also shocking to the Messiah awakeners who had seen so much of such things. Did they get shot? Did a bomb explode? But where was the bomb from? The awakeners stiffened. In that state, some courageous people walked through the bodies, flashing lights, and splashing through the rich blood. Huck! It was the head that ate their courage. The head of Lee Jin-sung had been cut off, and the body was missing. The hairless shiny head reflected the glare of the flashlights. Oh, my God, that's horrible. Their words fell silent and nobody spoke. Then a voice came from the darkness. Put the flashlights on the floor and kneel down with your hands on your head. Who is it? Where did that voice come? No one was on their knees at once, and everyone was too busy turning their heads around to find the voice's main character. Tang! The gunshot woke them up. Aorg! A man who was swinging a light around fell to the floor and screamed, my leg, my leg. Every time I speak, one more person, the unaffected voice again came through the pained cries. Crazy. When I hold up a light, I'll be the target. The quickest ones, with a keen sense of survival, quickly dropped their flashlights on the floor, and immediately knelt down with their hands on their heads. Like dominoes falling down in succession, 11 awakeners entered the mall, lowered their heads. Kim Tae-hoon appeared in front of them. He was still hiding in the dark, of course, wearing a black jumper. So now, even though his light was shining on the floor, so they could not see him. It was even more creepy. What they could not see, they could only imagine. It was not a good thing to think about right now. Kim Tae-hoon slowly spoke while the awakeners imagined Kim Tae-hoon's existence as a devil. There are two options: turn your back on this and leave here, or become a hunting dog under me. Everyone shuddered at his words. A hunting dog? It was clear, at least, that he was not here for goodwill and justice. I know enough of what kind of group Messiah is, and you'd better get rid of the idea of being treated like a human being. Everyone trembled again at his words. He knew what kind of group Messiah was, and that they silenced the monster with sacrifices. Everyone here knew what it meant to offer sacrifices. Even if they could not help it, they should be prepared to be treated the same way the instant they treated a person as food, not a fellow human being. His power had overshadowed their determination, and now they were the weak. Damn it! The fact made them swallow and despair. It will be over if we go this way. Someone put his brain to work. Is it really okay if I leave? A man said, if you don't want to come under me, you will be fine. Kim Tae-hoon answered immediately. Well, I'll go out. I'll stay quiet. At the answer, the person who asked the question rose from his crouch. The name of the man who rose was Jang Yun-suk. I must get out of here. If I stay under him, I will end up a consumable against a monster. He was the leader of a group that monitored and managed the people who would be sacrificed at a department store across the street. In short, he was an executive. Of course, he knew the Messiah organization better than any of these people. I'll go to the city hall, join the others, and make a plan. That's the first thing to do now. If not, I will be good for nothing. Messiah was currently expanding its scope, spreading spider webs around Bucheon City Hall. They were engaged in activities, securing food by occupying large malls, capturing survivors who came to the central City Hall building, and going out and capturing them. At the same time, they identified the areas of powerful monsters that could not be killed, and then offered sacrifices to them to manage their movements. Once I go to the City Hall, 20 awakeners are waiting there. Of course, there were a number of awakeners gathered by Messiah. Many of them were waiting at the City Hall since the most sacrifices were there. In addition, many of them were not awakened but ready to fight for the Messiah. If they didn't want to be a sacrifice, they had to be on the same side. Joining them was far safer than becoming a hunting dog under a man whose identity was unknown. Stealing his intentions, Jang Yun-suk once again asked Kim Tae-hoon, really, is it really okay to leave? If you don't want to come under me. Kim Tae-hoon gave another definite answer. Thank you. Only then did Jang Yun-suk turn his back when he rose. After that, he didn't move right away and waited for a hint. Is he really going to send me off this way? He was suspicious, but there was no particular clue. Only then did Jang Yun-suk turn his back and start heading back the way he had come. Tang! A gunshot struck his back. Cock! With the short word, Jang Yun-suk began to tremble after he fell to the floor. Hot blood flowed out from under his body, and began to pool on the floor. The rest could not see it. Is team leader Jang dead? Crazy, isn't he just letting us go? They felt that a colleague, a superior, was dying behind them. Wasn't it Messiah's way to cut off the head after killing an enemy or a traitor? Kim Tae-hoon asked them again. There was no answer, there was no question. Then the remaining 9 of you are my hunting dogs now. The situation was settled. 8. The Sword of the Imperator. Relic Grade, Grade 2. Relic Value, Special. Relic Effect, it grows with the blood of killed monsters. The owner of the sword is unknown yet. Flame Liquor Gourd Bottle. Relic Grade, Grade 5. Relic Value, Rare. Relic Effect, it changes mana into flame liquor. If the owner breathes in the flame liquor and blows it out, the flame comes out. The more liquor the owner makes, the stronger the power of the fire is. Kim Tae-hoon checked the stats of the relic through his smartphone, and immediately looked at the sword of the Imperator in his hand. He didn't know who it belonged to. However, it didn't matter to Kim Tae-hoon. He did not care about historical records, and he didn't have any knowledge about it. It's like the sword I saw in my dream, only the sheath is different. The important thing was that the sword was different in color, but the shape was the same as the sword in his dream. That dream, of course, was the dream of the golden glass of Napoleon. In that dream, Kim Tae-hoon took out various weapons to fight against the dragon. One of them was similar to what Kim Tae-hoon saw now. The sheath of the sword right now was red, and the sheath of the sword he saw in his dream was blue, but the feel of the sword was the same as the one he saw in his dream. If it was the sword that he saw in his dream, it was an amazing achievement. He had a powerful weapon to use against the dragon. But Kim Tae-hoon could not be happy with the fact. No one knew whether this was the same one or not. What Kim Tae-hoon saw was only a fragmentary result, and he did not know the process. And even if there was another process, there was no guarantee that the results would be different. Lee Jin-sung had given him some meaningful information before he died. He might just have been trying to buy time, but the information he had given out was valuable and strange. He said Bucheon is lucky, and the surroundings had become a powerful monster's territory. He said that Incheon City, Gimpo City, and Saihung City, which surrounded Bucheon City, were the lands that monsters now owned. He also said that as powerful monsters settled down and claimed their territory, Bucheon, where the areas overlapped, was rather peaceful. It's possible. The truth was unknown, but the possibility was sufficient. Monsters did not just destroy thoughtlessly. It was their survival instincts that moved them. It's just that in order for monsters to survive, they had no choice but to eat humans and destroy their cities. It's the worst. However, if Lee Jin-sung was right, the situation was likely beyond Kim Tae-hoon's imagination. A million dead. The death toll might exceed 10 million units, with over 1 million dead in Seoul alone. No, if something unexpected happened in winter, it could be close to 10 million dead. The current season was winter, a harsh season for mankind to endure without the technology of civilization. China must be worse. The casualties would be hundreds of millions. Even so, such damage had occurred in South Korea, and it might not be possible to estimate the number of victims in areas where the population exceeded 1 billion, such as China and India. At this moment, even Kim Tae-hoon felt skeptical. It was skepticism about a reality more miserable than he thought, and skepticism about the fact that the human race that had survived in such a miserable reality would be struggling with each other for their own benefit, and would be supposed to just go extinct. One of Messiah's awakeners approached Kim Tae-hoon and spoke to him in a frightened voice. "Sir, as you've ordered, we've put them all together. We've brought all the general survivors, too." Kim Tae-hoon rose from his seat at the man's words. The glitter in his skeptical eyes went cold. It was good to hope for the future. No, you have to hope for a better future. It was important from now on to hope for a better future. Messiah was not yet in Kim Tae-hoon's grasp. Furthermore, the remaining parties would not welcome him. The survivors were also the same. Not everyone who survived was treated as a sacrifice. Those who were treated as sacrifices, and those who watched and managed them, would be different in their calculations. Of course, if he left them alone, they would act for themselves. Therefore, he had to make them fear so that they could not think of anything else. In this situation, clumsy love and care were meaningless and useless, and Kim Tae-hoon did not know what love and care were. He didn't want to know. At the same time, he needed to show them hope, what line they must hold to survive, what must be valued as much as their lives by those who survived in the land of Bucheon at this moment. Lee Jin-sung, the former leader of the Messiah, knew that well. His actions were obviously not human, but now the world was no longer a world where human beings were common. Messiah has made things easier. In addition, Kim Tae-hoon knew that fact much better than Lee Jin-sung. He was not a monster, but he had fought in a world where humanity was ignored enough to compare with monsters. And he survived in such a world. 9. It feels like an eel in the stomach is woven like mayonnaise. Try it that way. At Bang Hyun-wook's words, 3 people, including Kim Soo-ji, began to focus and squeeze the energy out of their guts. It feels like you're squeezing it out and sending it to your fingertips and tiptoes. Go on. How's it going? It's easy, isn't it? In the middle of the training, under the guidance of Bang Hyun-wook, the awakeners were training to deal with energy. In the corner, On Sunmi was holding the cup of therapy with her eyes closed. The empty cup of therapy began to fill up gradually. Jang Sung-hoon spoke when the cup was filled to overflowing. "Okay, that's it. Sister, it is all full." Sunmi opened her eyes and put it in a thermos bottle that had been prepared for the water of therapy from the cup. You're suffering. Yes, I'm the only one who's suffering, but I'd like to suffer, but unfortunately you're the only one who can use the mana on our side. Can I sing for you? At the words of Jang Sunhoon, Sunmi closed her eyes instead of answering, and again focused on injecting mana into the cup of therapy. It was preparation. Among the awakeners, those who were able to use energy trained to handle it more skillfully, and in the case of Sunmi, she wanted to secure as much water of therapy as possible when she had time to relax. No one gave up on hard work, because it was a matter of life or death. Lieutenant! Someone came in. He was a soldier. A soldier guarding outside was still covered with snow on his shoulder and head. The training stopped. The major sent a man. Everyone looked nervous at his words. This is a letter from the major. The envelope was delivered to Kim Soo-ji. Kim Soo-jae took out the letter, quickly skimmed its contents, and spoke to everyone around. Does anyone have any experience working in a sushi restaurant or filleting raw fish? Yes? Everyone looked a little strange. Did he get a tuna? Why does he suddenly need a filayer? Jang Sung-hoon asked the question as if he represented everyone. At his question, Kim Soo-ji said with a steely expression, "From now on, the Mac clan is ready to hunt the devil with yellow eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Episode 35, Territory Dispute, Part 1. Chapter 13. Territory Dispute, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The third floor of the building, which had been used as the office of a company until a few days ago, was now the home of monsters. The monsters were monkeys, but naturally not normal monkeys. Their saw-like teeth and protruding snouts were closer to the appearance of a dog, not a monkey. It was like a dog's head on a monkey's body. Moreover, the red eyes on the horrifying face exuded a terrible energy. The four grotesque monsters were eating now. The menu was a human. A man in his mid-20s, who had just died, his blood still warm, and four monsters were holding his limbs in their hands and eating them with grueling intensity. There were four skeletons scattered around them, and the rolling skeletons were clean and even shiny. In this cold winter, the flesh could not have rotted off. It was a clear evidence and a gruesome sign that these monsters had licked the bones until there was not a piece of flesh left. A man entered the office of about 100 square meters, interfering with the terrible meal of the monsters. The monsters who were interrupted immediately threw out ferocious shrieks toward the person disturbing them. But it was not a monster, but a man who took the initiative. Shiik. A featherless arrow started to move as the man appeared, and pierced the head of a monkey. It fell with a hole in its head, flat on the floor. Another monster also fell to the ground like a broken doll. Blood sprang out from the corner of its temple. Kong? Kong! The two remaining monsters, which were ready to jump at him in rage, burst out with frightened cries. The cries did not last long. Shiik! The two monsters also fell to the ground with holes in their heads, after the arrow painted a sleek line between them. The arrow that had destroyed four monsters in one rush returned to a revolver holder mounted on the man's waist, as gently as a butterfly. The man, Kim Tae-hoon, looked around again. His expression was not very good, betraying no satisfaction with what he had done. Behind him came Bang Hyun-wook's voice. "Big brother, the first, second and third floors are cleaned. This place is cleaned, wow, dot." Soon after Bang Hyun-wook saw what Kim Tae-hoon had done from behind his back, he whistled briefly. "I feel it every time I see it, but it's still really scary. I'm glad you're not my enemy." At the admiration of Bang Hyun-wook, Kim Tae-hoon gave an order instead of an answer. "Take the monster stones and hang the flag outside the window." Yes. Bang Hyun-wook's answer was followed by a rookie salute. He was trying to lighten the atmosphere, but Kim Tae-hoon's expression was not loosened. It couldn't be loosened. This is not enough. What made Kim Tae-hoon's look solid right now was nothing but his weakness. Lack of power made his mood mixed. No one would believe it if he said his mind, since Kim Tae-hoon was already too strong. The pattern on the back of Kim Tae-hoon's right hand was evidence. ========================================================================================================================Health, 77. Special abilities. Energy, E+ rank. Mana, E+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Mana resistance, E+ rank. Defense, E+ rank. Basic and special abilities were already high enough to be incomparable with the other Awakeners. There was a clear difference between him and Bang Hyun-wook, who boasted the highest level of strength after Kim Tae-hoon. For the weak monsters, he did not have to use telekinesis, but simply could kill them alone, without having to use the powerful relics in his hand. In addition, the abilities he had acquired after eating monster stones were also great. But was he weak? It was unbelievable, and not funny. On the contrary, if Kim Tae-hoon was in front of a monster he should face from now on, the story would be different. Doing this, I can't even make time for the devil snake. A devil snake. It refers to a huge yellow-eyed snake that currently used a subway station as its own nesting place, and actually reigned as the ruler of downtown Bucheon. And now it was the target they were hunting. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon didn't want to fight the devil snake. In addition, if Kim Tae-hoon had any common sense as an individual, he should not fight the devil snake and avoid the encounter itself. But now, Kim Tae-hoon was not an individual. Outside the building, Kim Tae-hoon turned and looked at the building he had just been in. A window broke, and a white flag appeared. Kim Tae-hoon turned and looked at the building next to him. Not a few visible buildings had white flags flapping outside their windows. As Kim Tae-hoon looked at the flags, the day after the snowstorm ended, the day the sun rose, came again. 2. It's 40%. At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, 5 people, consisting of 3 men and 2 women standing close, stared at him with cold eyes. It was a fierce look. It was not a vague expression. There was an invisible but apparent force from their eyes. This was the force of an awakener, only available to those who had the opportunity to acquire the superhuman power to fight against the monsters in the Age of the Monsters. But Jang Sung-hoon was not daunted by their spirit. Behind him was a boss who the crowd of 5 awakeners and leaders of Messiah rushed into and fell before. Don't stare at me like that. Did you think you were going to become our own favored community? Not one of us ever said we would go down there, yet we belong to the Messiah, a middle-aged man answered immediately. He was a very muscular man and was wearing only a thin, long-sleeved t-shirt, even in the cold weather and without heating. His muscular body was exposed to the cold. It was a blatant expression of power, in fact. His strength and the energy to endure this cold was showing his power. Of course, his snarling voice was also powerful. He was showing that he was not willing to back down. So you're going to risk your life with my boss? That sounds like it to me. Would you like me to make a play for you? Would you like to play a game of character removal? The muscular middle-aged man turned off his mighty spirit at the gaze of Kim Tae-hoon, who watched him indifferently behind Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon looked at him like that and said, "Do you think this is like we're getting a baseball player, and I'm here to sign a contract with you? I think you haven't thought this through, yet." With his words, Jang Sung-hoon grabbed his shirt and flapped it lightly. "Or does this look like a suit for office workers?" At the words, the 5 awakeners glanced at the soldiers with guns, who were looking at them from behind Kim Tae-hoon. The expressions in the eyes of the soldiers were not just those of those drafted into the army. It was the glitter in the eyes of those who had survived monster attacks, and not for a short time. If necessary, they were totally ready to pull the trigger now against people. Well, I'll tell you again. The story is simple. You Awakeners are now hunting dogs in the Mac clan's name. If you don't like the term a hunting dog, you can change it to a hunter. You can name yourself as you wish. There is only one important thing: you have to pay the Mac clan 40% of the monster stones you get from being a hunting dog of the Mac clan. Jang Sung-hoon had summarized his words so far, with his back to his allies. The 5 Awakeners avoided the answer to Jang Sung-hoon's words. They looked at Kim Tae-hoon sideways. By chance. Everything went on rather abruptly. When the night of the blizzard passed, and the new white world unfolded, the news was delivered to the Messiah executives waiting in Bucheon City Hall. Their leader, Lee Jin-sung, was dead, and Kim Tae-hoon, the leader of the Mac clan, wants to negotiate with the remaining Messiah executives. The negotiation table itself was easily set up. There were virtually no people who devoted their enthusiastic loyalty to the dead Lee Jin-sung in the first place. In addition, there were no people who wanted to sacrifice themselves for the war against Mac clan, without knowing who had taken Lee Jin-sung. On the contrary, the remaining executives of Messiah welcomed the negotiation itself. Proposing to negotiate would mean that the other side did not want a war against the Messiah. This is not a negotiation, but a threat. But the table was not the same as the Messiah executives thought. Jang Sung-hoon, who came out as the representative of Mac clan, demanded 2 things of the Messiah. 1. The Awakeners of the Messiah would be hunting dogs of the Mac clan. 2. The hunting dogs would devote 40% of the monster stones gained through monster hunting to the Mac clan. That was the scenario prepared by Jang Sung-hoon. Bucheon is not a rural town. It was once a metropolis with a population of over 800,000, and it needs a system to rule a place with hundreds of thousands of survivors. But when Kim Tae-hoon accepted his opinion and said that he would make Bucheon a base area, Jang Sung-hoon thought that Kim Tae-hoon's way of operating the Mac clan could not work. The established Mac clan was a group that existed only for Kim Tae-hoon. No matter what Kim Tae-hoon did, they could not refuse. They were a group that could perform Kim Tae-hoon's command perfectly, a group that could be controlled close to perfection. It was possible because the size of the Mac clan was at most 50 or so. However, if the group took Bucheon City as a base area and kept survivors under them, the story would be different. It was impossible to completely control thousands or tens of thousands of humans. It was something no one had ever done, and no one could do it. It's impossible for the boss to monopolize the whole thing from now on. In particular, a system was needed to control a new variable, Awakeners. Kim Tae-hoon has been able to take all the monster stones he got through hunting. You don't understand because you don't have an answer, but you'll only have to pay your 40% of the monster stone you've acquired, and we won't mind what you do with the monster bodies you've killed. Every time you kill a special monster, we'll negotiate. You can eat it. You can give us a notification after you eat it. If you did not notify us, and later there is something strange about an ability you have learned, when I take a look at your Awakener mark, it will cause trouble. So Jang Sung-hoon tried to tie up Kim Tae-hoon and the surviving Awakeners with a very simple relationship. In easy terms, it's give and take. Give and take. It was a simple concept that a child could understand. Based on the concept, Jang Sung-hoon wanted to receive 40% of the monster stone that they would acquire, from the Awakeners still surviving. 40%? What do we get by paying that 40%? Of course, from the listening point of view, it sounds like they were only being deprived. That was why the 5 executives were not able to answer easily. Jang Sung-hoon explained it to them. We'll give you your life once. You don't want to die, do you? What the hell is that? It's a joke. A joke. If we really want to kill you, why do we have a negotiation table here for you? When we find a man with a mark on his back, shooting him is easy to do. Is that a threat? Threat. Kim Tae-hoon, who had been keeping silent with Jang Sung-hoon in front of him, came forward. Everyone was nervous about it. To the 5 awakeners facing Kim Tae-hoon, as well as Jang Sung-hoon, the air was naturally tightened. In the tight atmosphere, Kim Tae-hoon said in a low voice, 40% is the street tax, and it's the street tax for hunting monsters in my territory. Someone said with great courage, this isn't your land, is it? It's not like you're asking for 40% of our income in that situation. Kim Tae-hoon did not get angry at the courage. Instead, he asked back calmly, then, whose territory is this? Well, the awakeners thought. Whose land is Buchan now? The answer was obvious. In the world of the law of the jungle, the weak were the prey of the strong. A strong man becomes the master of everything, and now the top predator in Buchan was the yellow-eyed devil that used the subway station as its home. It was good to say that the master of the area within a radius of 12 kilometers around Buchan City Hall was the devil of yellow eyes. But no one could easily say that. To say that is to admit that the land belongs to not a human being but a monster now. If they did, it was like they were confessing that they were hanging on the edge of the cliff and putting despair at their feet. However, only Kim Tae-hoon spit out the fact without hesitation. Of course, if someone kills it, he'll be the master in the territory. He also told them what he wanted to give to the survivors. It was hope. What Kim Tae-hoon wanted to give to the survivors was hope to escape from the fear of predators, now struggling to survive at the bottom of the food chain. It's 40%. If you're sure you won't get caught, it's all right whether you cheat or skip it. If you don't get caught. There was no further objection. Kim Tae-hoon stepped back, and Jang Sung-hoon said with a smile to the 5 frozen people. We don't have a contract. This is a commitment based on mutual trust and faith. I'll trust your will. You don't want to die by sacrificing a living human being to live on, and you don't want to die later, do you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Episode 36, Territory Dispute, Part 2. Chapter 13. Territory Dispute, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Thanks to Jang Sung-hoon, your head won't hurt. Kim Tae-hoon, who finished reminiscing, settled the situation in his mind. Now, Messiah's awakeners had become Kim Tae-hoon's hunting dogs. From now on, the awakeners must dedicate 40% of their gains to him. Of course, in return, Kim Tae-hoon should provide them with a safe hunting stage. He's a smart guy. This did not simply stop there. If Messiah's awakeners became Kim's hunting dogs, ordinary survivors would also be forced to follow him. The only way for ordinary people to fight against the awakeners and the monster was with weapons like guns, which were owned by Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac clan. Of course, it was not perfect. It's not just him who's smart. Not everyone was happy with this system, and there was no way that the system could control everyone completely. At this moment there had to be a group of people preparing for a scheme, and a few of them would be smart. Surely there would be problems. There would also be some pretty serious problems, to the extent that people died, and the person who caused trouble in return would also die. Jang Sung-hoon was also well aware of the facts. That's why he said, it's necessary. All I have to do is kill the devil. A devil snake. Its body would be the strongest symbol and shield. Everyone who survived if Kim Tae-hoon captured the devil snake would be indebted to him, and they would have a sense of duty to protect his existence in order to survive in the future. All I have to do is kill it. That was why Kim Tae-hoon's thoughts were not so complicated. There was nothing complicated to think about. It was obvious what to do. Boss. I finally made a video. I took a photo of him. It just wouldn't be easy. For equals. The world was white from the blizzard, and that was all they could see. The horrible traces of the disaster that struck the world for several days were not hidden in the snow. In other words, the places where there was no snow were still covered with terrible marks. It was the history of the new Yeongdong station. The station, which had impressive walls, floors, and ceilings, was nowhere to be found, as if a mad herd of bulls had passed by. SSSS. The sound came from a huge monster passing by. It was a snake. It had black scales, darker than the lightless station. But it was too big to call a snake. It couldn't be compared to the term a big snake. At the same time, it was incredibly powerful. When its body brushed the wall lightly, the bricks collapsed like a waterfall. The snake that seemed impossible to stop, stopped in front of a mound of dead bodies. It fluttered its tongue in front of the stack of dead bodies but did not start eating at once. Instead, it tasted the bodies with the long forked tongue. SSSSS. Its action of pulling its body back was the same as a little boy who was very picky about food. In the end, it ignored the pile of corpses and moved out of the station right away, hunting living things with hot blood instead of cold bodies. As it did, the sun fell on the snake as it left the stairs. Its inverted triangle-shaped head appeared, and its yellow eyes appeared. Its eyes were beautiful enough to be called gold rather than yellow, but they could not be thought of as beautiful by anyone who looked at them right now. In front of those eyes, no matter how fierce the beast was, it would be a rat in front of the snake. The wound on its solid black body was also apparent in the sunlight. Initially, it had no intention of stopping. Its body gradually began to emerge from the dark. Then a cold wind blew past. At the touch of the wind, the snake paused. It soon turned away as the wind picked up. Soon after, it began to swallow the pile of corpses. The dirty pile disappeared, and when the snake was gone, only the cameras were working quietly behind it. 5 ===============================================================================================================================================================::::::everyone who watched it was frozen. Even though the image, and even the picture quality, was not clear, and there was only a vague shape of the being in the dark, its existence so overwhelmed everyone who saw it. They were at a loss about what to do. Oh, God, we need to kill this? No way. This monster is entirely different than those we've hunted before. No matter how hard we try. It's a monster that is no match for a black orc. We can't kill this. We can't kill it. Bang Hyunwook was the first person to speak out. Shaking his head, Bang Hyunwook's eyes trembled like they had when he first faced monsters. His voice brought Jang Sung-hoon to his senses. His sober expression soon hardened. It's my misjudgment. I did not think it was that strong. I was sure it was a powerful monster, but if we used the grenades and claymore we have, and if we added the telekinesis of the boss, it would be enough to win. It was Jang Sung-hoon, not just anyone who claimed to be able to hunt the devil snake. No, all plans made by Jang Sung-hoon were based on the fact that Kim Tae-hoon hunted the devil snake. Of course, he thought the chance of winning was good, as it was Kim Tae-hoon, and he had the power of telekinesis. Telekinesis was a very good combination with weapons, such as guns and bombs. If he controlled something like a grenade with his telekinesis, he would never miss the target. The Mag clan now had better firepower than a rifle, such as grenades, machine guns, and claymores. He had thought, we can't kill a dragon or something, but isn't it enough firepower to kill a big snake? But it wasn't that much when he saw it. I'm wrong. This is not a guy we can hunt right now, Major Kim hunting it was like a good-looking mouse that hunting a cat. If he was lucky, he'd bite it, but eventually, he would be a prey. Boss, let's give it up for a while. Once you look at its patterns of behavior, it doesn't like the cold. Therefore, if we keep throwing dead bodies, Jang Sung-hoon quickly modified his plan. Kim Tae-hoon did not respond to Jang Sung-hoon's urgent remarks. Instead of answering, he played the video again in his mind. When it was exposed to sunlight while coming out, its image was taken by a camera he had installed. He recalled the look of its body. Its level of protection is beyond that of a black orc's. It was not a vague guess. The abandoned subway station was very dangerous. Walking around the station with bare skin was like going naked on a thorny path as a human being. Even if it didn't get hurt deeply, it would get scratched. The devil snake, however, had lived for several days in the ruins of the station, and still boasted its beautiful body, just as clean as a glass, not showing a speck of damage. But there was a scar on its body. The sword works. The sword of the Imperator, which coveted blood and with an unknown master, had proof that it had hurt the snake. The conditions themselves are much better than those against the black orc. Furthermore, Kim Tae-hoon had various weapons to use against the devil snake. The power of the sword of the Imperator and Sun Tsun's arrow need not be questioned, and mundane firepower was also sufficient. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon himself could set the battle stage this time. It was not a sudden battle, and it meant that he could fight where he wanted to after practicing and preparing. Yes, the conditions themselves were incomparably better than those fighting the black orc. There's only one thing left. If I can handle my telekinesis properly. Kim Tae-hoon's ability to take advantage of this situation was the only thing he can do. If he was capable enough, there would be no reason to fail when hunting the devil snake. Jang Sung-hoon, how much time do we have? Yes? Jang Sung-hoon was frightened. Are you going to hunt the snake? The time Kim Tae-hoon referred to was the time the awakeners who came under him could afford to wait without implementing their agenda. Boss, we can't fight that. We can't. Jang Sung-hoon tried to stop his plans again. How many days are left? Kim asked repeatedly. Jang Sung-hoon answered, I'm not a psychology major, but as you know, we're getting the monster stones once a week from now on. For them, they'll pay you without any doubt. No, they'll pay you for now, as they don't want to be suspected. But if you don't do anything by the second payment, they will start to doubt. The world was still unstable now. Under such circumstances, if their trust and hope in Kim Tae-hoon were gone, some minority would act out of desperation. It would be a catalyst for collapse. First payment in 3 days, and another week from there, so 10 more days from now. That's a limit. No, it's not a limit. There may be a stir, but if you explain. Even though he is saying it was not a limit, there were only dark things to see in Jang Sung-hoon's mind after 10 days. It hates the cold, but if the cold breaks, it won't look at the dead bodies. At that time, we have no choice but to sacrifice someone, and then, we will be finished. Above all, the only way to control the devil snake was to sacrifice a living being. In order to earn time, they would have to do the same thing as Lee Jin-sung did, which was the worst. And Kim Tae-hoon knew the fact better than Jang Sung-hoon. What they want is not an explanation. Patience didn't really matter to the hunting dogs. We will begin training for the hunting of the devil snake. 6 ========================================================================================================================. Stability is the most important thing for the. Don't be too hard. Thank you for saving me. On Sunmi laughed bitterly at the appearance of a man bowing repeatedly toward her. Stability? That's funny. Who can be stable in the world now? A woman came up beside her. Doctor, we have an urgent patient. He's been bitten by a monster. He's an awakener. She was the woman who introduced herself as a nurse a few days ago among the survivors of the Mak clan. Now she was serving patients with On Sunmi, and she called On Sunmi doctor. It wasn't just her. On Sunmi was working as a doctor. Where is he? For once, she wanted to see him, because it was the only talent she had that would save her life. It was also a very important part of the Mak clan. There was virtually no proper medical service in the world. Since there was no medicine on hand, they might have to risk their lives to get medicine. There were many people dying due to lack of fever reducers and antibiotics. In such a world, it was a tremendous thing to have a medical service and a place to visit when they were sick. Erf, please save me. What kind of monster were you bitten by? A dog? No, a monkey dog bit me. Is your arm the only place you were bitten? Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that the value of their life was everything for the humans who had a supreme task to survive. Insurance and healthcare were no longer meaningful. It was time to give everything they had for their life. Even more so for awakeners. Yes? Yes, only my arm was bitten. On Sunmi's gaze turned to the right arm of the patient lying on the cot. The wound was serious, and it would normally be better to just cut off his arm in a place like this without proper medical equipment. Prepare the tools. Yes. However, as Sunmi confirmed the wound, she immediately went to treatment without hesitation. A brush and a knife. She even took out a brush and knife instead of a scalpel and scissors. It was a mysterious thing to do. But she wet the wound with the water of therapy she had created, and also applied the flesh of the mud troll with a knife. The serious wound began to be healed itself at a remarkable rate. The price is 8 monster stones. The treatment was over in a flash, and the settlement was required immediately. Oh, yes, here, the Awakener's colleague immediately paid 8 red monster stones for treatment. When the treatment was over in such a short time, the people waiting for treatment looked surprised at those who left with clean scars instead of serious injuries. Jang Sung-hoon appeared in the stillness. How was your business today, sister? Sunmi looked sullen at his words. To her, Jang Sung-hoon was like a younger brother who had entered college and had no money. There was no sister who would show a happy expression at the appearance of such a younger brother. What brings you here? We found a mud troll, or more like a mud troll nest. 3 were identified this time. They made a 500-unit apartment complex a grave of dead bodies. It will take some time for the goblins and the orcs to eat all the bodies. Are you here to let me know that? No. I'm here to listen. So what happened? Sunmi said with a firm expression to the question. Nothing special about the body. It was a story about dissection. The dissection of an awakener. By eating monster stones, an awakener becomes stronger. If the awakener died, was there a stone in the heart of the awakener? Everyone doubted it, but there was no chance to answer the question. They had never got the body of an awakener who had been steadily eating monster stones. So, the body of Lee Jin-sung and his aide were clues to solve the question. Naturally, they dissected both men. But there was no result. Monsters died and left a stone, but an awakener died and left nothing. Humans only know how to use something, but they don't know how to leave something behind, even now that the world has changed. Sunmi threw a sling bag with filled monster stones toward Jang Sung-hoon, who was speaking more nonsense. Why is this? Give it to the boss. You earned it, didn't you? It would not be useful if I ate it. Boss suddenly became a pimp. The lieutenant and you, both of you, bring in their own hard-earned gains. In this world, a strong man is the best, I suppose. But this is not the usual competition. No, he doesn't need to insist on monogamy, so who's his real wife? Is there a problem? Sunmi immediately asked a question to prevent Jang Sung-hoon from speaking more nonsense. So, what's the situation of the boss? Can he really kill that monster? Jang Sung-hoon smiled lightly at the question. We're so lucky. Really? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Episode 37, Territory Dispute, Part 3. Chapter 13. Territory Dispute, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Under a pedestrian overpass. Originally, a place where cars should be running was now a bloody battleground. 3 orcs and 9 humans were going at it. God damn it, what kind of power? Spear. Give me another spear. A simple and brutal war was taking place against monsters, using crude spears made of sharp cut-offs of iron pipe ends, and a crude shield made of car doors. It was a desperate battleground. Spray. Spray. Those who were fighting the orcs were doing everything they could desperately. The man with the car door shield was tanking an orc like a football lineman, and the men in motorcycle helmets were blackening or yellowing orcs' eyes and mouths with the spray paint in their hands. The man with the steel pipe spear drove a spear into orc's body with all his might. In such a mortal battle, the victory was rapidly passing to the humans. Kuhu. The blood-stained orcs screamed, looking like hedgehogs with the spears stuck in them, were in great pain and struggling for life. They are almost done. The faces of the human group gradually began to smile, and the conviction of victory began to spread. Hung. Until an orc which is bigger than ordinary orc appeared on the pedestrian overpass. On the overpass. The appearance of the big orc, which had to be the captain of the orcs they were fighting, changed the atmosphere at once. The orc now inflated its chest as much as possible and bellowed when it was done. Koaa! Its ferocity swept over them. Immediately, some of their legs limp. Kuhu! At the same time, the blood-stained orcs flared like candles just before they were extinguished. The situation had changed. Get a hold of yourself. Just hold on. They're all dying. The humans yelled out, but the captain orc on the pedestrian overpass moved to the railing as if to laugh at their efforts. He was going to throw his huge body into the battlefield immediately. Hey! At that moment, on the left side of the captain orc, something approached at a tremendous pace and gave a short cry. Coo! When the captain orc turned its head, what he saw was the head of a huge hammer used in the steel factory. Croc! The hammer smashed the head of the captain orc, crushed its face, and even broke its skull. The head of the captain orc spewed out something red, like a burst watermelon. Bang Hyunwook, the man who finished it in one hit, immediately shouted down below, "I'll eat this one." At the words, those below burned with fighting spirit instead of anger. Oh! Get them! All we have to do is kill these orcs that are left. The fighting spirit began to fade in the eyes of the orcs that had lost their captain. The battle was one-sided thereafter. The 3 orcs died, and those who survived the battle spat out long breaths. For some of them it was not enough, and after taking a cigarette from their pockets, they began to smoke carefully. Bang Hyunwook, watching the scene from up on the overpass, turned his head slightly. He saw Jang Sung-hoon looking around the building with a map. Brother! What? The buildings around here are not cleaned up yet, are they not dangerous? At the words, Bang Hyunwook looked around the area. No white flags were visible anywhere in the buildings around them. That's why I brought you here. No, not that. If you have any problems, I can just run away with you, but what about those below? At his words, Jang Sung-hoon folded the map and immediately looked at those who were working on monster stone collection under the overpass. To live, they have to risk it. What if they die? It's better than just dying doing nothing. At least they're not trying to die, are they? Jang Sung-hoon sighed briefly, looking at them doing their best to survive. The parties are growing. Parties. They were groups for monster hunting in the area of Maklan now. I could have wished that. After Kim Tae-hoon demanded a price of 40%, some of the survivors began to hunt more aggressively than when Lee Jin-sun was the leader of Messiah. There were many reasons. Since we have given them a lot of things, at least they have to show what they're trying to do. Kim Tae-hoon had shown them tricks needed to hunt monsters through the Maklan. He did not hide the reason for spraying, how to make poison balloons with perfume, oil, pesticides, and exploit the weaknesses of monsters. In addition, the Mac clan is removing monsters with orange eyes that were stronger than red-eyed monsters, and monsters that moved in large groups from time to time. There were only traces of the Mac clan passing by, a fugitive monster who could not build a pack near a building with a white flag, a fugitive who ran away from other powerful monsters, and a vagrant monster. For the hunting dogs, safe hunting was possible. Of course, the biggest reason was the street tax of 40%. Is what they are wearing the orc leather armor? Nice work. I heard a rumor that an old man who was a shoemaker would make a leather set for a monster stone. I'll have to meet him once. The rest was for the hunting dogs after paying their 40% tax. With their monster stones as well as their monster corpses, whatever they did was up to them. But they couldn't just use them stupidly. If they had intended to do that, they wouldn't have hunted monsters in the first place. There was something they wanted to get through hunting, so they were hunting. In other words, hunting monsters was not just consumption, but hunting to fuel productive activities. We built an ecosystem, so they're trying to survive. Of course, all sorts of ways were being tested out, trying to use monster bodies more efficiently. The old man who made leather shoes, and the technician who repaired the leather shoes, now making armor with monster hides, the worker from a construction site who made a spear with construction materials, and someone who worked at the car factory, converted a car into a tank to break the monsters. It's more like a place where people live now, but it was also the way mankind has survived so far. The development of technology created to achieve something better had made humans the top predator. The same was true of the age of monsters. In order for humans to survive in this age, they had to use this way to survive. If boss kills the devil snake, the number of parties will explode at that moment, and a group that has a lot of power in it, and that has a smart person, will try to establish a clan like us. Of course, if Kim Tae-hoon could not kill the devil snake, everything they had prepared so far would collapse like a mirage. Do you have anything you're looking for when you keep looking at the map? We have to check the monster's territory, because there's a high probability that there's a strong monster in the apartment or housing complexes. That's great. Honestly, I'm just thinking about whether Big Brother can kill that snake. If Kim Tae-hoon failed to hunt the devil snake and was killed, there would be only despair in Bucheon. There would be scenes of desperate humans hunting each other in front of monsters. Literally, the humans who survived in Bucheon would self-destruct. But at this moment, Jang Sung-hoon did not think he would fail in the hunt, which is why he came here. We cannot get an answer even if we think about it. What we're going to worry about is after the boss kills the monster. I'm sure it's here. There must be a secret warehouse of Baek Sung-taek, where he kept the artwork he has stolen. I can't see through the map, so there's no way to know. Isn't there a map relic, like a map nucleus? 8 ==========. Gulp. Kim Tae-hoon took a photo of his right hand with a smartphone after eating a monster stone. Sad face basic abilities. Strength, 100. Health, 89, ==. At last, his strength level exceeded 100 points. It was amazing. It's as fast as when I took all the monster stones. But what was even more surprising was that Kim Tae-hoon had not been monster hunting recently. Nevertheless, the speed at which his stats rose was as fast as when hunting monsters on the front line. Jang Sung-hoon was right. It was all thanks to Jang Sung-hoon. His system made survivors hunters. Hunters hunted monsters, and Kim Tae-hoon's share increased as did the number of monsters they hunted. Of course, it wasn't all for free. Kim Tae-hoon raised his head. The sword of the Imperator, the eerie sword, was hovering like a satellite near him. The movement was very smooth. It was like the sword was moving on its own. It was the result of hard training. I am now at a satisfactory level. The potential and effectiveness of telekinesis were infinite. Infinite did not mean that a user with that kind of telekinesis could use everything, just like F1 racing cars mean nothing to the public. Just because a child is given a surgical scalpel and scissors that a noted doctor has used, does not make the child a noted doctor. The same went for Kim Tae-hoon. The value of his telekinesis was infinite, but his ability to deal with it was not. Of course, through training, real fighting and practice, the endless possibilities would gradually become his potential. However, Kim Tae-hoon could not afford to learn something new as the time was limited to him. Instead, he tried to do well what he could. Faster, stronger, more precise. He practiced moving and controlling the sword more quickly and more precisely with his telekinesis. Cut. At the thought of Kim Tae-hoon, the sword of the Imperator shot out like an arrow. It flew toward the tire located behind him and passed through the top of it. Sure yik. A piece of the tire that had been cut off in passing fell to the ground. Near the piece of tire that had fallen off were more pieces of broken tires. The ones on the bottom were thicker than fingers, and the later ones gradually getting thinner. On the top of the pile of tire pieces was a thin slice of paper. Kim Tae-hoon blew out a long breath like a steamboat about to start off. 9. The devil snake had not been in a good mood lately. Only cold corpses were served as meals, and eating cold in the cold weather was a hardship and humiliation. The devil snake didn't want to go somewhere colder, so it endured. SS. But the devil snake no longer wanted to bear the hardship. Today it intended to fill its stomach with living beings, and it would not even look at the pile of dead bodies. Of course, just in case, it headed to its dinner table, as usual. And as always, there was food again. But there was only one corpse this time. Sure. The devil snake was angry at it. It was going to satisfy itself with only one sacrifice. Moreover, the body smelled disgusting. Sha. The devil snake could quickly see that the body was not a sacrifice, but a poisoned bait. It was even angrier, and it did not intend to endure its anger. It was going to show its dignity once again, and that this was its territory. It began to climb the stairs without hesitation. The cold air that descended the stairs did not stop the angry devil snake. It appeared at once in the subway entrance. The snake that greeted the sunshine after a long time revealed its great splendor under the sunshine. Booing. At that time, a huge bus rushed at the devil snake with all its speed, as if to welcome it. Quack. The bus hit the devil snake, and the vehicle crumpled like it was made of tofu. On the other hand, the body of the devil snake was only shaken, not falling, and kept its place without falling. The yellow eyes of the devil snake lit up with an awful murderous spirit. It swiped its tail toward the bus that had smashed into it. Kwang! The bus broke in two like tofu broken in half by chopsticks. As if it was not enough, the pavement of the road was also crushed by the tail of the devil snake, leaving a broad scar on the ground. The blow left the world quiet. A terrible silence filled the surroundings of the devil snake. Oh woo. Howling broke the silence. It shook the devil snake's body, and its eyes narrowed to slits, evidence of a terrible rage. It was ridiculous that a smelly werewolf in its own realm was howling. The devil snake had no intention of accepting it. Oh woo. The devil snake began to race toward the howling. The place it arrived was an empty lot for building construction. A human standing alone in the vacant lot greeted it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Episode 38, Territory Dispute, Part 4. Chapter 13. Territory Dispute, Part 4. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 10. It was a vacant lot meant for a building. At the center of the vacant lot stood Kim Tae-hoon, surrounded by Mac Clan soldiers and a number of other awakeners who were assigned their missions, waiting for the time to perform their duties. All I have to do is pull the trigger. Let's just act on orders. It's not that difficult. While waiting, they had recounted their duties hundreds of times. But all of them were stiffened when the devil snake appeared following the howling of Kim Tae-hoon. It was a huge monster over 20 meters long, and it was big enough to swallow a car in a gulp. Ah! The devil snake had not yet shown the power of its fear. Everyone who looked at it could imagine their own death so easily, and they were paralyzed. Ah! It was howling of Kim Tae-hoon that shook their stiffened minds and bodies once again. At the howling, all the attention of the devil snake was focused on Kim Tae-hoon, and those who came to their senses moved without missing the moment. Water. Pour water. The main character of the first move was a fire truck. Kwa. 2 fire trucks, already deployed, rose high into the sky and began spraying out water columns over the snake. Under the streams of water, the devil snake turned its attention to the fire trucks that were spewing water nervously. The streams wet its body. It didn't like the cold, so the water was much more annoying and nasty than the bus that ran into it a while ago. The devil snake intended to hit the fire trucks spraying the water streams if the sword had not left a finger-deep scar on its scales. Sook! The devil snake's eyes locked on the sword which had hurt it. The devil snake saw the sword flying in the air. The sword rejected the laws of physics and could not be compared to any flying animal. Even the devil snake could not easily deal with the movement of the sword that flashed to attack it. The devil snake stood upright and pursued the sword, but it dodged the devil snake's attack and began to slice through the body of the devil snake, producing wounds. There were no deep wounds. Most of the wounds were only about the length of a little finger. Considering the huge body, its thick skin, and flesh of the devil snake, they were just scratches with a tiny bit of blood, definitely not deep enough to stop it. This is as expected. A hard stab would make the wound deep, but it would end there. So he had been practiced cutting thinly, just enough to draw blood. Of course, it is impossible to kill it with only thin wounds. Spraying water is completed. Get out. The fire truck, get out. So he prepared a fire truck. The reason he prepared the fire truck was to spray water to irritate the devil snake, and that was not all. But will the pesticides work? It consisted of half pesticide and half water, and it will work if it gets inside. He had put plenty of poisons in the water the engines sprayed out. If they were absorbed through the wounds, it would surely affect the devil snake in some way. Pesticides were a medicine made for killing. That was why he chose the ground where the soil was tramped. The soil was loaded with pesticides and became mud. The soil was sticking to the body of the devil snake, and the pesticides would be delivered to its body repeatedly. If the devil snake ate the soil, then it could affect its internal organs. And this was just the beginning. It was distracted by the blade. Kim Tae-hoon, who saw the devil snake chasing the sword, immediately pulled an arrow of sunsin from his waist. The arrow, without a tail and feathers, was different from usual. It was coated with ice. The ice, of course, was not ordinary ice. It was poison ice. Moreover, the poison was a tetrodotoxin. The poison of a blowfish. Kim Tae-hoon, when he heard the story of the devil snake, first thought of how to hunt using poison, instead of thinking that he could kill it with physical force. At the same time, the place where he heard the story, the place called a sushi restaurant, inspired Kim Tae-hoon. It was the inspiration for using blowfish toxin. After that, Kim Tae-hoon immediately collected the poison from the dead blowfish at a blowfish specialty store in Bucheon City. He also checked its effect. In the case of the farmed blowfish, there was no toxicity, or only really weak, but some of the blowfish collected by Kim Tae-hoon were caught at sea, and the effect of the venom was confirmed against pigeons and monsters which had survived in the cold land. Of course, he knew that the poison from only a few blowfish was not toxic enough to kill the devil snake. Because of that, he was not expecting a lot. Twisting, stumbling, or losing consciousness for a few seconds was all he wanted. The arrow flew toward the devil snake, which was focused on the sword, as expected by Kim Tae-hoon. Pak! Then, like a syringe, it drove its little needle into the giant body of the devil snake through one of the small wounds. That's it. The feeling of the arrow piercing the body of the devil snake was transmitted to Kim Tae-hoon through his telekinesis. At the same time, the presence of the arrow disappeared from Kim Tae-hoon's senses. It's beginning. This was the prologue. This was not a mere fight, but a fight against the presiding ruler, the predator who dominated the center of Bucheon City, where prey became a challenger to take the land back. It was a fight for all or nothing. The first step is the mortar fire. It is natural to prepare for all-out war, and it was mortar fire that would be the beginning of the all-out war. Mortars were different from rifles, but they were difficult to use easily, and they had never been used properly in battle with monsters they had met so far. There was not enough distance, and people could not afford to aim. In other words, if a target was at the target point, there is no more effective weapon than a mortar against the target, even the target was bigger than a tram. It was a big monster, and they could not miss it. What was even better is that it was not difficult to get 1 or 2 artillery soldiers if 100 Korean men were gathered. Kim Tae-hoon looked up and saw the sword against the devil snake. The movement of the sword was playing with the devil snake, and as soon as it found a gap in the snake's quick movement, it made a wound, racing along the body of the devil snake. Only the sword was in the yellow eyes of the devil snake. It was focused on nothing but the sword. Kim Tae-hoon began to lure the devil snake. He manipulated the sword with his telekinesis and led the devil snake closer to the center of the vacant lot. The right time. The only thing left was to give a signal. As soon as he gave the signal, the mortar will fire out their shells continuously. At that moment, the glitter of the eyes of the devil snake changed. Its eyes, which had been chasing only the sword, began to shine with a golden light that was not mere light. Ah! Aura! Something that had to be called like that passed through the senses of everyone concentrating on the vacant lot. Those who were exposed to it stiffened at the moment. He felt that the devil snake was now scouring all of them, like dissecting them. Soon the eyes of the devil snake began to move along the force controlling the sword, not the sword itself, along with the telekinesis that could now be seen. Of course, there was Kim Tae-hoon at the end of the power. The devil snake saw Kim Tae-hoon, its tongue fluttering. 11. I was discovered. At the moment the devil snake's eyes shone, Kim Tae-hoon could feel intuitively that it saw the power to handle the sword, not the sword. Soon after, Kim Tae-hoon was sure, as the devil snake's eyes turned on him. I'm dead. Today, a man named Kim Tae-hoon would be killed by the devil snake. It was not a vague conjecture or feeling. He'd already experienced death. Through the golden glass of Napoleon, Kim Tae-hoon clearly learned how that death felt. However, there was no passing light like a revolving lantern in front of Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. I will be killed by the devil snake. He had never wanted to die, he had tried to live. He had learned what he needed to survive in the ocean of death. He had a clinging obsession with the struggle for survival. I have to kill it before I die. At that moment, his half-paralyzed body began to move. His energy supported its master's will to live. His energy revived his body, which had frozen under the glitter of the eyes of the devil snake. But the devil snake had already become a black shadow on Kim Tae-hoon's head as its jaws gaped open. Run away? No, I can't run away. His body told him, do not hope you will have a chance to run away with your body already half paralyzed. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon did not avoid it. Rather adversely, Kim Tae-hoon threw himself into the huge mouth of the devil snake that opened toward him. Kim Tae-hoon's body was sucked into the mouth of the devil snake. Kek! There came a strange sound from the devil snake's throat. It was going to eat its prey, but its target threw itself into its throat, therefore, it was not a natural sound. But the devil snake did not mind it. Kim Tae-hoon, in the eyes of the devil snake, was an animal without poison. No, it didn't matter if the prey had poison. It was visible in the glowing eyes of the devil snake. The only animal that could show its teeth to it was Kim Tae-hoon, and when it ate him, the rest of the animals were just its own game. That's why it swallowed Kim Tae-hoon. Soon afterward, the devil snake's body began to crush Kim Tae-hoon. A body was forced to compress, and in the process, the flesh ruptured. Bones were dislocated, and eventually, there was the sound of breaking. The sound also reached Kim Tae-hoon. It was simply the sound of death. The screaming of the bones in his body knocked from the inside, not outside, was a sound that no one could see and hear, only those who faced death. But Kim Tae-hoon did not listen to the sound. Let's listen. It was the snake's sound, not his own sound. Throbbing. The heartbeat of the devil snake was slow, like a snake. Throbbing. As soon as he heard the slow heartbeat of the slow snake, as he waited for the next beat to happen, Kim Tae-hoon ordered the sword connected to his will --. Stab that sound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Episode 39, He Got the Eyes, Part 1. Chapter 14. He Got the Eyes, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. When Kim Tae-hoon said he would go on hunting for the devil snake, the survivors had two reactions. Some wanted to participate in the hunting for the devil snake themselves, and others prayed eagerly for the success of the hunt. There was not a single person who wanted the devil snake hunting to fail. At the same time, none of them imagined Kim Tae-hoon's failure to hunt the devil snake. It was not due to a lack of imagination. Just imagining the failure made their whole body tremble and their faces turn blue. Just imagining it made them feel hopeless. That was why they couldn't even imagine it. But right now, Kim Tae-hoon was eaten. As was said, the devil snake attacked Kim Tae-hoon with a mouth open wide enough to swallow a car. Moreover, no one could move properly at that moment. The majesty of the devil snake was as firm as the head of Medusa. Eventually, the huge mouth swallowed their only hope, and the devil snake did not stop there. In order to swallow Kim Tae-hoon more easily, it straightened its huge body like a tower, in order to push the man who was hovering around his throat into its stomach at once. Everyone watched the scene. To turn away from it was not allowed. Their paralyzed bodies could not even turn their heads or close their eyes. It was torture. Everyone watched the process as their hope fell into a dark despair. The torture ended as a sword shot fiercely into the devil snake, despite the loss of its master. The sword quickly punched into the neck of the devil snake, and its body began to lean like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But unlike the Leaning Tower of Pisa, its body continued to fall. In the end, its body smashed to the earth. Quarryung. The ground bounced as if an earthquake had occurred, and those who could not to escape, who stared at the scene in blank amazement, fell to the ground. That was all. The fallen were lying on the floor like mannequins, and the ones who did not fall were not. There was still despair, and no one could escape from it by their own power. There was only one person who could answer this despair. Kim Tae-hoon appeared, saying the fallen devil snake had fallen. 2. Kim Tae-hoon's head was tilted back with his thermos in his mouth, and his throat was tingling. On Sunmi handed him a small glass of wine after he drank the contents of a thermos bottle. Kim Tae-hoon, who had received a bottle full of a water of therapy, drank it all at once. How are you? Finally, after putting a lot of pills made of mud troll flesh by on Sunmi in his mouth, Kim Tae-hoon swallowed, and replied, his mouth tasting like dirt, I'd like a cup of coffee. Oh, really? After her curt reply, on Sunmi drew a really long sigh. It was a sigh of relief. When Kim Tae-hoon said that, it meant that his condition wasn't really the worst he could think of. Please take care of it yourself. On Sunmi rose from her seat after the blunt remark. Kim Tae-hoon didn't give her any attention. Instead, he closed his eyes on the spot and started to think again. It was the worst. All the way from 1 to 10. It was all the worst. Worst, there was no other word to describe and organize the hunting. From preparation to action. He thought he was fully prepared, but when he actually started hunting, he fell into crisis as soon as the prologue ended. Eventually, he was eaten by the devil snake. He heard the sound of his whole body crumbling. It was a life-or-death experience that had nothing to do with being a trauma, a memory that had to be ignored and forgotten. I almost died before I even saw the dragon. However, Kim Tae-hoon tried to remember the moment more clearly, rather than turning away from it. He concentrated on not forgetting the feeling at that time. That is the real prize. At the moment his whole body was being crushed, Kim Tae-hoon definitely did it. The sword reacted to my telekinesis. At that moment, his longing reached the sword. The sword of the Imperator stabbed the sound of the heart. It was the first time. The only thing I could see was darkness. So far, Kim Tae-hoon has relied on vision when using his telekinesis. No, the vision was an absolute requirement for the use of telekinesis. Kim Tae-hoon had no talent to move the unseen. He didn't even think it was possible. Of course, the moment Kim Tae-hoon entered the devil snake's throat, the sword disappeared from his sight and sense. No, honestly, at that moment, Kim Tae-hoon even forgot the idea of manipulating the sword with his telekinesis. He just wanted the sword of the Imperator to reach the sound of the heartbeat of the devil snake he heard. It was to feel that time more clearly that he was recalling the moment now. Tut. Of course, the feeling did not come to mind easily. It was a miracle created by the persistent obsession of life, no, made by his determination to live. It couldn't be a miracle if he could easily experience it. I can't help it. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to experience this feeling again. I can only be content with the possibility. But this made it clear, the possibility of telekinesis was endless. In addition, at this moment, Kim Tae-hoon had another power that was immediately available. Kim Tae-hoon rose from his seat and saw the dead body of a huge snake occupying the vacant lot. It was time to take the right of the winner. 3. The devil snake, which had fallen in the vacant lot, still had a bloody presence. No one dared approach the vacant lot. The same was true of the Mac clan soldiers, armed and guarding the devil snake and controlling access to it. There was no expression on their faces, standing with their backs to the carcass. The only difference between mannequins was the fact that they were breathing white mist. A man approached the land filled with fear. Those who were afraid of the devil snake far away but could not take their eyes off it saw Kim Tae-hoon. No one immediately noticed that he was Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon's name had already spread, but there were not many people who had seen Kim Tae-hoon directly. Even if they knew Kim Tae-hoon's face, there were few people who had good enough eyesight to confirm his face from that far away. However, it was not necessary for someone to explain that the man was Kim Tae-hoon. There was only one man who could make the monster, which gave fear, nightmares, and despair to the survivors of Bucheon City, a carcass, and take the right of the winner from the dead body. Is that him? It is him. As Kim Tae-hoon drew closer to the dead body of the devil snake, everyone realized his identity. When Kim Tae-hoon approached the vicinity of the devil snake in the end, someone saw him and screamed. Hooray! A shout. It was a triumphant shout, and at the same time, it was the first shout. Hooray! The war that had begun with the sudden appearance of the monster on December 31st took away the shouts of survivors. Everyone had lived in a breathless state to survive. There was no proper victory. They just survived and pretended to be dead to live. There was no room to shout, or to be eligible for victory. Now was the first time. For the first time, the survivors who had been deprived and only run away had won their first real victory, and in return, they were entitled to shout as much as they wanted to at this moment. Hooray! The shouting spread out. The enthusiasm of the shouting began to melt the frozen world. Furthermore, the shouting urged the heart. Everyone's hearts began to beat wildly in the rush of the shouts. At the center of the shouts, Kim Tae-hoon looked at his own sword deeply embedded in the neck of the fallen devil snake. The sword was sticking out its handle as if waiting for its master to come. Kim caught the hilt and pulled it out, like the legend of a king who drawing a sword from a rock. Sheik! Without any trouble, the sword again cut through the body of the devil snake and revealed its silver blade. The silver blade now scattered silver light around, reflecting the sunlight passing through the sky. Hooray! Those who saw the scattered silver blade began to shout with all their might. During the shouts, Kim Tae-hoon immediately set out to work. He cut the skin like digging a burrow, slicing away the flesh, and revealed the black heart of the devil snake sleeping beyond it. He raised his smartphone over the yellow jewel embedded in the heart. The crystal of the black snake. Strength and health greatly increase when ingested. The skill level of energy greatly increases when ingested. The skill level of mana greatly increases when ingested. The skill level of defense greatly increases when ingested. The power of the black snake, the eyes of black snake, can be acquired when ingested. Kim Tae-hoon tore the yellow jewel off and put it in his mouth. There was no hesitation. He ate it in a gulp and swallowed it in a gulp. Kim Tae-hoon's body also took the crystal of the black snake at once, and it made the power of the black snake his own. First of all, the energy inside his guts began to change. The loach went mad and grew hugely. It became a snake. The huge snake with such great energy gave power to his body. It seemed that the power he could not control would burst out of him. At that moment, the power of energy focused on Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. The whites disappeared from his eyes and only black ones remained. At the same time, the energy that filled Kim Tae-hoon's guts began to dissipate rapidly. Is this the eyes of Black Snake? In exchange for consuming such energy, the world he looked at had changed. He could see more clearly, and he could count the feathers of a flying bird. And the invisible was now visible. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the back of his right hand. Basic abilities. Strength, 135. Health, 122. Special abilities. Energy, D rank. Mana, D rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, D rank. Mana resistance, D rank. Kim Tae-hoon got the eyes. For Jang Sung-hoon did not participate in the hunt. He was not qualified to take part in the hunt against the scary monster. He received a report after everything was over. Kim Tae-hoon was eaten by the devil snake, and miraculously stabbed its heart, survived, and ate its crystal. When he heard the report, Jang Sung-hoon felt dizzy. He almost died. The only thing that was done as planned was luring the devil snake. Everything after that was beyond his expectations. Even if Kim Tae-hoon died, it was no wonder. Ordinarily, he should have died. But in the end, he won. So now it was time to collect the spoils of the war. Jang Sung-hoon got up from his seat. They said the old man who worked at the leather shoe factory was Park Kapsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Episode 40, He Got the Eyes, Part 2. Chapter 14. He Got the Eyes, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 5. It was night time before the enthusiasm of the survivors, which seemed not to go out, cooled down. The night was dark and cold, and the survivors moved to find a warm place to survive again. Kim Tae-hoon was also prepared to spend the night. Kim Tae-hoon's bed was a car, and he sat in the driver's seat of a car that was too expensive to use as a tent instead of the Mercedes S500, put down the window, and turned his head. He saw the dead body of the black snake. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the dead body and picked up a mug. A partner with a steaming heart told him that it had no intention of spending the night. Boss. Big brother. Jang Sung-hoon and Bang Hyun-wook appeared at that time. Would you like a beer? It's very cool because it has been in the snow. I brought you a snack, too. Before his answer came out, Jang Sung-hoon was in the passenger seat and Bang Hyun-wook was in the back seat. Jang Sung-hoon, who was in the passenger seat, put his hand in a black plastic bag. Do you have any brands you like? I don't need it. Brother, I'll have Miller. Jang Sung-hoon handed a Miller beer can to Bang Hyun-wook. You're a young man who just graduated from high school, right? That's the way it is. Bang Hyun-wook smiled awkwardly and received the beer can. Kim Tae-hoon took a sip of coffee at the sight of the two. He began to enjoy the silence. Jang Sung-hoon started to talk in the meanwhile. You've been through it. Now let's get to the point, then. Now, we're creating a guild. The story did not have a head and tail. Guild? Brother, we area clan, what guild are we making again? It means we will allow the creation of new clans within our territory, and we will be the leader of groups of clans. For example, Mac Clan becomes Mac Guild and has multiple clans under its command, and the clans run several parties internally. It was a concept that anyone who had played an MMORPG game could easily understand. Bang Hyun-wook immediately expressed his doubts. Then it's dangerous, right? If we ever get betrayed. After killing the boss and taking the seat, all they have to do is to fight such monsters as are outside the window. Do you want to do that? Bang Hyun-wook, who immediately grasped the situation, took a drink of beer instead of answering. Jang Sung-hoon's eyes turned to Kim Tae-hoon. Actually, it's not just clans, but there are some parties that have a lot of power. They just need a system, because they're getting bigger. I think it's important to keep in mind to give the clans a gun if necessary. War is partly fought by a number of people. Of course, this is not an urgent problem. The immediate problem is the common people. They need a representative. Jang Sung-hoon drank a sip of soda and kept talking. The bomb that might really explode at any time is the common people like me. Right now the Awakeners are at the center of a group of survivors. It's not a good situation for the public. 2 or 3 out of 10 female patients visiting Sister Sunmi are victims of sexual assault. There are such victims among men, too. Of course, none of them confess the damage. Jang Sung-hoon's expression gradually hardened. This was the reality. You want to elect a representative for the public, right? They needed someone to speak for the voices of these people. That way, when the balance was there, the order could be established right there. We can't elect people, because we can't run the election in this situation, and we don't have to, because it's not hard to pick a representative. The boss can pick one right away. The question is, who do you pick? In that vein, can I have that snake? At the words he threw out, Kim Tae-hoon drank some coffee again. I have an old man named Park Kapsu, who has been working on leather shoes for over 40 years, and he has good skill. I'm going to let him make things with that snake. And at the same time, I am taking this opportunity to recruit technicians who have been hiding or were unable to reveal their skills. I will make a workshop. And that's what we need to do to make a complementary relationship between the Awakeners and the public. It was meaningless to have politicians who simply represented the voices of the public. They had to complement one another. They needed the public with skills, groundwork, and labor to support Awakeners who hunted the monsters at the risk of their lives. At the same time, a symbol was needed, which could be used as a reference point when someone recorded this work later. The dead body of the black snake would be the most perfect symbol. We'll make some items of that leather, and then we'll give it to the newly created guild. At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon looked over at the dead body of the black snake silently. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon had no intention of opposing Jang Sung-hoon's words. The silence was a positive expression. Of course, I'm not going to do that for free. Jang Sung-hoon also knew that, so he took out a folding map with a smile that softened the serious atmosphere. It was a map of Bucheon City. I'll give you my game, instead of the boss's game. Jang Sung-hoon said, tapping his finger at one place of the map filled with his own writing. There is a possibility that there is a warehouse of Baek Sung-taek here. Who is he? Bang asked, scratching his head. He is a whale, a whale. A whale? A whale. After swallowing his coffee, Kim Tae-hoon intervened in the funny conversation of the two. Who is he? He's someone who focuses on dealing with stolen goods and the theft of cultural properties. He deals in everything, so he is called a whale. Of course, he could not keep the stolen goods in his house, so he had the warehouse built separately, and the warehouse is right in Bucheon. At this star sign? It's one of the candidates. You don't know exactly where it is, right? If I had known where it was, I would have deserted from my regiment and robbed it. How do you know? He's a man very sensitive to the theory of divination based on topography, and he wouldn't have made the warehouse just anywhere. The problem was... Jang Sung-hoon tapped his fingers around the star-shaped area. There were many apartment complexes in the area, he pointed out. Bang Hyun-wook, looking at it with his head sticking out from the back seat, frowned slightly. There are so many apartment complexes. In normal time, an apartment complex would be no place special, but now that it had become a monster land, an apartment complex was the most hellish place in the world. The reason for hell was simple. It must be a complete monster den, and it's a den of powerful monsters. It had the richest food. The population density of the apartment complexes was higher than anywhere else, and it was December 31st when the monster appeared. It was the time when most people were preparing for the end of the year at home. Of course, there were many predators who fill their stomachs with the food where it was most abundant. Because of that, so far, Kim Tae-hoon and the Messiah had not easily accessed the apartment complexes. The place where Jang Sung-hoon pointed out now existed in the middle of such apartment complexes. Are you going to get in there with just a few people? If it was a normal case, they would not approach there. Even if they approached it, they had to clean with all the Mac clan's power in full preparation. We'll be on the move tomorrow morning. Boss, wouldn't it be hard to move straight tomorrow? You should first clean up the surroundings. I'm enough alone. Kim Tae-hoon now was quite different from yesterday. And tomorrow he would be totally different from now. 6 equals KRRR. The growl of the black werewolf passed over the desolate road where the sound of the wind could not be even heard. Behind that cry was the sound of werewolf's feet stepping quietly on the snowy ground. It was not one sound, but 6 sounds. 2 meters tall, with a huge physique, the werewolves had quiet footsteps that did not fit their size. Their red eyes glistened with their footsteps. There were many things in their glistening eyes. There was hostility to the prey in their territory, and there was a thirst for the hot blood filling the body of their prey. Their prey walked along the road, whether he knew it or not. He didn't want to hide his footsteps, and he moved, unwilling to hide his footprints, revealing his presence. Thump! Then 6 werewolves appeared before their prey. The werewolves, who appeared in formation as they surrounded him, immediately threw their heads back and raised their protruding snouts to the sky. Awah! The horrifying howling, startlingly eerie, began to surge in from all sides. Even the howling was short. The black werewolves began to run toward their prey after a short howling, as if they could not afford to wait for the prey to have time to get afraid. 3 ran on 2 legs, and the remaining 3 ran on 4 legs. Their speed was terrifying, no matter how they ran, and the rush that seemed to crush the earth was enough to stop his breath. In the meantime, 2 of them had stopped howling, as if they were cutting a ceremony early, mocking their prey. At that moment, the eyes of the prey in the center of the black werewolves began to blacken. It was just a moment. Whine. From the mouth of the first black werewolf, which had met with the eyes, came out a pathetic sound that a puppy would not even spit out. The man rolled his darkened eyes. Nobody could see it, because black eyes on a black field showed nothing. And now there was nothing to notice the fact. It was just a moment. Whiz. A featherless arrow left the man's waist, leaving only a faint sound behind, moved around the man like a lightning bolt, if you followed the twisted, irregular line from above. But there was one thing in common from the movement. The brains of the black werewolves connected them all. Black werewolves, who seemed ready to start a mad feast, fell on the ground and began to roll. They were not able to get up. The man, Kim Tae-hoon, looked at the bodies of those black werewolves. The world seen by the blackened eyes, the eyes of Black Snake, was not too different from the world he usually saw. It was all clear. It was the same before. The black werewolves, who ran wildly toward himself at the same time, were so slow that they seemed to have stopped in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. In such a world, Kim Tae-hoon was able to draw the picture he wanted more perfectly than ever. However, Kim Tae-hoon did not feel any special satisfaction. Rather, it was the opposite. This is not enough. In the clear, distinct world, Kim Tae-hoon's lacking in inexperience seemed clear. At that moment, a huge black wolf appeared on his left side with a huge cry. The orange-eyed wolf was huge enough to eat a bear. It was angry, facing an enemy who had turned its own race into meat at once. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head toward the angry beast. The orange eyes of the black wolf and the eyes of the black snake of Kim Tae-hoon crossed. As soon as they crossed, a choking sound came out of the mouth of the black wolf, and its body stiffened. It was trying to hold on to the enormous power of its limbs being pulled in 5 directions. Under that circumstance, the sword was pulled out of the sheath on the back of Kim Tae-hoon. It flew itself and cut off the head of the black wolf without a hint of hesitation. Kim Tae-hoon, who watched it all happen, was able to see it clearly. It's not this feeling. He only felt his own shortcomings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Episode 41, Didangio Jido, Part 1. Chapter 15. Didangio Jido, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. A vacant lot for a building, which had been full of silence for a while, was now filled with the atmosphere of a construction site. Get rid of this lump of flesh. It's disturbing. Need 2 more people here. We need 3 people here. Hurry up. At the center of the atmosphere was the dead body of a giant snake. The black snake, which had doled out fear and despair, was now paying for it. People were clinging to it like ants, gnawing apart its body, little by little. There were different ways. The chainsaw has stopped. Oil. Give me some oil. There were those who were cutting off its head using a heavy-duty chainsaw, and some people were digging out the flesh beneath its skin with pickaxes and shovels. Be careful, watch out for the forklift. There was also a crane driver removing the accumulated flesh with the crane which was in the construction site. It was hard, of course. Oh, it's harder than hard work on a construction site. I'd rather do delivery service up and down. What kind of body? But still, it was full of vitality. But it's better to be this tough. I am in sweat after a long time, and it's good to live now. They could see how precious it was to be able to do something hard while sweating. Mealtime, it's mealtime. Oil was poured onto their burning energy. The menu is ramen, rice cake ramen. A huge cauldron, found in a nearby restaurant, showed up with boiled rice cakes and instant ramen noodles, and saliva filled everyone's mouths. Let's eat and then work, let's eat. Everyone stopped what they were doing for a while, and started enjoying the meal together. The breaths of those eating hot ramen rose from all over the vacant lot continuously. It was a warm sight to see. However, Jang Sung-hoon's expression of the scene was not so positive. "Brother, would you like a bowl?" Bang Hyun-wook asked Jang Sung-hoon, but there was no answer. Jang Sung-hoon looked at the body of the black snake being dissected, with a hard face. "Brother Sung-hoon, if you want to eat, you eat alone. You're not really going to eat, are you? Don't ask me for some." Bang Hyun-wook ran away with those words to the line in front of the cauldron. Jang Sung-hoon, still watching the scene, once again stiffened his expression that had relaxed for a moment. He looked at the body of the black snake with that hard face. At this moment, Jang Sung-hoon had one worry. Where should we go? There was much to be done in the future. Once we have made an item using the body of the black snake, made the Mac clan into the Mac Guild, created clans under the Mac Guild, and selected a representative of the public. There were important things to do after that. The first priority we face right now is to have a self-sufficient system, to secure land for farming. It is necessary to save more survivors because it requires a lot of labor. This winter will pass like a shot, just doing these things. The next problem is, If the words of Lee Jin-sung, the dead head of the Messiah, are true, there are stronger monsters than the black snake around Bucheon City. As we have seen, monsters are classified according to the color of their eyes. The lowest grade is red, the next grade is orange, and the above grade is yellow. The monsters are likely to be rated according to the 7 colors that make up the rainbow. According to that grade, the black snake that covered Bucheon City in fear means the 3rd weakest type of monster. It's the 3rd one down there. The dragon, which had appeared in Bucheon City for a while and just before the death of Kim Tae-hoon in the future, had dark blue eyes. He'll never die if he steps on the yellow one, but if he steps on the green mine, it will be game over. Currently, the grade of monsters that Kim Tae-hoon could kill was the yellow grade. Even he barely killed it. If he met a monster with green eyes, he would inevitably die. Even he just stays still, it will be game over, in the end. However, we cannot stay in Bucheon City forever. If we stay in Bucheon City, we will be attacked by monsters coming here someday. If we are trapped in Bucheon City, it is not much different than being a farm to a monster. We have to move. In the end, we have to move. To live, we must move on without stopping. But as said before, no one knows what threat is. It is like walking a minefield without any clues or information. It's a real fuck. Jang Sung-hoon threw up curses at the situation. If it was a difficult problem, he would be worried about finding the answer, but the problem he faced now was not a difficult problem. No answer could be found, even if one was worried about it. Brother! Bang Hyun-wook came up with a bowl and walked toward Jang Sung-hoon. I don't want to eat, Jang Sung-hoon said in a slightly irritated voice. Big brother is here. What? At the following words, Jang Sung-hoon had to make a surprised look. Has he done it already? Jang Sung-hoon saw everyone, eating their delicious ramen noodles, rise from their seats and bow their heads. It was the return of the king. Kim Tae-hoon, appearing just like that, immediately walked over to Jang Sung-hoon and said, I'll start after a cup of coffee. 2. Oh, my god. No way, did he really do this alone? 2 men, dressed like butchers, with plastic aprons, rubber gloves, and meat carving tools, were briefly distracted by the sight in front of them. It was the path of dead bodies spread out before them. There were bodies lying on the road, not of humans but monsters, of not just one kind, but a variety of them. What was more surprising was the condition of the bodies. The condition of the bodies. Is this possible? They all had a hole in the head, or their heads were cut off. The only choices given to the bodies were the two. Except them, nobody was found choosing another option. If they had been aragged by the explosion of a bullet or a powerful bomb, there would have been no reason not to believe it. So those who came to deal with the dead bodies, forgetting what they had to do, stared at the path of carcasses for a while. Bang Hyun-wook was also present among them. Bang Hyun-wook, who was on duty to protect people in case of attack by unknown monsters, looked silently at the scene created by Kim Tae-hoon. Tut! He clicked his tongue briefly. I can't even be his right toe, let alone his right arm. After clicking his tongue briefly, he swallowed the complaint through his neck, and then his eyes sank briefly, with a mixed expression. In the mind of such Bang Hyun-wook, the memory of December 31st came to mind. He remembered when he responded directly to Kim Tae-hoon's words, "If you want to live, just follow me," but since then, Bang Hyun-wook has thought that he was the only awakener who could help Kim Tae-hoon. He thought that he couldn't replace Kim Tae-hoon, but he was the only one who could fill the place when Kim Tae-hoon disappeared. What have I been doing? But now he knew that all his thoughts were nonsense. In the meantime, Bang Hyun-wook looked at the back of his right hand, and some kinds of emotions began to shake intensely in his heart as he did so. And that time there was another man whose emotions were fluctuating as intensely as his. Oh, my God. Equals 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 3. Whale, how much did you eat? Looking at the outside image, it was a plain, detached house, a 2-story house with a garden. The inside of the house was filled with all sorts of artworks. It was another world in the eyes of Jang Sung-hoon. I heard that the whale had collected whatever he needed, but I didn't know he had gathered this much. Looking at the level of the collection, I guess he was a kleptomaniac. He wouldn't collect things like this unless he was interested in stealing them. Jang Sung-hoon, who was looking at the artwork on every side, had a bitter smile on his face. It's funny to say this, but it's no wonder that if the world, where these people lived in a grand style, collapsed, there was nothing wrong with it. His complaints stopped there. Jang Sung-hoon did not forget why he was here. He immediately took out his smartphone. It's going to be a tiresome job to take photos one by one because there are so many, but the only reason he came here was to find relics that would help them in the war with the monsters in the future. That was all. Kim Tae-hoon picked up a small bottle of liquor close to him, instead of answering Jang Sung-hoon. He handed it over to Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon received it reflexively and cocked his head. Why did Kim Tae-hoon suddenly give it to him? At the doubt, Kim Tae-hoon answered briefly, "It's a relic." Yes? Kim Tae-hoon began to look around instead of answering the question, with his black eyes shining. The eyes of Black Snake were in action. The active eyes of Black Snake turned the landscape of this place into another world, with a different meaning for Kim Tae-hoon. With the eyes of Kim Tae-hoon, he could see the relic. As soon as he looked at the relic, it was like he was wearing smart glasses, and could see its ability. The same was true of the painting Kim Tae-hoon now saw. It was just a beautiful woman painted during the Joseon dynasty. There was no way of knowing whose painting it was. However, it was different in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. Equals sad face blessed portrait of a beauty. Relic grade, grade 5. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it is possible to create a blessing in which the strength of an object can be increased by consuming mana. The eyes of Black Snake could see the hidden value of the portrait of a beauty. In the meantime, Jang Sung-hoon took a picture of a small bottle of liquor that Kim gave to him by his smartphone and realized the situation. Can you see the value of the relics in the boss's eyes? Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon looked around and pointed his finger at several items. Jang Sung-hoon no longer asked questions. He took pictures of the pieces Kim Tae-hoon pointed at and carefully packed them. The search for relics that was expected to take a long time progressed quickly. Jang Sung-hoon's turn came after taking the most visible relics right away. It can't be all there is to see. I'm sure he has hidden the most valuable pieces all over the place. Of course, the most classic hiding place is the wardrobe. Jang Sung-hoon found places where the original owner of the house, Baek Sung-taek, had hidden other pieces, starting with the wardrobe, inside its thick door, as well as hidden in the flower pot on the veranda. Among them, the jackpot was behind the wallpaper. Actual treasures are not hidden in the safe. Jang Sung-hoon started tearing up the wallpaper, after searching all the places he could easily search. A writing, which was quietly placed behind the wallpaper, appeared. De Pung Muei, it meant there is nothing rough before the great wind. In front of the simple and clear writing, the name and seal of the owner of the writing were printed intact. Oh, my God! Staring at the writing, Jang Sung-hoon had the most surprised look on his face. That's ridiculous. This can't be the original. How did a receiver of stolen goods get a piece of an unpublished work by Chosa Kim Yeon-hee? It was the name with such a significant weight that Jang Sung-hoon had to look surprised. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon was not surprised. He warned Jang Sung-hoon, "Take the writing and step back." Yes? What are you saying? Swish, Kim Tae-hoon's right hand turned black while he waved it back and forth, telling Jang Sung-hoon to back off. Black skin. Kim Tae-hoon displayed a power that dyed his right arm right to his shoulder, immediately began to press his power against the wall, not anything else. Bang! With just one punch, the solid wall had a giant hole in it. Splatter! The debris started to fall to the floor, and the things hidden inside the wall were revealed. Daedonjyo-jido, also Daedon-yojido, lit. The Great Map of the Eastland, is a large-scale map of Korea produced by Joseon Dynasty cartographer and geologist Kim Jong-ho in 1861. A second edition was printed in 1864. One source describes it as the oldest map in Korea. Daedonjyo-jido is considered very advanced for its time and marks the zenith of pre-modern Korean cartography. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Episode 42, Daedonjyo-jido, Part 2. Chapter 15. Daedonjyo-jido, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. The destructive power created Kim Tae-hoon's fist was enormous yet horrifying. The wall crumbled like a cookie. Splatter! The parts of the wall fell to the floor like a piece of a cookie. Ah! However, Jang Sung-hoon was not surprised by Kim Tae-hoon's fist. All he could see was a ball of translucent vinyl through the broken wall. Tap tap. Kim Tae-hoon took the plastic bag out of the wall and immediately handed it to Jang Sung-hoon. Jang Sung-hoon accepted it carefully and began to release the plastic. After the plastic was removed from the skin, a luxurious blue roll of silk appeared. It's not a common silk. The silk itself looked like a very high-quality product. The texture was the same. Jang Sung-hoon's touch revealed that the silk was not a relic, but quality silk that was not cheap. Yet it was nothing compared to what was hiding inside the silk. This is so ridiculous. A book was revealed within the silk. It was an old book, which could be looked to a normal person as an ordinary book. How could this be here? The letters written on the cover of the book in black ink were enough to make Jang Sung-hoon's mind go dark. Daedonjyo-jido. It's Daedonjyo-jido. Daedonjyo-jido. What kind of explanation was needed? It was the most precious thing Gosanja Kim Jong-ho had seen in his whole life, and it was also a heritage for future generations. For them to explain and evaluate it would just be ridiculous. It's different from the Daedonjyo-jido that I know. This is the woodblock printed version. To be exact, the Didanji was made of wood blocks. The Didanji we see in the textbooks was combined from each woodblock printed version made of woodblock like a puzzle. And this is, probably an unpublished woodblock printed version, Jang Sung-hoon explained. At that moment, he recalled the rumor that a woodblock printed version of Didanji that was not released to the world was floating around. I heard a rumor, but I thought it was fake. But honestly, when he heard the rumor, he thought it was false. Those kinds of rumors were everywhere, and if it were a woodblock printed version of Didanji, it would not be just a thing floating around by just rumors. If it were real, very big hands would have moved to take it. But the rumor was true. And the owner was Baek Sung-taek. So he kept it in the wall. Yeah, it's worth keeping it in the wall. A thief can't trust a safe. Jang Sung-hoon, who held Didanji in his hand, asked in return, "How did you know it was in the wall?" His eyes of the black snake only saw something in detail, but there was no such ability as seeing through. It meant that he did not have the ability to see through the wall. However, Kim Tae-hoon, as if it were perfectly natural, punched the wall without any hesitation. That's the only part of the wall that has a different texture. Different texture? Did you see it with your eyes? Instead of answering, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes turned black again. With the eyes of Black Snake, he looked at the woodblock printed version of Didanji which Jang Sung-hoon held in his hands. Equals sad face Didanji. Relic grade, grade 4. Relic value, special. Relic effect, the location of monsters are displayed on the map. Jang Sung-hoon also immediately took out his smartphone and confirmed the ability of Didanji. Jang Sung-hoon, who had confirmed its ability, began to flip the pages of the book carefully, with his surprised look. Flip flip. With the sound of turning over the pages, he scanned the great map of Didanji, which was divided into pieces. At the same time, he began to combine the pieces of the map mentally. It was one of his talents. A person who was not capable could not make counterfeit goods. He had to be able to make counterfeit goods that could deceive others. When he saw the original art, he could recall it perfectly later and then recreate the same in reality. It was not difficult for Jang Sung-hoon to complete the integrated map in his mind while looking at the broken pieces of the map. Flip. As soon as Jang Sung-hoon saw the last page, the map was completed in his mind. This map is a kind of map nucleus. He quickly figured out its characteristics. A map nucleus? Kim Tae-hoon put his head a little to one side. The game term was not familiar to him. Jang Sung-hoon began to explain for him. His fingers began to scan the woodblock printed version of Didanji again. Soon his hand stopped, and he showed the page to Kim Tae-hoon. A lot of red and orange lights were clustered on the map, which was broken to pieces. This is the map of the place that is now Bucheon. These lights mark the monsters. In detail. It marks the monsters around, starting with the owner of the map. It's like a radar. It can show small things close by, but those far away can only show big ones. The small ones here mean the weak monsters, and the big ones mean the powerful monsters. One question came to mind when Kim Tae-hoon heard this. What's the highest level of monsters we've ever seen? There is a dark blue light on Mthala and Mtbaekdu in Jeju Island. Dark blue meant that there was a monster of the same grade as the dragon at the beginning and the end of the Korean peninsula. That was not good news. It was a kind of evidence that this world had become so much more miserable than they had imagined. But there was something else they had to worry about right now. An orange light and a red light were moving on the map. That meant the monsters were moving. Take only what's important. Yes. 5. It was brown goblins, attacking the cleaners who were working the road cleared by Kim Tae-hoon. They were familiar monsters to the Mak clan soldiers in Bang Hyunwook. Everybody, get on the truck. A brown goblin itself was weak. An ordinary armed adult man could sufficiently deal with it. Key. The problem was that brown goblins moved under the command of a hobgoblin, not individually. Moreover, the unique spell of the hobgoblin took away the pain and fear from brown goblins. The monsters who lost their pain and horror were terrifying over the imagination. The ferocious waves of the monster groups, numbering more than 100, destroyed the fighting spirit of those who faced them before the fight. In front of the scene, Bang Hyun-wook used the howling power which he had acquired by eating the monster stone of a black wolf given by Kim Tae-hoon. He dashed toward the brown goblins running at him with the howling. It was to earn some time and to express his confidence at the same time. "I'll kill you all." At the shout, Bang Hyun-wook's energy churned. The energy made his whole body grow stronger. Except for Kim Tae-hoon, he had the highest stats in strength and health among the Awakeners. Therefore, being stronger than before would be a terrifying thing for the brown goblins that had to face him. Moreover, he was wrapped by the leather armor of the Black Orc. The leather of the Black Orc was not as strong as the leather of the Black Snake, but it was not the leather which the teeth or the nails of the brown goblins could do anything to. Therefore, the battlefield that Bang Hyun-wook threw himself into was like a free batting practice for him. Free batting is that you set the ball and hit it with a bat, free. Their only difference was that a brown goblin's head was in place, instead of the ball. Bang! So Bang Hyun-wook started to go crazy. Meanwhile, the Mac Clan soldiers in the truck also passed Bang Hyun-wook, and began to pull the trigger at the approaching brown goblins. 2-2. Now their shots were controlled, not wasting bullets, and not pointing guns at allies. No one was as frightened as before and just fired blindly toward the brown goblins. Key. Of course, the goblins that ran into controlled gunshots began to fall rapidly. Nevertheless, the rush of brown goblins gradually narrowed the distance to the truck. There was no stopping them. They seemed to be getting faster every time they stepped on a dead colleague. Key. The same was true of the anger in their eyes. The death throes of their companions fanned their anger. It was a featherless arrow from somewhere that reversed the situation. Swish, dot. The movement of the arrow that appeared was similar to that of a skilled person sewing beads. The arrow began to move like it was sewing the heads of the brown goblins. Blush. The running brown goblins began to fall to the ground like puppets with cut strings, some falling on them and others falling on them again, then a wall was made. Keek, the remaining goblins fell to the ground, piling onto the bodies of their fellows. It was total chaos. In this ridiculous situation, the survivors were surprised at this absurd jaw-dropping scene, but not for long. Woo-woo. There was no reason to doubt who created this ridiculous sight. Master. Master is here. The main character was like a savior to those here now. A real messiah. There was no one who would not be proud at the appearance of their savior. Master is here. Kill them all. So now the eyes of those facing the brown goblins began to burn. The spirit they created reached the hobgoblin, who was commanding the brown goblins far away. Kier Kirk. The hobgoblin shuddered at the spirit that crushed the madness it had created. It was its last act. His shivering head fell to the ground. A well-prepared sword had sliced through the hobgoblin's neck. At the same time, the pain and horror taken away were returned to the brown goblins. Key. 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 The brown goblins, again feeling pain and horror, began to run away speaking weak death throes. Bang Hyun-wook looked at the goblins who ran away silently, and he saw Kim Tae-hoon, who came back after finishing everything. 6. Jang Sung-hoon carefully wrapped Dangyo Jido and the writing of Chusa Kim Jong-hee with silk. However, he didn't need to. When they became the relics, they gained new lives. There was no need to worry about them getting worn out. But he could not dare do otherwise. I never thought I would get this treasure. To mistreat a relic which could be only described with the word treasure dared not be done by those who devoted their passion and dreams to art. Jang Sung-hoon prepared a bag to put the precious treasure in. The bag was also a bag containing important things that he always had to carry. For example, it had a crystal glass decorated with gold that contained red liquid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. 43, Didanjiojido, Part 3. Translator, Editor. Chapter 15. Didanjiojido, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Everything was trying to live. The moment things combined together to live, it became an ecosystem. The monsters, that we do not know from where they had appeared, also built an ecosystem to live. The weak monsters that did not dare to have their territory, and could not even hunt, wandered around in search of bodies or the remains that some monster had eaten and left, and the strong monsters lived there, building their own territory. A large stone fell on the ecosystem. The Black Snake. A terrible snake that had laired in Bucheon City and made its territory there, had died. It was like the death of a king. It was not something that you could hide just because you wanted to hide it. The news of the death of the king spread faster than the death of anything else and brought a great shakeup. Pointedly, it made the monsters with ambition move. Monsters that wanted to make the area of the Black Snake their own territory began to move more actively in groups. It was Kim Tae-hoon, the new king who defeated the Black Snake and got everything it had, that trampled their ambition. Kim Tae-hoon's right arm, reminiscent of a huge hammer, was black from his fingertips to the shoulder joint. It broke the skull of the monkey dog, who had a head twice the size of his own. Even as the burst pieces of skull and brains of the monkey dog scattered to wet the ground, Kim Tae-hoon moved into the 12 monkey dogs that followed their boss. He passed between the monkey dogs like a snake, striking a black fist toward the head of a monkey dog. The scene looked as if Kim Tae-hoon was moving in a suspended world. The reason it looked that way was not that Kim Tae-hoon's movement was simply fast. It was his accuracy. Kim Tae-hoon's fist was exactly punched in the middle of the forehead, in between two red eyes over the protruding snout of the monkey dog, in a situation where everything was moving blindingly fast. It was a superhuman skill. There was no other word than that to describe the ability to achieve exactly what he desired in all the action that took place so quickly. This is insufficient. It was proof that Kim Tae-hoon quickly adapted himself to the new power of the eyes of Black Snake and made it his own. It was why Kim Tae-hoon ignored the blood and gore, throwing himself willingly into the fight against the coming monsters, like they were the most delicious cooking for him. I have nothing to say. Who's the monster? The survivors, who viewed him as a savior, at such an appearance of Kim Tae-hoon, could not help but admire him. They dismantled the monster bodies without stopping, but the scene, where the number of dead monster bodies was growing rather than decreasing, was a shock, not just admiration. However, Kim Tae-hoon, the source of that violence, was not satisfied with the scene he created. 2 monsters. He was not satisfied. There are 2 monsters of the same rank as the dragon on the Korean peninsula. The gruesome horror of the world was palpable to him now. He couldn't help but know how damned the world was. The despair felt at the moment when the horror was enumerated was much more fatal. He thought there would be a monster that was equal to the dragon, but he realized that such monsters were in Timbuktu and Imtihala. At the beginning and the end of the Korean peninsula, an unutterable monster was serving as a gatekeeper. In addition, the proportion of land of the Korean peninsula was very small compared to the huge area of the whole earth. So how many monsters were similar to the dragon in the whole world? That was not the only thing. There are dozens of monsters around me that are stronger than the black snake I was lucky to kill at the risk of my life. Didanjiojido was like a radar, as Jang Sung-hoon had explained. Strong monsters such as the dragon were marked even if they were far away, but weaker monsters were not displayed when they were distant. Nevertheless, in the Didanjio Jito that they had secured, there were 9 blue lights which are under the rank of dark blue. The green and yellow lights were too numerous to measure immediately. The words of Lee Jinsung were right. The land of Buchan was the only area among such lights that did not have green and blue lights. Buchan was lucky. They survived because of being between the powerful monsters. We were lucky right now. Of course, it was not positive news. A country caught between powerful nations can benefit a few times, but eventually, it collapses at some point. History proves it. The ecosystem of the world was being maintained thanks to the overflowing number of humans. This meant that since there were many humans, monsters could survive with the humans as prey right now. Humans are not like plankton. They do not lay eggs like fish. Right now, the number of humans was overflowing, but if they are eaten, the number of individuals will eventually decrease sharply. Since monsters cannot raise humans, they will eventually move to places where there are a lot of human beings to survive, and the land of Buchan, where a population remained, would be the most coveted for such monsters. In the end, there was only one way. We've got to attack them before they come. Killing them before we die. Before monsters come in force, in a situation where mankind has the advantage in numbers, and in a condition where we still have the power, skill, and will to fight, including food, we have to seek the end of the monsters. To Kim Tae-hoon, killing monsters with red and orange eyes was not exciting. Rather than excited, he felt impatient. No, not like this, not with this ability, nothing can be done. It was the low whisper of Jang Sung-hoon that took away his impatience. Boss, the golden glass is full. 8. Buchan City Hall was located in the center of Buchan City. It was currently being used as the headquarters of the Mak clan. There was a great deal of evidence to show that. One way was the Mak clan soldiers, who stood guard with guns, their eyes alive, and the awakeners returning from their hunting lowering their postures. He is back. He? The master. Who's the master? He. The savior. And it was also evidence that there was a look of hope and expectation on the survivors living around Buchan City Hall. I heard there were over 100 monsters he has killed this time, alone, even with his bare hands. 100 monsters with his bare hands alone? Does that make sense? It makes sense since 100 dead bodies were piled up in a long row. The number might be a lot more than that. But with his bare hands. He caught the yellow devil once, and that's not hard for him. Still, the world was hopeless. Communications were paralyzed, and in the absence of any news of the army that they had been waiting for, there was a flood of monsters everywhere and no survivor who would bring news of other places. Now, they could not even find food easily. Winter was colder than ever, and in this situation people sometimes even froze to death in the cold, dying of hunger and starvation, praying for a peaceful death when they were seriously wounded. There was no one who thought that much could be changed in this situation. There was the only hope. Does he intend to clean up all the monsters? I hope he will clean them all up. If there was any change in this reality, if a small hope rose, and if someone achieved it, it was expected that Kim Tae-hoon, the first hunter, not just anyone, would do it. Kim Tae-hoon was sitting in a soft chair, the golden glass in his hand, inside the mayor's office at the city hall. At first glance, the image was that he was an arrogant boss. However, the face of Kim Tae-hoon, looking at this bizarre liquid that was only flickering and never overflowing in the golden glass, had a look that did not fit an arrogant boss. His expression was really bad. What the hell is the principle? The golden glass of Napoleon. Once again, this mysterious golden glass was filled with a mystery that made unpleasant dreams, without sign or warning. Of course, he was curious why this golden glass had filled itself. In this regard, Jang Sung-hoon made the following guesses. In my personal opinion, the golden glass of Napoleon has the ability to peek at fate. But it can't be easy to catch a glimpse of fate. Of course, as soon as fate changes, it will take time to see the changed fate again. Maybe that's why the golden glass filled so suddenly. It takes time to see the new future. It was a plausible guess. If fate was a program, then to read that program, you could try hacking it. It was only natural to take some time. The fate of the world has changed. If his guess is correct, the fact that the golden glass of Napoleon was once again filled with red liquid meant that the fate of Kim Tae-hoon had changed. It was proof that his fate of death against the dragon no longer existed. Of course, this was not a pleasant thing either. It wouldn't be strange if Kim's lifespan became even shorter in his new destiny. If that really happened, it would be too cruel to say. If the terrible effort to live shortened his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to use this anymore. I am afraid. Of course, he was scared. Nevertheless, Kim Tae-hoon did not hesitate. He drank the golden glass in one gulp. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon slumped down. 9. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The cry of a woman struck his eardrum. Open your eyes. Kim Tae-hoon, open your eyes. There was a repeated cry. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was able to recognize the owner of the voice, even though he didn't open his eyes. On Sunmi. Soon after, a woman came into view. He saw the face of On Sunmi, which had not changed much, and the freckles embroidered on her face had not significantly changed. The difference was her long hair. Her long straight hair clearly showed that time had passed. What year is it? But it was impossible to tell whether this was the future of 1 year or 5. Furthermore, it was as far as Kim Tae-hoon could see. His eyelids had closed again. Ah! At this moment, he knew that he is on the verge of death, and there was no power to talk to anyone, or even a chance to get some clues from them. I'm dying this way. It was the worst way. He was dreaming of a situation where he is about to die. Was this how he is going to waste his chance? What the fuck, dot. What could he get from this? Kim Tae-hoon let out a sigh. Of course, he was the only one who could hear his sigh. He heard her voice again, I'll tell you, hoping you will dream of this moment. I don't know when you'll dream of this day, but I'll tell you the wish list that I have prepared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Episode 44, Finding the Owner, Part 1. Chapter 16. Finding the Owner, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. Boss. The mayor's office in Bucheon City Hall. There, two men faced each other with a desk between them and a cup of steaming coffee rising, as if they were just chatting. Let me get this straight. One of them scratched his head with his right hand. So before you died, Sister Sunmi told you the wish list? At the words of the man who was ruffling his hair, the man with the mug of coffee in his hand nodded his head lightly, enjoying the aroma of the coffee. Jang Sung-hoon feigned a smile at the man. I don't know whose thought it was, it's a great idea. A wish list, a sure way to use the golden glass of Napoleon. At the end of the words, a long sigh came out from the lips of Jang Sung-hoon. It was not a good sigh. The problem is the wish list. The word that came out was close to a complaint. Kim Tae-hoon also frowned at the whining remarks, the same as Jang Sung-hoon's complaint. The bitter taste of the coffee had never made his face look so sour. Through the silence that started like that, Jang Sung-hoon began to recall things to organize his mind. The start was when Kim Tae-hoon woke up from his dream. He called Jang Sung-hoon, who was waiting outside the mayor's office, and told him the story. At first, when he heard the word wish list, Jang Sung-hoon clutched his fists without knowing it. He never wanted to miss that opportunity, because it seemed like having a crazy power in his hand. But when he heard the wish list, Jang Sung-hoon felt everything getting far away. Let's say that's the case with the bell of King Songdik and gilt bronze incense burner of beach. There were 6 wish lists that Kim Tae-hoon remembered. To be precise, on Sunmi would have recited a long story, but there were only 6 things Kim Tae-hoon could hear. The bell of King Songdeok and gilt bronze incense burner of beech were the first of the 6 mentioned wish lists. Let's also say that's the case with Gwangido steel and the sword of Go-jin. The things mentioned after that were Gwangido steel and the sword of Go-jin. From there on, Jang Sung-hoon felt something strange. Obviously, the 2 things were real, but they were obviously different from the above-mentioned bell of King Songdeok and gilt bronze incense burner of beech. What am I supposed to do if you tell me something like green dragon crescent blade and Kusanagi? And finally, when green dragon crescent blade and Kusanagi were mentioned, Jang Sung-hoon thought for a moment. He thought that Kim Tae-hoon suddenly became a very humorous man and played a joke on him, or the shock of Kim Tae-hoon's death was so great that he confused his memories with what he saw in a novel. He had no choice but to accept them for now, however. They are only in stories, aren't they? They were literally non-realistic things since the green dragon crescent blade and Kusanagi could only be seen in the novels. Of course, Kim Tae-hoon was serious. Not only at the time when he told the story, but also at the moment he spoke out to Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon still did not lose his serious air. I need a description of what I said about the things in the wish list. He couldn't help but be serious. This was the valuable information that Kim Tae-hoon obtained in return for living his future death, information from the future. To live, he had to change his destiny again using this information. Once, 4 of them were real. Jang Sung-hoon also knew that fact, so he stopped talking nonsense anymore. Where are they? The gilt bronze incense burner of beech is located at the Bio National Museum, and the bell of King Songdeok. What is the bell of King Songdeok? Oh, it's the Emil bell. It's at the Gyeongju National Museum. And Gwangido steel is in Jilin in China, and the sword of Go-jin, as I know, it's in Hubei in China. Are the 2 remaining ones not real? They're mentioned only as legends. Kim Tae-hoon drank some coffee again. Jang Sung-hoon also agreed with the silent time that started. The 2 men kept their mouths shut and organized their thoughts. When Kim Tae-hoon spoke again, the conversation resumed. If there was a wish list, I would have been the one to make it. I suppose so. Then I'm sure I didn't just tell myself the desire for things I could not get. Ah. Jang Sung-hoon got the hint of what kind of man Kim Tae-hoon was. He could not simply have recorded things he could not gain. I don't know how much more I could hear before I died. Moreover, this wish list was made to tell the story at an urgent moment, just before his death. It means that there must be something hidden in the order, as well as in the items mentioned. Kim Tae-hoon definitely must have made a wish list. Was it even possible that he didn't have his own personality in mind? The things in Bio and Gyeongju are the ones we can get right now. Yes. If we don't have to fight monsters, it won't take even half a day to get there. Just 3 hours to arrive at the Bio National Museum after taking the Yangdong Expressway, and about 4 or 5 hours to get to the Gyeongju National Museum. Of course, I doubt that we can get there in a year, even if we risk our lives. There are things in Bio and Gyeongju, but not in Seoul. The first question was why there is no relic on the wish list in Seoul. Gyeongju and Bio were definitely full of relics, including historical sites. However, Seoul had been a capital city for most of the grand history of the Republic of Korea. The National Museum of Korea was located in Yongsan District, Seoul. I'm sure that's a question. The woodblocks of Daejeonjido are now kept at the National Museum of Korea. The woodblocks of Daejeonjido, which Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon were lucky to find, were stored in the National Museum of Korea. There are also crowns of Silla. Yes, there were armors, kimonos, and masks used by Japanese warriors, and there were few Buddhist statues from China. The National Museum of Korea even housed relics from Japan and China. However, Kim's wish list did not mention anything at the National Museum of Korea. Why? That was the first question to be solved. It is one of two reasons. Kim Tae-hoon solved the problem easily. Well, if we had been in Yongsan district instead of Bucheon city, or if we had survived in Seoul and identified the existence of the relics, all of us would have run to the National Museum of Korea. The Ministry of National Defense is located to the north of the National Museum of Korea. The Ministry of National Defense? Ah, yes, the War Memorial of Korea is behind it. The National Museum of Korea and the Ministry of National Defense were not that far apart. If something happened, the soldiers of the National Defense Command would be there. In other words, when an emergency broke out, troops from the National Defense Command, an army organized to defend the capital, must have been there. Naturally, it was highly likely that they secured the relics there. It was just a guess they had made before, but now this dream had convinced them. To put it another way, Bio and Jeonju are ownerless cities. In other words, they would have a chance to acquire relics in Bio and Jeonju if they moved early. Then, why were Gwangido Steel and the Sword of Gojin mentioned? It is proof that North Korea has collapsed and we are engaged in an exchange, or had a war with the Chinese survivors or the awakeners there. The next mentioned Gwangido Steel and the Sword of Gojin were most likely factors to inform them situation at the time, not showing that they wanted to get it. I know Gwangido Steel is located in Jilin province. Now airplanes and ships are not functioning properly, and we cannot reach there without North Korea collapsing. And did you say that the Sword of Gojin is in Hubei province? Yes. Hubei is a province located in central China. Contacting the relic there means that there is a high possibility that we might have moved into the territory of China or an awakener who had secured the relic came to the Korean peninsula. North Korea's collapse in contact with China was also a very important hint. This meant that the situation on the Korean peninsula itself has changed completely. I roughly understand. Then, what do Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi mean? I don't think there's anything in existence like that at. The next mentioned Green Dragon Crescent Blade and Kusanagi were also signals. There can't be. There is no such thing in common sense. It means that we should not think about it. But it certainly existed somehow. Listing it was a signal. When he spoke, Jang Sung-hoon was able to organize his thoughts. Yes, we have Didanjio Jido, and we would rather move to get things that are not yet taken, rather than go to Seoul to get things that are already taken. At the same time, Jang Sung-hoon felt a sense of frustration. I'm sorry the six were not everything, but if you had heard more, I could have made a more definite plan. He got this much information just by listening to the 6 relics on the wish list, and if he had heard more, he could have drawn a clearer blueprint. Kim Tae-hoon felt sorry for the fact. If I had heard more. It was a great idea to think of delivering a wish list using the relic of the Golden Glass of Napoleon. However, it was also true that there were not many things that could have a good result among the things prepared. Of course, rather than regretting this, they had to find something better by recognizing that there was plenty to learn from a bad example. And at this moment, Kim Tae-hoon came up with his own solution. I'll have to teach you rap. Rap? What? If we have only a short time to deliver information, we have to put as many words as possible in that short time. If on Sunmi's words had been twice as fast, he would have gotten twice as much information, but... At the solution of Kim Tae-hoon, Jang Sung-hoon made a foolish expression. So you want me to rap in front of the boss who is convulsing, vomiting blood and losing focus in his eyes, with Davatop, Sukaguram, and Tripitaka Koreana? Is that weird? Boss, do you think that's normal? Is it normal to talk as fast as possible about the national treasures number 1 to number 10 in front of a dying person? Kim Tae-hoon had more coffee instead of answering the question. It seemed ridiculous even if he thought about it. Jang Sung-hoon first asked Kim Tae-hoon, who was silent much longer than usual. What's the plan for the future, then? Even if we were to set off for Bio or Jeonju as our destination, we wouldn't be able to get there right away. We need to get internally stable first. Internal stability. We'll have to set up clans under our command and pick a representative of the public. The plan was set up. Bio or Gyeongju. From now on, Kim Tae-hoon had to work to get there. It was not short, nor was not easy. As much as that, it was necessary to stabilize internally. Kim Tae-hoon agreed with the fact. However, we have something to do first. Is there any urgent work? This time we need to find the owner of the 9 relics we have acquired. 9 relics from the warehouse of the whale, Baek Sungtaek. Kim Tae-hoon said that they should find the owner of the relics right now. If you find the owner, will you give him the relics? They will be useless for an awakener who cannot use them. Jang Sung-hoon agreed firmly with those words. Kim Tae-hoon was not wrong. Relics were the most certain and powerful weapons that mankind could use in the war against monsters. It was meaningless to give them to someone who cannot use such weapons. The answer is clearly to find the owner who had handled so many relics in this urgent situation where they had to kill as many monsters as possible. There were highly valuable relics among the ones they had acquired this time. Do you really want to give the relics to awakeners who can use them? Obviously, it was not a good idea to give such relics away for free. Not all of the awakeners who had distinguished themselves gave their sincere loyalty to Kim Tae-hoon. They followed him because he could kill monsters that they could not. Kim Tae-hoon tilted his head at Jang Sung-hoon's frustrated words. Give the relics away for free? Why should I do that? Yes? I will find the owner, and I will get the price I want. Isn't that common sense? Jang Sung-hoon nodded happily. Yes, that's common sense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Episode 45, Finding the Owner, Part 2. Chapter 16. Finding the Owner, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. There was a square in front of Bucheon City Hall. It was a stage set up for festivals and events hosted by the city, and so wide that they could not feel crowded even if 100 people gathered. But now the square, where 100 people had gathered, seemed so full that no one could come in anymore. It meant that the spirit of each person filling it was so huge and intense. The basis and evidence of such spirit were the marks that most of the people who filled the square had on the back of their right hand. Awakeners. Furthermore, they were hunters, who used the power of the awakeners to hunt monsters. How long do we have to wait? Damn it, they told us the time is 3 o'clock. In addition, among the parties in the area of the Mak clan, they had paid the highest number of monster stones to the Mak clan. In terms of ranking, they ranged from 1st to 7th. Now they were the predators who were more familiar with the smell of monster blood. It was natural that their spirit was intense. 6 p.m. They have kept us outside for 3 hours. The sun is already gone. They had blankly faced a cold winter wind like a blade for 3 hours now. Their image was not the same as a predator. A predator didn't need this patience. Nevertheless, there was one reason why they stood in the square in front of the city hall where the cold wind was blowing for more than 3 hours. I can't help it, I'll have to hold on until I can. I'd rather die if I were frozen to death here, I can't leave. When I were left out of his eyes, I would be dead. Kim Tae-hoon, who was the leader of the Mak clan and those here, had called them. That was why they were patient. There was no dog that didn't wait when the owner called. You're all here. Finally, for the first time, a man, not a cold wind, appeared in front of them. Oh, it's cold. It's really cold today. But it wasn't the man they were waiting for. Jang Sung-hoon, who was Kim Tae-hoon's right hand, showed up in a thick jumper that seemed warm to everyone's eyes. Is that him again? PHT. Some of them grit their teeth at his appearance. No one was afraid of Jang Sung-hoon. There was no reason to be afraid. He was not an awakener, nor was he strong in the public. He was not even wearing a military uniform like Kim Tae-hoon's soldiers, or carrying a gun. "Is it cold, everyone? Can I get you a used hot pack?" But there was no one who ignored him, either. His words were the same as those of Kim Tae-hoon. "It's been a long time to see you since I met you at the negotiations after the death of Lee Jin-sung. This is the first time that we've gotten together. There are some faces that I saw there, and there are some faces I am seeing for the first time." No one complained, and they just looked at Jang Sung-hoon. "They are going crazy to kill me." If it was not for Kim Tae-hoon, they showed the will to kill Jang Sung-hoon immediately. In front of them, Jang Sung-hoon smiled lightly. "It's just the look I want." That was why Jang Sung-hoon came out 3 hours later than this appointment time. When they are stuffed and their backs are warmed, lying comes out, and at least at this time they will reveal their true intentions. "I will change the Mac clan to a guild here today, and at the same time, I will select a clan to work under the Mac guild. I will give guns and ammunition to the clan that is selected, and even relics. It is dangerous, of course. Guns are terrifyingly powerful, but if the muzzle of the guns that they received were directed at the Mac guild, the damage would not be small. Above all, they should never trust a human being, a black-haired animal." But nevertheless, he had to let those in front of him hold their guns and swords. This day finally comes. Nothing happens as it is now. It is not a good choice to tie the hands and feet of those who can become a competent power in a situation where their present safety may be threatened, and if they don't kill, they will die. But above all, there were already enough threats. Well, I'd rather be glad if anyone could become strong enough to threaten the boss. Therefore, it will be better to have someone who can threaten Kim Tae-hoon's stronghold. Kim Tae-hoon has a limit to what he can do alone. Well, let's start talking. Of course, it is foolish to give without end. So he deliberately exposed them to the cold wind for 3 hours, not to hear the plain-spoken words, but to hear the real thing that popped out without them thinking about it. Even if they were an awakener with power, their heads would become stiff if they were exposed for a period of time to this winter wind. Today, Mac Clan will become the Mac Guild, and at the same time, the Mac Guild will recruit clans to work under its command. Of course, there will be guild-level support for the clans that work under the Mac Guild. The glittering of the eyes that had frozen coldly began to change at his words. There are 2 main items of support. One is guns and ammunition. Most of them changed the glitters of their eyes in a moment when they heard about the support items. Finally, we are provided with guns. This day finally came. The awakeners here were strong. They had strengthened their ability by eating monster stones, and they had also made items through monster hunting. But their power was still not up to a gun. A gun is such a powerful weapon. It is powerful, and most of all, it is not difficult to use. If we are provided with guns, we can kill orange-grade monsters. So if we are given guns right away, it will not be so difficult to kill an orange-grade monster. It was also the reason why the people here had paid a lot of monster stones. They had been loyal to the Mac clan, waiting for this day to come. If the Mac clan weren't stupid, they wouldn't give a gun to those who didn't show that kind of sincerity. But the story was not over there. This is the second support. When Jang Sung-hoon gestured, the soldiers of the Mac clan who were waiting nearby, now the soldiers of the Mac guild, brought over the goods. They were relics that anyone could see and use. I'll give relics to the qualified. At that moment, everyone's eyes concentrated in one place. I don't think that's a normal item. If it's a relic, it's a big fish. Dae Pong Muei. Chusa Kim Young-hee's writing caught everyone's attention. Some of them slipped their hands into their pockets and touched their smartphones. Even now, they were anxious to find out the grade and effect of the relic through the smartphone cameras. However, Jang Sung-hoon did not intend to relieve their anxieties. This is about support. Of course, there are conditions. There are several conditions. I've already prepared a contract of 7 pages. It was hard to turn the copy machine to take these. Paper and electricity are more precious than Rolexes. Flutter. Jang Sung-hoon shook the bundle of contracts, fluttering them in his hand. I'll tell you the most important conditions. At that moment a man walked towards Jang Sung-hoon. Gulp. Everyone swallowed at his appearance, the most obvious sign of who he was. Kim Tae-hoon. His aura was different from his appearance, wearing ordinary cotton pants and a little jumper, holding the sheath of the sword of the Imperator. His aura was more like that of a beast. The presence of the black snake and those devil eyes was flowing out of him. The guns and relics are dangerous things in many ways. I will give you the guns, but there's no guarantee that the muzzle won't be directed at us. Kim Tae-hoon stood in front of Jang Sung-hoon and Jang stopped talking. The teaching of hunting know-how, the provision of hunting grounds, the provision of items including guns and relics, and other additional benefits, but Shurung. The sword appeared from the sheath held in Kim Tae-hoon's left hand as he said the words. The sword, which appeared so quickly, was stuck to the ground so fast that it was hard to measure its speed with the naked eye. What is it? Did he use the telekinesis to move the sword? But it's so fast. It was like a thunderbolt had hit the ground. Everyone looked at the sword of Imperator stuck in the plaza stones, dazed by what had happened so quickly. I can't give you these things for nothing, Kim Tae-hoon said from behind the sword. The price for establishing a clan and receiving support is your finger. It doesn't matter which finger it is. One finger is enough. The sword of the Imperator flashed its blade like a smile. As if the sword, which became stronger when it was bloodied, was delighted to think of human blood. Everyone's spine was chilled, and they were frozen so that they could forget even the cold wind. On the other hand, Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon were cool. This was not just an evil act for them, but important to them. As he said, the establishment and support of the clan was a kind of double-edged sword to the Mat Guild, and there was no guarantee that those who had guns and ammunition would not betray them afterward. Above all, there was no reason to give them for free. There is no free. It should not be. A price should be paid, of course. But in this world, money, gold, and unregistered bonds cannot be the currency. In this world, half a pet bottle of gasoline is worth more than 10 Rolex watches. The same was true of the red monster stones. They were the only valuable thing they could give right now. But to be honest, the red monster stones were not so expensive compared to the value of relics and support. He didn't want to sell relics and guns for such a cheap price. What price would he accept? If he receives it right away, he will be at a loss. So it is better to get it later, and after a while, those who can't pay now can pay for it after they are able to pay enough. That is the point, whether they can pay the price after a while or not. You must be prepared to pay a finger to get guns and ammunition, but they could not give them to those who did not even have the determination to cut off a finger to get guns, ammunition, and relics to hunt more monsters. We'll take an applicant. Kim Tae-hoon finished his speech. Naturally, most of them hesitated. No, they seemed more frightened than hesitant, unable to do anything. Above all, they were in the cold wind for 3 hours, without knowing the reason. It would not be easy to calculate quickly at this moment. As Jang Sung-hoon designed, most of them had pure self-conceptions, not calculations, in their minds at this moment. It's crazy, do I have to provide my finger? They act like Yakuza. It's ridiculous. This is crazy. I did not do anything wrong, but I have to provide my finger, that. Of course, no one was willing to join in this ridiculous thing right away. If they wanted guns and ammunition, if it was not crazy to cut their finger, then there was nothing in the world that was not crazy. But not everyone did. If they were prepared to do that, if they could get a powerful weapon, guns, and ammunition, there was no reason to hesitate for those who were willing to give a finger. I'll apply. I'll apply. Two people raised their hands. It was Yang Youngwon and Lee Soo-young, the heads of the top and second-ranked parties that paid the most monster stones. The two stepped forward without hesitation. They began to walk towards the sword of the Imperator stuck on the ground, as if they were competing. Shiek. However, when they reached a very short distance from the sword, it immediately entered its sheath. Again, it moved like a lightning bolt. I allow the establishment of only 2 clans. You two choose one relic. Jang Sung-hoon. Yes. Write a contract. I understand. Kim Tae-hoon left immediately after finishing his speech, and Jang Sung-hoon handed Lee Soo-young and Yang Youngwon a contract. The 2 men who received the contract did not read it properly. They immediately wrote their names on the lines. Everything was done quickly. The rest of the process was silently watched by the others. When all was over, Jang Sung-hoon waved his hand lightly toward the remaining ones and gave the last word. I'll see you here soon, and I will give you some advice. What my boss wants from you is not loyalty. He wants to know if you are worth investing in. How well and how many monsters can you kill if you hold a gun? That's all. 4. This is a contract, and this is a smartphone that has photographed the marks of the awakeners of the 2 newly created clans. Jang Sung-hoon handed over a contract with the smartphone. Kim Tae-hoon did not look at it, because he could not take back what he had already done. What relics did they choose? They put their choice on hold because they wanted to use the relics and choose afterward. They'll find a relic that they can be the owner of, I see. If a pig's neck is hung with a pearl necklace, the number of people who want to eat the pig only increases. Originally, they wanted to find the owners of the relics. Finding the owner meant giving the relics to those who had the ability to use them. However, it was not necessary. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon immediately moved on to the next topic. Tell the 2 clans to hunt more than 1 orange monster a week. Do I give them this mission right away? Do they need a probationary period or period of adjustment? I'll deliver it, Jang Sung-hoon nodded. Kim Tae-hoon asked him a surprise question. When will the leather armor of the Black Snake be completed? The workshop chief, Park Gapsu, said that he could complete the prototype tomorrow, and once the boss signs OK, they can produce 2 sets every day. The leather armor of the Black Snake was a powerful item that could not be rivaled by any protective equipment that had been made so far. Of course, the moment he got it, he had to act accordingly. It's time to find a new target. I'll check the Didanjio Jido and select the candidate group. With those words, Jang Sung-hoon took out Didanjio Jido from his bag, immediately opening it to the page that he remembered, showing the city of Bucheon. Boss, Jang Sung-hoon said with a grim expression at that moment. The green dots around Bucheon City have moved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Episode 46, This is My Territory, Part 1. Chapter 17. This is My Territory, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. People entered the Bucheon City Council located next to Bucheon City Hall, and the conference room of the committee, which had been established there. However, the atmosphere was different from normal. The expressions of the 6 men and women present at the table and the man in front of a whiteboard with a map of Bucheon City were by no means the faces of those discussing budgetary resolutions. According to the Didanjio Jido, green-grade monsters that were located in Gwangyang City, to the east of Bucheon City, have moved about 2 kilometers. Soon after, Jang Sung-hoon, the man in front of the map, drew a line in Gwangyang City on the right side of Bucheon City with a green laser pointer. The direction of the line was headed toward Bucheon. We've never encountered a green-grade monster before, so we can't specify its power, but it is clear that we are not able to fight a green-grade monster with our current power. The faces of Kim Soo-ji, An Sun-mi, Bang Hyun-wook, and Lee Soo-young and Yang Young-hwan, who were now clan masters of Mac Guild, hardened. It was a natural reaction. Anyway, the green-grade monster would be the top predator that could simply eat even a yellow-grade monster, like the black snake. It was only a few days ago that they had escaped from the fear of black snake. But a green-grade monster, one step higher than the black snake, now approached Bucheon. Of course we don't know if the green-grade monster from Gwangmyeong City is heading for Bucheon. The problem is that with its move, the existing monsters are pushed towards Bucheon. In fact, the Didangyo has detected the inflow of monsters from Gwangmyeong City towards Bucheon. Green-grade monsters also meant fear and despair for the weaker monsters. Of course, they had no choice but to run away. One of the monsters approaching Bucheon City is a yellow-grade monster. Of course, if it moves, the monsters below it would move toward Bucheon, as if they were fleeing. Furthermore, the number of monsters in Bucheon has decreased significantly due to constant monster cleaning. From the standpoint of other monsters, it looks like paradise. That was the end of the explanation of the situation. There were no questions. I thought it was quiet, but it was quiet before the storm. There were so many questions they wanted to ask, but no one had the mental and psychological freedom to ask them. Kim Tae-hoon, the only man with such composure, was sipping coffee. Kim Tae-hoon was not really free and didn't enjoy his coffee. For him, coffee was not proof of freedom but a tool to maintain composure in any situation. Soon after, Kim Tae-hoon swallowed his coffee and spoke. What choices do we have? Running away or fighting? It's one of the two. In this situation, Mac Guild had two options. But there was only one option to choose: to live. If we want to live together, we have to fight back. A healthy man who seemed to be in his early 30s also knew that fact, so he chose his option without worrying about it. His name was Yang Young-hwan. He was the master of the Starfish clan under the Mac Guild. As soon as Yang Young-hwan opened the sluice gate, Kim Soo-ji spoke up. Defense is a war of consumption. With the ammunition we have, it's hard to fight for long periods of time. Our need for ammunition is urgent, and a new supply of weapons is also necessary. An Sun-mi also presented her opinion. If I give an opinion as a doctor, 9 out of 10 people would be better left dead if they are seriously injured enough to require surgical operations in combat. There's no electricity, no blood transfusions, and the survival rate is meaningless. I'm almost out of the flesh of the mud troll. Then, is there a place where we can get a supply? Another clan master, Lee Soo-young, asked. The answer came from Jang Sung-hoon's lips. At the same time, he organized the situation again. There is the 17th Division located in the south, so if we go down to Saihung or Incheon, we can get weapons we can use in those subordinate camps. In the end, we have to go through both combat and supply. Of course, there is only one thing the boss can do at a time. The crowd shut up again. Kim Tae-hoon kept savoring his coffee. This was the key. Until now, the difficult problems had been left for Kim Tae-hoon, and he solved the difficult problem. That's why everyone bet their fate on Kim Tae-hoon, whether they liked him or not. But this time was different. Kim Tae-hoon could only do so much. He might leave Bucheon to get supplies, or he can deal with the monsters that remain in Bucheon. But it was impossible to do both at the same time. Eventually, they needed someone to replace Kim Tae-hoon in battle or as a backup. There is the 17th Division, but there is also the 3rd Military Assistance Command in Bupyeong, Incheon. In this situation, Yang Young-hwan made the first choice. Of course, there will be nothing at the command, but there will be a supply warehouse where the military command is located. For your information, we have 2 members of the Sama unit in our clan, and one of them is from the ammunition company in Jiang district. Yang Young-hwan also took out his hidden card at this moment. Sama unit was a nickname of the 3rd Military Assistance Command. The Military Assistance Command was a logistical unit that managed military supplies, from daily life items to ammunition and artillery. If they were from Sama unit, or if they were from the ammunition company, they would know the location of the ammunition dump where they worked. Moreover, Yang Younghwan said that a member of the Sama unit was from the ammunition company in Jiang district. If it is Jiang district, the direct distance would be about 6 kilometers from here, but we can't fly, so about 20 kilometers back and forth. Jiang district in Incheon was located about 6 kilometers from Bucheon. There was no reason why they couldn't go there on foot. That's why he kept it hidden. Yang Younghwan's plan was to use their firepower to advance to Jiang district where the ammunition company was located, after acquiring guns and ammunition from Mac Guild, and to secure ammunition by occupying the ammunition company. It was not to antagonize Kim Tae-hoon, but it was necessary to have a purpose to secure the ammunition company in a world where ammunition could now replace money. Simply put, the ammunition company was at Treasure Island and Yang Younghwan was hiding a map that reached the Treasure Island. But now he had revealed the hidden card concerning the fate of Yang Younghwan himself and the Starfish clan in front of Kim Tae-hoon. The reason I did not mention it before was to hide it, as all of you can imagine, but I am showing you all the cards I have in this situation. It meant that Yang Younghwan took this situation seriously. If I die, the hidden card is not going to make any sense. Anyway, the 17th Division is good, but Jiang District is a lot closer. Most of all, the man I said before retired about a year ago from the ammunition company, and I'm sure he has an acquaintance there if there are survivors. So can rob the 17th Division? Lee Soo-young immediately accepted his role. It was certainly dangerous to take military supplies from the subordinate units of the 17th Division, but she had no qualms about her choice. If she had intended to ignore it like that, she would not have done anything to follow Kim Tae-hoon when he said that she should do so that day. The two clans chose the supply route. I think the roles are arranged. Now the remaining option belonged to the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild must deal with the monsters that come. It was time to get ready. Then, let's prepare the items. 2. With the advent of monsters, most people lost most of what they had. But not everyone did. Park Gap-soo. In 2017, he was 70 years old and had been making leather shoes for 50 years. He was a craftsman who was trained in one field for half a century. However, Park Gap-soo has never been treated like a craftsman his whole life. He was exploited from the beginning. He had worked unpaid for years under the pretext of learning skills, and even after he was able to do his part, he would not receive his salary on time. Even the last owner exploited him, and the owner of the shoe factory where he worked ran away instead of paying him more than 2 years' salary. At that age of 65, Park Gap-soo was thrown into the world without a penny of retirement pension and no money saved, and since then, he began to live life like a beggar. Free meals given by volunteer groups were the best banquet. It was after the appearance of the monsters that he started to be treated as a proper craftsman. Workshop Chief. They are here. Park Gap-soo looked at a man in his early 30s who called him. He was an amazing lawyer until the monsters appeared. He was a lawyer who was good at his young age and could afford an expensive foreign car. In the past, Park Gap-soo was not able to enter the other's eyes beyond the age difference. But now the lawyer was one of his apprentices. It was not forced. Rather, it was evidence of cleverness. He knew that in this world, the skill of how to trim monster skin would help him survive much better than the career of a lawyer. And not a few other people thought so, because Park Gap-soo, who became the chief of the workshop with the support of Mac Guild, should have tested them, as there were too many people gathered when he said he would select people. From the point of view of Park Gap-soo, he had never had a man who could be called a disciple, and so it was rather unnatural. Prepare the item. I understand. At first, he didn't feel this was all real. However, as time went on, Park Gap-soo realized this reality and was able to take pride in the fact that he was a craftsman for the first time. That's why he played his role with full power at the age of 70, even if he could leave the world at any time by the jaws of a monster. Are you here? I'm sorry, I come suddenly. No, I have increased output since then, as you asked, and now I have 20 sets of armor made from the skin of black snake. So fast? That's all I'm doing, isn't it? There's no reason to be late. Jang Sung-hoon laughed at the words of workshop chief Park Gap-soo. At that time, Kim Tae-hoon, who was behind Jang Sung-hoon, bowed his head deeply after standing in front of Park Gap-soo. I'm Kim Tae-hoon. Oh. At the words, Park Gap-soo looked at Kim Tae-hoon with surprised eyes. I should have visited you before, I'm sorry. Oh, no. To the survivors, Kim Tae-hoon was not just a being, but the only lamp in a dark world that they could not see ahead. In addition to him, Kim Tae-hoon was the one who made the life of Park Gap-soo, who had made leather shoes for 50 years, not a useless life, but a great life. I will be rude because things are urgent. May I see them immediately? Of course. At the command of Park Gap-soo, the armor made of the skin of the black snake appeared. The leather armor which appeared was quite simple. There were not many parts, a vest covering the upper body, and wraps for the arms, legs, elbows, and knees. But they were not crude. Basically, the leather of the black snake itself had a lovely dark sheen, condensed by the unceasing tanning of Park Gap-soo. Of course, that was not really surprising. Everyone who followed Kim Tae-hoon took out a smartphone and snapped a photo of the leather armor of the black snake being worn by mannequins. Kim Tae-hoon changed his eyes, too. His pupils went blackened. Leather armor of the black snake. Defense, C rank. Mana resistance, D rank. It increases the recovery rate of energy. It strengthens your energy. Injecting energy increases your defense. The leather armor of the black snake appeared. The stats were remarkable. Excellent. Kim Tae-hoon, the first to read them, was surprised. Yan Young-hwan and Lee Soo-young, who also had not yet received proper reports on the armor, were more surprised. With this, there's no reason to be overpowered if we try close combat against an orange monster. 3 sets. If we get only 3 sets of protective equipment, we can use tactics. For those who had fought monsters in close combat, not with guns, it seemed like a greater treasure than a gun. We have now completed 20 sets, and we can produce 3 sets a day, thanks to the recent speed of production. With the amount of the skin from the black snake on hand, we will produce about 90 sets. But surprise did not end there. I powdered it as you asked. Workshop Chief, Park Gap-soo pulled out a plastic pack, filled with yellow powder in a plastic bag sealed in layers. Equals sad face the eyes of black snake. The power of black snake, the eyes of black snake, can be used when ingested. Equals. It was none other than powder made by grinding up the eyes of the black snake. It had the effect of temporarily allowing the eyes of black snake to be used when ingested. Of course, it was not as good as the eyes of black snake that Kim Tae-hoon used. It was a kind of downgraded version, but it was enough to be useful. If a gunman took the powder, his hit rate would rise dramatically. That was not the only thing. The doping effect that the eyes of black snake would have in battle was beyond imagination. Finally, the last item that appeared was 4 blades. Their length was about the length of an adult man's arm. But it was a little different. It was more like a sword. These are the teeth of black snake. They look like the teeth of a snake. Equals sad face the teeth of black snake. Injecting energy increases cutting power. They were the 4 fangs of the black snake. Now all we have to do is make a sword hilt. However, since the item is a product, I will make a handle with the hide of the black snake to suit the grip of the person who is going to use it. They will get used to it sooner. It would be a powerful item as soon as he finished the hilt. At his words, Kim Tae-hoon turned his head and looked at Yang Young-hwan and Lee Soo-young. If you perform your duties, you will be paid, as stated in the contract for the establishment of a clan. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, the two men began to drool inside. I usually have to pay the price after work, but I will pay in advance, given the circumstances. I'll give you 1 fong and 3 sets of leather armor. The two finally managed to swallow. But Kim Tae-hoon's words were not over. It's not free. I paid you in advance, and if I am not satisfied with the number of monsters you've caught, I'll tear up the clan contract. They nodded silently at his words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Episode 47, This Is My Territory, Part 2. Chapter 17. This Is My Territory, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. D-Day is tomorrow. Everything went very fast. They couldn't afford to not put their heart and soul into it when the monsters were already moving. Don't forget secrecy. Of course, they didn't forget the warning, though they couldn't afford it. The fact that there is a green-grade monster in particular, and that it might come to Bucheon, should not be discussed with the other survivors. Not long ago, all the survivors of Bucheon City lived in fear of the Black Snake. If it was known that there was a green-grade monster in such a situation, it was clear that not a few of the survivors would panic. Panic-stricken humans would be involved in accidents. When the meeting ended with Jang Sung-hoon's words emphasizing secrecy, Kim Tae-hoon called over Bang Hyun-wook. Bang Hyun-wook, come to the conference room. 4. Why did you call me, big brother? Bang Hyun-wook asked, as soon as he returned to the meeting room of the Budget Committee of the Bucheon City Council. Why didn't you say a word at the meeting? A question was given instead of answers. Bang Hyun-wook smiled awkwardly at the question. Is there anything I could say? I just have to do what I'm told. Do you think you're going to be left behind? At the words, the awkward smile around Bang's mouth disappeared. Bang Hyun-wook was supposed to be the right-hand man of Kim Tae-hoon, but now do you feel like you are not even a finger? Does it bother you? At this moment, Bang Hyun-wook thought of himself saying, Nah, what is that? You speak nonsense. However, Bang did not show what he thought, but his face got harder. He looked like he had been stabbed deep inside. Is it that obvious? He finally admitted. A man who used to compete with others throughout his school years to become a professional baseball player does not change easily, even when monsters have appeared. Rather early, Kim Tae-hoon noticed a change in the way Bang Hyun-wook looked at him. His behavior was different. At first, Bang Hyun-wook looked like a puppy waiting for an order. He was afraid of monsters, but on the one hand, he was pleased about the fact that he had the power to kill them. At the same time, he was proud of being a partner who could help Kim Tae-hoon fight, as well as the incidental things that arose from it, like the satisfaction of the snobbery, such as the surrounding gaze and treatment. However, recently, Bang Hyun-wook was not happy. He watched Kim Tae-hoon fight without saying anything, and the gaze he had was dead. Furthermore, such his mind was showed as a result. The brave spirit he had shown to the monsters had disappeared. But I don't want to pat you on the shoulders. I don't have that personality, and I've never done it. I know that. I don't even think I can allow you to be like a dog with an inferiority complex. It was why he called Bang Hyun-wook over separately. That's what Kim Tae-hoon needed was the combat power that Bang Hyun-wook had shown. He needed the Bang Hyun-wook who ran against monsters with that brave spirit and could sometimes even joke on the battlefield. He did not need the Bang Hyun-wook who only looked like a dog with an inferiority complex. Be a dog with an inferiority complex or a hunting dog. The choice is yours. At the words of Kim Tae-hoon, Bang Hyun-wook said, gritting his teeth tightly, I'll be a hunting dog. His eyes began to glow again. 5. You seem to really care about Hyun-wook. It was Jang Sung-hoon who came to Kim Tae-hoon after he left the conference room and was alone again. At least, he is not one who worries whether it is good to betray me or not, or whether he could replace me. Yes, Hyun-wook is not the type to plot. If he had been a plotter, he wouldn't have fidgeted in front of the boss to save his first love. However, his romance progress is very slow. As I see it, he could get married tomorrow morning if he just confessed his love to her. Jang Sung-hoon sighed briefly while talking. Are you not going to tell others about your second dream? Kim Tae-hoon had not told anyone about his second dream, except for Jang Sung-hoon. It was not because he more believed Jang Sung-hoon and he less believed the rest. It was a difference of will if he bothered to explain. Kim Tae-hoon was the hope and savior of everyone here. Therefore, his death would be hard for himself, but also hard for those who trusted and followed him. I won't have a better solution, even if I talk about it. In a world where it was hard to even live, he didn't want to put a bigger burden on them. Most of all, the clear interpretation of the dream was not done yet. Jang Sung-hoon. If you have any questions, just ask me without having to sugarcoat them, or a humble attitude, calling my name, Guess why I died? On that question, Jang Sung-hoon immediately gave his opinion instead of hesitating. I'm guessing the boss was killed by an awakener. Kim Tae-hoon nodded. He was of the same opinion. He didn't know what injuries he had suffered or why he died in his second dream. But there was a clue. When Sister Sunmi tried to cure the boss, she was not involved in the fight, and it's unlikely that monsters have a virtue of ignoring other humans and targeting the boss. Virtue is something that goes between people, isn't it? When Kim died, he saw on Sunmi once. Her hair was longer than it was now, and she was not involved in combat and did not have major injuries. That meant she was excluded from the battle. But there was no reason for a monster to leave her alone. If she had been excluded, something would have been limited in the battle. If I look at it very simply, you're weak, and you're dead. Otherwise, the cause of death itself is simple and clear, the law of the jungle, the weak are the prey of the strong. Kim Tae-hoon's death was due to his weakness. If he were strong, there would be no reason to die. Anyway, being killed by an awakener was definitely different from being killed by a dragon. It meant there was a stronger awakener than Kim Tae-hoon. You said the world looked like a game? Yes. When I kill a monster, I gain experience and level up through it. That's the game. Yes, it's a classic RPG game. So if the number of monsters is limited, what happens in the game? Kim Tae-hoon didn't pass on what it meant. At this moment, Jang Sung-hoon thought of a game he sometimes played and imagined what would happen if the monster didn't come out of it. The one who kills them first and gets the level up would be the winner. Only then did Jang Sung-hoon understand what the most important thing to survive in this world was. It's a zero-sum game. It is important to secure relics, to make items, and to secure weapons. But all of them end up being used as a means of killing more powerful monsters. That was the result through Kim Tae-hoon's second death. After my first dream, our goal was to be a military warlord and defend our castle. Now, they needed to change their goal. I suggested it, and the boss approved it, The first purpose of Kim Tae-hoon was to settle down in Bucheon and defend the area. But it wasn't anymore. Just defending the area was not enough. This time, we have to attack, not just focus on defense. Along with the words, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the map on the whiteboard that he had used for the meeting. If we kill a green monster in Gwangmyeong City, all the monsters in Gwangmyeong City belong to us. We'll have to attack them first before others do. The problem is others. I guess so. It's not possible that there will be no competition in the country, including Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who appeared in your first dream. You'll be in trouble from now on. Why don't you just become the commander-in-chief? First of all, the boss is a major, right? Why don't you try to be a general this time? Give me a seat. To Jang Sung-hoon, who joked to ease the heavy mood, Kim Tae-hoon did not bring up the words sort of Gojian or Gwangido style. There was not anything that could be done right now. By telling him the reality that China, which had strong military power, would be a competitor. It was only for Kim Tae-hoon to worry about it. The top priority right now is to defend our territory. I'll organize a search party to identify the monsters. I'll investigate it myself. Before Jang Sung-hoon could say it would be dangerous, Kim Tae-hoon dyed his eyes black. Jang Sung-hoon immediately swallowed what he was about to say. Instead, he asked, "Do you need anything? Put the order into the workshop to preserve the skull of the black snake in its original form." Skull? Do you want to make a museum? When it is completed, we will set it up on the coming road of the yellow-grade monsters. Set it up? Because they are not that kind of things who will understand it if I just say this is my territory. Jang Sung-hoon nodded. Do you need anything else? Boil the water. Not coffee? On the question, Kim Tae-hoon said, with sudden uncontrollable laughter, the coffee you serve is rubbish. Jang Sung-hoon answered with a smile, I can make mixed coffee. 6. Shurian City in China. Located northwest of Hubei Province, China, it was a huge city with a population of 3.5 million. It had a car factory in Danjiangkou Dam, which was once the biggest in Asia. But now the city of Shurian was not suitable for the big city. There was some of noise a big city had, but the noise was caused by a man doing his best not to be eaten by a monster. There were people who watched the noise from a safe distance. They were soldiers but were not soldiers in military uniforms. Some soldiers were in uniform, but the most noticeable ones were those wearing armor that might have been worn in medieval or ancient China. It was like if the history of China was lined up. The two standing in the very front were women. The 170-centimeter, model-like appearance of the two was very good. They were twins. One of the two said, I don't understand why we have to fight. All we have to do is drop a nuclear bomb and retrieve the monster stone. It would be better to get caught up in a nuclear explosion than to die by a monster. It was a bloody remark, however, there was no other word from the other twin. Not likely. The answer came from a man wearing a military uniform near the two. We are here to defend the land of China, not to destroy it. The woman, who had spat out her cruel words, shrugged her shoulders at the short words of the man. I just said that, Major Chinshan. Chinshan with the rank of major looked at the woman smiling at him with cold eyes, then looked at the other twin who did not have any facial expression, and said, prepare for the performance. At the words of Major Chinshan, the woman, who had no facial expression, held the lute in her hand. When her fingers touched the strings of the lute made from old trees, a haze began to gather around the lute. Ting! As soon as the woman's fingers flicked one of the strings of the lute, the haze spread to the surrounding area, and the golden energy began to circulate in the eyes of those who wore armor. The same was true of the eyes of the woman who had spoken harsh words. Okay. The woman drew a bronze sword from her waistband. Then she shouted, pointing at the city of Shurian with it. Attack! Along with the shout, letters carved with gold began to shine on the surface of the bronze sword. Yuan Gojian's self-use sword. It was the sword of Gojian, made by King Gojian of Yu for his own use. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Episode 48, This is My Territory, Part 3. Chapter 17. This is My Territory, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 7. Fuck, damn it. God damn it. A man was walking in the hallway of a dark 5-story building quietly, as there was no light on. He was a filthy man. He didn't know when he had last washed, and skin frozen and torn in cold weather made the man's look even worse. It's really fucked. His name was Kim Hyun-suk. He was 26 years old this year, and up until a few months ago, he was a man with a handsome face and a slim figure. In addition, he was full of heartwarming expectations for a new world as he got ready for a trip to Europe in 2017. It was December 31, 2016, when his everything changed. A new world had begun. Why the hell did this happen? However, it was not the new world Kim Hyun-suk was waiting for. Suddenly, a monster appeared and the world became hell. The monsters that appeared made food of humans and enjoyed eating them alive more than anything else. The survivors were also the same. Looting, rape, arson. There are even some lunatics eating human flesh. He thought that there would be nothing more like hell than this. But that idea was shattered with the appearance of a furry crocodile. The world is over. The giant furry crocodiles, not one, not dozens, but hundreds of eerie crocodiles began to move around like a tsunami, sweeping through everything. Even in the middle of them was a larger crocodile than the two buses combined. A ridiculous monster with yellow eyes spewing huge flames with its mouth was there. Damn it! Kim Hyun-suk, who had seen the monster, shuddered. He also recalled that he had pissed his pants when he had seen the monster. It's over now. The world is over. In his trembling, an unspeakable wave of despair swept over himself, and in his despair, Kim Hyun-suk was overtaken with the desire to escape this hell. If I live like this, He thought he would like to face a peaceful death that no one would know about, somewhere in this building. So Kim Hyun-suk started anguishing over the terrible choice. It was a sense of smell that had been made extremely sensitive by hunger for days that stopped his agony, and the soft scent tickled his sensitive nose. Coffee? The smell was coffee. It was a smell he knew well, and something that could not be found anywhere after the monster appeared. Why coffee? Unknowingly, Kim Hyun-suk headed for the place the odor was coming from. His footsteps stopped at an office which used to be a calligraphy institute before the monster appeared. A man was enjoying a coffee under the translucent window in the office, framed in the sunshine that penetrated the window. It was a very peaceful appearance, totally disparate. For Kim Hyun-suk, peace was no longer part of the world. When Kim Hyun-suk saw this scene, he froze. His brain stopped working in this ridiculous situation. The screaming of his stomach woke him up. For a few days, the only thing he had eaten was a lump of snow, and the coffee flavor roused his appetite. Huck! Kim Hyun-suk was most surprised by the loud noise, while the man looked at Kim Hyun-suk in a coolie. Hey, at this moment, the only words that came to mind in Kim Hyun-suk were, "Do you have anything to eat?" There was no such thing as a sense of shame. It had been such a long time ago since he had a proper meal. What he could call food among the things he has recently eaten was a triangle kimbap which had been trampled by someone at a convenience store, where everything else had already been stolen 5 days ago. Please. The man looked at him at such a desperate request. The cold eyes of the man met Kim Hyun-suk's eyes. At that moment, Kim Hyun-suk could see that the man in front of him was a monster that was not lacking compared to the most terrible monster he had ever faced. Is he a monster? A monster that looks like a person? Are you a survivor? Yes? Where do you live? Oh, well, at the sudden question, Kim Hyun-suk came up with the answer he had to. Gwangmyeong City. I live in Gwangmyeong City. My name is Kim Hyun-suk, and I am 26. The man took a chocolate bar out of the inner pocket of his jacket. Kim Hyun-suk's eyes widened. This is the information fee. I will give you one more if you tell me what happened in Gwangmyeong City, and everything you've seen and heard. 8. It is about 3 meters long, and its exterior appearance is like a crocodile, but it has fur like a wolf instead of armor like leather, and it lives in groups like wolves. A wolf crocodile. Kim Tae-hoon, who finished explaining about the newly appeared monster, looked up at the crowd. Kim Soo-ji, Yang Young-won, Lee Soo-young, and Jang Sung-hoon, 4 people looked at their smartphones and had a stiff expression on their faces. And this is the one in the center. Four people looked at the photo file that had been transferred to their smartphones. In the picture was a wolf crocodile that was too big to be compared to a normal wolf crocodile. Other pictures even showed him breathing out the fire. It was the leader of the wolf crocodiles. There is a mutant wolf crocodile between the leader and the subordinates that is an intermediate boss. It is not externally distinguishable, but it has orange eyes. You should look at the color of their eyes when you're dealing with them. Red and orange grades are different levels. The existence of a mutant wolf crocodile was overshadowed in front of the existence of a flame-spewing crocodile. These three kinds of monsters, a total of over 400, are moving toward Bucheon-At. At the end of the story, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the crowd. No one had spoken to Kim Tae-hoon, or taken their eyes off their smartphones. A very different type from the black snake we dealt with last time. The number of the group is over 400, we almost died just dealing with a crazy black snake. If it comes into Bucheon, there will be some kind of damage. If 400 monsters eat half a human being a day, 20,000 people will be prey in 10 days. Bucheon was lucky. Bucheon was very lucky. The city of Gwangmyeon has only a small population left. They knew that yellow-grade monsters were moving towards Bucheon City, so Kim Tae-hoon moved in person to scout. But they didn't know that the yellow-grade monster was not a single individual like a black snake, but a leader who led a huge crowd. The situation was quite different from the one for the black snake. That was why they couldn't speak. They couldn't talk about it because they were looking for a new solution to deal with the new situation. Do you have any questions or comments? Kim Tae-hoon urged them. The effect was certain. To these people, his words meant more than anyone else. The first one to spit out was Kim Soo-ji. In order to deal with a large number of monsters, there is the only firepower, in the end. What is the current state of our firepower? We are still getting ammunition from the ammunition company. We have ample ammunition, but the problem is we don't have enough guns. Kim Tae-hoon turned his attention to Lee Soo-young. It was her job to get guns and other weapons from the 17th Division. We're working on a route. But now she had few weapons in the subordinate units of the 17th Division. You know that it's a good distance, and it cannot be done in a short period of time, as we have to go over a mountain. There were many reasons. The biggest one was the distance. It was quite a distance, and they had to cross a mountain in between. She would like to bring an armored car to carry the weapons, but the condition of the road did not allow it. She was trying to secure a route to supply and receive weapons, cleaning up the vehicles on the road and removing the surrounding monsters. It was a task that would take time. Of course, I know this is an excuse, and if you give me an order, I'll take risks and get things done quickly. But the situation had changed, and she was willing to do it if she had to do it. The pack of wolf crocodiles approaching now was not monsters that could be killed without suffering damage. A week. For a week, I will stop the wolf crocodiles from approaching, so you'll have to get as many weapons and ammunition as you can. Boss. Jang Sung-hoon asked the cross question directly. How will you make a week? By the speed of their movements, they will be in Bucheon City as early as 2 days, and on the third day, they will be in Bucheon City Hall. It was not easy for anyone to see a group of 400 wolf crocodiles moving at a rapid pace, eating monsters or humans like bulldozers. If there was a way, it would be fantastic for everyone. I will check them out alone. Yes? What? What the hell is that? Everyone made a foolish expression at Kim Tae-hoon's answer. Boss alone? Jang Sung-hoon asked the question, with the narrowed eyes. Is it possible? Kim Tae-hoon nodded lightly instead of answering. The crowd looked dumb again. Major, no matter who you are, you can't stop a group of 400 monsters including the yellow grade one, but... The lieutenant is right. It is impossible for the boss to do that. Kim Soo-ji and Jang Sung-hoon changed their complexion and spoke to stop Kim Tae-hoon somehow. If this decision came from Kim Tae-hoon's brave spirit and self-sufficiency, the result would be terrible. However, Kim Tae-hoon's decision was never something that rose from a brave spirit and self-sufficiency. The goal of guerrilla warfare, with a few troops in operation, is to kill a large number of people. It was a decision made by cool judgment. There was no choice but to judge it calmly. That's my specialty. That was what Kim Tae-hoon had done. There's no reason for me to get involved in the street battles. Moreover, a city was a world that man made for man, no matter what they say. It meant it was not a world that they made for monsters. Do you have any further opinions? Everyone was silent in the face of Kim Tae-hoon's confidence. 9. A crocodile slid its huge head into the building's door. The sight of it putting its head in was bizarre. It was about 3 meters long and had the same shape as a crocodile, but all over it was not armor like leather, but fur-covered leather reminiscent of a wolf. Its legs were much longer than a crocodile, making it possible to run faster and more stealthily than a crocodile. The wolf crocodile's steps into the building were so quiet that its huge body was meaningless. Slurp. Rather, the sound of a tongue as long as an anteater, coming out of the snout, was louder. It licked the red blood on the floor, and its red eyes began to glow because the blood was still warm. The heat in the cold winter meant that the owner of the blood had just spilled blood. Slurp. As soon as it thought about it, the wolf crocodile began to move along the blood trail without any hesitation, just as Hansel and Gretel in fairy tales followed breadcrumbs. The thing waiting for the wolf crocodile was not bleeding prey, but a man holding a silver thermos with blood dripping out of it. She-ick. She-ick. The wolf crocodile flicked its tongue at the man. It was excited to see prey alive after a long time. That was its last action. She-ick. With a gruesome sound, the wolf crocodile's head rolled on the floor, still sticking out its tongue. Srong. The sword that cut the head off the wolf crocodile in a single stroke went back into the sheath on the back of Kim Tae-hoon. At the same time, he filled the thermos with the blood pouring from the body of the wolf crocodile. The hot blood filled the thermos. Kim Tae-hoon closed its lid, cut through the wolf crocodile's stomach, ripped the monster stone from its heart and put it in his mouth. The last act of the hunt was to renew the number of wolf crocodiles he had killed today. This is the 11th. 11. The moment he remembered the number, a memory from 2 years ago came to mind. 2 years ago, Kim Tae-hoon was in Syria. When ISIS appeared in the land of Syria, which was ravaged by civil war, countries around the world dispatched special forces to counter it. Kim Tae-hoon and his men were the same. They were sent to Syria after being disguised as mercenaries under orders. Their instructions were as follows: kill as many IS agents as possible in the city. Their purpose was to keep the IS agents from escaping the city in fear after the death of their colleagues, and it was to earn the time needed to perform operations elsewhere. Kim Tae-hoon completed the order surprisingly well. In other words, he killed so many people that they would call Kim Tae-hoon a monster, despite not even knowing his name. Not much different from then. What Kim Tae-hoon did now was not much different from what he had done in Syria 2 years ago, either. He was removing the wolf crocodiles outside the pack to hunt for food. The method worked well enough. A group of simple monsters would have ignored it. However, the group of wolf crocodiles was not just a pack but had a hierarchy. In addition, the reason why the group of wolf crocodiles moved was that they were forced to move by the green-grade monster. They had no choice but to be sensitive to changes around them and be careful. In fact, the number of wolf crocodiles searching increased, and the speed they were traveling slowed down. It was evident that they were alert. But they were literally alert, not in fear. Therefore, it was necessary for him to instill that fear in order to slow their feet, just like he had done against ISIS 2 years ago in Syria. In the end, Kim Tae-hoon would tell the group of wolf crocodiles and its leader, even though they could not speak, "This is my territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. 49, Flame-Spewing Crocodile, Part 1. Translator, Editor. Chapter 18. Flame-Spewing Crocodile, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. The Sungkyungho University Stadium in Guro District, Seoul. KRR. It was now a place of nightmare. Hundreds of wolf crocodiles, covered with fur like wolves, filled the grounds. The wolf crocodiles were eating there. Their meal was also like a nightmare. The sound of them eating their prey alive using the strength of their powerful jaws was more terrible than anyone could imagine. Aorg. The screaming of humans being eaten was the wonderful background sound of such a nightmare. Save me, please, please. Of course, the background sound did not last long. 3 wolf crocodiles bit the head, body, and legs of a human who was still alive and crying much more eagerly. Crunch! The man who prayed for God disappeared with the sound of bones crunching, a snack for the belly of the wolf crocodiles, becoming a meal. The scene was repeated all over the place. Screams broke out, bodies were crushed, and there was a gruesome sound. The peak of the nightmare was a huge crocodile coiled in the center of the playground. Far. The crocodile with yellow eyes spat out the bright red flame through its mouth and nose every time it breathed. It was the boss of the hundreds of wolf crocodiles, the flame-spewing crocodile. It was a tyrant that not only monsters, but even its own pack of wolf crocodiles were afraid to meet its eyes. It didn't seem very happy now. It had a land which was full of food and the food was rich enough for its pack to eat every day. In addition, it made a lot of efforts to defend its land. It destroyed the wandering monsters that broke into its land, and it went directly to the monsters who challenged its own stronghold and burned them with bites. But it lost the land one morning, because of an unknown change of heart of a monster that it could not approach. Without knowing the reason, the flame-spewing crocodile had to lose the land and start a journey to find a new home, with the hundreds of its pack. It was angry because an unidentified monster had emerged and had gone hunting its pack. It was not even a hunting for hunger but as a warning to the flame-spewing crocodile. This is my territory. Don't come in. I'll kill you all when you come in. The mere thought of it made the flame-spewing crocodile tremble with anger, and it could not tolerate the provocation. So the flame-spewing crocodile waited. It hoped it would have the time to find the damned bastard and bite him. Pya! A wolf crocodile came over the flame-spewing crocodile eagerly. The wolf crocodile with orange pupils was not much different from other wolf crocodiles in appearance. It came to the flame-spewing crocodile, racing over the bodies of wolf crocodiles tightly packed in the Sungkyungho University Stadium. It carefully set the skull in its jaws in front of the flame-spewing crocodile. The moment it saw the skull, the coiled body of flame-spewing crocodile uncoiled itself. It raised its huge body, stood upright on its legs, and let out a roar with flames toward the sky. Go! The southern intersection of Yeokgak Station. The time on the wide road, which is visible right from the station, was suspended at December 31, 2016. By that time, the cars that filled the road were lying in a pile without their owners, and the snow that had fallen on them was piled up and frozen hard. Bang! A group of 300 wolf crocodiles moved past the stopped clock. Bang, bang! The wolf crocodiles on the road were better suited than ever to the word rush. They smashed into everything in front of them, knocking them away and making a path. It was like a river of fur running by. Nothing seemed to stop the wolf crocodile group from rushing on. It was a huge bone that stopped the rush of the wolf crocodile group, which seemed unlikely to stop. It was obviously the head of a snake, but its size was such that it could not be called a snake. The wolf crocodiles, who were terrified in front of the skull, retreated in horror, rather than rushing by. Even though it was only a skull, the wolf crocodiles were instinctively aware. The owner of this skull was a monster equal to their leader. Of course, they could not be afraid of just bones. What was dead, and in a world of the law of the jungle, even the most frightening being was nothing if it was only bones. Their fear was for the skull's owner who made the black snake into this shape. Moreover, the skull was a warning. It was a warning that everything approaching this territory would exactly turn to this. Naturally, fear began to spread among the pack of wolf crocodiles. Thud! It was the flame-spewing crocodile that trampled on that fear without mercy. The flame-spewing crocodile, which was at the rear of the group, went ahead loudly in front of the group. The flame-spewing crocodile didn't advance quietly. No, rather, it took each step with all its might, as if it were kicking its feet louder. The footsteps shook the earth, and also broke the fear spread among the wolf crocodiles. Very quickly, the flame-spewing crocodile, standing in front of the skull of the black snake, raised its body. The flame-spewing crocodile standing on its legs shut its mouth tightly. Its body began to swell up. The moment it opened its mouth, a huge blast of fire burst forth and began burning the skull of the black snake. Kwa-aya! It was a declaration of war, to kill the owner of this land and take the position itself. Fire. The owners of this land were willing to accept the declaration of war. Boom! The battle has begun. Kim Tae-hoon said, "I'll give you a week." However, he failed to keep the promise exactly. He earned 10 days, 3 more than a week. Of course, it was enough to get a supply ammunition and weapons. Fire! Fire! It was even enough to recruit soldiers to deal with such secured firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The recruited soldiers' memories of more than 2 years in active service were clearly drawn. 10 days was enough time to choose the stage and decorate it with all the preparations made. Of course, the Mac Guild did not refuse to declare war on the flame-spewing crocodile. As soon as the crocodile spewed flames toward the black snake's skull, the artillery units of Mac Guild, who were waiting, immediately began firing. The launch of the artillery came down on the pack of wolf crocodiles. Kaya! The tough fur of the wolf crocodile was worthless in front of artillery fire. The wolf crocodile began to blow apart. It was an attack that a group of wolf crocodile had never encountered. It was also the first counterattack that the artillery, who were constantly loading shells into a 60mm mortar, had experienced so far. Fire! Fire! That's why the artillery, who were shouting to answer the command with the order, cried out, pressing down against the unceasing roar of shells bursting out. "You motherfucking monsters, all go to hell." It was the soldiers who had used the weapons that the Mac Guild had secured while gathering weapons and ammunition for rifles, machine guns, and mortars. At first, there was some concern. There were very few people who went to war because they liked it. It was very dangerous for the public, who were not awakeners, to fight against the monsters. They thought that there would be applicants, but they didn't think there would be too many. But that concern disappeared as soon as the recruitment began. Applicants poured in. Most of the male survivors had undergone the military draft. It was the obligation of all Korean men. However, it wasn't a reason to apply for the position. It was to vent their anger about not even being able to make a frantic last-ditch effort, rather than counterattacking after the monsters appeared. Wow! Right, I didn't miss the target. I'll kill one more for sure. So they were serious. No one tried to be lazy or skip out on training somehow, as they had done in the military service. Regardless of age, the volunteers from the artillery tried to recall the memories and the knowledge they had learned in the military service as much as possible. They showed their will to survive. Kya! And it was the same with the wolf crocodiles exposed to repeated bombardment. The wolf crocodiles came here to survive, too. They did not intend to be vulnerable. Above all, the leader of the wolf crocodiles, the flame-spewing crocodile, was still standing on both legs during this bombardment. Go! The flame-spewing crocodile's cry exploded. The cry changed the whole situation in a flash. Kya! As soon as the wolf crocodiles heard the cry, they started to run again, ignoring the shells. At the same time, the endless bombardment coming down stopped. Oh! Fear! The fear of the flame-spewing crocodile was an irresistible attack to the public, and the behavior of those who constantly put the shell into the cannon shells stopped like a broken doll and began to distort. Some of them flopped down and suffered from a spasm, bubbling at the mouth while lying on the ground. Retreat! Retreat! At that moment, the awakeners began to load the artillery into the prepared vehicle, and they were about to leave the area with them, after being exposed to the fear and unable to do anything. But not everyone was ready to run away. Rather, at this moment there were those who chewed and swallowed the pill that made them resistant to the fear, and waited for the wolf crocodiles to come. They were in the most dangerous place to buy time for their colleagues to escape, holding the claymore triggers in their hands. Even though they had the pill that would increase their resistance to the fear, their bodies were trembling in fear of the flame-spewing crocodile, but nonetheless, they did not take their eyes off the wolf crocodiles. They waited, and pushed the triggers. Explode! Bam bam bam! The rain of iron beads began to pour into the front of the wolf crocodiles that were rushing wildly down the road without seeing anything. Kia! Their power was frightening. The wolf crocodiles running in front quickly became a pile of dead bodies. Even eerier was that the wolf crocodiles did not stop rushing forward after pushing the bodies of their fellows out of the way. Fucking monsters! We've been ready and then attacked, now we're going to be chased. The earlier gunfire was no longer heard anywhere. The situation had turned. The flame-spewing crocodile was now walking down the path created by the wild rush of the wolf crocodiles. It was getting ready to smash, chomp, and burn with flames the enemies that were trying to run away. Shiik. A sword made a long cut on the hide of the flame-spewing crocodile that was not be hurt by the artillery. It prevented the rush of the flame-spewing crocodile. The cut was so painful that its yellow eyes flashed, and it began to look around. Ka! But its eyes, which scanned everywhere, could not find the culprit that hurt its body. It was not possible to find him, since Kim Tae-hoon, the main culprit it was looking for, was floating above its head. It's been a long time since I shot this against a living thing. Probably 4 years? While holding a Panzerfaust 3, an anti-tank rocket launcher, on his shoulder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. 50, Flame-Spewing Crocodile, Part 2. Translator, Editor. Chapter 18. Flame-Spewing Crocodile, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. On December 31, 2016, mankind first encountered the monsters. Therefore, mankind did not know that monsters were stronger and more clever than they thought, and humans did not know anything about monsters. Kim Tae-hoon was the same. It was in the battle with the black snake that he keenly felt it. He did not know that the black snake was so strong and clever, and he faced it with only the sword and the power of his telekinesis. The result? He almost died. He was lucky to survive, and the battle with the black snake was a mess from beginning to end. He had no desire to repeat that same mistake against the flame-spewing crocodile. I need more definite and thorough investigation and inquiry. So he studied. He could not dissect the flame-spewing crocodiles, so he dug into the habits, behavior patterns, and body structure of a wolf crocodile similar to it. I need a new manual. He tried something new that could be done with telekinesis. It was not enough to use his telekinesis to handle weapons freely. It was necessary to make some of the infinite possibilities of the telekinesis into a certain ability for himself, not just a possibility. Of course, time was limited, so he had to choose one of the possibilities. The firepower is sufficient, and I need a way to use it, accurately and surely. The way he finally chose was levitation. If I could fly in the air, then I could fight like a combat helicopter. It would be an unlimited battle in space. If he, who had a strong enough level of firepower from the supplies of the ammunition company and the subordinate units of the 17th Division, could fly in the sky, he could be compared to a combat helicopter. In fact, it was not easy, of course. If he could have levitated every time he decided to do with his telekinesis, he would have done it earlier. But his troubles were not for long. I'll do it anyway. There was no choice. If he did it, he would survive, or he would die. So he did it. Poo-shoo. He pulled the trigger on the Panzerfaust III, while standing in the sky. The purpose of anti-tank rockets was not to shatter tanks. A huge anti-tank rocket mounted on a combat helicopter could do that, but you could not hope for that much firepower on an anti-tank rocket used by the infantry. A tank is not just a moving mass of steel, it is like a small fortress. If an infantryman could have completely destroyed such a tank with a rocket launcher on his shoulder, no country would have made a tank costing $5 million per unit. Because of this, anti-tank rockets focused on penetration, not destruction. The first goal is to make a hole in the surface of the tanks, whose steel armor was more than just thick. The shell with a protruding snout, just like a stork, used by Panzerfaust III was the focus of this purpose. Poo-shoo. The shell was fired in a burst. The target was the flame-spewing crocodile. Kr. It only noticed the presence of the shell after the stork end had already touched its body. Boom! Boom! There was a loud explosion. But it was not just an explosion. As the explosive force of the bomb exploded in front of the target, it was compressed into a stream like a water pressure cutter, and it pierced its tough skin like a pointed spear. Ka! Its scream rang out. Kim Tae-hoon smiled bitterly, looking at the scene with black eyes. I can't even laugh. It was definitely a severe wound, but it was not a fatal blow to send the flame-spewing crocodile to death at once. The scream was just for pain, not death throes. It was hit by a rocket with the power to break through the surface of a tank, but it was only wounded badly. Kim Tae-hoon, who knew the power of modern weapons and had even fired a Panzerfaust III against a living human, had no choice but to smile bitterly. But the bitter laugh was not long, and he was not disappointed. Instead of being disappointed, he held the Panzerfaust III in his right hand and used his left hand to pull a grenade out of his waistband. Ting! The safety clip of the grenade was thrown off by itself, and the safety pin immediately followed. He threw it lightly toward the huge mouth of the crocodile struggling in pain. The moment I hear the explosion, I will move. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon thought of a sword coveting the blood of any target at any time, waiting for his command at this moment. Bang! He heard the grenade go off. Barung. As soon as they were exposed to the fear, cars carrying the paralyzed artillerymen started running along the cleanly maintained road. Thud! 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 The pack of wolf crocodiles began to run like crazy to catch the cars fleeing before them. Kia! Kia! During the chase that began, some of the wolf crocodiles moved towards something they felt in the buildings near the road. Some of the wolf crocodiles with keen senses did not miss out on the presence of those hiding in the building to buy time, including the Claymore explosion. The first thing that the wolf crocodiles that came into the building encountered was a huge fire that an awakener blew out of his mouth. Foo-foo. The fire instantly engulfed the bodies of the two wolf crocodiles that entered the entrance carelessly. Kaya. Two wolf crocodiles were screaming at the fire that had stuck to their fur and the terrible pain that it produced. The pain was not over there. Throw! Two water balloons flew in from the distance, which the awakener who blew out. The balloon burst upon contact with the bodies of the wolf crocodiles writhing crazily in the fire, and it soaked the wolf crocodiles with what they were carrying inside. Whoosh! The blazing flames made it clear that what was inside the balloons was not water. It was lighter oil. The water-mixed lighter oil burned the skins of the wolf crocodiles. Kaya. As the two wolf crocodiles who had become fireballs were fussing at the entrance, a new wolf crocodile appeared. It met the most terrible death. Crunch. A giant hammer that struck it like a lightning bolt shattered its head in a single stroke. Acha! The man who had killed the wolf crocodile in one blow was Bang Hyunwook. Except for Kim Tae-hoon, he had the highest rank of energy in the Mac Guild, and he escaped the fear of the flame-spewing crocodile faster than anyone else. At the same time, the energy of the struggle to overcome the fear forced him to energize his whole body. He felt as if he were high on some drug. Above all, there was no hesitation in his eyes anymore. Come on. Come on. Let's make a new movie here today. Come on. Bang Hyunwook was not the only one not hesitating. In the building next to the road, a few awakeners were ready to launch a street war against the wolf crocodiles, and there was little hesitation among them. Of course, there was a reason. 2222. Fire. Do not spare it. Keep firing. They had a powerful weapon, a gun. We can eat if we kill them all. Kill another one. Here is the one with orange eyes. They had received sweet permission to take all the things they killed. Of course, the biggest reason was something else. Oh, my God. What happened? It's down, it's down. Kim Tae-hoon was here, and they were bound to win this battle. The shell of the Panzerfaust created a deep wound on the back of the flame-spewing crocodile. Of course, it screamed. This scream was not to create fear, but a naive, painful one. Ka! By the time the scream began to turn into a fear full of anger, a grenade came into the giant's snout, was caught in its throat, and then exploded. Bang! The explosion was not loud, so it was even more frightening. The intense explosion had only hovered in its throat. The explosion took its voice for a while. It also took away its sense and reason. Its brain shook inside its skull, and all five senses were panicked for a moment by intense sound and shock. In such upheaval, a reason could not play a role. At that moment, all it could do was to lower its posture and crouch down like an armadillo. It was a filthy, miserable thing to do, but it was the only thing it could do instinctively. Kim Tae-hoon hurt its back with the shell on what was called the wing bone, not the other place. As I expected, it has the same reaction as a wolf crocodile. He tested the wolf crocodiles several times to see what instinctive action they took to survive when they were in crisis or seriously wounded. He now knew that if a sudden attack was fatal, it would coil and crouch with its body as low as possible, like a snake. So, he hurt its back. If it crouched, the wounds there would be open. At the same time, he dissected a wolf crocodile and was able to gauge where its heart was. The wound would be open, and beyond that, its heart would be beating. It would be pounding even more violently to live. A sword struck down in a lightning-like strike to stop that beat. It's down. The captain did it. The soldier holding the receiver of the wired radio reported to Jang Sung-hoon with a bright smile. However, Jang did not smile brightly as soon as he heard the report. Instead, he told the wire carrier, "Get the situation under control, send a search party to check the surrounding monsters, and then count the number of the victims and notify the hospital." "Yes, sir." Jang Sung-hoon, who gave the order, recalled the rank on his uniform at that moment. Corporal. That was his rank. He was a low rank. And that rank has not changed much, even now. Of course, the Mac Guild was not an army, so rank was useless and meaningless. But even so, it was certainly funny that he had virtually the right of command now. So the lower-ranked ones look forward to war, and when war breaks out, if they survive, they can be generals, regardless of ranks. The humor that started it did not last long. His expression firmed up. Whatever his rank was, it was all right. What was important was that he should now serve as a staff officer. It was time to worry about the settlement of victory, not the cheers for victory like a staff officer. Boss is now a ridiculous monster, firing an anti-tank rocket while levitating, throwing grenades. He is an Apache helicopter. In fact, he thought this battle would be very difficult. Even though they had far more powerful firepower than they had when they had faced the Black Snake, the enemy was also leading hundreds of monsters, unlike the time of the Black Snake. Moreover, the presence of fear was very threatening. No matter how strong the firepower was, everything would be neutralized when exposed to the fear. In addition, an army of ordinary people in front of monsters was like a candlelight in front of a wind. Well, the easier the better. But the battle ended more easily than he thought. If he thinks about the reason, it was because of the full preparation, but the fundamental reason was Kim Tae-hoon. Kim was willing to make the experience and lessons learned in the battle with the Black Snake his own. He's great. And he would be stronger again from today, because he would eat the monster stone of the flame-spewing crocodile and gain new power and strength. Furthermore, it was the way Kim Tae-hoon chose to survive. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon was able to easily predict Kim's next option. Rather, Kim Hyun-suk? Kim Hyun-suk was lucky enough to find Kim Tae-hoon, the luck of the heaven. He was able to become a survivor, not a victim. At the price of a cup of ramen and some instant rice, he confessed everything he had seen and heard in Gwangmyeong City, and what he knew. There was a great deal of information he had given. The factory that makes solar power plants is located in Gwangmyeong City. There was a factory in Gwangmyeong City, which produced solar power plants and was quite large. It was a fact that the public did not know. If they were interested in it, you would not be the public. Of course, neither Kim nor Jang knew. None of the survivors knew that. We must secure it. That's why it was even more valuable information. The information was valuable enough to change the future of Matt Guild and survivors. Without electricity, you could not use the technology of civilization. But if you steadily collected electricity through solar power plants, the quality of life and the probability of survival would increase significantly. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon would have made their next goal securing a solar power plant. We have to secure it definitely, but there is a problem. The problem was that there was a green-grade monster in Gwangmyeong City now. In fact, Jang would not go to Gwangmyeong City. It would be a suicidal act to enter a monster den they knew nothing about, only that it was different from the monsters they had been dealing with. But Kim Tae-hoon would go, as he knew that he could not avoid the danger of it coming, by closing his eyes. I know what it feels like to have Superman as my boss. Jang shook his head, took out Didanjio Jito again, and looked at the area of Gwangmyeong City. He was frightened at that moment. Where did it go? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. 51, Gwangmyeong City, Part 1. Translator, Editor. Chapter 19. Gwangmyeong City, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. The advent of monsters destroyed the civilization of mankind in a moment. In such a land where civilization was destroyed, humans became beasts and monsters. Spare me. So was Gwangmyeong. The sudden emergence of monsters brought down everything. Electricity was cut off, communications paralyzed, and gas and oil, which enriched and warmed mankind, became fuel for burning mankind. Those who survived barely or luckily in such a world became monsters to survive. What is it? A man? I thought you were a girl because you are slim, but you are a man. Shit, I have lost my strength. Oh, you son of a bitch, if you get caught, you get caught meekly. How dare you run away? For men surrounded a man in the cold, desolate forest of buildings. I'm sorry, please spare me. It was not difficult to understand what the situation was like. And it was not difficult to predict what would happen in the future, either. One of the four men kicked the head of the man who had fallen on the ground with their military boots, like kicking a soccer ball. Cuck! The man screamed and tumbled over. It was the poor, pathetic scene, but the man, who had kicked him rather than feeling sorry for him, trampled over the man's pathetic chest with his foot like he was trying to break his ribs. Puck! The scrawny man curled up in pain and fear. The four men began to talk, looking at the man under their feet. You look like a real girl. Damn, I ran like crazy, as I wanted to taste you. What shall we do? Should we just kill him here? Just kill him, and we can't even use him even if we get him to the hideout anyway, can we? We can't rape him. Maybe there's someone who likes him. Isn't that what you like? What do you think I am? Be quiet, we'll all be done if the monster comes after hearing the noise. The man, who was in a frightening conversation, forced himself to speak in a breathless situation. Spare me. But it had a negative effect. One of the other men frowned at the man who somehow squeezed out his voice and was begging for his life again and again. Why don't we pull his tongue first, since he is so noisy? The man begging for his life shut his mouth at the eerie warning. There was a moment of silence. It was thanks to the silence. Because of the sudden silence, they could hear another man around, who quickly approached their vicinity. Who is it? The man's appearance was unique. He was wearing a dark blue suit with a black leather guard and vest, and he looked like a member of a police SWAT team. But he was not a member of a SWAT team, and there were many differences from a policeman. What he was carrying on his back was the most eye-catching. He was carrying something that anyone could see was a sword. If it had been before civilization had collapsed, he would have looked like a costume player, or an actor in a drama or a movie. In addition, it was not abnormal in a city of lawlessness where civilization had collapsed. That was why everyone was nervous. A strange-looking man in such attire would only have made their eyes frown before civilization collapsed, but now they did not know what the strange-looking man in the outfit would do. Who are you? One of the men asked. Instead of answering the sound, the man raised the thing he was holding in his hand. Then he tapped it lightly with his left hand. Click. It was a K5 pistol that chambered with a click, instead of replying. Goo gun? CR crazy. They didn't see it when they looked at it from afar, but as soon as they heard the loading sound, the four men knew that it was a gun and began to retreat in horror. The fact that there was nothing they could do with the four of them in front of a gun was not something they should have experienced. Only one of them remembered what he should say in front of the gun. We belong to Messiah. Messiah. It was a kind of frantic attempt. At the threat, the man holding a gun made a slight frown on his brow. He seemed to know the word Messiah. Is that why? That kind of frantic attempt became a threat immediately. If you touch us, our organization will not stay still. Yes. If you touch us, you'll die. No less childish, it was really a threat worse than kindergarten children would do. But unexpectedly, the front-facing gun was lowered. Did it work? We're saved. At the same time, the four men breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. And one of them saw the eyes of the man who had pointed the gun at them go black. Ping. At the same time, 3 out of the 4 men who made sighs of relief fell to the ground with the sound of whipping wind. Thud. They fell with a hole the size of a small finger in their temples, vomiting a mixture of the brain water and the blood out through the hole. Huck. As soon as the remaining one recognized this, he pissed his pants, gasping in fear. Messiah. I guess that's where the naming sense of survivors is. The man with the gun, Kim Tae-hoon, put the gun into the holster on his right thigh when he spat out a word through his bitter laugh. Then he approached the man who had collapsed after losing strength in his legs. He said, I have a question. The man answered in a mournful voice, spare me. Choi Ki-soon was a survivor of the monster outbreak. There were two ways that survivors of the monster outbreak could survive: kill monsters or kill people. He was the latter. He gathered people together and lived with the people who gathered in the world of lawlessness as an outlaw. Rape, looting, murder. They committed the most atrocious crimes that would have justified the revival of the death sentence, if the Korean judicial body was still existing. No, they did more than just eating, because eating after the monster outbreak was more difficult than anything else. Those who survived in the lawless city and enjoyed lawlessness began to gather in one place. That was how the Messiah group was born, which plundered their own race, not monsters, to survive in the monster world. It was a group that used all kinds of means and methods to survive, rather than teaching means and methods. That's all I know. Please, spare me. Choi Ki-soon, a member of such a Messiah, became a mild sheep in the face of death. I will not forget this grace if you save me. I will never be bad again. I will be good. He made a commitment that would be childish. A short memory of 3 days ago passed through Kim Tae-hoon's mind as he looked at Choi. The starting point of the memory was the moment when Kim won the victory against the flame-spewing crocodile and swallowed its monster stone in return for becoming the winner. Boss, it's an emergency. When Kim ate the monster stone and everyone in the Mac Guild flocked around and shouted like thunder at their win, Jang Sung-hoon appeared with a grim expression. The green-grade monster has disappeared from the map. He spread his expression to Kim with only a few words. The one in Gwangnyeong City. At the moment of hearing that, there was no such thing as victory in Kim's mind anymore. Immediately after breaking through the door of a nearby coffee shop, he heard more details from Jang there. The green light that was located in Gwangnyeong City suddenly disappeared. The time needed to look at Didangyo-jito was not so long. After that, Jang told Kim the number of cases he assumed. It has either a good skill to disappear from the map, or it moved out of the searchable range at a tremendous speed. Or someone else hunted him. I guess it's one of these three things. 3 possibilities. However, there was only one option that Kim could choose for those 3 cases: to quickly enter Gwangnyeong City and look at the situation. It was a natural move. If a green-grade monster had the ability to disappear from the map, it meant that they could not deal with it using only Didangyo-jito, and the solid castle Mac Guild had built could become a sandcastle overnight. Of course, they had to take a risk and investigate. If it had fled, he had to check it out, because he had to secure the solar power plant in Gwangnyeong City, and do a preliminary search before that. There is nothing strange about having a stronger awakener than me, because each awakener has a different rank of ability at the beginning, and if he has a strong relic. Finally, if an awakener had destroyed the green-grade monster, he also needed confirmation. Maybe he is the one who killed me in the future. The existence of an awakener who could remove a green-grade monster in a short time could be more dangerous than a green-grade monster. So, Kim entered Gwangnyeong City after preparing immediately. That was 3 days ago. In the meantime, Kim explored and searched Gwangnyeong City as secretly as possible. He avoided fighting with monsters and contact with survivors. A little while ago, Kim was convinced that at present, there was no green-grade monster in Gwangnyeong City, nor was any awakener expected to have killed it. That was why Kim showed up now. Really, I'll be really nice if you spare me. After returning to reality after the recollection, Kim looked at Choi, who had become a mild sheep seeking mercy in front of himself. Looking at him, Kim made a slight nod. You may go. At the gesture, which was not too much to say for the world, Choi jumped out of his crouch. Thank you very much. Choi, who became free as such, seemed not to be relieved and stayed guarded, slowly moving away from him. After getting far enough away, he started to run away hard, muttering softly of his resolution. You're dead, you son of a bitch. Kim Tae-hoon did not even look at Choi. Hey! The man, who had been hurt by the 4 and who had barely stopped his bloody nose, was sitting quietly in the corner near Kim. He was a slender, thin man with a womanly build and lines that could be mistaken for a woman from a distance. You can't let him go. Even his voice was reedy thin. He said in a thin voice, if you let him go, he will get revenge on you. He will bring in a group called Messiah and surely punish you. Some of Messiah's men have guns. At the warning, Kim checked his watch on his left-hand wrist before answering and replied bluntly, I know. There was no threat to Kim. In other words, the most dangerous factor in Gwangyang City was Kim, and he did not want to shirk from this danger. That's why I let him go. I'll have to talk to you now. Tell me everything you know. Kim did not want to give endless mercy to the fragile man in front of him. Kim was also a man willing to become a monster to survive in a world dominated by monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. 52, Gwangyang City, Part 2. Translator, Editor. Chapter 19. Gwangyang City, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 3. Gwangyang Industrial High School. It was now used as a hideout of the Messiah, located right next to Dodak. Of course, the conversations there were always nasty things, from boasting of forced rape to competing with the number of people they had killed. It was a den of the devils in human form. Now it was full of tension. He had a gun? Yes, he was definitely holding a pistol. Not a revolver? Choi, tell me straight. Was that a real pistol? Are you sure you were not wrong? The starting point of tension was Choi. Having survived thanks to the mercy of the monster, Kim, he returned to the hideout with all his speed, and then went to the executive and spat out everything. The fact that Choi spat out was enough to make the Messiah executives gather in one place even late at night. No, it was clear. It was a pistol. You're making us sick. The first reason was that Choi's opponent used a pistol, not a revolver. Where did he get the pistol? The police armory usually has automatic rifles, but no pistols? Normal cops usually used revolvers for many reasons. First, the first shot could be loaded with blank ammunition, but if they used a normal pistol, they would have to reload it after using a blank. Second, Korean police do not use a gun in most circumstances. Therefore, in Korea, pistols that are not revolvers are used in two places: the army, or the police commando units, such as the special forces and the police. Did he get it from the army? It was clear that wherever he brought it, it was associated with a group with different firepower than the general police. But you said that he didn't shoot. Hey, Choi. Explain it again. How did the kids die? Well, the moment he dropped the gun muzzle, a sound of the wind suddenly came and everyone fell to the ground with a hole in their temples. The sound of the wind? Explain it correctly, not a stupid explanation. That was the sound of the wind. Shiik, shoo. That kind of sound. He had killed 3 people in an instant with a weapon other than a gun. He must be a superhuman, damn it. It made the Messiah executives more nervous than the fact that he had used a pistol. They couldn't help but notice that some of the men with the marks on the back of their right hands had superhuman abilities. Does he use telekinesis like the captain? One of them was the head of the Messiah, Lee Ji-seop. But can the captain do that with telekinesis in an instant? Ha-il-hyun, can I show you if I can or can't? Ha? Sorry. Lee Ji-seop. He was quite young, sitting on the only fluffy principal chair in the teacher's room, and he looked like a college freshman, never more than mid-20s. He was a quiet-looking man. I'm quiet these days, so do I look funny? Ha? No. But he was never a kind man. Would a kind man be the head of a wicked herd called the Messiah? He was a cruel and mean man. The world was on its last stage, and there was no more entertainment in the world. Since he was ruthless and evil, he enjoyed bringing people into torture as entertainment. In the basement of their hideout of Gwangmyeong Industrial High School, dozens of corpses of those who had been killed by Lee were waiting for spring and summer to come. Of course, he did not become a leader just because he was ruthless and evil. "Hey, Ha-il-hyun, do you want me to drill a hole in your head?" Along with the words, the revolver in Lee's pocket floated into the air and pointed at a man named Ha-il-hyun. Ha's expression was unseen, for in the teacher's room they were talking, only 2 flashlights were flashing instead of a light. They could see how frightened he was by the constant trembling of the flashlight in his hand. "Sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody, stay with me. How long are you going to repeat the same story? Are you here to do that? What we need is to find him and find a way to kill him." With the words, Lee grabbed his own gun, which he had made fly with telekinesis, and withdrew it. His expression was serious. Fucking hell. It was not a look for just this situation. There's been some crazy stuff happening since a few days ago. Strange things had been happening in Gwangmyeong City over the last 15 days. Monsters hiding all over the city began to run away like crazy. Of course, it made it easier for survivors to act. That's why people, who are not even superhumans like Choi Ki-soon, and who didn't have a gun, were able to hunt human beings openly. But Lee knew that this was not a good sign. Everything went wrong when the special forces came to Gwangmyeong Sajori Station about 15 days ago. Above all, Lee saw that people, who dressed as special forces, appeared around Gwangmyeong Sajori Station. It wasn't like a rescue team. If they were a rescue team, they would try to find survivors, but instead, they appeared at night when survivors kept quiet. Crucially, they entered Gwangmyeong Sajori Station without any hesitation. What did they do? Then suddenly the monsters began to make a fuss. Should I have run away then? In fact, he tried to escape then, because Lee Ji-seop, who had already committed a lot of crimes, would be the first to be executed when the military or police were in place. However, after that, the monsters in Gwangmyeong City disappeared, so he remained. Without a monster, he would be the boss of Gwangmyeong City. Now, again, a strange one appeared. Damn it! Lee was so concerned that he could not even participate in this conversation now. Then the door of the teacher's room opened loudly. What is it? The door opened and everyone who was talking turned their heads naturally toward the noise. But there was nothing in the doorway. Instead, the sound of the wind came through the open window. Surprised by the sudden cold wind, people turned their heads again. Only 2 out of 6 people in the teacher's room could turn their heads away from the door after the cold wind came in. Thud. The other 4 fell to the floor as they were dripping blood out of the holes in their heads. Ah! One of the 2 survivors, Choi Ki-soon, screamed at the man floating by the window of the teacher's room on the 2nd floor. He. Instead of screaming, Lee jumped up and tried to point the revolver in his hand toward the dark thing over the window. Arg! But Lee could not. His arm pointed to the ceiling, not his front, as if an invisible line had caught his right wrist and pulled it away. It's him. Lee was well aware that it was telekinesis, and thanks to that, he knew who had appeared now. Kim Tae-hoon. He appeared. 4. Kim Tae-hoon knew the psychology of a criminal group better than anyone else. They were like cockroaches. When an individual is threatened, the threatened individual heads to the hideout and begins a plot to survive. Therefore, it was not very effective to deal with what you first see when you clean up a criminal group. Kim also knew what he had to do to get what he wanted from criminals. Answer the question. Go nuts, you son of a bitch, just kill me. Tooey. Lee, who was holding both arms high above him, not one arm, spat at Kim Tae-hoon before him defiantly. The spit touched Kim's cheek. Kim wiped the spit lightly. After wiping the spit, he closed his mouth tightly. Then he also spat on Lee Ji-seop. Tui. However, what Kim spat was different from Lee's spit. It was not saliva, but a small fireball. So the fire that Kim spat stuck to Lee's cheek. Aorg. The pain of his skin melting through drew a huge scream from Lee's mouth, and shook the teacher's room. The fire did not go out. It was gradually expanding its area by nibbling away Lee's skin. Arg, aorg. Aorg. At this burning pain, Lee's bloody poisonous eyes filled with fear quickly. The fire extinguisher Kim brought from the corner of the teacher's room saved Lee. The extinguishing powder coated Lee's face. Cough. Lee gasped in the extinguishing powder. Kim stood in front of Lee with the fire extinguisher. 47. It is the number of your men who were deployed here, and the number I removed. Lee laughed at the remark. Don't talk rubbish, just kill me, if you don't want to get spit on again. Tui. At that moment, Kim once again spat at Lee. The saliva touched Lee's eyelids, which were stained with the extinguishing powder. Aorg. In this sudden situation, Lee recalled the pain he had suffered a moment ago, and now he was screaming, imagining his eyes burning. But there was no pain. Kim's spit was normal saliva. If you don't want to get spit on again, keep in mind what I say. When I ask a question, if I don't get an answer in 3 seconds, if you roll your eyes for 3 seconds, or if your answer is different for the same question, I'll spit on your eyes. Lee could no longer muster any malice in his words. He, who had a keen intuition, knew that Kim would not let him live. The man in front of him had no intention of sparing him. And he realized why Kim had mentioned the number of his men. 47. Some of them were guards who monitored the basement. They were guarding the place where the bodies of Lee had dumped after playing with them were collected. Of course, he'd seen the bodies there. What happened in Gwangyang City 3 days ago? Nothing. So at this moment, Lee adjusted himself to this situation. I'm sure something happened in Gwangyang City 3 days ago. Nothing really happened. It was rather quiet. I couldn't see the monsters either. So what happened about 15 days ago? That's Lee looked as if he had been stabbed. On the other hand, Kim counted calmly. 1, 2 Special Forces. Special Forces entered Gwangyang Station. That's all I know. Time? Day or night? Night, late night. How many? I don't know, but I think there were more than 10 people. What happened after that? Monsters suddenly began to move, and the monsters have been greatly reduced in town. At that moment, a revolver slowly began to float into the air, owned by a member of the Messiah who now had a hole in his head. Lee Ji-seop had started using his own telekinesis. You're dead. That's why he complied with the attitude. Now he knew that Kim would not spare him, and he had to kill Kim to live. Of course, the moment he grabbed the gun and pointed it at Kim, he tried to pull the trigger without hesitation. Tui. However, Kim's saliva reached Lee's left eye more quickly than the bullet did. And this time, the saliva had color. The fire which the flame-spewing crocodile had vomited began to boil Lee's left eye. Aorg. Lee screamed in a panic as the world turned black with his left eye burning. Of course, the revolver he was trying to use with his telekinesis fell to the floor. Kim spoke to Lee without spraying the fire extinguisher this time. I'm not going to let you live, as you've noticed. But I don't even think I'll kill you nicely. So from now on, all you have to do is beg me to kill you nicely. I don't have to explain what I'm saying because you're quick-witted. Aorg. Then let me continue with the questions. Kim was a man who understood the psychology of criminals better than anyone else. 5. Late night. Kim was looking at exit number 4 of Gwangyang Station. Special forces entered Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station. The information he'd obtained was pretty good. That's why the green-grade monster near Kyeolsan Station suddenly came towards Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station. It was a very good piece of information that organized the information in his mind. If they come to Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station from Kyeolsan Station, they would end up in Bucheon. In the process, the monsters below yellow grade were naturally pushed toward Bucheon. Of course, the information did not clear all his doubts. The purpose of the special forces is unknown. It was not a rescue team. A rescue team has no reason to act like that. Therefore, Kim had to guess again. Their purpose was to hunt monsters. What they entered Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station without hesitation meant that they knew there was a green-grade monster inside in it. Of course, there was a weapon to kill the green-grade monster. Special forces came to Gwangmyeon City, and they entered Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station to kill a green-grade monster. The green-grade monster disappeared from the detection of the Didangyo 3 days ago. More than 10 days. It was unlikely that they would have fought in a subway station for more than 10 days. Common sense suggested that it was highly likely that they failed. The green-grade monster was alive up to 3 days ago. In Kim's view, they could not kill a green-grade monster with just a relic. They should have included at least 4 to 5 hunters, who had the same level of power of Kim. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it was no use by itself. When there was a man who could handle it, it would be a real weapon. This is the hunting. Here, Kim focused on that it was not just a battle, but a hunt. Even if the green-grade monster had killed all the special forces entered, it could have been fatally wounded. Usually, the battle was divided between the winner and the loser, but the hunting sometimes doesn't finish between the winner and the loser. If the fatal injury got worse, the prey that ate the hunters would die of the fatal injury in the process. At that moment, after thinking about it, Kim entered Gwangmyeon-Sajori Station. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. 53, Gwangmyeon City, Part 3. Translator, Editor. Chapter 19. Gwangmyeon City, Part 3. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 6. Snap. The pitch-black darkness with not even a single ray of light brightened after a long time. Kim Tae-hoon, who held the light in his hand, shined it ahead of him. It was as it was. When he released it from his hand, it started to move by itself. With his light in the air, he brought out another flashlight again. He began to walk along the dark subway tracks with 2 lights shining as co-workers. The first thing that greeted him was a corpse. There were several bodies that had been squashed, not just one. He could see 5 corpses right now. They were pretty ugly. I think they were struck by a blunt weapon. Their wound looked as if they had been hit by a blunt weapon, but it was as terrible as a bomb. The struck area was blown apart. The heads were smashed, to the extent that it was difficult to find pieces, and those who were attacked in the belly were torn apart. This power is beyond the bounds of common sense. It was like being hit by a lump of metal moving hundreds of kilometers per hour. Such bodies had something in common besides wounds. Rather, the suit is dash. All of them were dressed in black. A counter-terrorism suit. It was quite a familiar suit for Kim. It was not a uniform worn by certain troops, but a counter-terrorism suit, which was used in the counter-terrorism operations, and Kim had worn it several times. Of course, he knew the purpose of making that suit. Their aim was to hunt the monster secretly, too. Black was the color for secret activities in the dark. The purpose of such clothes was to avoid the attention of the public. In addition, costumes such as counter-terrorism suits are not based on the assumption of monsters. It's a product of putting humans as enemies. Of course, there were a few differences from the counter-terrorism suit Kim knew. Tap. Tap. Kim tapped the chest of the dead body. He could feel the hard material hidden between the cloth. They didn't wear it outside but put it between the clothes. They sewed it in. Sewing. They remade the clothes. It was a step further than simply using armor. The next thing he looked for was the back of their right hands. As soon as he took off their gloves, the marks of awakeners were revealed, as expected. Kim's eyes turned black. Basic abilities. Strength, 71. Health, 49. Special abilities. Energy, D rank. Mana, E rank. Defense, D rank. Mana resistance, E rank. Achieved abilities. Hobgoblin Sense, Grade 6. The Vitality of Troll, Grade 6. Kim frowned with his black-dyed eyes. Their abilities are higher than I thought. Immediately, he also checked the back of the right hand of the other bodies. He was also an awakener, and his abilities were not much different from the body he had just identified. Both of them had acquired the Hobgoblin Sense and Vitality of Troll. When the third body was found to have similar abilities as the previous two, Kim had no choice but to admit it. They are soldiers made in a systemic manner. They were not soldiers who hunted monsters and ate monster stones to live, but the ones who were fed monster stones on purpose. Kim frowned. I even expected this much. He had expected it, but he didn't know that there was a group that could create such an awakener so quickly. At the same time, he was suspicious. But that's not enough. Certainly, they were well-bred awakeners. There weren't many in the Mac Guild at this level. It's ridiculous to try to hunt a green-grade monster at their level. It wasn't enough to hunt a green-grade monster. They wouldn't have endured the fear. In other words, at this level of energy, it was not easy to withstand the fear of a yellow-grade monster, let alone a green-grade monster. Nevertheless, it was hard to understand that they entered the subway station without hesitation, even if they knew a green-grade monster was within. With common sense, if there had been a monster in the dark-filled subway station, which had only a limited number of places to run away, it would have been an extremely dangerous place. They should never come in unless they had something to believe in. They must have had a good relic. Relic. It is now the most reliable thing in the world. Kim immediately began searching inside the jacket of the body. First, he found a smartphone. Crushed flat, it definitely did not work. Hanji? The next discovery was none other than the finely folded hanji, which was the traditional Korean paper handmade from mulberry trees. He opened the hanji. It's a rubbing from a tombstone. It was a rubbing made of Korean paper after smearing a huge tombstone. It wasn't old. The hanji was stiff, and the smell of ink still remained. Above all, Kim's eyes, which were still black, were soon able to identify the rubbing. Equals sad face the rubbing of Sunsabai. Relic grade, grade 5. Relic value, normal. Relic effect, it contains some dignity of King Jinhung. It can make weak monsters tremble with fear. The rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung of Silla. They're from Seoul. The rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung was located in the National Museum of Korea. Having the rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung meant they were from Seoul. As expected, there were already forces that had taken the relics of the National Museum of Korea. It was not very pleasant news. Kim briefly clicked his tongue. If a rubbing alone has the effect of scaring monsters, then the tombstone itself. On the other hand, he could indirectly learn the effect of the rubbing of Sunsabai of King Jinhung. King Jinhung was one of the greatest war kings in Silla. He was the monarch who fought wars of conquest many times. Naturally, the tombstone that his achievements were engraved on would surely have the power to match the dignity and nature of King Jinhung. It was understandable enough to scare the monsters. In fact, the rubbing was this strong, so the Sunsabai of King Jinhun would play a role as an invisible barrier to block monsters' access. Kim, of course, took the rubbing, and thought, I wonder what the effect of Gwangido steel would have. The doubts flew from his mind as soon as he found a weapon of one of the bodies. Panzerfaust. They also had a weapon, a Panzerfaust III, which Kim had used. But it was different from what Kim had used. At the end of the shell that the man had not yet used, there was a bronze spear instead of a pointed snout. Kim looked at the bronze spear. Sad-faced the bronze spear of a warrior. Relic grade, grade 4. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it is a bronze spear used by an ancient warrior. It contains the fighting spirit of a warrior. It was also a relic. It was not a mere relic, but a relic of the Bronze Age written in the textbook. The relic was put in front of the shell. If it were normal times, it would be crazy. A Panzerfaust had the gunpowder of the shaped charge warhead. A relic which was put this way in front of a warhead would be destroyed with the monster. When he saw it now, he got chills down his back. If the power of the shell and the relic are combined. Combining a relic with modern weapons in this way was not simply a matter of thinking. Anyone can think. But a relic is a treasure that could not be replaced by anything at this point, and it was not something you could practice, using it as consumable. If you do, you will have to complete the minimum verification, because you could not afford to consume the relic in situations where the effects are not verified. No, before now, this weapon had already proved its worth. The monster was killed by this. As a result, this weapon would have dealt a fatal blow to a green-grade monster. The fatal wound would have caused it to suffer, and it eventually died 3 days ago. The penetration power of a Panzerfaust also worked on a yellow-grade monster. If the destructive power is added to the relic. Of course, luck followed. The combined weapon would have hurt it. However, they were lucky to give it a fatal injury. Luck, however, follows those who try, and luck does not follow those who do not try. In other words, the green-grade monster killed by this weapon was unlucky. Kim rose from his seat. I'll have to check it more thoroughly. It was time to find the unlucky monster. 7. It was around dawn when Kim returned from his search in Gwangmyeong City, which was not short. At the calmest time, when most people were asleep, Kim returned to the mayor's office in Bucheon City Hall, where Jang Sung-hoon greeted him with sleepy eyes. Do you have any profit? Before answering the question, Kim took out a smartphone and handed a photo file to Jang, who blinked his eyes to get rid of sleep. Basic abilities. Strength, 215. Health, 198. Special abilities. Energy, C rank. Mana, C rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, C rank. Mana resistance, C rank. Achieved abilities. Flame spewing, grade 5. The fire is generated by energy. The power varies depending on the amount of energy consumed. The nature of the flame follows the nature of the energy. The hearing of the bell-tailed rat, grade 4. The hearing of the bell-tailed rat can hear even the sound of drops of water. Wow, you've done a lot of level ups. Boss, congratulations. What did you get this time? In response to the high-pitched voice of Jang, Kim closed his eyes instead of answering. Jang looked puzzled at the sight he didn't show. Ah. Jang Sung-hoon, who suddenly understood the situation, lowered his voice. I'm sorry. The 4th grade was the same as the eyes of Black Snake in Kim's abilities. It didn't just stop on a level of hearing. He could hear the sound of drops of water, and the sounds which Jang made in front of Kim's nose would have sounded like thunder. This ability is adjustable, but not right now. I'm glad to hear that it can be controlled. Jang lowered his voice as much as possible. You got a 4th level ability, and you found a green grade monster. But he never shut up. he could not just keep silent. But if Kim had wanted him to be quiet, he would not have woken Jang up. The explanation began. Kim told Jang all about his experiences in Gwangmyeong City, from the story of the Messiah to the story of a green-grayed monster, a bell-tailed rat, found with a hole in its heart. In the story, Kim earned a huge treasure. He got the body and monster stone of the fourth-grade monster. However, Jang did not care about the goods. We have a great competitor who is stronger than we thought, and the army which owns the National Museum of Korea, but I don't think it's the infantry division, but the Capital Defense Command. I don't know, and we should not make a wild guess. Competitor. It was the clearest word to express the group that had appeared this time. The reason for being a competitor is simple. The world had become a zero-sum game where you had to secure as many monster stones as possible, with limited monsters. Anyway, if we see them hunting monsters at any cost, they know that securing monster stones is more important than anything else. The competitor that appeared this time also knew it. So they ran a special unit for monster hunting. But I don't understand, no matter how much they prepared, they did not have enough power to kill a green-grayed monster. Moreover, there is surely a Daedanji Jido in the National Museum of Korea, and it is not a copy, but the original edition. There were, of course, some things that he didn't understand. The stats of the Awakeners there were not simply enough to search for a foe like that. The National Museum of Korea had a copy, as well as the original edition of Daedanji Jido, and could print some of them, if not all. If they had a Daedanji Jido, they must have known that Gwangmyeong City had a green-grayed monster. So why did they send a well-trained unit of Awakeners to that deadly place? Maybe they did not secure Daedanji Jido? Kim did not answer Jang's question. The answer could not be answered by anyone here. Speculation could only make a conjecture. So Kim discussed something else. He took out a pocket notebook, and immediately opened its fourth page and showed it to Jang. Gather at Gimpo Airport on March 3rd. Jang's expression hardened at the short passage. It was not difficult to understand what it meant. There was not one unit, and several units moved out of Seoul to collect monster stones and would gather together on a given date. If it's Gimpo International Airport, are they going to take an airplane? It's an open place without people, and it can be safer than we think to the threat of monsters. They got information that meant they could contact the unknown forces. What was left was a choice. So are you going to negotiate with them here on that day? There are two options. As it is, we just go without knowing about one another, or we can talk after contact. What do you think? Doing nothing is a blindfolded thing, and Gimpo Airport is just above Bucheon. No, they are already in Gwangmyeong City, and we can't avoid contacting them. But in fact, there was one option to choose. Boss, they're much bigger than us, so it's not too bad to negotiate and get under them. There's no reason for them to be hostile to a group of survivors, like the boss and Mac Guild, is my opinion. We have to face them someday, anyway. It is better for us to go ahead and talk and negotiate before we meet them, pretending not to know. No, it may be much better. We must seek to survive through negotiations. Even if you compete, it is a completely different story to compete in a situation where you have agreed, and to compete in a situation where you live or die. Above all, there was not one competitor now. There will be many survivors in Korea, and on a larger scale, there will be strong competitors in Japan, North Korea, and China. If you looked at it globally, Europe, Russia, and the United States could also be competitors. Compared to them, the survivors of the Republic of Korea lacked sufficient power even if they held hands with one another. Because they are soldiers, they are fully aware of other countries as potential enemies, and the chances of success in negotiations are high. The group that had now settled in Seoul was centered on soldiers. Soldiers are a group that exists because of their enemies. Of course, if they are soldiers, they will know how many enemies are around the Republic of Korea. The only problem is one. They'll have to negotiate, but the problem is, if the negotiations break down, the boss will be in trouble. There was no guarantee that good results would come out through negotiations. And the possibility that Kim would be in trouble was not small. Sister Sunmi's hair is still short, so you won't die right away. Don't worry. Jang said the words to reassure Kim, and Kim laughed at the remark. The smile on his lips disappeared immediately. He couldn't forget the dream. I sent a signal to make Gyeongju the destination, not Seoul, but... In his second dream, Kim made a wish list for himself. He hid information in the wish list: make Gyeongju or Bio your destination, not Seoul. Of course, that didn't mean Seoul was completely in danger. It might mean that you should not waste your time on the occupied land, and should find the unoccupied land and be the owner. It is possible that those in Seoul will be dangerous for me in the future. But there was no guarantee that it was not a warning. It might be dangerous to meet them at Gimpo Airport that day. This decision may result in narrowing the distance from death. Kim closed his eyes for a while. It's hard to adapt to this kind of situation. The fact that every moment's choice could cause his own death, and nevertheless, he should make a choice, made Kim's lips dry. If I have a problem with myself, I'll be prepared for it. However, Kim did not give up his choice. He would just prepare for the outcome of his choice. If you have a problem with your own personality, you must take precautions against it, for even if the dead become dead and rotten, living must continue. Get the technicians together. We've already got a list, and all you have to do is give them a job. Recover the data of the smartphone in that bag first. There may be other information in it. I understand. And give the clans a mission. Transport the available solar power generators in Gwangnyeong City to Bucheon. It won't be easy because the conditions of the road are not good. Use the subway tracks. Is the track okay? Except for the dead ones, the sound of monster hearts was so loud that I couldn't bear it. Jang admired Kim's words. He'd finished cleaning up the subway tracks on his way. That's great. Starting with Bucheon City Hall Station to Kielsan Station, however, it's going to be hard right now, since the distance is considerable. It's something we have to do someday. Yes. Gather the reliable ones and secure the dead body of the bell-tailed rat. Send them first. That's the top priority. Yes. Jang laughed at the appearance of Kim, who did not stop speaking of his future plans. The conversation between the two went on until dawn, and the morning sun streamed in. That's how the day began. 8. Kim couldn't feel anything on his right arm. Did I have my arm cut off? Shoulder first? He felt as if his right arm had been cut off. But it was not possible to confirm that. His eyes were fixed in front of him. There were two women in sight. Twins. They had the same look, one holding a lute in her hand, and the other holding a sword. You are absolutely the dragon slayer. You're holding out against us so far. Isn't that great? Chinese. Chinese came out of the mouth of the woman holding a sword. I just want to bite you to death. Of course, Kim didn't understand Chinese very well. Let's just memorize them. I just reminded myself of what she said a little while ago to put it to my mind somehow. Then he heard a voice behind him. If you have something to say before you die, say it. Still, you've achieved this feat, so we will let you say a word of your will. Only then did Kim realize that a man was stabbing his heart with a sword behind his back. Cuck. And Kim also knew that not many words were left at this moment. I was stabbed in the heart. My blood is not up to my neck. I can say a few words. Therefore, he listened to the last words of his dying future. Here are 6 snakes. The name of the traitor is Oh Se-bum. Remember his voice. And use him. At that moment, the reaction of those around him changed. Shit, kill him fast. Cut off his head. His dream was that far in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. 54, Gimpo International Airport, Part 1. Translator, Editor. Chapter 20. Gimpo International Airport, Part 1. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 1. The nightmare, which began on December 31st, was now ready to pass through January and February, and reach into March. The weather had not changed in a short time. It was still cold. However, there was a change among survivors of Buchan. There was a lot of energy that had not been seen before. Okay, setup is complete. It was due to hope. It was still a miserable world, but there was hope that it was getting better in that miserable world. It's worth the effort on this cold day, looking at the sun. I used to see this before, and kept calm, but now. The solar panels are beautiful. And now there was a lamp that reflected that hope more charmingly. A solar power generator. The device, which could produce electricity semi-permanently if it was maintained properly, had become a powerful source of energy that would fuel the hopes of the gloomy survivors. Of course, there was the greatest hope separately. The Mac Guild has come from hunting. The Mac Guild? Now a truck had appeared on a fairly well-maintained road. A 10-ton white truck was carrying a black orc. And there was a man standing on that dark thing. We got it. Bang Hyunwook killed a black orc. He killed the black orc on his own. He killed it alone. He killed it with bare hands. Did he really kill it by himself? Nonsense, did he kill that monster alone? It was a great thing, and at the same time, everyone was happy to see it. Hunters were the only hope left in the world. Naturally, the appearance of Bang became a parade soon. People cheered him and he couldn't help but cheer himself up. The parade began in front of Buchan City Hall. He entered the city hall right away. Brother Sung-hoon. The first man that came into his eyes was Jang Sung-hoon, who came out of the city hall after hearing the uproar. Bang approached him in high spirit and said with a cheerful air, "I killed a black orc alone. 1-to-1. Without the help of a gun." Oh, of course there was one. The waistline of Bang Hyunwook who was speaking had a weapon that appeared to be an iron mace. It was an item made from the bell-tailed rat. In appearance, it was seemingly crude and comical, but it had the ability to turn energy into a devastating force instantly when it was injected. Its destructive power was beyond imagination. It was enough to make a car to scrap in a short time. The item was powerful to crush the hard body of a black orc into broken pieces. Without the help of this item, it would have been impossible for Bang to kill the black orc by himself. On the other hand, even if the item was given to them, there was no one but Kim Tae-hoon who could kill a black orc by himself. That was why Bang was so excited. But where is the big brother? It was evidence, the proof that he was not a stumbling block, and he was strong enough to help. Jang smiled at Bang, who was anxious to show the evidence to Kim somehow. "I'm sick and tired of it. You killed it by yourself. I've warned you several times that it's dangerous. Gee, it has been a while for me, and I had to kill it. You win. Take a break for now. I'll tell the boss. It'll take a while, so have something to eat." "Yes." Jang turned his back on the refreshing response from Bang. But there was no fresh smile on his face. It was just a stiff expression. He could not help but do that. The golden glass filled the third time. Kim Tae-hoon was now dreaming of his third death. 2. The first thing Kim did when he woke up from the dream was to touch his neck. It was naturally attached. However, he felt as if his head was still falling to the floor from his body. Therefore, he could not take his hands off his neck easily. He gripped his neck and pressed his teeth together. I can't be adapted to my death. He dreamed of his third death. Moreover, that death had been the worst so far. His arms were amputated, his heart was pricked, and his head was cut off at last. One alone was appalling, but all of them happened at the same time. He was struck with horror. Of course, the aftermath of dreaming of death was also stronger than before. Phew! Sounds came to him, as he breathed and endured the aftereffects of the pain, the sound of footsteps, breathing, and hearts beating. Knock! Finally, he heard the sound of knocking. The sound was so clear that it felt as if the person outside the door was right in front of him. Jang Sung-hoon. Of course, he knew who the owner of the knock was. I always feel it, but that absolute hearing is creepy. As Kim predicted, Jang opened the door and came in. Is there really a difference between breathing and a heartbeat? How can you classify a person apart by hearing such a noise dash? Kim closed his eyes and rubbed his temples instead of explaining. Oh, I'm sorry. Kim's newly acquired power of the bell-tailed rat was precise enough to measure his own heart rate and hear breathing, footsteps, and even a heartbeat. In addition, it was now possible to control his ability. But it wasn't perfect. Therefore, if he was tired, distracted, or mentally disturbed, his ability would run at will. In other words, considering his mental state, who just woken up from his death, his ability had been activated to the limit. How was your dream? Jang asked, lowering his voice. With my arms cut off, the traitor stabbed me in the back, and in front of me, there were twin Chinese sisters, and one of them cut off my head with the sword she was holding. Wow! Jang whistled briefly. But you can't ignore the time, and death gradually becomes a spectacle. So, who is the traitor? It was a gruesome death, but it was the most valuable dream ever experienced by Kim. First, he saw the faces of those who were hostile to him. This was a huge bonus. 6 snakes and oh say bum. The 6 snakes may mean power or group, and oh say bum, you know that name? Not at all. What else? When Jang's question followed, Kim recited Chinese. It was a shaky Chinese language. But its meaning was clearly conveyed. Can you interpret what one of the twin sisters said to me? Jang's face hardened as soon as he heard it. Dash. Is the interpretation hard? No, it's not. I know the full meaning. What's the content? They said that you are a dragon slayer. They told you that it was great to have gone this far. And they wanted to bite the boss and kill you. When he heard the answer, he opened his eyes. Did they really call me a dragon slayer? I know the atmosphere is not a playful mood. I must have killed a dragon. I'm not sure whether that's the dragon we think. Kim's eyes were cold as he spoke. The same was true of Jang. It couldn't be good. He killed the dragon, but he died. What the fuck are we supposed to then? Killing the dragon was a top priority for survival. The Kim Tae-hoon of the future cleared the assignment. But he ended up dead? It was terrible. It was like watching a movie called Destination. No matter what you did, you couldn't avoid dying. So, Kim did not dig deep into it. Even if he dug into the terrible thing, there would only be desperation left. A traitor. He focused on the word traitor. Traitor means that he believed them, or acted with them. The meanings of an enemy and a traitor are definitely different. An enemy is just an enemy, and a traitor is the one who becomes an enemy among his colleagues. Kim had lived in a world where a traitor would soon be killed, and he never confused the two words. The traitor who was near me is Oh Say Bum, who stabbed me in the back. In addition, there were more clues that Kim had obtained. I saw a sword dash. Everything you see and hear could be a clue. Of course, the weapon in the hands of the woman who called him a dragon slayer was also an important clue. What shape? Soon after, Kim used a pocket notebook and a pen on his desk to draw a picture. It was a terrible job. It seemed impossible to guess what he was drawing. The same was true of Jang. At first, he thought it was just the form of a sword. However, when Kim put a diamond-shaped pattern into the sword and finally 8 worm-like letters into the sword, Jang changed his face. Soon after, Jang extended his hand. "Pen, please." Kim handed over the pen and soon Jang drew a new sword on the new page. "This is it." "What kind of sword is this?" The sword was the sword Kim had seen in his dream. This sword is called the Sword of Go-jin. It was the sword that Kim put in his wish list in his second dream. Ahead of his second death, Kim told himself a wish list. It was like an order: to obtain the goods of the wish list, take all the means and methods whatever they are, or even kill the original owner if necessary. Phew! Kim gave a long sigh. He heard loud footsteps. Bang Hyun-wook's footsteps wanted to show off his presence. There's no time to rest. Kim recalled today's date with a short sigh. February 28th. Today was the last day of February. 3. Gimpo International Airport. It was now the quietest place in the world, or it had once been the noisiest place in South Korea, with planes taking off and landing without stopping. The planes lay like corpses covered in snow, and there was a white field of snow where animal footprints could hardly be found, as if to show that no one was on the broad runway. The broken windows, the crumbled walls of the airport terminal, and the trace of animals which came to eat the remaining flesh of the broken bodies and departed, were the latest traces. It was on March 3rd that the silence, which had begun on December 31st, broke. Crowds dressed in black began to gather in the desolate airport terminal. The gathered people immediately shook their hands or hugged to express their joy. "It's been a long time. I'm glad you're alive." It was the appearance of a man who immediately froze the friendly hours that began. Attention! As the man wearing a beret appeared, the cheerful atmosphere disappeared, and a solemn atmosphere began to set up like the blade of a sword. The man who appeared looked to be in his mid-40s and gave a strong impression, with a square face and a beard around his mouth. He looked at each of them with tiger-like eyes. "There is no Major Oh Se-bum and his team." The brief remark that came out soon put the crowd on edge. Everyone here made a promise to meet at a fixed date if they were still alive. Did Major Oh Se-bum's team fail? In other words, not being here meant not being alive. Of course, everyone here was determined. They would not be afraid to die, but they would fight against death. Nevertheless, the reason why everyone was nervous was simple. Nonsense. What monster did they meet? Were they in contact with something above a blue-grade monster? Major Oh Se-bum could never be killed, by the judgment of those who had prepared to die. He was so strong and clever. A middle-aged man, Lieutenant Colonel Yoo Dae-hyun, who was also wearing a beret, was well aware of that. If Major Oh died. If so, whatever we get in this operation will be a loss. Major Oh was a man who had the ability and talent to become a historical hero to save Korea. He could not have died. No, it shouldn't have happened. When we lost Danji Ojido, it was a big loss. Had there been Danji Ojido, we wouldn't have taken risks like this. Lieutenant Colonel Yu shut his teeth hard, thinking of the past. Naturally, the congregation held a silence. Bowing in silence began for the dead. Bang! It was a shot from the airport's runway that broke their silence. Everyone's eyes changed. They had the eyes of soldiers who could fight at any time. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not do that. He was a man who had not relaxed since he had appeared, and who had planted everything that a soldier should have into his bones. Shaq can come back. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu pointed out a team and gave an order, the team immediately moved to the spot where the gunfire was fired without even answering. It was not long before one came back and reported. A man with a white flag is on the runway. He describes himself as the head of the Mac Guild. It was a very difficult explanation. The gunfire came from the runway, a man was standing alone on the runway, he was holding a white flag, and finally, he was the head of the Mac Guild. All that was not understood was not described. However, Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not express any doubt about the facts, since he had seen a lot of irrational images of survivors in a world in which the system that was driving the world was completely destroyed. So, he wasn't surprised and didn't frown. There was no change in expression at all. What's his name? It was Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon? However, as soon as he heard the name, the expression of Lieutenant Colonel Yu changed. Is he really Kim Tae-hoon? He looked surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Episode 55, Gimpo International Airport, Part 2. Chapter 20. Gimpo International Airport, Part 2. Translator, Khan. Editor, Red. 4. The empty plane. On the wide open field of snow, Kim Tae-hoon stood silently with his left hand high. His left hand was holding a white cloth. The thin cloth, which looked like a wrapping cloth, flapped in the wind. A man came toward Kim. The middle-aged man, who appeared with his hand pressing his beret against the wind, stopped walking 2 meters away from Kim. Major Kim Tae-hoon. After checking Kim's face, he stepped forward again. One step, about a meter away, he stood at a distance that would be gone if they reached out to one another. You are alive. No, you'd have to survive. You are Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun. Lieutenant Colonel Yu Dae-hyun. In Kim's memory, he belonged to the Capital Defense Command. He was the battalion commander of commandos, the 35th Commandos, under the Capital Defense Command, tasked to protect Seoul, the heart of South Korea. I'm glad I don't need to identify myself, but I'm confronted with someone who's hard to deal with. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was not a strange man because he knew the existence of Kim Tae-hoon as a secret national weapon. He had that kind of power. The purpose of the commandos protecting Seoul was to protect those who lived in Seoul. The position of the battalion commander of commandos was not for those who did not want power. I don't know what your situation is now, but it's nice to see you like this. Lieutenant Colonel Yu extended his hand to Kim. However, Kim did not respond to the handshake. He's still holding his hand high up in the sky with the white flag. The reason he came here was not to express his joy. I'm here to negotiate. On the contrary, Kim came here to settle with the survivors who had settled in the capital, including Lieutenant Colonel Yu. He was determined not to avoid bloodshed if necessary. It is always hard to deal with him. Major General Chon Young-sung has created a really scary monster. When he read Kim's temperament, Lieutenant Colonel Yu withdrew his hand. The distance between the two still remained about a meter. Negotiation. The city of Bucheon and its surrounding areas are currently managed by the Mac Guild. I'm the head of the Mac Guild. Guild? That's a funny name. I want to establish a peaceful alliance with the forces that currently occupy the capital city, Seoul. The expression "a peaceful alliance" did not surprise Lieutenant Colonel Yu very much. After society collapsed, I felt bitter that a human being is a social animal. Even Major Kim Tae-hoon came out like this. He had already experienced this situation several times. Even when society collapses, survivors try to survive. In the process, they realize that they cannot survive alone, and they create groups. Instead of equality, there are ranks and classes in that group. Of course, those who hold a vested interest will not let it go. There were such groups all over the fallen country now, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu had made several contacts with them. Each time, they said similar things in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yu and the special forces he led. Let's settle it peacefully. Let's make a deal. I'll be glad to cooperate if you recognize my vested interests. I can't make bargains in my position. The lieutenant colonel you never negotiated or traded with them. I don't have the authority to negotiate with anti-government groups. It was his job to deal with gangs that committed crimes. As expected, Kim was not surprised by the threats of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. A command system seems to have been established. What Lieutenant Colonel Yu did now was a very reasonable and proper action to do. The presence of the Capital Defense Command was proof that the Republic of Korea had not completely collapsed yet. Of course, they should act to protect the nation. They should remove monsters and crack down on the anti-government forces that committed illegal acts and wickedness. Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild were also anti-government forces from that point of view. There was no such thing as a negotiation. There was the only extermination. That is how it works. That was why Kim came here in person. Then I'd like to talk to someone who has the right to decide. Why? It's because we have to avoid the exhaustive wars. The exhaustive wars. I don't know how much power you've secured, but I doubt how much you can afford to wage exhaustive wars against all those in the Capital Defense Command. If we lead an armored unit and come to Bucheon City, we will be able to kill most people in the city. He came here to threaten them in case negotiation fails. But if I survive, then you will have an exhaustive war. What is that dash? Only then did Kim lower his hands. He took off the glove on his right hand. He showed the mark of an awakener. The expression on Lieutenant Colonel Yu hardened. Meanwhile, Kim focused on the person approaching from a long distance. Someone's coming. He heard a man approaching from a long distance. He did not bother to show an interest in the man. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Yu still did not notice his appearance. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm sorry for being late. Soon a voice passed between Kim and Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At the voice, they both turned their heads in the direction of the voice. I overslept when I took a nap. I'm so sorry. There was a young man there whose voice Kim heard in his dream. It's him. 5. Oh Sebum. At the young age of 25, he was a man with admirable good looks. He was also tall. Even if he was not wearing tight clothes, he had a model figure. The short, cut-off hairstyle was also very well suited for him, and the figure putting out smoke and breathing with a cigarette in his mouth in the middle of winter was the same as a scene in the movie. So this gentleman is a king in Bucheon City, and he wants us to help him stay like a king? He is a funny guy. Oh Sebum was also one of the most talented of the survivors of the current capital city of Seoul and the awakeners of the Capital Defense Command. That's why his nickname was Roadmaker. He was a monster who made a road for people to move on to the land that was dotted with monsters. That's why the charismatic Lieutenant Colonel Yu permitted him to bite a cigarette in front of his eyes and talk. But from the look of the Lieutenant Colonel, I don't think he's a nut to talk rubbish. Who is he? Major Kim Tae-hoon. Major? He looks young. Is he really young? He has been affiliated with a unit, but there is no name for the unit. He was under Major General Chang Young-sung, and was usually called a ghost. It's like a secret special unit. That's great. So how great is he? They don't even have the same level because they wear the same uniform. If I had to hire only one person to remove someone, I would hire him unconditionally. Wow, he is a great man. When he heard the story, Oh Sebum spat out the cigarette smoke with an exclamation and then threw the cigarette butt on the ground. What do I have to do? It's a test. So, you want me to fight a human being who was a human weapon before he became an awakener? What if I die? Oh's eyes were laughing, and in return, surprised. The eyes were telling Kim clearly, he was not worried about his own death, he was worried about killing Kim. It's just a simple test. You don't have to kill, Lieutenant Colonel Yu warned him briefly because he also had a similar thought with Oh. Major Kim cannot win against Major O. O had already killed a yellow-grade monster alone, and he had also succeeded in hunting a green-grade monster. In the case of the green-grade monster hunting, it was thanks to the relics obtained from securing the National Museum of Korea, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the hope of the Republic of Korea even with that. Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not think Kim could do anything about O, even if Kim was such a great man. The world had changed anyway. But Kim is not a bit of a deal. The problem was that Kim's real scary thing was not just his strength. The days he had lived have been proof of that. He has won a victory against an enemy that could not be dealt with by simple power. If he told Hollywood film officials about his achievements, none of them would believe it. Because he is an awakener, he is more powerful than before. It was already a tough thing that Kim was an awakener. Awakeners could strengthen their abilities and acquire new abilities by eating monster stones. There was plenty of reason to be wary. He's not a man to covet power. On the one hand, he was curious. He called himself the head of a group called the Mac Guild, which managed Bucheon City, and now he was showing his teeth in front of a hard opponent to keep his position. It could be. There were too many people who gave their lives for power and vested rights. However, the Kim Tae-hoon who Lieutenant Colonel Yu knew, was never a man who tried to do something to become a ruler in a collapsed world. Anyway, if he is an enemy, he will be a troublesome enemy. In addition, Kim was not given the rank of major just because he did dangerous things. They gave him the rank of major to direct the crowd. We have to check his abilities first. Regardless, what mattered was how much of a threat Kim could be. If he is stronger than I think, I should keep the negotiation in mind. In fact, it is too much to protect the capital area right now. Although the land of Bucheon was given to us, we cannot manage it. Moreover, there is no oil from Bucheon, no important munitions factory, and no power plant. If he collects survivors from the land of Bucheon and removes monsters, we are willing to aid him. However, we don't have to show that much so soon. How do I test him rather? We can't use a gun or a sword. Do it with your fists. I think it's better to just fight with a gun. You know what kind of fist I have. Be careful. I want to see his abilities. You don't need to kill your opponent. Yes, I'll keep it in mind. Of course, there was no such thing as O's defeat in the mind of the Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who knew there were countless kills behind him. 6. This is how things work. From Bucheon to Gimpo International Airport, Kim had thought a lot while walking the never-short distance. But he didn't want to take a test. If negotiation was done as desired, he would only negotiate, and if the negotiations broke down, he would only have to show evidence that he could threaten if threats were necessary. In the meantime, there was no room for a test, a frivolous act. Oh say bum. However, O's appearance shattered all of Kim's scenarios without mercy. I don't think he is the same person. This was the name Kim said clearly in his dream. A traitor. Kim Tae-hoon of the future spoke clearly to Kim Tae-hoon of the past, who dreamed of himself being killed by a traitor. And at the same time, he advised, use him. I didn't tell myself to kill him as soon as I saw him. It was Kim Tae-hoon himself who knew Kim Tae-hoon best. So he could believe it. That Kim Tae-hoon of the future included the word use among the few allowed words before he died, had a reason to do so. It's worth to use him, so I will use him. Furthermore, the current situation showed that O plays the same role as an ace of the Capital Defense Command. It was not difficult to grasp. In what way do I test him? With fists. It was easy for Kim to listen to the conversation between Lieutenant Colonel Yu and O from a long distance at the quiet Gimpo International Airport. The sound of O blowing out cigarette smoke in front of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was clearly heard. By Lieutenant Colonel Yu's tolerance, it means that he cannot help it. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was quite strict. First, the 35th Commandos were not a clumsy organization. It is a unit where only the elite of the elites could be placed, and where someone who became a soldier as a job to eat and live could not be a commander. He was not a man who could not readily tolerate a novice who was a subordinate and smoking in front of him. Major. However, the fact that he, who seemed to be in his mid-20s, was already ranked major meant that he has already made the right contributions. There was only one contribution in this world: killing monsters. I'll check his abilities first. That's why Kim was taking the ridiculous test. At the same time, he also created a benchmark. And if I really think he's a threat to me, I will remove him anyway. 7. Hello, my name is Oh Se-bum. My rank is major, the same as you. Ah, you're not a soldier now, Oh threw his left fist into the air with the words. A light jab. But the sound of the wind was frightening. It felt like pulling the trigger of a gun, not a punch. It was already beyond human standards. Let's just play the first round of 5 minutes. Don't be too hard, because we're just looking at our abilities. What's good about hurting each other? If you get hurt, you can't get insurance and a pension. Naturally, that punch wouldn't stop him from getting sick and bruised. Above all, he only fought with his bare hands. The purpose is to ascertain what power he has. There were no words not to use the powers acquired from the monsters. And that was the point. What Lieutenant Colonel you wanted was to check the cards Kim had. And that was also what Kim wanted. He was checking the cards Oh had. Now, when we are ready, we start. Therefore, neither Kim nor Oh played any games. Start. The moment Oh's voice sounded, he instantly narrowed the distance from Kim and jabbed out his left hand. The fist that flew towards Kim's nose was swift. Kim did not avoid the fist and raised his arms to block it. Whack! Kim's body did not shake at all. He must have eaten the monster stones properly? Oh thought. The two deduced 2 facts from this attack and defense. Their strength and physical defense were similar. At that moment, Oh raised the energy in his gut. His energy spread to his whole body with the force, and his spirit changed quickly. The spine of Kim Tae-hoon, who looked at Oh Se-bum through his arms to play guard, also chilled. Oh's energy rank is at least above B rank. When the short thought crossed Kim's mind, the right fist that Oh put out came to Kim's nose. It was much faster than the previous punch. With his basic skills, Kim could not avoid it. So, at this moment, Kim used his telekinesis to pull his body sideways. Pot! Oh's right straight punch ripped through the air and generated its own wind. The place where Kim had been showed traces of wind pressure, and the snowfield behind him was blowing around. He is going to kill me. Kim had enough reason to avoid it urgently. He was tense. He avoided my punch by pulling his body with his telekinesis? This? At the same time, Oh was nervous, too. He was also willing to kill Kim if necessary. However, Kim avoided the attack easily and was widening the distance between them. His telekinesis rank and skills are no jokes. Furthermore, Kim definitely used telekinesis. Otherwise, such avoidance was impossible. I don't know what's going to happen if the distance is widened. It is not a good idea to widen the distance to those who use telekinesis. Naturally, the eyes of the two changed. The playfulness disappeared from Oh's eyes. Kim's pupils were black. With that spirit, Oh ran towards Kim, who was widening the distance between them. Oh's physical ability was strengthened through energy, and it was virtually impossible for Kim to escape. It was also practically impossible to avoid all of the punches which Oh would start pouring out from now on with only his basic ability, even if he had the eyes of Black Snake. Of course, he used his telekinesis. I'll catch him. He caught Oh's body with his own telekinesis and pulled his arms into a chain of telekinesis. Gnash. There was a gnashing sound of teeth from Oh Se-bum, who was doing his best to break the telekinesis that bound him. Of course, it was impossible to stop O's body completely. O's hands repeated a 1-2 punch. However, it was not too fast for Kim to avoid. Okay. In the end, O collected his whole power to strike a clear blow, a right hand straight, not only to shatter Kim's telekinesis which tied him up but also to shatter his skull. O's punches, which were pouring toward Kim, stopped. At that moment, Kim poured out a huge flame as if he had been waiting for this moment. Whoosh! The flame filled O's vision, and furthermore, wrapped around his body. Fuck! The flame clung to O's body like sticky liquid. If he left it like this, he would not be able to avoid being burned. He released his energy all over his body. Pot! The flame that stuck to O's body was thrown off. I'll kill you. After shaking off the flame, O flashed his eyes to find Kim. This was already no test in his mind. He was fully thinking of killing Kim. Where is he? But Kim was not visible. O's eyes turned to the ground reflexively, following the footprints. What? However, Kim's footprints were not anywhere. At that moment, O looked up reflexively as if he had felt something. Kim's right fist, which had turned black, fell on his face. O's memory stopped right there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.